This young man's name is Lee Cheol. He was originally an absolute genius, but simply because he was born as an illegitimate child of the clan leader, he didn't receive even the slightest bit of preferential treatment. However, there was one thing they didn't know. Lee Cheol was hiding a secret. He had completely learned every single martial arts secret technique within the family. This was possible thanks to a special ability of his, a power that allowed him to read the memories contained within weapons. It was those very weapons that became the best teachers for him. In the northern part of South Korea, in a largely unexplored region, a group of people wearing different outfits gathered together. The young man stood behind them awkwardly and nervously, watching. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over, holding 2 cups of warm water in his hands, and asked him, "Hey kid, is this your first time joining an expedition?" He politely accepted the cup of water and replied shyly, "I've been into dungeons and warp gates before, but this is my first time coming to an unexplored region. Maybe that's why I'm a bit nervous." "Thank you." The man laughed out loud, breaking the tension. "You'd better prepare yourself well mentally," the man advised. Unexplored regions are monster hell, places that haven't been reclaimed for hundreds of years. Ancient monsters are crawling all over the place. The young man turned to him curiously, "But the leader of this expedition is from the Sungmu clan, right? I heard he's the current patriarch's younger brother, so he must be really strong." The man glanced over and replied, "Ah, that guy? He's just a second son, very weak. He was even exiled from the clan." This person with dark blue hair and a gloomy face was actually the 9th son of the Sungmu clan, Lee Cheol. The man intentionally spoke loudly for Lee Cheol to hear. Not only does he have no talent, but he also lacks any persistence. At his age, he's only a level 7 martial artist. How can anyone trust a guy like that? Lee Cheol gripped his sword tightly, knowing that getting angry wouldn't do any good. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached him. The person spoke up, a look of contempt on his face. "Let's keep moving, expedition leader." He looked at him indifferently, then lowered his head and replied, "Understood." Finally, they began to enter the unexplored region. Having a bad feeling, he thought to himself, the Shadow Sword Squad, the direct army of the Sungmu family, but they don't feel like a regular guard unit at all. There's definitely something wrong with this mission. From many years ago, there was a time when Lee Cheol placed expectations on his own life. When he first realized the weight of the name Sungmu clan, when he was chosen by a top-tier weapon during the sword selection ceremony, Lee Cheol thought back then that if he just kept trying and proved himself step by step, then maybe one day he would finally be recognized. But that never happened. The doctor examining Lee Cheol pointed his cane at the X-ray image and spoke up, "Look here, I've never seen a mana circuit like this before. It's not suitable for learning magic, nor can it steadily cultivate martial arts." This left him and his mother completely shocked. The doctor continued, "With a body like this, I'm afraid young master Lee Cheol won't even be able to reach level 9. The father overheard the situation through the crack of the door, quickly turned his face away, and let out a sigh. And so, ever since Lee Cheol's bizarre physique was discovered, the fact that he was chosen in the sword selection ceremony was deemed nothing more than a random fluke. Even so, he still tried his best with all his stubbornness. Though they said he would never reach level 9, Lee Cheol eventually proved them wrong by earning the title of a level 7 martial artist at just 25 years old. Even if that was an achievement other clan members reached when they were kids, he was still very happy with his own results. But that joy didn't last long. By the time he turned 30, Lee Cheol was exiled from the family. The only reason he was able to leave with his life intact was thanks to the help of his eldest brother. And then for the past 10 years, he lived like a dead man, running away from everything, until a chaotic era hit and homeless people gathered together, lying in the middle of a snowstorm. They used newspapers or anything that could burn to keep warm. The reason was that the unexplored regions were expanding day by day, and monsters were pouring out to attack even more fiercely. Lee Cheol was also one of those people wandering around there. He reached out his hand to catch a piece of newspaper that blew onto his head, then pulled it down. Lee Cheol stared intently, reading the information on the newspaper. Inside, it wrote about the prophet Een, who had become a star in the sky. It turned out to be his father, the man known as the pinnacle of South Korea's martial power, the patriarch of the Sungmu clan, who had passed away suddenly. Footsteps approached him, and a voice spoke up, "Ninth young master Lee Cheol." He looked up in surprise. It turned out to be the Shadow Sword Squad of the Sungmu clan. Li Chiol was confused. How did they find me? They handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is an order for the young master." Li Chiol sighed in frustration. What a joke. This cursed bloodline won't even let me go until I die. He muttered the words on the paper to himself. Li Gunsong has become the patriarch. So the third brother has taken power? Then what about the eldest brother? While he was feeling confused, they prepared to leave. "I'll be back in an hour," one man said. Li Chiol tried to hold him back. Wait, what happened to the eldest brother? Seeing that the man didn't seem to want to talk, he thought back resentfully. Being ignored, there's no way to get an answer. Li Chiol asked further, "It's been 10 years since I last held a sword. Why on earth is a level 7 martial artist like me being summoned to explore an unexplored region now?" The man turned his head and asked him back, "So, young master, do you plan to refuse this order?" Li Chiol calculated silently. Refusing an order without a justifiable reason means death. He immediately replied, "No, I accept." With that, they left silently in a flash. Li Chiol could only grit his teeth, clenching the piece of paper in his palm as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Returning to the present moment, the crowd followed the expedition deep into the unexplored region. The young man suddenly froze, looking at the thing in front of him, and cried out, "Ruins? Why is there a ruin here?" Another person was also surprised, adding, "To think an architecture could be preserved so perfectly right inside an unexplored region." The Sungmu clan member ordered everyone to move inside. They walked on a rickety bridge that looked like it could collapse at any second. The surrounding scenery was extremely eerie. A skeletal head resembling a dinosaur along with thousands of corpses lay abandoned on the damp ground. The young man was terrified and doubtful. Could it be the corpse of an ancient monster? Suddenly, the eyes of the Black Shadow Sword member lit up as if he had found a rare treasure. He ordered his accomplices to step forward, beginning to execute their purpose. In the blink of an eye, the young man's head rolled off, severed by the Black Shadow Sword. They showed absolutely no mercy as they rushed in to slaughter the people they had brought along. The middle-aged man screamed in terror. "What the hell are you guys doing?" One of them lightly wiped a smear of blood off his face with his hand and replied, "Didn't you all already know that your fate is death sooner or later? Consider sacrificing yourself for the clan a high honor." After that, he continued to target the middle-aged man next and lunged forward. But before he could do anything, he was stabbed through the chest by a sword from behind. Li Chiol had prepared for this eventuality, so he wasn't particularly surprised. He interrogated, "Who gave you the order?" Despite being stabbed, the man still calmly replied, "The order came from a master, to bring you to this place and kill you as cleanly as possible." He raised his blood-stained hand, grabbed the sword that was piercing through his chest, and casually snapped it with a single motion, breaking the sword into shattered fragments. His face turned dark like an addict's, and the wound on his chest was gradually healing at a rapid pace. He said, "As long as you guys don't resist, Li Chiol." Watching this, shocked by the healing wound, another person couldn't stand staying still any longer and rushed up to fight to the death with the Shadow Sword Squad. Before he could do anything, he was kicked by the man, his entire body flying backward. Because of that, Li Chiol was also knocked over, tumbling to the ground. The man flashed a contemptuous smirk. How pathetic. I expected a little something from someone carrying the Li surname of the Sungmu clan, but it turns out you're just a useless nobody. In just a split second, he bounced up, ran swiftly toward Li Chiol, and then slammed an elbow right into his chest, causing blood to instantly spill out from the corners of his mouth. Not stopping there, he even applied all his weight into his leg to kick him far away with utter satisfaction. Li Chiol's strength was gradually fading, and the amount of blood in his body dropped noticeably. He thought to himself that he couldn't just die like this. Li Chiol sat quietly in place, catching his breath, and peered around looking for a weapon for himself. After spotting a blunt sword nearby, Li Chiol quickly crawled toward it. He analyzed, a sword strong enough to strike down a giant monster. Even though it's been abandoned for many years, it should still be usable. Once he grabbed hold of the sword, Li Chiol suddenly gasped wide-mouthed because of the next bizarre thing. The sword he was aiming for unexpectedly vanished into a cloud of smoke the moment he touched it. Li Chiol stared blankly, questioning the heavens. Why? Only then did the shadow sword appear right behind his back. He spat out words of degradation. The blood of the Li family is actually this despicable. Since you are a descendant of Li after all, I will send you off in a fitting manner. His next action was to slash a blade cleanly across Li Qiol's back. Li Qiol collapsed in agony, his face completely devoid of expression. He lamented to himself, "Heavens, won't you even give me one last chance? Am I really going to die here? A whole life spent struggling and running away, a failed life." Suddenly, that worn sword appeared, black dust enveloping the area before wrapping itself around Li Qiol's body. He only wished that if he could be reborn again. The scene shifted, and a streak of light gradually revealed itself. He heard the voice of a person speaking next to him. "This child, is he Yu Dong's son?" After slowly opening his eyes, he saw his deceased father. He and the butler were standing nearby, conversing. The father asked, "What happened to Yu Dong?" The butler replied, "When we found her, she had already..." The butler stammered and then stopped. The father looked coldly toward him. Li Qiol was confused, thinking to himself, "But didn't father pass away?" But he looked so young. Not just father, but the butler too. Li Qiol raised his own hands, wanted to touch the two of them. But reality smacked him hard. Seeing his hands looking like a baby's, he panicked. What is this? A child's hands. In his heart, the confusion still lingered. It seemed that he had reincarnated back into the past. Is this me? What's going on? I clearly died. Could this be the world after death? Or just a flashback before dying? Tayson looked at him and gave him a name. This baby's childhood name will be Li Qiol. Just like the other children, hand him over to a wet nurse to be cared for, and assign some shadow sword members as bodyguards. In addition, let him participate in the selection ritual along with the 8th child. Hearing this, the butler responded, "Are you saying right now, sir? But the youngest young master isn't ready yet. Furthermore, there's a few months' age gap between the two of them." Tayson stared intently at Li Qiol, decisive. "It's fine." Hearing that, he was dazed. Afterward, they quickly left, leaving Li Qiol, a newborn baby, in the room. He let out a sigh of relief. They finally left. Classic father. It's been a while since I last saw him. The pressure is real. He moved his palms, reevaluating the situation. But what exactly is going on? This is way too vivid to just be a flashback. And that conversation just now, is that something that already happened? I don't want to believe it, but if so, does that mean? Holy crap, did I just return to the past? A few months after Li Qiol returned to the past, a special day for the Sung Mu clan finally arrived. That was the selection ritual. The children in the family would reveal their natural talent through the weapons that chose them. His father had been chosen by countless swords and became the greatest swordsman of the era. The eldest brother was chosen by a sword, a magic tome, and a staff all at once, making a name for himself with his superhuman swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the participant was none other than Li Qiol. He was dressed in a shimmering outfit befitting a young lord, which made Li Qiol feel quite uncomfortable wearing it. The maid smiled brightly, praising him to the high heavens. "Oh my goodness, the little master looks so dashing in his formal attire. Moreover, not crying at all in such an unfamiliar environment. He's so incredibly mature." This person was Li Qiol's wet nurse, Mun Jie-hua. She held Li Qiol in her arms, advising him, "Everything will surely turn out well. The young master's path will always be wide open." Because of that, he also let out a chuckle. To him, she was no different from his biological mother. But in the past, due to the jealousy of his other siblings, she was kicked out of the clan. The only person who stayed by Li Qiol's side until the very end, crying for his future. But this time, things wouldn't turn out like that anymore. He promised himself in his heart that he would protect her at all costs. Another servant stepped forward and spoke up. "Young Master Li Qiol, everything is ready." Father looked at Li Qiol with a slight smile. "Shall we head out?" In another place, a man's voice rang out. "Patriarch, everything for the selection ritual is ready." All right, let's go. A moment later, he and the line of servants behind him advanced toward the selection ritual together, stepping through the gates of the selection venue. Inside here, thousands of weapons were neatly arranged around the spectator stands, along with thousands of people surrounding the area to watch. In the arms of each servant was a child of the Sung Mu clan. The people in the stands were buzzing with gossip about Li Qiol. Is it that child? The bastard child brought back from the outside. On the presiding side of this election ceremony were, in order, the matriarch of the Sung Mu clan, Baek Hoa-yeon. Next was Chief Manager Lee Tae-hong. The next person was the eldest son, Lee Mi-jong. And finally, the third young master, Lee Gun-sung. The eldest son spoke up. He looks so tiny. No one has ever participated in the selection ritual at such a young age, right? Gun-sung, resting his chin on his hand, replied with an expressionless face. Yes, that's right. I really don't know where this thing crawled out from. In his heart right now, he was extremely curious. Tae-sin, presiding over the event, signaled to begin the selection ritual. The first person to be selected was Hoa, a cute short-haired girl who was placed onto a stone seat. Tae-sin pulled a small knife out from his robes. He took the little girl's hand, then made a small cut on her finger to draw blood. Hoa cried out loud in pain. The streak of blood dripped from her finger onto the stone altar, then manifested into a streak of light that raced along toward one of the weapons in the stands. People passed word to one another about the sword. Oh my goodness, it can't be. The relic grade, ancient famous sword, the Changna sword? That is the legendary sword that has remained silent for generations. Tae-sin used the power radiating from his palm to draw that sword closer to himself. The sword floated mid-air, finally settling neatly into his hand. Tae-sin picked Hoa up and declared, "From now on, the Changna sword belongs to Hoa." The people around rejoiced, crowding over to hold Hoa and offer congratulations. "Madam, another brilliant genius has been born into the clan. This is truly a joyous day for the family." She smiled happily, thanking the people around her. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth instantly reverted to their original state. When she heard that the next person up was Lee Cheol, everyone buzzed with gossip. "Is it that child? The bastard child brought back from the outside." Others clicked their tongues in disapproval. Why let a kid like that participate in the selection ritual anyway? Tae-sin raised his hands, lifting Lee Cheol to sit on the stone altar and then performed the ritual. He stroked his head, his eyes filled with absolute trust. Lee Cheol was anxious. Finally, this moment has come. In my past life, the sword that chose me was the Chong Cheon sword, a heavenly grade sword. If so, how will it turn out in this life? His blood dripped onto the stone altar, and a source of blue light began to emanate from the stone altar, illuminating the entire area. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Hoa-yeon's expression looked quite terrible. Tae-hyung noticed her every gesture, deducing. Looking at sister-in-law's face, it seems her mood isn't very good. Huh? After all, he's the bloodline that the eldest brother hid away for so long. Well, it makes sense. That child's fate is quite pitiful. Carrying the label of an outsider child while wanting to survive in the Sungmu clan is going to be extremely difficult, especially when the sound of footsteps suddenly approached close to where Tae-hyung was standing from behind. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "The chief manager seems to have quite a great interest in an outsider, don't you?" Tae-hyung felt annoyed internally, secretly criticizing just because of these conservative old men clinging onto this outdated pure-blood ideology. That old man was none other than Elder Cheol-yeon. Tae-hyung reluctantly bowed. "Elder." The renowned blood elder thought to himself, "A man whose true thoughts no one can predict. He is definitely an opponent you can't let your guard down around." Cheol-yeon leaned on his cane to the side and asked Tae-hyung, "Is that the child? The baby brought back by the patriarch?" He replied, "Yes. I heard the child was discovered and protected by the Shadow Sword Squad. It's unclear who he was born to or where he came from. Yet he gets to participate in the selection ritual. Haven't outsiders proven long ago that they lack the qualifications to take part in this ceremony? Clearly, the chief manager's own experience is the best proof." Hearing those harsh words, Tae-hyung grew displeased and tried to suppress his anger. "What did you just say?" Keeping a mocking demeanor, the old man said evenly to Tae-hyung, "Oh dear, forgive me. It's just that the story of the chief manager originally coming from the outside and not being chosen by any weapon during the selection ritual back then is simply too famous. An outsider's child is still an outsider's child." The old man slammed his cane heavily onto the ground, provoking him. "It's best that you know your place." Unable to take it anymore, Tae-hyung snapped back, shouting loudly, "Don't cross the line. If you continue to mouth off insults." In the midst of that tense situation, the protagonist's radiant aura caught both of their eyes, making them turn to look. Below the stands, the blue wave reacted even more violently than it did during Hoa's sword selection. Old man Cheol-yeon stepped up to the edge of the platform, looking closely, unable to believe his eyes as the words burst from his mouth. "What? What the hell is going on? Tae-hyung stood up, laughing with delight. How can this be? I'm witnessing it with my own eyes, yet it still feels like a dream. A pure blue beam shot straight from the stone seat up to the blue sky, witnessed by the tens of thousands of people in the stands, illuminating the entire area. The weapons designated for Lee Cheol appeared one after another. First was the famous sword blood spirit spear and the iron cage blade, followed by the sacred relic's magic sword Ma-A and the sacred thundering lawn. The crowd cheered, marveling at the absurd event that logically shouldn't be happening but had actually appeared. Not only the weapons and the ritual, but even weapons that already had owners were reacting. The sword in the eldest son's hand was no exception, as it tried to break free from his grip to go to Lee Cheol. This left him utterly astonished. How is this even possible? Myeong-jong turned to speak to his younger brother Gun-seon. Can you believe this? Our youngest brother seems to be far more talented than I thought. He looked down toward Lee Cheol and nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. The surrounding audience was buzzing with intense chatter. Isn't there some mistake here? There's no way an outsider's child could get this result. But the selection ritual was an event where mistakes simply couldn't happen. Tae-sin quickly calmed them down. Everyone quiet, standing before the crowd. He asserted firmly, according to clan rules, the weapons chosen in this ritual will all belong to Lee Cheol. However, this situation isn't that simple to handle. Therefore, I will listen to everyone's opinions. Right after that, someone raised their hand to offer an opinion. Tae-sin asked that person, "All right, Chief Manager, what is your opinion?" Tae-hyung smiled as if he had found something interesting and spoke up. "I believe this is inappropriate. The selection ritual is an important tradition of the clan. Therefore, let the youngest choose a single weapon for himself." Tae-sin also agreed with the chief manager's opinion. He snapped his fingers, and each chosen sword floated up into the sky. Tae-sin finally accepted that proposal, then used magic to lift Lee Cheol from the stone seat and set him down on the floor. He wanted Lee Cheol to choose the weapon he wanted by himself. Surprised, he looked at the weapons and wondered in confusion. I don't understand why everything is different from my past life. But regardless, this is still a great opportunity for me. In that case, I will take full advantage of it. Wearing a serious expression, he crawled past the weapons, analyzing them. The sword carrying the bloodline of a true dragon. Praha, the sacred relic spear by Jing, forged from a part of Saint's body and used to strike down giant monsters. The staff Valheim, crafted from a branch of the world tree, the resting place of the spirits. The spirit moon sun star sword, forged at the exact moment when the moon, the sun, and the stars align. Countless great weapons were waiting for his choice. But without needing to deliberate for long, Lee Cheol spotted and chose a sword that left Tae-hyung utterly dumbfounded. That was the sword that the founding ancestor of the Sung-mu clan had found in a primal wilderness. For generations, not a single person had been able to unlock its hidden power. It was shrouded in mystery, only gathering more dust as the years went by. That was none other than the Dark Knight. Based on its known capabilities, it hadn't even reached the heavenly grade. But precisely because it was connected to the founding ancestor, it had always been preserved like a heavenly grade treasure. No predecessor had ever been chosen by the Dark Knight as its master. Could this just be the unconscious choice of a newborn baby? Tae-sin used magic to draw Lee Cheol along with the Dark Knight toward him. His face turned dark as he muttered under his breath. Or perhaps this is the arrangement of destiny. Tae-sin raised the Dark Knight high and announced in a loud voice, "Lee Cheol has chosen the Dark Knight. The ritual is officially concluded." Up in the stands, Ho-yun was dissatisfied with the result. That outsider child Lee Cheol is truly a nuisance that just popped up. If he's an obstacle, he can only be eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 9 years passed, and Lee Cheol had now grown up. He ran to the door, calling out to his wet nurse, "I'm heading out for afternoon practice, Ga-wa." Ga-wa flusteredly ran out. "Oh dear, let me see you off." After that, they went together because the wet nurse was too worried to leave him alone. Ga-wa asked Lee Cheol curiously, "Young master, there are plenty of other empty training grounds. Why do you always have to go to training ground 1? Training ground 1 is way too old and worn out." He happily explained, "Because there's someone waiting for me there." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "That's not it," causing him and Ga-wa to turn around and look out of curiosity. "Gripping the hilt too tightly will hurt your hand. Come on, Execute a vertical slash one more time. It seemed that the girl Hoa, the 8th child of the Sungmu clan, was training with her master. Li Chiol looked in and asked his wet nurse, "That's the 8th young lady, right?" She frantically corrected him. "You must call her older sister, young master. If anyone hears you, it'll cause trouble." Li Chiol pouted, telling himself in his heart, "She's only older by 5 months. What do you mean, older sister?" Hoa was training very hard, but her master was way too strict. "The sword must be swung as if it's a part of your own body. Try it again. You have to control the sword with utmost precision so you don't get hurt again. Come on." This made her blood boil with frustration. Hoa angrily threw the sword to the ground and snapped back resentfully. "Why are you so nagging, master? It doesn't matter how I hold the sword, as long as I pick it up." The master tried with difficulty to soothe her. "Oh, young lady, I'm only doing this for your own good. Calm down a bit and try it one more time. You'll do better this time." Hoa pouted, but her anger gradually subsided. Li Chiol pointed at the master and asked his wet nurse, "Who is that person working so hard to instruct her?" She replied, "Ah, that's Commander Bei Han of the Black Squad." Li Chiol stared intently at Hoa and Han, thinking, and suddenly blurted out, "A 9-year-old child having a master like that is truly excessive." This caught Ga Wa's ear. She looked at him sadly, trying to encourage him. "Li Chiol will eventually have a worthy master who recognizes your true value." Li Chiol turned his head to look, confused. Heartbroken, tears welled up in Ga Wa's eyes. "It's because of my inadequacy that I can't take better care of you, young master. Lady Hoa has been fed medicinal meals containing spiritual herbs since she was a child." Li Chiol helplessly put his hands on his hips and comforted her. "You're doing this again. You're the wet nurse I am incredibly grateful to." Moved, she covered her mouth, unable to hold back her emotions. He continued, "Besides, I don't need people like that. They only come here because of the Sungmu clan's background anyway." He asserted even more firmly, "I already have good masters." A few minutes later, at Training Ground 1, the dedicated training area for the direct line of the Sungmu clan, Li Chiol gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. This place symbolized the rich history of the Sungmu clan, though now it served more of a symbolic purpose than an actual training ground. But there was only one reason Li Chiol came here. He stood before a door inside the training facility and gently slid it aside, because this place stored weapons that were older than any weapon in the armory. Li Chiol looked left and right, finally finding what he wanted. He picked up the sword, looked it over, and decided, "Today I'll practice with this sword." After regressing to his second life 9 years ago, a massive change had occurred in him. Among those changes, the most incredible thing was Li Chiol standing right at the center, taking a deep breath, and closing his eyes to regulate the energy inside his body to become one with the sword. After completing the first step, he continued to merge as one with the sword. Specifically, Li Chiol had the ability to read the memories contained within weapons, reinforcing a rock-solid foundation. Whether it was high-level swordsmanship or basic swordsmanship, the foundation remained the core essence. Slash from above. Drawing upon the residual memories left in the sword, Li Chiol used them to practice. It acted as the teacher that allowed him to develop himself step by step. The gestures and actions of its previous owner were now the foundation for him to emulate without needing anyone to teach him. The older and higher grade the weapon was, or the more cherished it was by its owner, the clearer the memories of the past became. Relying on the hidden teacher within the worn sword's memories to practice, Li Chiol established a solid foundation for his swordsmanship, like a sturdy pillar that would never shake. After hours of training, he finally mastered the 7-star sword, first form, Rock Wind, by slashing powerfully through the air, generating a massive force that impacted the ground. Even though Li Chiol was exhausted, he was thrilled to have finished learning the 7-star sword. Over the past 2 years, he had acquired the memories of almost every weapon within the Sungmu clan. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps was accompanied by a round of enthusiastic applause. The man marveled, "Excellent. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone utilize the 7-star sword so flawlessly." The person saying this was Tae Hyung, Li Chiol's uncle, a 4th-rank martial master and the chief manager of the Sungmu clan. Even though Tae Hyung was a second son, he currently held the position of chief manager thanks to his recognized talent. From his past life to this life, He was one of the few people who genuinely cared about Li Qiol. He leaned down to accept his uncle's pat on the head and greeted him politely. The uncle laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Just call me uncle. Not missing a single day of practice is truly commendable. I've seen you at the training ground every time I commute to and from work. Being discriminated against compared to your other siblings must be very difficult for you. But I hope you can stay strong and get through it." Hearing that, he replied, "I'm fine, uncle. After all, I carry the blood of the Sung Mu clan. Proving oneself through the sword. That is the meaning the family name carries. Therefore, I will prove my own strength." He placed his hand over his chest, vowing with shining eyes. Sensing Li Qiol's determination, Tae-hyung felt a wave of sorrow and pity for him. For a child like you to be born with the status of a second son's child, it's truly a shame. Tae-hyung then feigned a few coughs, changing the subject. "By the way, you're almost at the age for your naming ceremony, aren't you?" He made a proposal. "It's a bit late, but before the naming ceremony takes place, I want to be your master. What do you think? Sound good?" Li Qiol felt awkward but had to decline. "I am very grateful, but I cannot accept your offer, sir." This caught him off guard, causing him to shout, "What? Why not? Is it because you're unhappy with me being your master?" It seemed Tae-hyung had misunderstood his intention, so he explained, "It's not that, sir. According to the rules, one cannot formally take a master before the naming ceremony. I don't want to put you in a difficult position, uncle." The uncle tried to persuade him, "But your other siblings are blatantly breaking the rules anyway. Every single one of them has already been given spiritual herbs and had excellent masters brought in to teach them." Seeing Tae-hyung place a hand on his shoulder, he gently brushed it off and replied with a bright smile, "Just because no one else follows the rules doesn't mean we should do the same. Besides, like I said, I want to prove my strength on my own." Tae-hyung saw the maturity in the boy and marveled. "Is this child really only 9 years old? Those eyes look exactly like my eldest brother's." Li Qiol stared firmly at Tae-hyung, hoping he would understand. The man gave in and let out a chuckle. "It seems you have no intention of changing your mind. Huh? That stubborn streak is exactly like your father's." Tae-hyung gave Li Qiol's head a rough rub. He was out of options. What a hassle. "There's nothing I can do to help you. It feels quite unsettling in my heart not doing anything for you. Hey, if there's anything you need, just say it." Li Qiol's eyes instantly lit up. "Thank you, uncle. That's exactly what I was hoping for." He scratched his head, feigning bashfulness. "Actually, I do have one request." Tae-hyung rejoiced. "Oh, really? Let me hear it." Li Qiol grinned from ear to ear. "I want to visit the underground vault of the secret treasury." This caught him by surprise, and so, the following day, a black car appeared at the location where the secret treasury was kept. The guard signaled for the car to stop, bowing his head to ask the person inside, "Apologies, please confirm your identity and the purpose of your visit." The man showed his membership card and answered clearly, "Chief Manager Lee Tae-hyung, routine inspection. The person accompanying me is the youngest child of the Sung Mu clan, Li Qiol, for a tour." The gatekeeper stood at attention. "Understood, confirmed. Please come in." The gates opened, and they began to drive inside. Li Qiol looked around with fascination, telling himself, "Now is the time to react like a kid." He spoke up, "Awesome. Is that the secret treasury?" Tae-hyung looked at him through the rearview mirror and asked, "Are you that happy?" Li Qiol replied, "Of course. The secret treasury is where the greatest treasures of the clan are kept after all. And the thing I'm looking for is in there too. Legendary weapons, ancient relics that people don't even know are real or not. For those seeking such mythical things, people often say one phrase. Everything can be found within the secret treasury of the Sung Mu clan." Stepping into the main hall, which was filled with various types of weapons, Tae-hyung and Li Qiol continued to move down to the basement. He introduced, "The basement of the secret treasury is where weapons that have been sealed for various reasons are kept." Li Qiol put on an excited face. "Among them are demonic weapons that could devour their own masters, right?" The uncle burst out laughing. "That's right. Seems like you know quite a lot." Tae-hyung teased him. "If you carelessly grab hold of them, I'm afraid both your body and mind will be burned away instantly." He then chuckled. "So, are you scared?" Causing Li Qiol to stammer. "Not at all. Completely not." He continued, "Don't worry. Dangerous things like that aren't places we can just enter anyway. I have things to take care of upstairs, so take your time looking around." Li Qiol replied, "Yes, uncle." He happily stepped into the elevator, then said goodbye to his uncle. Once everything was clear, Li Chiol finally breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing his facial expression. Playing the role of an innocent child isn't easy at all. Li Chiol began his exploration of the secret treasury's basement, also known as the weapon graveyard, a place sealing countless weapons and relics. The reason he came all the way here was to find a specific weapon, Boundless, originally a short sword, but when mana was channeled into it, it could alter its length, shape, weight, and properties at will. In his past life, Li Gunsong had found Boundless in this secret treasury, and thanks to its overwhelming versatility, he earned the title Myriad Transformations. It was also thanks to that very title that the most promising heir, his eldest brother, was surpassed by a third son like him, who then became the patriarch. Afterward, he even tracked down and disposed of him, who was in hiding. That was all he knew, and to prevent the tragedy of his past life from repeating, he had only one choice. No matter how much time it took, he had to check every single item. Li Chiol moved a pitch-black source of energy from his palm to appraise all the weapons. He was determined. This time, I will definitely claim Boundless before Li Gunsong does. Next, he touched his finger to the weapons one by one to determine their nature. But after several dozen minutes, he didn't find any that had the ability. Li Chiol sighed. "I verified everything that looks like a short sword for a whole hour, but Boundless is still nowhere to be found." He picked his spirits back up. "It definitely has to be here because I haven't checked everything yet." He walked over to the display cabinet on the other side to investigate. He picked his spirits back up. "It definitely has to be here because I haven't checked everything yet." He walked over to the display cabinet on the other side to investigate. Suddenly, when his hand brushed against the edge of the table, an ancient sword fell down. The short, rusted sword landed right in front of him. Seeing this, Li Chiol bent down and reached out to pick the sword up. He didn't expect this sword to be so ancient, but before he could even pick it up, the black aura in his palm reacted violently. The sword absorbed Li Chiol's black energy, causing him to pull his hand back in startle. Li Chiol took note of his surroundings. How could it be this bad? In an instant, an uncontrollable black smoke spread throughout the basement, drawing him inside the sword. Once he got his bearings, he found himself in another dimension. Li Chiol's mouth twitched, about to say something. He couldn't believe his eyes as the space inside here was filled with corpses lying scattered everywhere, piled up into mountains. Li Chiol stood up, walked around, and thought to himself, could this be the memory contained within this short sword? But it's completely different from any weapon memories I've ever read before. The sensation is so vivid, as if I actually exist here. Before he could even calm down, something ferocious struck. A loud roar echoed through the entire space, startling Li Chiol. He quickly turned around. Up above was a presence so overwhelming that even nature itself seemed to tremble. The primordial monster arising from the blue abyss, which had devoured countless civilizations in ancient times. The Calamity Beast Emperor. Li Chiol's legs buckled under him as the crushing pressure bore down on him intensely. His face went pale. "There's no way I can win this fight. I have to run," but his spirit wouldn't allow it. His trembling legs gave out, and he collapsed, unable to move, only able to watch blankly as it drew closer to him. Suddenly, a stone figure wielding a sharp sword appeared behind his back, then lunged upward, blocking the path in front of Li Chiol. He was dazed. Since when was it standing behind me? Using the mountain of corpses as a stepping stone, the stone figure bounded upward incredibly fast. He lunged into midair with his rusted sword, but it still couldn't hide the aura of a hero from ancient times. With just a single slash that tore the enemy apart, the golden light of the demon-slaying swordsmanship flashed through the damp world. The stone hero's presence completely shook up the gloomy sky. In an instant, the monster's corpse dissolved into pieces, torn apart without a single chance to regenerate. Dust and smoke billowed heavily all around, right before Li Chiol's eyes. He stood there dazed and dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. Defeating that monster with just one single slash? He tried to process the situation, right? Who the hell was that just now? A dark silhouette stood amidst the heap of flesh while the monster's blood was still splattering everywhere. The stone hero's appearance gradually came into clear view. He turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Li Chiol flinched and stammered, realizing he was actually a visible entity in this world. The man stepped closer, pressing for answers. "Why are you here? Consider this mercy. I will send you on your way without any pain." He raised his sword high, intending to finish Li Chiol off. Terrified, the boy could only sit there frozen. But unexpectedly, before death could reach him, luck was on his side, and he was teleported back to his old world. Li Chiol's hands were still shaking after what had just happened. He asked himself, what was that? That scene just now? That crushing sensation over my entire body is still lingering inside me, as if it was all real. Seeing the sword vibrating violently, he quickly crawled over and picked it up. Relying firmly on his intuition, Li Chiol grabbed a dagger, sliced his finger a bit to draw some blood, and then let it drop onto the rusted sword, becoming one. No doubt about it, this is definitely it. I will be the master of myriad changes. A blue wave from the sword lit up the entire area. Thanks to his pure drop of blood, the sword reverted to its brand new, original form. He picked it up, warmed up a bit, swinging it back and forth to test its weight, and then slashed into midair with all his might. He made a horizontal cut at chest height. After testing it out, Li Chiol started feeling a bit better. All right, he grinned from ear to ear. I finally found it, boundless. Early the next morning, loud noises echoed throughout the house. A powerful strike came down, splitting the piece of wood right in two. Li Chiol quickly wiped the sweat from his cheek, muttering, "Another failure?" A week had already passed since I got my hands on Boundless, the sword I retrieved from the underground armory that day. Right now, I'm keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid drawing any attention. Li Chiol clenched his fist, recalling that day. What on earth was that? The stance that man took when he swung the demon-slaying sword seemed like a reminder that I'm still not worthy. The dark energy only showed me the technique along with its name. Power aside, just the movement of that man alone exuded pure elegance. But no matter how hard I try to mimic it, I just can't pull it off. He smiled, looking at the sword in his hand, then swung it with a powerful force, slashing straight down. Li Chiol gave a confident smile. Even so, I don't feel rushed at all. In my past life, I was just a nobody who got looked down on, never even taught the family's basic martial arts. It's only a single move, but this is the first time I've ever come into contact with a high-level martial arts style. He let out a sigh of relief, filled with determination. I can do this. I remember exactly how he moved in my memory, clearer than anyone else. Li Chiol suddenly paused. Wait a minute, that man. I'm not a full-grown adult like him. I'm just a 9-year-old kid. He looked down at his tiny hands, thinking, if I try to perfectly copy the movements of an adult, of course I won't be able to bring out its full power. I have to accept this body, take it slow, and let it flow naturally. He held the sword and took his stance, his face filled with determination. Softly closing his eyes, Li Chiol swung the sword in a way that fit his own body, whispering to himself before decisively bringing down a powerful strike. The forceful blow left a massive crater, denting a whole patch of ground. Li Chiol slowly lifted the sword from the ground, looked at his move just now, and joyfully blurted out, "Nice. Looks like I've finally gotten the hang of it." He clenched his fist, determined. Now the only issue left is figuring out how to channel my mana. No matter how many times I try the method from my memory, it still feels like a crucial piece is missing, making it impossible to recreate. He sighed again. In the end, there's nothing to do but keep experimenting. He was so completely absorbed in his training that he didn't notice a figure standing right by the edge of the wall behind him. All right, let's start over, Li Chiol muttered to himself. Meanwhile, a smile spread across the face of the figure watching him. Li Chiol went on to swing his sword once more. The mysterious figure from a moment ago suddenly dashed toward him at lightning speed. She grabbed tight of Li Chiol's sword just as it was about to come down and called out, "Hey, kiddo," causing him to instinctively turn his head. The girl followed up with a question. "Where did you learn that technique?" Li Chiol, a bit flustered at this point, asked back, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, pitch black hair and brown eyes. This person belongs to the main line of the Sung Mu clan. He asked again, "Who are you?" which caught the girl a bit off guard. She spoke up, "You don't know who I am?" Then she burst out laughing. "Ah, right. It makes sense you wouldn't really know. I don't exactly show my face around much anyway." She stepped closer to Li Chiol and asked gently, "So, what's your name?" He replied, a bit confused, "I'm Li Chiol." She shook his hand while introducing herself. "John, your name is pretty unique, right? I'm Li Jiang Hoa. Great to meet you." Li Chiol's mind was filled with question marks as he thought. My youngest aunt? Li Jianhua? I remember what my uncle said. That child, your aunt, is a bit different from everyone else. Your grandfather just couldn't accept it. His face suddenly went pale as he recalled things for his past life. But putting that aside, he just found himself sprawled out on the ground, pouting and biting his lip. Jianhua stood there, teasing him. Your body's a bit on the weaker side, huh? Li Chiol thought. Don't you think I'm strong at all? Jianhua suddenly leaned in close to him and said, So kid, where exactly did you learn that technique? She leaned down, probing for answers. Li Chiol questioned, Why do you ask, Annie? Jianhua said, her voice sounding a bit excited. That's ancient martial arts. Your youngest aunt here absolutely, totally loves ancient martial art styles. That was the era when ancient monsters ran rampant, right? She happily pulled a small notebook out from her collar and excitedly held it out. So, here's a gift for you. Li Chiol took the notebook, flipping through it in confusion. A gift? His aunt was also pretty hyped. Yep, open it up and take a look. He studied it intently. The handwriting is terrible. It's kind of hard to read. But is this magic? It's not just magic. It also has notes on martial arts. The level is pretty advanced, to the point where even I can't easily wrap my head around it. He thought, maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate. Then he suddenly froze when he flipped to a certain page. Standing beside him, Jianhua excitedly pointed at the page. Ah, that one? Those are ancient spells based on raw mana paths. She explained, back in the day, magic only utilized the raw mana flowing through the body without needing a mana core. Modern magic, on the other hand, relies on storing mana in the heart. But can we really just write ancient magic off as outdated? Li Chiol looked at his youngest aunt in pure amazement, thinking, this is a perspective I've never even considered before. Jianhua continued, the mana manipulation techniques back then might have actually been superior to what we have now. That's why I've been researching amplification and conversion techniques myself. But the records left behind are just too scarce. Li Chiol listened to the explanation while staring at the notebook in his hands, completely shocked. The magic of Boundless. He suddenly handed the notebook back to Jianhua and bolted, shouting back over his shoulder as he ran, Auntie, please wait a minute. Jianhua was a bit confused and called back. What's up? Li Chiol grabbed his sword and started following his aunt's instructions. Mana from his mana core surged throughout his entire body, but instead of drawing the mana back into the core, he only manipulated it through his raw mana paths, the exact method used by the man in his memories that he hadn't been able to figure out. All right, this can work. It was as if Li Chiol had suddenly cracked the underlying principle. He swung the sword in his hand down hard, carving a long gash into the earth and fracturing the surrounding ground. Both Li Chiol and Jianhua stood there with their jaws dropped in absolute shock. He was so thrilled that he blurted his thoughts right out loud. It worked. Jianhua was so stunned that she rushed over to him, demanding, What was that? That was an amplification technique, wasn't it? Li Chiol turned his face away, looking incredibly awkward as he spoke up. Yes, it was indeed an amplification technique. Looking utterly desperate, Jianhua grabbed onto him tightly and yelled, What? How on earth did you pull that off? He muttered, I just did it. She got a bit annoyed. What do you mean by that? How did you actually manage to do it? Li Chiol patted his shoulder, looking a bit disgruntled. Why should I tell you? Jianhua shot right back. Because you only figured it out thanks to the notebook I gave you. I've dedicated my whole life to this stuff. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after getting kicked out of the house. I'm begging you, if I do something for you, could you please teach me? Li Chiol was a bit at a loss as to what to do with his aunt's plea. He let out a sigh and began to lay out his terms. Fine, then you have to promise me 3 things. Jianhua questioned, A promise? Only then did he explain. Yes, the first thing is that you can't tell anyone anything about me without my permission. Naturally, that includes my eldest brother and father. They can't know either. Jianhua's mind was full of question marks as she asked back, Why? Li Chiol let out a heavy sigh. Because I don't like people talking about me behind my back. At that, she finally had an epiphany. Ah, I get it. I'm the same way. He blanked out for a second, catching the look on Jianhua's face. Why do you look so downcast? Li Chiol continued with his conditions. The second thing is that you can't lie to me. Since we need to trust each other, I'll also be honest with you to the best of my ability. Jianhua's head spun a bit, when she heard his condition. But then she clenched her fist with determination. All right, fine. What's the last thing? He continued once more. The final thing is... A year later, Ga Hoa came running in from outside holding a letter, shouting in a total panic, "Young master." Young master. Li Chiol, who was in the middle of training, paused and asked, "Nanny, what's got you running all the way out to the training grounds?" Out of breath, she reported, "Here, look at this," and handed him a letter. Standing aback, Jiang Hoa couldn't help but wonder, what is it? Li Chiol stared at the letter, thinking to himself, it's finally here. Ga Hoa spoke up. It's the summons for the naming ceremony. A piece of paper was unfolded, and Li Chiol held it in his hands, staring closely at one corner. Head of House Representative, Li Gunsong. He looked at the letter, thinking, father isn't home? I didn't hear anything about him heading out. Jiang Hoa, standing behind him, exploded in anger and screamed, "The naming ceremony?" Li Chiol looked at his slightly crazed aunt and asked, "Why are you suddenly getting so worked up?" Jiang Hoa stood there, running a hand through her hair and shouting. Everything was just starting to fall into place. Right now is the most critical time. If you go to that naming ceremony, you're going to get tied down there. No way. Don't go, just blow it off. While Jiang Hoa was making a scene, he was still deep in thought. It's been a year since my pact with Aunt Jiang Hoa, and we've been researching magic together ever since. Modern magic centers on elemental magic, while ancient magic relies on raw mana paths. Combining these two systems creates a completely new type of magic, which happens to be the lifelong dream she wanted to achieve. Elemental magic is used to store and alter mana properties, while raw mana paths help control and operate it. Thanks to this, my ability to apply magic completely blows other kids my age out of the water. Jiang Hoa was still muttering beside him at this point. Can you really, truly not skip this? Researching magic is way more fun anyway. He spoke up. You know that's not an option, right? Jiang Hoa sniffled, but still, Li Chiol comforted her. Don't worry. Even if my time gets cut back a bit, I'll keep practicing my magic and restoring ancient magic styles. That comment caught Jiang Hoa by surprise, and she looked up at him. How is that even possible? The training schedule for the naming ceremony is going to be brutal. Jiang Hoa's question brought a sudden smile to Li Chiol's face. He answered confidently, I'll just do both at the same time. The next day, training officially began. Jiang Wood stated, first off, endure this magic attack for 30 minutes. He looked over at the kids as he spoke. Thinking back, something's changed. Electrical currents surged back and forth, striking their bodies. Normally, a kid like Li Chiol, who had never even gone through basic training, should have been electrocuted and knocked out immediately. Yet he countered every single bit of it using magic. A flash of killing intent from Li Chiol's eyes locked onto Jiang Wood, making him jump. He thought, that kid is testing things out, observing the 8th young lady to gauge his own level while forcing the instructors to teach at a higher level. A concubine's son who's only 10 years old dares to pull something like this. Jiang Wood broke into a cold sweat, standing there staring at Li Chiol. Damn it, calling him a concubine's son? No, with talent like that. Calling him, that is an insult to a martial artist. I seriously need to check myself, she told herself. This isn't just a simple training session to prepare for the naming ceremony anymore. It's a chance to pour absolutely everything I have into teaching him. After wrapping up a grueling training session, Li Chiol stretched his arms as he walked out the door. All done. He thought back to the moment he was getting blasted by lightning inside the glass enclosure. This clan is completely insane. To build up magic resistance, they straight up throw you into a magic generating device. Li Chiol massaged his shoulder while reflecting on it, though I didn't expect the other side to be the one apologizing first. Somewhere along the line, the way everyone looks at me has completely shifted. He dragged his exhausted body outside. Anyway, I need to go get some rest first. A figure suddenly materialized beside him, throwing out a surprise attack, but he still managed to block the blow. Hoa spoke up. Hey, you concubine's brat, get over here for a second. He glared at him with ferocious eyes. Li Chiol angrily slapped the hand away. What kind of game are you trying to play? Hoa pointed a finger right at his chest and yelled, her voice dripping with arrogance. Watch your mouth. I'm the child of the main wife, and you're just a concubine's son. Plus, I'm a year older than you. Li Chiol thought, what a pain, before speaking aloud. I don't have time to bicker with you. He turned around, preparing to leave. Seeing this, she screamed in rage, gathering power in her hand as she stepped forward. "Hey, don't you dare ignore me." Li Chiol was pretty surprised by this move. "You actually dare to channel mana?" He instinctively stepped back, bracing himself, intending to just let it slide. Instead, Li Chiol swiftly dodged Hoa's punch, then squared his hands into a stance, grabbed her tightly by the neck, and hoisted her up. He dropped a threatening warning. "If you want to whine, go whine to your mother. Stop bothering me. I'm busy too." She stumbled back unsteadily after he let her go, screaming out in a voice filled with bitter resentment. "This is all your fault, because you caused such a massive scene at the awakening ceremony. I keep getting constantly compared to you. Please just know your place as a concubine's child and shut up. It's so unfair. I'll lose sleep and skip meals to train like hell every single day, while you're just born with superior talent. I didn't want any of this either, but my mom is pre." Suddenly, she clamped her hand over her own mouth. Li Chiol was quick to criticize her. "Blaming others must feel pretty liberating, huh? Like you said, I'm a concubine's child. Does this status even allow me the luxury of having a choice? You're losing sleep? Then stop sleeping. You're skipping snacks and still can't keep up? Then go ahead and skip your main meals too." He provoked her. "If I annoy you that much, then use whatever means you can to beat me. Then make me apologize to you, because that is exactly the Sung Mu clan style." Hoa still obstinately clenched her fists. "You arrogant brat," she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Fine. Come the naming ceremony, I'll deliver a performance that completely blows yours away, and I'll force you to call me big sister and beg on your knees. Mark my words." Li Chiol flashed a subtle smirk, looking at her. "Sure, I'll be waiting to see it." In the afternoon, at the training ground reserved exclusively for the direct line, Sector 7, someone was making their way inside. Seeing this, a servant hurried over and bowed respectfully. "The madam has arrived." Hoa Yun, with a completely ice-cold expression, ordered, "Dismissed. I have something to say to my daughter." Taking the order, the servant quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am," and left the room. At that moment, Hoa was actively training inside. Hoa Yun spoke up. "What do you think you are doing?" causing Hoa to turn her head in surprise. "Mother." She nervously bowed her head and replied, "I am training." Standing opposite her, Hoa Yun said in a stern voice, "I heard about what happened. You actually let him overpower you instead." She lectured, "I've told you before, if you cannot suppress them, then crush them completely." How utterly disappointing. If you're only training this hard out of fear of punishment, then you might as well stop. Every single word pierced straight through her mind. Hoa spoke up to defend herself. "I know what you think about my training, but I'm doing this because I want to." She gripped the sword behind her back, her voice trembling slightly. Hoa Yun used a bone-chilling tone, completely devoid of emotion. "What did you say?" Hoa still tried to explain. "I'm going to beat that guy, but not because you ordered me to. It's because I want to do it. I will make my own decisions." Hoa Yun stood there, her face darkening, getting riled up by a complete nobody. She trembled as she bowed, clenching her fists tightly. Hoa Yun leaned down, lecturing her. "You are a child of the Sung Mu clan's main wife. You and he were never on the same starting line to begin with. Beating him is a given, yet you actually let yourself get rattled." She pulled a glass vial out from her clothes and held it out. "This is Dream Charm, a lethal poison. If you cannot surpass him, then trample him." Hoa Yun handed the item over to Hoa, who was standing there completely dazed. That is the true way of the Sung Mu clan. After handing it over, she turned and left immediately. Meanwhile, over at Li Chiol's quarters, Jie Hoa stared at the computer screen and gasped in pure shock. This is impossible. The rankings were currently displayed right on the screen. Seeing this, Li Chiol smiled cheerfully. "So, Nanny, can you stop worrying now?" Jie Hoa was so ecstatic that she wrapped her arms tightly around him. I barely even helped you at all, young master, and yet you did so amazingly well." Li Chiol comforted her right back. "You've helped me plenty, Nanny." "Don't say that." Suddenly, loud noises coming from outside the door grew louder, forcing the two of them to break out of their hug. Jiang Hoa burst through the entrance, throwing the door wide open and shouting, "All right, kiddo, time to train." Li Chiol went pale, staring at his aunt. "I literally just finished training." Jiang Hoa flexed her arm muscles, saying playfully, "Which is exactly why we need to keep going. Practicing mana techniques will actually make you less tired. He glared at her, shooting back. I have never once heard of mana doing that. Jiang Hoa quickly looked away, pouting, it's true, totally true, probably. Li Qiol sighed and looked at her. Fine, I have something I want to show you anyway. His words caught Jiang Hoa completely by surprise. She gasped, no way. Don't tell me you've already reached 1 star. His youngest aunt's astonished reaction filled the boy with a sense of pride. To put it into perspective, mana manipulation techniques normally required going through 3 distinct phases. Fortifying the body to reach the body reinforcement realm, transforming the properties of one's mana to reach the Qigong realm, and manifesting superhuman power through mana to reach the Qi scripture realm. But her mana manipulation technique was different. It was still the first phase, but it could achieve much more and unlock various other abilities. Because of this, her mana manipulation system was divided into specific levels called stars. As Jiang Hoa channeled energy into Li Qiol, she marveled, perfect. It really is 1 star. Did you feel anything strange when utilizing your mana pathways? I thought it would take at least another year. Li Qiol shuddered, wrapping his arms around himself as he complained, I just figured this out while studying the theory. Thinking back, that training was pure madness. If I had failed to control the mana, the balance between my mana core and mana pathways might have collapsed completely. But in reality, just letting everything flow naturally was enough. Mana is like water. It follows its own inherent laws. In the end, our bodies are nothing more than vessels to hold mana. Jiang Hoa looked at her own hand as she manipulated her mana, reflecting, the body is a vessel. She piped up excitedly. Kiddo, I think I can do it too. It'll probably take some time, but I can definitely pull it off. Standing right beside her, Li Qiol could only sigh, thinking, did she just gain some sort of enlightenment? Jiang Hoa suddenly hugged him tightly, showering him with praise. Thank you, my little lucky charm, which only made him uncomfortable as he choked out in sheer agony. Ack, cough. You're gonna break my ribs. Jiang Hoa let him go and stood there striking a determined pose. Now on to 2 star, while he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, wheezing, I almost died right there. Jiang Hoa spoke up again. You knew right from the start that your 1 star is different from the usual first phase, right? Li Qiol sat up, his face completely expressionless as he replied. Yeah, I know. She asked again, so, what do you think you're best at using? Li Qiol fell into thought for a moment before answering, what I'm best at using. I think it's the sword. Jiang Hoa quickly cut him off. Not in my opinion. Her remark left him pretty bewildered. Li Qiol leaned forward, questioning, but you've never even seen me practice swordsmanship? She stated firmly, oh, I have a few times when I was free. Jiang Hoa scratched her chin, explaining, what I mean is that you have a talent that completely eclipses swordsmanship. It's kind of hard to explain with words, isn't it? Your greatest talent is actually mana manipulation techniques. Her words instantly piqued Li Qiol's curiosity, leaving him quite surprised by her answer. She continued to explain, your affinity for mana is so overwhelmingly superior that it makes everything else pale in comparison. I've tried teaching the mana manipulation technique I created to so many people, but not a single one could do it. Li Qiol stared at the glowing spots on his body, thinking, before returning to the past, I was mocked because I couldn't use mana at all. Jiang Hoa pointed straight at his face, declaring, but for you, reaching 2 star right now won't be a challenge at all. And if you succeed with 2 star, then the naming ceremony will be nothing more than child's play, she asserted confidently. After wrapping up her explanation, Jiang Hoa happily went to drag Li Qiol off for more training. Now, I'll teach you the techniques you really need to focus on. Sitting there, he also smiled back cheerfully. Yes, ma'am, I understand. Li Qiol stood up from the ground, asking curiously, by the way, Annie, what's that thing next to you? Jiang Hoa looked over at the wooden box beside her, flashing a knowing smile. As she pointed at it, oh, this thing, a metal ball shot out, grazing Li Qiol's cheek, leaving a long scratch before slamming into the wall. Jiang Hoa beamed radiantly and chimed, they're iron marbles. Controlling 3 of the marbles, she explained, you have to learn how to release mana while you're on the move. If you only manipulate it while standing still, then that mana technique is basically useless. Alright, let's get started. Jiang Hoa shot a murderous glare at Li Qiol, giving him a really bad feeling about this. The following day at the training grounds, Li Dongquan held his weapon and stood with a stern expression as he introduced himself. I am the captain of the Blood Fox Squad, Li Dongquan. From this moment on, I will be instructing you in the secret arts of the Sungmu clan. He pointed toward a pile of weapons behind him. Pick the weapons you will be using and bring them over here. You have 1 minute, so don't dawdle. Li Dongquan's harsh tone sent the two of them rushing down to grab their weapons. Hoa stole a quick glance at Li Chiol while he just stared at the pile of weapons, unable to help but mutter seriously. Li Chiol turned around, looked at her flustered face, and snapped. What are you staring at? Got something to say? Hoa quickly shot back. I'm not staring, and I have absolutely nothing to say to you. She sneaked closer and whispered to him. Hey, you're using a sword too, right? Li Chiol let out a sigh and answered, No. Hoa looked at him in confusion as he walked off, clutching a whole pile of weapons. Huh? But I clearly saw you studying weapon arts before. Li Dongquan stood there, glaring at him, demanding, What do you think you're doing? Li Chiol answered immediately. You told us to pick our weapons and bring them over. He questioned, I told you to pick what you use. Clutching a wide assortment of weapons, he replied, These are exactly what I use. Li Dongquan was a bit taken aback by Li Chiol's answer. He turned away, muttering, I thought you weren't completely stupid, but turns out you're just a total blockhead. With that, Li Dongquan drew the weapon from his back and lectured, Engrave the words I am about to say deep into your mind. I said I would teach you the secret arts, but that doesn't mean specific moves or stances. Li Dongquan continued his lecture. Within the Sungmu clan, there are countless secret techniques known as Dominion Intent. To comprehend these secret techniques, you must first awaken the instincts currently slumbering in your bloodline. Holding his weapon, he stepped closer to the two of them. From now on, I will help you unlock them. Don't worry too much about awakening your instincts. He took a stance as he explained. Hoa whispered to him nervously, What is he trying to do? Li Chiol replied, If you don't want to get knocked out right from the start, you'd better get ready. Meanwhile, Li Dongquan had already closed the distance. Terrified, Li Chiol pivoted sharply to the left. Li Dongquan swung his weapon right into him, sending him flying. Li Chiol's eyes widened in sheer shock at the sudden strike. Li Dongquan gave a provocative smirk. You actually blocked that? Taking a few steps back, he thought to himself, Damn it, I can't believe I have to go through this madness all over again. In my past life, I couldn't even finish this training course. But things are different this time. Armed with that thought, Li Chiol lunged forward with his sword. He took a brutal, direct hit to the cheek from Li Dongquan's weapon. Right behind him, Hoa charged forward as well, only to take a swift strike to her back from Li Dongquan. He thought to himself, so the whole month has already passed since we started training under Li Dongquan. No matter how you look at it, forcing a 10-year-old kid through training intense enough to cause broken bones and internal injuries is definitely not meant for children. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm gradually getting a feel for it. Li Chiol felt a slight sense of accomplishment. Hoa finally regained consciousness after taking that powerful blow from Li Dongquan. She asked dazedly, Did I pass out again? Li Chiol replied as if it were obvious. Yep, that's your 22nd time. I've only got 16. Feeling frustrated and defeated, Hoa grumbled, If only I had prepared better on the first day. Standing right there observing the two of them, Li Dongquan thought, The 8th young lady has an extraordinary physical constitution. Even though I went a bit overboard, she didn't sustain any severe injuries. As for that illegitimate brat, right from day one, I had a feeling he was something special. When he first brought that whole pile of weapons, I thought he was some kind of idiot, but his proficiency with every single type of weapon is actually pretty solid, and his practical application completely exceeded my expectations. What's more, it's only been a single month, and the results are already starting to show. A subtle smile crept onto his face. Interesting. Li Dongquan stepped closer to them and called out, Time to resume training. Everyone back to your positions. By this time, both of them were thoroughly exhausted after the grueling training session. Li Jiao Sudali spoke, Hey, Hua. Worn out and irritable, she snapped back. Huh? You calling me? He laid out a plan. I'll give the signal, and you try to block him just once. She questioned, a bit confused. Why on earth should I do that? Li Chiol said nonchalantly. If you don't want to, then forget it. I just thought we could land a solid hit on our uncle. That's all. His comment left Hoa completely speechless. Setting her determination, she asked back, "Are you sure about this?" He nodded, positive. Hoa yelled, "You owe me one," and charged straight at Li Dongquan. Li Chiol, standing right behind her, also bolted forward at full speed. Given his current strength, he thought, "I don't stand a chance of winning on my own, so our only option is to utilize our numbers advantage." The two of them closed in simultaneously. Li Dongquan twirled his weapon, muttering to himself, "Working together, are we? Not a bad choice." Intrigued to see if their plan would work, he focused closely on their offensive movements. Right at that split second, he launched a counterattack from the right. Li Dongquan used his weapon to completely halt Li Chiol's strike, blowing the boy backward. He let out a soft chuckle upon seeing that he had blocked the move, then slowly began rushing toward him. Refusing to back down, Li Chiol quickly swung his weapon to intercept the blow, signaling Hoa at the exact same time. Right at that moment, she came dropping down from above, plunging straight toward the two men locked in combat. The instant Li Dongquan's attention shifted away, Li Chiol hurled his weapon to the side, snatched up a nearby sword, and poured all his power straight into it. There's only one single strike that can actually inflict damage. The sword I won from Mujin bamboo rice. Armed with that thought, he funneled every ounce of his strength into the blade and lunged headfirst back into the fray. Mid-battle, Li Dongquan was caught off guard when he saw Li Chiol charging back in. He turned around, intending to parry the incoming strike. As Li Chiol dashed past, he suddenly let go of the sword. This ends now, channeling all his power into the back of his hand. He drove a heavy punch straight into Li Dongquan's stomach. A massive shockwave of power exploded from the impact. Li Chiol gave a sly smirk and looked up. "You actually blocked that?" He froze when he saw a massive hand completely clamping down on his fist. An overwhelming force slammed into him, making him cough up blood. Li Chiol was thrown backward, crashing hard onto the floor. Li Dongquan stepped over to him. "So it took 37 days, huh?" He clapped his hands in approval. "Congratulations, you've unlocked your sixth sense." Then turning over to Hoa, he delivered a quick strike. The young lady is still a long way off. Looking down at the two battered and bruised children, Li Dongquan happily took his leave, making sure to drop a parting word. "That's wraps for today." Hoa cursed furiously behind Li Dongquan's back. "You're the one who said we could land a hit, and I actually believed you, you jerk." Li Chiol stood there, staring at his bruised hand from the punch, thinking, in the end, even after activating my mana, it only managed to pierce through a tiny bit. Even if it was just a minuscule amount, I've broken the taboo of not using mana. Li Dongquan clenched his fist with determination, thinking abandoning a technique like that combined with such phenomenal combat instincts, he's going to become someone who strikes terror into the absolute pillars of this family. Night gradually began to fall. On the 47th day, right after Hoa unlocked her sixth sense, their training with Li Dongquan came to an end. The remaining time was set aside for resting and reviewing everything they had learned. Right at that moment, the person who had come looking for him appeared right before his eyes. A familiar voice rang out. "You're Li Chiol, right?" "My eldest brother, Li Myongjong." He opened his mouth to greet him. Eldest brother Li Myongjong, the firstborn son of Li Gunsong. His title is Surging River, an unprecedented master who has reached sub-tier 2 in magic and primary tier 2 in martial arts. Everyone both admires and fears him, but to me, my big brother is my only real sibling. Li Myongjong and he were currently sitting down together, catching up. He spoke up. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to look out for you. Though it's just an excuse, I've been a bit busy lately." Li Chiol replied understandingly. "It's fine, brother. I'm doing well." His eldest brother gave a gentle smile. "Today is probably our very first time meeting face-to-face. Yet you knew exactly who I was right away, didn't you?" Li Chiol answered confidently. "Of course, brother. Even though I'm just an illegitimate child. As your younger brother, how could I possibly not know what my own big brother looks like?" Li Myongjong looked at him with a trace of sadness, comforting him. "An illegitimate child? Don't you ever say that again. Even if we have different mothers, you and I are still brothers." He thought to himself, a kid who hasn't even had his naming ceremony, yet is already calling himself illegitimate. Li Chiol looked a bit flustered. "I'm sorry." His brother could only sigh, looking down at him. "There's no need to apologize, as long as you understand." Li Myongjong spoke up again. "Next time, There's no need for such formal greetings. We're brothers, so why be so polite? A bright smile lit up Li Qiol's face as he replied, Yes, brother, I got it. He thought to himself, Big brother was exactly the same even when he was young. Li Myongjong reached into his coat pocket. Here's a gift for our first meeting. When I enrolled at the Fun Magic University in France, I managed to obtain this, but I think it'll be much more useful to you. A type of elixir called nectar. He held out a small glass vial. Li Qiol held it in his hand, thinking to himself, Is this the high-grade elixir that the French Magic Tower only produces 500 milliliters of every 10 years? Then he spoke aloud. Brother, you shouldn't have given me something so incredibly precious. Li Qiol said sincerely, I'm truly grateful to you, big brother. His expression of gratitude caught Li Myongjong off guard. He stared at the boy for a good moment before finally speaking. You're a bit different, aren't you? Puzzled, he asked back, Huh? What do you mean by that? Li Myongjong explained warmly. All the other younger siblings I've met before just viewed me as a rival. So this feeling is both strange and really nice. Li Qiol quickly cut him off. You've got it a bit twisted, brother, leaving Li Myongjong blinking in surprise. The boy continued, It's not that I don't see you as a rival either. Since we were born into this family, you are absolutely my rival too, big brother. Li Qiol stated confidently. So don't just view me as some cute little kid. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll end up becoming your absolute greatest rival. I look forward to a fun competition. His declaration made Li Myongjong burst into a loud roar of laughter. He laughed, then patted the boy's head, saying softly, All right then. I'll be waiting for that day. The day you become my strongest opponent. Li Qiol looked at his brother, promising himself, My eldest brother has always truly loved and protected me. This time, I will definitely protect him. He gave a gentle smile to his precious older brother and replied, Yes. A few days later, out on the sea, the second exam of the Sungmu clan, the naming ceremony, had finally arrived. Familiar faces stood on the deck of the boat, heading straight for their destination, Red Blue Island, an island where the color of the soil shift depending on the density of mana in the air. For a very long time, this place had served as the venue for the Sungmu clan's naming ceremonies. The boat gradually closed in on the island. The proctor spoke up, I will now brief you on the rules for the naming ceremony exam. The young ladies and young masters will have to survive on Red Blue Island for 3 weeks and prove your worth. The devices currently being distributed to everyone are for tracking your location. Unless it's an absolute emergency, you must keep them on your person at all times. The final trial of the exam will open up 2 days after the conclusion of the 3rd week. Both of them begin strapping the devices onto their wrists after the rules have been thoroughly explained. Best of luck to you all, the proctor concluded before leaving the 2 of them stranded on the island. Hoa looked over at Li Qiol. Hey, I have something to say to you. He let out a sigh. Looks like you've already made up your mind. Huh? Hoa stood beside him, acting completely nonchalant. Huh? Made up my mind about what? Li Qiol said casually, Ever since our training, you've clearly been itching to say something. Hoa, having her true intentions exposed, quickly stammered, What? How did you even know? He looked at her like she was an absolute idiot. How could I not know? Go ahead, I'm listening. His words made Hoa hesitate for a second. She unstrapped the tracker from her wrist, then turned to him and signaled, Take yours off too and throw it in with mine. Li Qiol took off the device and stepped closer. All right, it's done. What's this about? Hoa quickly pulled out a glass jar and held it right in front of his face. It's poison. Its name is Dream Charm. She spoke up, making Li Qiol's eyes widen in sheer surprise. Hoa explained, It only works on children under 15. If it's exposed to the air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates on its own. Once it seeps into the body, it completely clogs up your mana pathways for a very long time. Li Qiol suddenly turned dead serious. Who did you get that from? Hoa swirled the glass jar back and forth. I have no intention of telling you. With that, she used one hand to hurl it violently against a nearby boulder. With a sharp smash, it shattered into a million pieces. See? Now, there's absolutely no evidence left. She threw it so incredibly fast that it left him pretty stunned. Hoa confidently patted her chest. I'm going to beat you fair and square, without relying on cheap poison like this. So you'd better give it everything you've got during the exam, too. Her words deeply moved Li Qiol. He smiled and replied, You don't even have to say it. I was already planning on doing just that. Hoa stood there, looking fired up. Good, she advised him. Did you put your tracker back on? Don't go recklessly wandering into the center of the island before you're familiar with the terrain. It's incredibly dangerous. Li Chiol answered indifferently. Yeah, I know already. Are you actually worried about me? Before he could even finish his sentence, Hoa screamed in annoyance. Well, worried. I'm just terrified you'll wind up dead somewhere before you even get a chance to fight me. Right as she was speaking, a massive noise echoed out, cutting their conversation short. Both of them whipped their heads toward the forest. Hoa offered a parting word. Well, just don't go dying on me then. I'm heading out first. She hoisted her pack onto her shoulder and began walking away. Li Chiol stood there, watching her retreating figure with a trace of reluctance. And there she goes. Despite his words, he thought to himself, my target was never the outskirts of this island anyway. Setting his resolve, he muttered, all right, time for me to head out too. He made a beeline straight toward the center of Red Blue Island. Meanwhile, over on the monitoring side, the judges were observing everything. One of them spoke up, as expected of the 8th child of the Sung Mu clan. She's already completed her first hunting objective. The number of monsters she's taken down is pretty impressive too. After all, this is likely her very first time in actual combat. Yet those instincts of hers are definitely something she was born with. Trio Rang chimed in with his thoughts. It was 47 days, if I recall correct. At that moment, Li Dong Quan, sitting back in the corner, offered his opinion. That child wasn't originally capable of this. I used to think it would take her at least a full 2 months. While she has talent, that's really all there is to it. Simply put, someone managed to light a fire under her. Li Dong Quan was closely tracking Li Chiol's movements on the screen. Trio Rang noticed what the boy was doing at that moment. But still, what on earth is that kid up to right now? Li Dong Quan answered from behind. Looks like he's looking for a place to take shelter. The others in the room immediately began gossiping. He's running away like a scared little mouse. What a coward. And he calls himself a descendant of the Sung Mu clan. Right then, a voice cut through the chatter. Quiet down. Li Myong Zhong spoke up. In a perilous place like this, finding a shelter first is the smartest thing to do. There's absolutely nothing to criticize about that. The man back in the corner couldn't find a comeback, so he just agreed sheepishly. Humph, I suppose that's true. The person next to him chuckled along. We've probably just been watching the 8th young lady too much, so our standards have gotten a bit too high. Staring at the screen, Trio Rang suddenly remarked. Within the house of the Sung Mu clan, being ordinary is practically a sin. He stroked his beard, letting out a soft chuckle. Wouldn't you agree? The crowd there chimed in together. Absolutely. When you really think about it, that's exactly how it is. For someone carrying the Sung Mu bloodline to act like a total nobody is just pathetic. Sitting there, Li Myong Zhong clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself, belittling and mocking a child simply because of his birth status? Since when did our family become like this? Or maybe we've just always been this way all along. He looked up, staring at his younger brother's figure on the screen. But still, what exactly is Li Chiol planning by heading straight for the center of Red Blue Island? Li Myong Zhong then stole a quick glance to his side. Tae Hyung was sitting there, gritting his teeth and grumbling. Tisk, what the hell is this brat think? He felt a bit helpless himself, thinking, I'm not the only one who finds this baffling. Li Myong Zhong let out a quiet sigh. What exactly are you trying to do, Li Chiol? Back on the island, Li Chiol had managed to find a cave. This spot will do just fine. He focused on performing a few puzzling actions, lighting up several types of medicinal herbs, and completely blocking off the entrance. Over on the judge's side, they watched in curiosity. His concealment skills aren't bad at all. Indeed, Trio Rang, with a look of pure shock suddenly spreading across his face, blurted out, Wait, hold on a second. What is that kid doing? On the screen, Li Chiol was actively unstrapping the tracking device from his wrist. The judges were caught completely off guard, only able to stammer out, wait, don't tell me he's... At that moment, he used some thick foliage to completely obscure the device. Right on the monitor, the video feed instantly cut to black. Li Dong Quan, sitting in the back of the room, couldn't help but chuckle to himself before bursting into a loud laugh. He really is completely unpredictable. Meanwhile, the two men sitting in the front could only facepalm in absolute helplessness. Back with Li Chiol, after successfully hiding the tracking device, he let out a sigh of relief. There's no reason to let anyone else watch what I'm doing. He activated the mana inside the ring on his finger. Now, I can finally use Boundless. A sword materialized out of thin air. Since I made it on a red-blue island, I need to harvest as much as I possibly can. With a face full of absolute confidence, Li Chiol gripped the small sword in his hand. All right, let's move. Right now, his face was twisted into a scowl as he stared at the toxic-looking pot of water in front of him. He could only let out a deep sigh. I guess it's done. It looks horrific. Is this really mana tea? Anyone looking at this wouldn't think it's water brewed from mana herbs. Li Chiol grimaced while stirring the medicinal pot. In my past life, I couldn't even afford cheap elixirs, which is why I had to tag along with herb gatherers and apothecaries just to find mana herbs. He recalled his youngest aunt's advice. Red Green Island is overflowing with mana in the air. You must take advantage of it to strengthen your mana. Li Chiol felt helpless. Auntie said so herself. If I drink water brewed from mana herbs, the effects will definitely be much higher. Li Chiol looked at the pot of medicinal herbs. His face completely wrinkled up as he reassured himself. Phew, all right. Twilight descended upon the island, and the pot of medicinal herbs was completely empty, rolling around on the ground. He thought to himself, that tastes like it came straight from hell. The lonely battle of 3 weeks officially begins. Leaving the protagonist's story aside for a moment, the scene shifts to the 18th day of the naming ceremony at Li Myong's office. While Li Myong was completely absorbed in handling paperwork, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside. Sir, may I come in? He felt surprised, but immediately replied politely. Come in. The owner of the voice stepped inside after receiving permission, not forgetting to maintain etiquette with a polite bow. Apologies for disturbing you while you were working. Li Myong remained understanding and quickly brought the conversation to the point. Looking at your face, you must have bad news again. The person bringing the news was none other than Yukong Hyun, the vice captain of the Clear Sword Squad, directly under Li Myong. He held a serious expression, placed his hand over his chest, and reported. A large-scale group of wanderers seems to have entered northern South Korea without a second thought. Lee Dong-kwan went straight to the point. At first, I thought they were just causing trouble in the wilderness of the danger zone, but now they're moving south. Just a 2-day journey away, there's a magic stone mine belonging to the clan. Li Myong was curious, placing his hand on his chin as he thought to himself. Wanderers, criminals roaming all over the region. After a brief consideration, he immediately voiced his opinion to Li Dong-kwan. Those hyenas wouldn't dare trespass into the clan's territory without a reason. But Li Dong-kwan di saga. He expressed his thoughts frankly to Li Myong. They might look like wanderers on the surface, but it could just be a disguise. There is definitely some faction pulling the strings behind this. Li Myong thought about it and realized it wasn't necessarily wrong. Based on what he knew, he pointed out, there are also reports that the Nine Dragons Fortress has moved its forces to the northern border. The main subject Li Myong mentioned wasn't just a small neighborhood, but a massive faction of the Central Plains, the Nine Dragons Fortress. Up until now, they had continuously provoked the Sung Mu clan by trespassing into their unexplored lands. Li Myong wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he calmly thought it through, connecting the ongoing issues. It seems the information about Father leaving the clan has been leaked. This must be a golden opportunity for hostile forces. Catching the core of the matter, he asked Li Dong-kwan, does the clan's intelligence department know about this information yet? Li Dong-kwan quickly answered, thanks to your prior order to keep watch, we caught wind of this faster than clan intelligence. What Li Myong needed to know was now clear. Without a moment's delay, he stood up and laid out the next strategy. First, let's cooperate with the intelligence department to find out more. When Li Dong-kwan left, Li Myong was left alone in the room. He instinctively looked out the window, and, based on his gut feeling, he still felt an eerie sense of unease. He thought to himself gloomily, I hope this is just a mistaken gut feeling. In a flash, the scene shifts to a dense, desolate forest beneath the bright light of a full moon illuminating the woods. A mysterious ancient necklace glows, emitting rapid, terrifying sounds that signal an ominous omen about to happen. Not long after, the light from the necklace bursts out violently. A spatial rift suddenly appears, shattering the silence of the forest. From within the rift, a Buddhist monk staff along with its distinct iron rings emerges, accompanied by a mysterious figure wearing a strange smile, stepping out under the brilliant moonlight. The silhouette of a sorcerer gradually comes into view. He talks to himself casually in front of the moonlight. Are 2 nights enough to kill an illegitimate child? Time quickly skips to the next morning at Red Green Island, the clan's territory, where Li Chiol is undergoing harsh training. Under the eerie atmosphere of the forest, the sounds of battle between man and beast echo continuously. Moving closer, a fight is indeed taking place. Li Chiol's opponent is a dragon-like monster, a Tier 7 beast named Draco. Li Chiol faces it looking a bit exhausted. It seems both sides have been through a long battle. Giving him no time to rest, the monster raises its head, gathering a breath of fire in its throat, preparing to unleash its next move. Once it builds up enough power, it launches a massive torrent of fire toward Li Chiol, facing the massive column of fire rushing his way. He doesn't lose his cool at all, calmly observing the attack carefully. Just as the column of fire reaches him, Li Chiol swiftly tilts his body to dodge the strike with absolute precision. Taking advantage of the dragon's cooldown, he rushes forward while gathering enough energy into his blade. As he gets close enough, Li Chiol leaps into the air, charging straight at the dragon. A second later, he uses all his might to swing his sword, delivering a finishing blow. A deafening explosion rings out alongside lightning. The sword in Li Chiol's hand drives straight into the dragon's head, making its eyes pop, and its mouth gape as it crashes down, accepting its fate as a stepping stone for him to become stronger. Dealing with this dragon took a lot more energy than Li Chiol had anticipated. After finishing it off, he wipes the sweat with his hand, letting out a sigh of relief as he murmurs, "A dragon really is something else." If I were still at the edge of Red Green Island, I would have been knocked out by the very first hit. Standing before the massive corpse of a dragon, he thinks, "It took me until the 18th day just to reach the center of Red Green Island, the dragon's territory. But staying here too long is just a waste of time." Saying that, Li Chiol looks toward the center of the island. "There's another reason why I ventured this deep inside." Giving him no rest, minor tremors in the ground make Li Chiol realize something is happening nearby. He immediately raises his guard but can't help complaining. Again, his strength hasn't fully recovered from the battle with the dragon yet. So hiding to observe the enemy is the best option right now. It doesn't take too long for him to realize what is going on. From inside the bushes, Li Chiol witnesses a group of Tier 8 monsters, man lizard men, gathering together. Thinking back, he says to himself, "Indeed, I ran into lizard men before while exploring the island. It's been weird since yesterday. They're supposed to live on the outskirts, yet here they are appearing in the center. But when I attacked, they only ran away instead of fighting back." After a moment of thought, Li Chiol concludes, low-tier lizard men don't have high intelligence. They must be under the influence of something. To test this, he doesn't hesitate to draw his sword and charge straight at them. The lizard men are quickly drawn by the noise. Realizing they stand no chance, they bolt in the opposite direction. Watching the monster's behavior, Li Chiol smiles proudly, quietly confirming, "Just as I thought." Very quickly, he takes the heads of 2 of them. But instead of executing the last one, Li Chiol stands there, watching it run for its life into the forest, thinking, "Once might be a coincidence, but twice is not. I have to give chase." As time passes, the sun gradually gives way to twilight shining through the forest. Every now and then, the sounds of ancient words echo. Ren, Bing, Do, Yi. It turns out to be none other than the shaman who had stepped through the spatial rift earlier. Right now, he sits there, emitting waves of dark aura that float everywhere, exclaiming, "The Sungmu clan's bloodline really is monstrous." It seems he has been watching Li Chiol's achievements during his days on the island, prompting him to mutter, "A mere kid managed to take down this many beasts?" But I guess it doesn't matter. From behind, the last surviving lizard man returns to him. Its body emits a mysterious aura similar to the shaman's. Suddenly, the lizard man drops to its knees in his presence. The shaman continues to gloat. After all, he's still just a child. At this point, his identity is revealed. Nishi Su, the monster tamer. In his hand is a beast egg of unknown power. He grins widely. A greenhorn falls easily into a trap due to a lack of experience. Midway through his monologue, he suddenly closes his eyes and says to himself, "Maybe there's no need to use that thing I prepared." Li Chiol has already been up in a tall tree nearby, observing the situation. He thinks, "It was so obvious that it made me suspicious. Turns out it really is a trap. The ability to control monsters, a tamer." However, he is puzzled. This is Sung Mu clan territory. How did an outsider get onto Red Green Island? But then his thoughts shift, making an assumption. What if there's a pre-established teleportation array inside Red Green Island? If his guess is correct, Li Chiol lets out a soft chuckle, thinking to himself, in that case, someone within the clan definitely had a hand in this. He takes out the medallion given to him when he first entered the island, telling himself, should I report to the clan and wait for reinforcements? But Li Chiol quickly dismisses it. No, by the time reinforcements arrive, it'll be too late. The information about the mastermind will no longer be in my hands. He concludes, then there's only one way. Instantly, he activates a stealth technique, causing his body to blend into the surrounding nature. Deciding to act, Li Chiol drops down with the thought, I will erase the traces. Armed with a do-or-die mindset, the moment he lands, he charges straight at the shaman, thinking, waiting for the clan's reinforcements will be far too late. The information about the mastermind will completely slip out of my grasp. If the situation takes a turn for the worse like that, Li Chiol has only one choice, suppress him himself. Just as his blade is about to swing down, surprisingly, the monster-concealing membrane in Nishiyama Shogo's hand vanishes. Its entire body begins to glow, and a second later, it lets out a piercing screech, as if warning the shaman of Li Chiol's presence behind his back. Receiving the signal, Nishiyama Shogo immediately spins around with a panicked look, gasping. Since when did you get here? Seeing that he is exposed, Li Chiol thinks coordinates with irritation. Damn it, does he have a danger-detecting artifact with him? Fortunate for Nishiyama Shogo, he manages to parry Li Chiol's ambush in time, forcing the boy to spring back a distance to observe his opponent. Armed with the info he has, Nishiyama Shogo grows smug, sneering at Li Chiol. The illegitimate child of the Sung Mu clan, you're stronger than I thought. Not back down, the boy snaps back. Or maybe just too weak? Furious, Nishiyama Shogo immediately orders the surrounding lizardmen to rush and attack Li Chiol. He screams, shut up, stop him. Li Chiol swiftly chants a spell, 7 stars sword, 3rd form. The moment the words leave his mouth, a blue aura wraps around the blade. With just a few basic slashes of his true form, the entire horde of lizardmen is nothing but child's play to him. While riding his momentum forward, Li Chiol suddenly senses something suspicious and halts. Around him, red chains tightly bind his body. Li Chiol asks himself blankly, my body won't move? From afar, Nishiyama Shogo laughs out loud in triumph, weaving hand signs as he says, you fell for it. He explains, this is a high-grade magic array that can seal a martial artist's mana. Without mana, you're just a useless brat. With that immobilized body, face your tragic end. True to his words, a glowing red magic circle appears beneath Li Chiol's feet, which is where the chains originate. Li Chiol asks back in bewilderment, sealing my mana? But very quickly, he figures out a way to break free from the restraint. His heart thumps wildly, channeling currents of magic through his veins. At this point, Li Chiol's power surges to a whole new level. He roars, I just need to use my mana pathways, struggling free from the chains. He quickly dispatches the lackeys and lunges at Nishiyama Shogo. While the guy is still gloating, taking his eyes off Li Chiol, the boy appears right in front of his face once again. Witnessing Li Chiol's extraordinary strength, Nishiyama Shogo begins to panic, his eyes wide with fear. Now, Li Chiol stands tall right before him, pointing his sword, asking, planning to run? Nishiyama Shogo asks frantically, how did you break a high-grade array? Li Chiol doesn't waste words, backing him into a corner as he threatens, I have no reason to tell you. Your image has already been sent back to the clan via the communication device. Surrender. Seeing that he is out of options, Nishiyama Shogo sneers, doesn't matter. A second later, to Li Chiol's astonishment, he screams, I will kill you and win back my freedom. Li Qiol blinks, wondering what. He still hasn't noticed a silhouette closing in without his knowledge, continuing to ask, "What do you mean?" Before he can finish his sentence, a massive foot swings straight into Li Qiol, sending him flying backward at a dizzying speed. In a split second, he crashes hard into a massive tree. The force of the strike is so powerful that the tree is nearly destroyed. Looking back at that silhouette, Li Qiol vaguely recognizes it, thinking, "Don't tell me." Taking a closer look, there is no room for doubt. A giant ancient tortoise had dealt a blow to him. It's the Demon Hand Mountain, the ruler of this land. Calming himself down, Li Qiol analyzes the situation piece by piece. A Tier 3 nightmare-class monster. A mediocre tamer, like him, can actually control the Demon Hand Mountain. Nishiyama Shogo seemingly reads his mind, quickly replying, "Pretty sharp, aren't you?" Even though the taming isn't complete, the order to kill you will still be fully carried out. Saying that, he slips his hand into his robe, looking down on him as he consoles, "Stop struggling." A second later, he pulls out talismans covered in messy, mysterious patterns, tossing them into the air as he says, "Accept your fate and die quietly." At the same time, Li Qiol tries to stay composed, assessing the situation. As he tells himself, "Calm down. If he can't fully control the Demon Hand Mountain yet, I just need to take down the tamer." He pulls out a pill he has been hiding for a long time, thinking to create an opening against this monster. This is the only way. I never expected the day would come when I'd have to use this. It's the explosive Dan, a ban pill due to the severe backlash compared to the mana gained. Without hesitation, he pops the pill into his mouth. The moment it's absorbed, all of Li Qiol's mana pathways glow brighter than ever before. To boost the effect, he thinks to himself, "There's one more thing." The ring on his hand shines brightly, enveloping the blade in a surge of magic. The secret technique Annie told me to use only when my life is in danger. Knowing this is the moment, he activates the heaven-defying alignment, a secret technique that skyrockets his strength. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiol seemingly teleports from his position, charging straight at the giant monster and unleashing a devastating strike. After landing, he evaluates. Even though its skin isn't scratched at all, it still had an effect. That makes him think, "With this, I will break it down." Refusing to back down, the Demon Hand Mountain charges a massive wave of energy in its mouth, intending to obliterate him. Drawing from his knowledge, Li Qiol recognizes it, the Demon Hand Mountain's roar. Under the effect of the roar, he thinks to himself, "I can't move because of the mana field." In this critical situation, a burst of dark energy erupts from his heart, creating a black shield that covers his body. Recognizing the turning point, Li Qiol seizes the chance to plunge forward. Now's the time. He exerts all his power, deploying the Dustless Eclipse Demon Slash, swinging his sword to unleash a heavy blow onto the ancient tortoise's neck. The sheer power causes the energy it was gathering to deflect, shooting up into the sky. Li Qiol also suffers the backlash, coughing up fresh blood. Collapsing down, he still doesn't let his guard down, thinking, "There's no time to waste." The side effects of the explosive Dan and heaven-defying alignment will paralyze me for a long time. By his estimate, there are only 10 seconds left before his body is completely paralyzed. He must cherish every single second. He thinks, now that the Demon Hand Mountain has misdirected its attack, I must find the tamer right away. The situation is dire, and time is not on Li Qiol's side. He counts down the seconds while searching for Nishiyama Shogo. Suddenly, as if literally catching a lifeline, a mysterious red thread appears. Intrigued, Li Qiol follows the thread, running straight toward the place where Nishiyama Shogo is hiding. Spotting him, Nishiyama Shogo screams in sheer panic. "What? How is this possible?" Li Qiol doesn't hesitate, lunging forward and pressing his sword against him, thinking, "Not enough, it's just a little short. If only my body were a bit bigger." The moment the words leave his mind, the spiritual energy surrounding the blade forms another sword, extending outward. Fortunately, the sword manages to slash Nishiyama Shogo in time, heavily wounding him. Under the effects of the medicine, everything gradually blurs for Li Qiol. Using what little consciousness he has left, he thinks, "First, I have to keep my body steady. If I collapse right now, it's really over." Remembering Jang Wood's advice, if you use the heaven-defying alignment, you must drink this. He pulls out a vial of nectar. Right after drinking it, His mind completely loses control. At the last minute, he only manages to utter, "Must completely suppress him." Before he knows it, Li Chiol finally opens his eyes groggily. A dark energy surrounds him, leaving him half awake and half dreaming. His surroundings are completely white, making him wonder, where is this? What happened to the tamer and the demon hand mount? Suddenly, his body feels as though it's being crushed by something, making him scream out in agony. Li Chiol clenches his fists, holding back the feeling that his body is about to shatter into pieces. A blue eye hovers in midair, crying out in disappointment. Did it really turn out like this in the end? Those things are far too dangerous for a human to absorb. How can both coexist within a single entity? I was hoping you wouldn't wake up. Might as well feed it now. Having said that, the eye drops a murky purple lump. Li Chiol forces himself to look up and realizes it's the purple sunset stone honey, a purple honeycomb. The eye speaks aimlessly. It's not you, but it that needs to eat this. The era has shifted. Get stronger, human child. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the times. In his daze, the silhouette of old tortoise flashes briefly before fading away. The scene changes, and Hoa pokes her head in to look at Li Chiol, asking, "Oh, you're awake?" He groggily calls her name, Hoa, which makes her blood boil. "This brat dares call me by my name? Since you're in pain, I'll let it slide. How's your physical condition?" Li Chiol focuses on evaluating his physical strength. Although his musculoskeletal system is severely damaged, his mana level has skyrocketed to a terrifying degree. He thinks to himself, "Did I really absorb the purple sunset stone honey?" He tells her about his condition. "A few mana pathways are ruptured, my internal organs are a bit jumbled, and my muscles and bones have a few tears, but it's nothing too serious." Hoa gasps, "What? All of that, and it's not serious?" Li Chiol feels a bit guilty inside. The purple sunset stone honey was originally what Li Hoa intended to get, a terrifying spiritual medicine that strengthens the physical body, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poisons and curses. It was exactly what she was determined to get on Red Green Island, so he feels a bit bad. He bolts upright, asking, "Wait a minute, why are you here?" Suddenly, a voice calls out from afar, "Little brother." It is Lim Myong Jong, running over with a panicked expression. He checks on him anxiously. "Are you okay? First, let me heal you with my mana. I also brought some medicinal potions." Li Chiol awkwardly declines. "Thank you, brother. There's no need for mana healing, but I'll gladly take the potions." He frowns, watching worriedly as Li Chiol chugs a mouthful, then turns to Hoa. "Sister Hoa, can you step outside for a moment?" She catches on quickly. "Yes, I understand." Li Myong Jong says gloomily, "If you had died, I would have wiped every organization related to that tamer off the face of this earth, no matter how massive their faction is." Li Chiol chuckles sheepishly. "That sounds really reassuring." He speaks sternly. "As a member of the Sung Mu clan, what you displayed is truly the textbook definition of a martial artist. But as your older brother, I cannot look at it in a positive light. It was reckless." Li Chiol scratches his head, embarrassed. "I didn't anticipate the appearance of the Demon Hand Mountain. I'm sorry, brother. If I knew it was there, I definitely would have waited." Li Myong Jong lets out a helpless sigh. "It's good that you know how to tell the difference between being reckless and being confident." Li Chiol makes a proposition. "Big brother, since I dealt with the tamer, the information regarding him belongs to me as well." He holds his head in resignation. "I knew you were going to say that. That tamer used to be a quasi-fifth-tier sorcerer from Japan's Onmidu. It seems he was exiled for trying to learn forbidden arts. The mastermind behind this provided him with high-grade talismans and magic artifacts, then activated them while the Demon Hand Mountain was fast asleep. They wanted to kill you and make it look like a monster attack." Li Chiol asks curiously, "You haven't tracked down the mastermind yet, brother?" Li Myong Jong replies, "He's currently on the verge of death, so it's hard to squeeze information out of him right away." Hearing this, a realization hits him. "So I wasn't the main target. They are aiming for you." He questions, "What makes you think that?" He explains, "They wanted to damage your reputation, making everyone believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." He sighs in agreement. "That is exactly the case. It looks like we can't just keep pretending not to know either." Li Chiol asks, "Are you all right, brother?" He pats his head, reassuring him, "No, I'm fine. My reputation took a little hit, but but it's nothing significant. I can't be away for too long, so I should head back. Li Chiol quickly catches his hand and proposes, "Brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Let's say that you foresaw the Tamer's intrusion and ordered me to handle it beforehand. I will go along with that narrative." He tells himself, "That way, it won't look like you prepared for something even the clan's intelligence failed to detect." Li Myong-jong asks, "For you, isn't it best to testify the truth?" Li Chiol dusts himself off and stands up. "If people believe I accomplished this all on my own, they will definitely be even more guarded and wary of me. That's why I'm calling this a deal." He agrees. Right? A deal is when both sides exchange something they both need. "What do you want?" Li Chiol requested. "Giving me access to the Pavilion of Scriptures for 3 days is more than enough." Li Myong-jong respected his younger brother's audacity. "Fine. Thank you." The two shook hands firmly. Li Chiol smiled faintly. "No need to thank me. This is just a transaction after all." He patted his shoulder. "Even if I hadn't agreed, you probably would have found a way to handle this, right?" Li Chiol played dumb. "Well, about that." Suddenly, his phone rang. It looked like a call from the Clear Sword Squad. "All right, I really have to get going now." Before leaving, Li Myong-jong tossed over a short saber, and Chiol swiftly caught it. He swore, "I'll keep this matter a secret." The boy forced a smile. "As expected, you're still not someone easy to deal with." A while later, Hoa returned and asked inquisitively, "It looks like the conversation went smoothly?" Li Chiol put on his coat and replied, "Yeah." Hoa followed up, "So which trial hall are you going to challenge? It's been 3 weeks, so it must be open by now." Li Chiol asked back, "What about you? Where are you going to take your trial?" She started to get annoyed. "I asked you first." He remained perfectly calm. "If you want to know, answer me first." Hoa puffed out her chest smugly. "Where am I taking my trial? Where else besides the hardest one? The Hall of Obsession." "What about you?" He replied, "The Hall of Combat." Hoa was stunned. "Huh? Does that place even exist? Don't tell me that's one of those peripheral trial halls." Li Chiol nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, it's on the periphery." She got annoyed again. "How disappointing. It looks like I misjudged you. Why on earth would you pick a peripheral trial?" Without needing to say more, she considered them rivals. She used to think he was better than her, since everyone automatically assumed the location determined the difficulty of the trial. They thought she picked the peripheral hall because it was easier, so Hoa stormed off, and they went their separate ways. Before long, dawn broke. Li Chiol ventured deep inside, searching for the entrance. "I don't remember exactly, but it should be around here." Before regression, this was the cave I stumbled upon by accident, and it's also the place where I will complete the second trial of the naming ceremony. The Hall of Combat. After searching around for a bit, he spotted the cave. Li Chiol quickly lit a torch and walked deeper inside. At a glance, it looked like just an ordinary stone wall. But of course, it wasn't that simple. For his next move, he drew his sword and slashed hard at the corner of the blocking rock inside. After a moment, a hidden gate deep within revealed itself. Li Chiol smiled with satisfaction. "Found it." Then, Li Chiol sliced a cut across his palm, clenched his fist, and channeled his power to surge outward. He exerted his strength to splash his blood and energy onto the gate. In an instant, the gate swung open on its own. Inside was a massive, dark, and somewhat eerie basement. Right in the middle, a sealed sword rested prominently. Li Chiol stood tall, scanning the surrounding scenery before stepping toward the sword. He dripped his remaining blood into the basin, pleading, "A descendant of the Sung Mu clan requests to be challenged by the ancestors' test. Please grant me permission to do so." A surge of power burst forth, enveloping the magnificent chamber. The trial of the Hall of Combat had only one objective: defeat yourself. There was an unlimited number of attempts, but before winning, even if one gave up, leaving was impossible. Li Chiol drew his sword, accepting the challenge. He quickly bounded forward, but the puppet's sword was even faster. In less than a second, Li Chiol's head was cleanly severed, leaving him utterly dazed and astounded. Round 1 ended in an absurd fashion. Not long after, he respawned, springing up while clutching his neck. In terror, "My neck was definitely cut off just now. Right, this is an illusion within the trial gate. I can't actually die." The sensation was terrifyingly real. At this intensity, an ordinary person would definitely go insane. Li Chiol scrambled to his feet, wiped the dirt off his face, stared intently at the puppet, and muttered to himself, Furthermore, can I really fight to that extent? The illusion of the Hall of Combat allowed him to utilize his strength flawlessly. He picked up his sword from his palm, thinking, right now, I still haven't brought out my full potential. If I had tapped into it completely, I would have blocked that strike just now. He got in a stance, preparing to try again. But not long after, on the third attempt, he was run through the stomach, resulting in a dead screen. On the fifth attempt, he blocked the sword, but his neck was snapped right after another KO. By the 10th attempt, he bit the dust again. Then came the 13th, 18th, 23rd tries. After meeting his maker countless times, Li Qiol finally began to face the puppet confidently in a one-on-one match without being completely overwhelmed. Unable to reach the puppet, he had no choice but to step back. His stamina was wearing thin. Around the 75th or 80th attempt, Li Qiol finally understood a bit about how to analyze and learn the combat style from himself. He grinned with excitement like an addict. My greatest strength is my freedom, an overwhelming adaptability, and completely unpredictable fighting style. He switched his weapon to a spear, and the puppet mirrored his move, changing to the same weapon. Li Qiol went all in and charged, throwing caution to the wind, attacking and defending simultaneously. They continued to clash blades, and gradually, his movements completely synchronized with the puppet's. Both sides fought fiercely, neither showing a shred of fear. The puppet seemed slightly pushed back. This was the first time Li Qiol saw it retreat. It swapped to another weapon and rushed in to engage him once again. The puppet thrust straight at his flank, but Li Qiol barked, brain dead. He raised his sword high, a villainous smirk plastered across his face. I exposed that opening on purpose, you idiot. He unleashed the demon slash, ripping a gash right across his opponent, causing the puppet to dissolve into nothingness. But instead of showing frustration, it flashed an eerie smile before vanishing. Li Qiol thought to himself, if you pass the trial of the Sung Mu clan's bloodline, your hidden ability will be unlocked. In my past life, my ability was just the most common type, enhancement. But in this life, suddenly, a brilliant golden energy fluttered before his eyes. Li Qiol stared closely, seemingly recognizing where this source of power originated from. The situation outside was incredibly tense. Tae-hyung let out an anxious sigh. And here I thought he'd behave himself this time. That annoying nephew of mine. Everyone else has such a peaceful naming ceremony, but he just causes endless trouble. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The mana density is fluctuating," making his jaw drop. Li Qiol stepped out from the gate, looking majestic, but abruptly stumbled and collapsed. Tae-hyung ran over in a panic, calling out, "Li Qiol, are you okay? Wake up." His lips were parched as he mumbled, Give me some water, so hungry," before drifting into a deep sleep. Tae-hyung stared with a bewildered expression, completely speechless and trembling with rage. His roar echoed through the sky. "You little brat." The scene shifts back to the Sung Mu clan, where Hoa was crying up a storm. "Young master, do you have any idea how worried I was? First the beast tamer, then the demon hand mountain, and now even a grand challenge set up by the ancestors." She hugged him tightly. Li Qiol said awkwardly, "Nanny, I'm too dirty. I've been living outdoors for nearly a month." Hoa said, "I was planning to give you a massive scolding, but welcome home, young master." She pinched Li Qiol's cheeks. He happily accepted it and thanked her. She quickly wiped her tears and smiled warmly. "I've prepared a bath for you. After you're done bathing, I'll set the table for your meal." Li Qiol walked toward the bathtub, picked up a towel, and asked curiously, "Oh, Nanny, what about my aunt? I thought she'd be the first one running over." Hoa stammered, well, about that," making Li Qiol turn his head to look, puzzled. The scene cuts to Hoa, who smiled radiantly upon seeing him. "My darling nephew is here." Li Qiol let out a helpless sigh. "What on earth did you do?" She laughed carelessly, rambling nonstop. "Sorry, but seeing you safe and sound is all that matters. But seriously, what did you do to make your mana level skyrocket like that? You haven't even fully digested the energy in your body yet. Sit down quickly. I'll help you right now." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Qiol cut her off. "Auntie." Hoa chuckled weakly. It's fine. Li Qiol never expected that his aunt would go to such lengths just for him. The reason Hoa was locked up here was because she had caused a massive uproar in the control room with the elders and the eldest brother. In a fit of rage, she had lunged forward blindly, screaming, "It was you guys, wasn't it? You did this, damn you," just like always. Returning to the present, Jeong Hoa felt a bit remorseful, unconsciously rubbing her fingers together with her head cast down. "I'm sorry, my dear. I just thought they had done something sketchy to you, so I couldn't keep my temper in check. I just felt absolutely furious." Jeong Hoa stumbled over her words, her actions speaking louder than her voice as the thought of never seeing her nephew again choked up her throat. Lee Cheol thought to himself. To be honest, he had never fully trusted her before, but without realizing it, he had already come to view her as a part of his family. He let out a sigh, letting it go. "All right, I accept that now." Lee Cheol prepared to leave, not forgetting to say, "I'll get you out of here soon. Please wait a little longer." His aunt waved her hands dismissively. "How could you possibly do that? It's fine. Don't overexert yourself." Lee Cheol put on a confident face. "I won't have to do anything. You'll be released soon anyway. See you next time then." The scene shifts to the airport, where members of the Sungmu clan stood lined up in a row to welcome a high-profile figure, In Suk, finally making his appearance. He carried a stern expression as he looked over everyone. Hoa Yun bowed respectfully in greeting. Tae Shin replied, "Sorry to keep you waiting so long." She spoke up, "It's fine. The hot springs are fully prepared. Please take a relaxing bath and enjoy your meal." Hoa and Lee Cheol stood side by side. She was a bit timid, while he was curious, keeping his eyes locked onto the man. Lee Cheol thought to himself, "After everything that happened at this naming ceremony, I thought I had grown quite a bit. But just how vast is the gap between me and my father? I still can't measure it." Lost in thought for a split second, their eyes met. Tae Shin swiftly turned his head away and spoke up. "I have always said that those who do not know how to fight are unnecessary to the clan." He turned back to look at Lee Cheol once more. "But among them, there is only one child who possesses the raw hunger for victory in my eyes." Lee Cheol was startled, his heart panicking slightly. Everyone around began whispering about the person he had just mentioned. Lee Cheol let out a helpless sigh. I tried so hard to suppress my emotions to this extent, yet he could still read me. A few hours later, at the grand banquet hall of the Sungmu clan, Lee Cheol stood in a corner, taking in his surroundings. He thought, since this is a rare event, the scale of this party is significantly grander than any other naming ceremony. He glanced at the man to his left. That guy is the youngest Tower Master Sorcerer ever known. On the other side, the director of Amuda? No, it's the deputy director now. Suddenly, someone approached Lee Cheol, greeting him. "Excuse me, young master." Butler Choi bowed carefully. "The clan leader requests your presence." Lee Cheol stepped away from his spot. "Father," he replied. "Yes, please follow me this way." He walked along while wondering to himself, what could father possibly want to talk to me alone about? I hope it's nothing severe. A few minutes later, he arrived at the location. Lee Cheol greeted politely. "What did you call me for, father?" Seeing him remain silent, he lifted his head, and it turned out Tae Shin was with Lee Myong-jong. The two towering figures stared intently at him, putting him under heavy pressure. Lee Cheol quickly cast his eyes to the floor. Tae Shin spoke up. "I believe you already know the reason I summoned you, don't you? I want to hear about the events during this naming ceremony. According to Lee Myong-jong, you detected an outsider and ordered his capture. This whole thing was your plan, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Lee Cheol instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he thought, his father already knew everything. With no way out, he answered clearly, "Yes, that is correct. I was the one who proposed the deal to Big Brother. The condition was that I gain access to the Pavilion of Scriptures for 3 days while helping Big Brother avoid the brunt of the public backlash." Tae Shin looked somewhat satisfied. "Considering your contributions to this matter, I will overlook your false report." Then he warned, "But there will not be a next time." Lee Cheol learned his lesson and replied, "Yes, I understand." He turned to address Lee Myong-jong. "On the other hand, you will receive an appropriate punishment. From now on, organizing this event will be your responsibility. Return to your duties." He saluted, pinning his hand to his chest. "Yes, I will do so," and left, not forgetting to flash a reassuring smile at Lee Cheol. The boy thought gloomily, I wonder if Big Brother is going to be okay. Now that it was just the father and son left, Tae Shin continued his instructions. "Aside from the false report, the merit this time belongs to you. You will receive the reward that Li Myongjong promised. Finally, because you conquered the trial of the Hall of Combat, I will grant you a reward. Hearing this, Li Qiol's eyes lit up instantly as he stammered, "If that's the case, then..." The scene shifts to the banquet hall, where Tei Xin stood on the podium, addressing the crowd. "Thank you to all the guests who made the journey here. I hope our two children, the main highlights of tonight's celebration, will be blessed on the path ahead. We will now proceed with the naming ritual." He invited Hoa step forward. She confidently accepted the blessing. "You are chosen by the sacred sword and shall always shine like the sun to those around you. Walk this radiant path with unwavering resolve. I bestow upon you the name Sahan, meaning to shine eternally." She rejoiced. "Thank you, Father." Tei Xin glanced over at Li Qiol's spot and called him up, thinking to himself, "Their reactions are no different from the last selection ceremony, but I couldn't care less." Tei Xin praised, "You are unyielding and sharp, yet flexible enough to never break. Like a blacksmith gathering iron from all corners to forge it into a single entity. You have also forged yourself. I cannot find a more fitting word to describe you." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, ordering the banner to unroll. Tei Xin declared, "Therefore, I bestow upon you the name Qion." Li Qiol looked at the characters, thinking, "In the past, I was named with the meaning to live as tough as steel. But now, that meaning has changed. Until I reach the absolute peak of the Sungmu clan, I will never stop." He placed his hand over his heart, accepting it. "Thank you, Father." He placed his hand over his heart, accepting it. "Thank you, Father." Jiang Hoa flipped her hair, complaining aloud. Her wrists were bound by 2 iron chains. She tugged at her hair and screamed, gripping the bars of her cell as she repeatedly banged her head against them, howling, "I want to get out. This is so suffocating. It's infuriating. I didn't even get to witness the kids' naming ceremony." Her loud shrieks echoed outside. "He said he'd let me out. What's taking so long?" The 2 guards outside wore helpless expressions, thinking to themselves, "Somebody save me." Suddenly, the landline phone nearby rang. While Jiang Hoa was still screaming to get out, a guard came to open the cell door, reminding her, "You can leave now." She stopped biting her dress, blinking in surprise. "Huh." The guard continued, "As for your disciplinary action, there will be an announcement later. For now, you're permitted to leave the isolation sect." Jiang Hoa immediately cheered up, beaming like a flower as she kicked the door open and bolted out. From afar, the guard yelled, "Don't kick things around." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Hold on, wait a second," making her freeze in her tracks and turn around. She noticed Tae Hyung leaning against a door nearby, and she cheered excitedly. "Kiddo." Jiang Hoa gaped. "Don't tell me you were actually the one who got me out?" Li Qiol smiled gently. "Yes, that's right." She was still skeptical. "How did you?" Li Qiol held out a piece of paper in front of her. She took it curious. "What's this?" Li Qiol replied, "You owe me a big favor." Jiang Hoa read every single word on the paper intently. "Appoint Li Hoa to the position of elder, and assign her as the master of young master Li Qiol." She shrieked. "Of young master Li Qiol?" Li Qiol grinned, extending his hand. "I look forward to your guidance from now on, master." The scene cuts to Li Qiol adjusting his clothes. Nanny Ga Hoa beside him asked, "We're starting today, right?" He slowly replied, "Yeah, from now on is the real beginning." Ga Hoa's eyes welled up with tears as she sniffled, holding his luggage, reminiscing. To think the young master is already 13 years old. Li Qiol walked out the door, luggage in hand, smiling. "Goodbye then, I'm heading out." Walking up to the main central gate, he marveled. "Finally, my new life begins." Amid the bustling atmosphere of the martial arts stage, people stood lined up in multiple rows, clad in matching blue uniforms. Whispers and gossip rippled through the crowd. "Hey, isn't that the illegitimate kid?" "Yeah, the 9th son. I heard Qiol caused a massive scene at both the selection ceremony and the naming ritual." The whispering continued. "It was probably just a fluke. After all, he's just an illegitimate child. Achieving those kinds of results at the naming ceremony based purely on luck is a bit hard to swallow, right? It definitely makes me curious too." Li Qiol maintained an expressionless face, wondering to himself, "How many times are they going to say it? Illegitimate child, illegitimate child." hearing that is giving me a massive headache. Suddenly, an exclamation from nearby caught his attention, making him look over. Look, it's the 8th young lady. As expected of the family's direct lineage, her aura is on a whole different level. With pitch black hair and golden eyes, 13-year-old Lee Seo-yun made her appearance. Lee Cheol whispered to himself, "The reaction is completely different from when it was my turn, huh?" Suddenly, he noticed Lee Seo-yun walking at a steady pace. She turned around, recognized Lee Cheol, and greeted, "Hey, kid." He glanced over and replied, "Yeah, long time no see." Lee Seo-yun scratched her neck self-consciously and asked, "About that, you're not holding a grudge over what happened at the naming ceremony, are you?" Confused, he asked back, "What about the naming ceremony?" Remembering the scene at the naming ceremony, she timidly replied, "No, it's about me saying I was disappointed." Lee Cheol vaguely recalled those words. "Growing up, you're no different from a cold-blooded person." He sighed, letting it go. "All right, I don't care at all." Overjoyed, Lee Seo-yun smiled brightly. "Really? Are you serious?" She continued, "Thank goodness. You can be a bit petty, after all." His face darkened, and he turned to clarify, "Where exactly did that pettiness come from?" Lee Seo-yun changed the subject. "I heard you're studying under our youngest aunt, and you even entered the library pavilion." As he hesitated to answer, a loud shout rang out. "Attention, everyone!" The instructors dressed in yellow robes lined up on the stage. The one in the middle, with his hands behind his back, announced, "We will now proceed with class assignments. Freshmen whose names are called, please gather in an orderly fashion in front of your respective instructors." A commotion broke out below. "What should we do? It's starting to get tense. If I get put into a bad class, I'm doomed." Lee Cheol sighed, silently agreeing. That reaction is understandable. The Academy's training period is 3 years, so class assignment is crucial. Each grade has 5 classes, and superior students are placed in higher classes. The instructors began handing out papers to the students. "Lady Lee Seo-yun, Class 1, congratulations." Lee Seo-yun happily accepted it. "Thank you." Seeing this, Lee Cheol thought to himself, Lee Seo-yun got into Class 1 as expected. Suddenly, it was his turn. "Young Master Lee Cheol." The instructor handed him the class assignment paper. "Present." He picked up the paper nonchalantly, reading it while silently noting their annoyed expressions are incredibly blatant. After reading it, he only gave a scoffing smile. "I knew it would be like this, but I didn't expect them to play tricks so shamelessly." Class 5, also known as the trash bin, was where those who failed to promote or got weeded out were thrown together. The class assignments for direct descendants were based on evaluations from the naming ceremony, and the evaluation committee was controlled by the Council of Elders and the Lady of the Executive Board. They thought they had put him at a disadvantage, but on the contrary, this was actually better for him, saving him a lot of effort. While he was lost in thought, someone reminded him, "Young Master Lee Cheol, Class 5, please head this way." He turned on his heel and followed. "Got it, I'm coming right now." He turned on his heel and followed. "Got it, I'm coming right now." Suddenly, he noticed Lee Seo-yun staring intently from behind, making him wonder. Looking at her furious face, her thoughts seemed written clearly on her forehead. "Why are you acting like this? Aren't you going to file a complaint right away?" Guessing her thoughts, he mused, "I can tell just by looking at her face. If I don't do anything, that brat will take matters into her own hands, even though I am completely fine with this." He waved her off and kept walking. Amidst his thoughts, a heavy sigh echoed beside him. "Damn it, Class 5. Can I even graduate like this? What am I supposed to tell my dad? There's no way I belong in Class 5. The people back home will laugh themselves to death." Hearing that, Lee Cheol felt annoyed. How can a student of the Sung Mu clan have this kind of attitude? Suddenly, someone came over to strike up a conversation. "Hey, you're the youngest master of the main family, right?" Lee Cheol turned and replied, "That's right." The stranger smiled brightly. "Just as I thought. I really wanted to introduce myself. I'm Kim Han, the son of a small blacksmith shop contracted by the Sung Mu clan. It's an honor to study alongside the young master." Hearing the introduction, Lee Cheol thought to himself, "Kim Han? I don't have a single memory of him from my past life." Yet he still replied, "Why me, though?" Kim Han chuckled nervously and scratched his head. "You're a prominent figure, young master. I've always looked up to you as an idol." Lee Cheol found it convincing. He He's not lying, is he? Then let out a breath and asked, Kim Han, right? How do you feel about being placed in Class 5? Kim Han was slightly taken aback, but replied with a smile, my current strength is probably just at that level. But, clenching his fist, he thumped his chest with determination. Who knows what the future holds? Lee Cheol didn't expect that, flashing a bright smile. You've got guts. Before Kim Han could understand, he asked in confusion, Huh? Suddenly, Choi In-ha, a 15-year-old student, along with his two companions nearby, smiled warmly and said in unison, Great to meet you, rookie. We're counting on you. To the bewilderment of the surrounding students, they chimed in unison again. Let's do our best together. That's right. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask. Afterward, the instructor clapped his hands to gather everyone. Now that introductions are out of the way, everyone pay attention. Lee Dong-ho placed his hand over his chest and introduced himself. I am Lee Dong-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since new students have joined us, there will be no regular lessons, just a brief orientation. I'm also a 5th-rank martial artist. Hearing the introduction, Lee Cheol silently recalled. He looks just as full of passion and determination as before. In my past life, he used to give me private tutoring because I couldn't keep up. Lee Dong-ho announced with a smile. All right, that concludes the introductions. In-ha, guide the new students through the rest of the routine. Hearing his name, In-ha happily agreed. Yes, instructor. Scratching his head a bit sheepishly, he waved and said, Hey, rookies. Though it's kind of embarrassing, since I've failed to promote 2 years in a row, I'm still serving as the 2nd-year class president. You guys have been standing for a while. You must be tired, right? Feel free to sit if you want. Now, we're going to choose a class president. The surrounding students continued to laugh and joke. Lee Cheol and Kim Han listened intently as In-ha rambled on. Even though we're just students, there are times we get deployed into real combat. So a class president is almost like a captain of a martial artist squad. Unlike the instructor who is only responsible for training and teaching according to the curriculum, the class president can be seen as the one holding authority over everything else in the class. A student with a bowl cut raised his hand in confusion. Then how is the class president chosen? In-ha explained, I forgot. I don't know how other classes do it, but here we'll hold a light sparring match and then vote. Clapping his hands, he declared, All right, let's get started then. Since this is a competitive match, mana usage is prohibited. There will be a rest period after each round. Lee Cheol's face darkened as he asked back, Are you actually serious? Hearing this, In-ha was a bit flustered. Young Master Lee Cheol, do you have some sort of complaint? He replied coldly, About everything. Both what you guys are doing and what you've been saying. Drawing a wooden sword, he continued, Wake up. This is the Sung Mu clan. If you want to play school, don't come to this academy. Go to a regular school in the safe zone instead. In-ha frowned. Your words are a bit too harsh. We just want to settle this peacefully. Ignoring him, Lee Cheol stepped onto the sparring stage, drove his sword into the ground, and said bluntly, Talking like this, you guys just won't get it, will you? His face darkening, he rested both hands on the sword pommel and threw down a challenge. Come at me, one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you. After the sparring matches, Lee Cheol was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Around him, 3 or 4 students lay collapsed on the ground, whimpering, Please have mercy. He still stood there, leaning on his sword. In-ha looked up from below, utterly bewildered. Unbelievable. Just how many people did he take down all by himself? Lee Cheol cut off In-ha's train of thought, calling out Choi In-ha. Glaring at him, he bluntly declared, Call the next person up already. In-ha swallowed hard, silently feeling the pressure, terrifying, then quickly replied, This is the final match. Hoisting the wooden sword onto his shoulder, Lee Cheol asked back, Is that so? He gave a slight smile and continued, Come on up, Choi In-ha. The two began their duel. In-ha had his sword deflected by Lee Cheol and caught completely off guard. He could only think, why is he going to such extremes? This is a match with no rewards, no value. Just a sparring match among students. You aren't even capable of delivering a serious blow. At that moment, Lee Cheol held his sword tightly, breathing hard and trembling slightly. In-ha clenched his teeth and thought resolutely, No. Actually, I know very well. He launched a counterattack, but Lee Cheol evaded it, making him realize, I used to be like that too. Wanted to win no matter what. I used to think compromising was just another way of living, and that accepting reality and growing up was the right thing to do. Li Chiol's face was filled with determination, thoughts burning in his mind. But I want to win. I want to win so badly, it's driving me crazy. Right then, Li Chiol swung his sword with full force, declaring, I win. Inha's sword was knocked clean out of his hand. Inha's face was filled with utter astonishment, unable to believe it as he cried out. Clutching his wrist, a piercing scream escaped him as he fell to his knees. Li Chiol, panting from exhaustion, sighed and looked down, telling the others, take him to the infirmary. Unwilling to accept defeat, Inha shouted loudly, it's not over yet. It's still not over. He reached for his sword and launched a surprise attack at Li Chiol, but it was blocked nonetheless. Surprised, Li Chiol thought to himself, left-handed swordsmanship? Using his left hand because his right is injured. Looking at Inha's face, he realized the look in his eyes right now is completely different from before. Not wanting to drag out the match, Li Chiol countered, blowing Inha back to his utter shock. Channeling power into his wooden sword, he lunged forward, striking heavily against Inha's lower abdomen. Inha cried out in agony, collapsing heavily to the ground while clutching his stomach. Li Chiol still stood firm with his sword, calling out to two nearby students, take him away. As he walked, he declared clearly, I have lived every second like an hour, and every hour like a year. Standing under the blazing sun, he firmly drove his sword into the ground, taking an uneven stance as he continued. Who doesn't know that living a leisurely life is easier? But if I don't fight with my life on the line every single second, I will lose everything in the end. That's why, even when I breathe, I am fighting against myself and everything around me. He looked down at the miserably defeated students and asked, have any of you ever lived like that? Clenching his fist with a determined face, he shouted loudly, that is what you call a struggle. A moment later, Instructor Li Dong-ho walked up to the panting boy and reminded him, you went a bit too far. 4 people have broken bones and 3 have internal injuries. Drenched in sweat, Li Chiol turned away. If you want to survive in the Sungmu clan, you must at least know how to laugh in the face of such wounds. Li Dong-ho frowned. Right, those brats all have their reasons. Li Chiol deepened his voice. Instructor Li Dong-ho, even the students have understood by now. Do I really need to explain it to an instructor as well? His words struck fear into the man, whose face darkened, not daring to reply. Li Chiol walked past him and added, people like you are rare in the Sungmu clan. You are a good person. He paused, giving a reminder, but they're students of the Sungmu clan. If they go astray, even if you have to play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty properly. Hearing this, Li Dong-ho didn't reply, only clenching his fists tightly. The next day, Li Chiol rolled his shoulders gently as he walked, silently complaining, my whole body is really sore. I overexerted myself a bit yesterday. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the students he had beaten yesterday, all of them covered in bandages across their faces, glaring at him with burning intensity. Li Chiol silently noted, though some harbor hostility or feel uncomfortable, none of them are avoiding me or turning away. If they were still terrified like yesterday, there would truly be no hope. But this doesn't seem too bad. Whispers echoed as he walked past. Here he comes, that piece of trash. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Young master, you're here. Li Chiol turned around and saw Kim Han, who was also covered in injuries, and asked, you're here pretty early, aren't you? Kim Han scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Yes. I was afraid I performed too poorly in front of you yesterday. Li Chiol countered, we are still just students. Being inadequate is only natural. Kim Han scratched his neck, chuckling nervously, but asked out of curiosity, young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question? Li Chiol raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Sure, feel free to ask. Standing under the sunlight, Kim Han clenched his fist with determination and posed his question. What should I do? What must I do to become as strong as you? Li Chiol pointed to his own head, explaining, just so you know, I'm not qualified to teach anyone yet. But you have very good eyes, or perhaps a rather sharp intuition. The words left Kim Han bewildered. He continued, yesterday, didn't you dodge my attacks 3 times in a row? Make use of that. I think you're better suited for technique rather than raw strength. If you bet your life on honing what you have, you'll be different one day. Seemingly understanding, Kim Han bowed his head. Thank you. A mocking voice rang out from behind. Morning, young master. You look pretty pathetic. There's no way you can train in that condition, right? Choi In-ha let out a helpless sigh. If I decided to take a break, would you just let it slide? You'd probably say some stuff about fighting and call me a coward again, wouldn't you? Annoyed, Lee Cheol brushed past him. I just didn't want to hear those words anymore, which is why I came out here. He proudly looked at Choi In-ha, thinking, so he's changed, huh? A moment later, Lee Dong-ho gathered everyone, ordering, instructor speaking. 4 on sick leave, 5 are absent without a reason, leaving a total of 11 people. Lee Dong-ho looked at the kids, all of whom appeared exhausted. And the atmosphere felt different too. Just because of one apex predator, these previously lazy students are this tense. The instructor continued. We were supposed to have a basic fitness test today, but considering the current situation, I will change the plan. His hands clenched tightly as he shouted with determination. Right now, the physical training begins. After a long training session, everyone was panting heavily, sitting on the ground. Lee Dong-ho announced, the physical assessment is over. From now on, free training will be handled by the class president. Lee Cheol sighed. After a 10-hour workout, just to test our fitness. Even I'm feeling a bit tired. But I can't stop. He glanced at the other students and walked away. The others were gossiping about Lee Dong-ho. The instructor seems a bit unusual today, doesn't he? The other replied, it's because of yesterday's match. So many people got hurt. If it were before, he definitely would have given us a break. A voice cut in. Attention. Lee Cheol stood straight, declaring clearly, no need for further introductions. I am Lee Cheol, your class president. As Choi In-ha said yesterday, the class president has full authority to decide everything outside of the instructor's orders. My training sessions will be brutally harsh. Those who can keep up, keep up. As for those who can't, I have no intention of dragging you along. Bok Song clenched his teeth in resentment, muttering, this annoying bastard. Lee Cheol stepped forward, resolute. If you're dissatisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. Just defeat me once, and I will hand over the class president title. He commanded, all right, enough talk. Start right now. Fight the person next to you. After observing the students through a long combat session, Lee Cheol calculated. In the end, only 6 people managed to stay standing. The rest all gave up halfway. Seeing the situation, he spoke up. Stop. That's enough for today. Dismissed. Good job. The group of students began whispering complaints. This damn half-blood bastard. Because of him, we're suffering like this. I really can't stand that perfect son. What's the point of this anyway? I have no intention of following this kind of routine. Panting heavily, Kim Han chimed in. Cut it out. He spoke up. Honestly, I feel incredibly frustrated. Even when he was totally exhausted, we couldn't land a single hit on him. They asked each other, by the way, In-ha, what do you think? We had so much fun last year. Choi In-ha, still catching his breath, said gloomily, so much fun that we failed to promote. Everyone clamored, what? Choi In-ha stood up. If I don't change this time, I will truly live like a failure. Even if my arms and legs get broken, I want to give it a shot. I really, really want to. He poured his heart out. You guys know it too. That youngest half-blood. I mean, you understand what he's trying to do, right? Everyone fell silent, left speechless. Choi In-ha turned to leave, his voice filled with resolve. I'm going to try fighting this time. This might truly be the last time. So wake up. Stop resisting uselessly or pretending you don't know. A session passed, and inside the training laboratory, Jiang Hoa was training Lee Cheol. Come on, kid. Change its shape. He sat there, trying to visualize altering the flame in his hand. Jiang Hoa spoke up. Stop. That's enough. The flame in his hand abruptly went out. Looking at the result, she held her head and lamented. Another failure. Every time you try to shape the aura, its form collapses. Jiang Hoa scribbled furiously on a piece of paper, frustrated. I didn't expect this problem to manifest after reaching 3 stars. Lee Cheol just sat there, looking at her with a helpless expression. Jiang Hoa continued to grumble. If only there were records on how the ancients utilized mana, that would be great. Looking at the ring on his hand, Lee Cheol couldn't help but think, if it's the memories of Boundless. But I still haven't been able to read the next memory. Regardless, the trip to the library pavilion yielded unexpected gains. Specifically, The moment that thing was shrouded in black aura, striking terror into the monster horde. Even the valiant generals of the kingdom were defeated. A number of heroes sealed it at the northern mountain of 10,000 demons. The king granted land to honor that exploit. Grateful for the royal grace, the heroes forged a sword, naming it Boundless. He clenched his fist. Finding information about Boundless is a massive harvest. Jiang Hoa looked at him with excitement. Anyway, you've touched upon aura and stepped into the 3-star realm entirely on your own. It's truly impressive. She beamed. The current bottleneck will be resolved soon enough. In fact, you've nearly perfected both the amplification and transformation techniques. Adjusting his buttons, Li Qiu replied, "Yes, thank you, Aunt. You teach me every time." He quickly shifted the subject. "Speaking of which, Aunt, what do I learn next after reaching 3 stars? Jiang Hoa explained thoroughly. You will learn how to use sword chi and aura skills. But mastering them will still take a long time. Suddenly, she looked at Li Qiu curiously. By the way, how is the academy training going? You always look so exhausted. He sighed, his face expressionless. It's just normal, Aunt. Jiang Hoa smiled, so brightly her eyes squinted. Is that so? If it gets tough, let your aunt lend a hand. Li Qiu wondered, huh? How do you plan on helping? Pounding her chest with confidence, Jiang Hoa declared. Haha, you'll find out soon enough. Just trust your aunt. The very next day, Li Qiu looked up with a thoroughly helpless expression, thinking, the moment she told me to trust her, I already felt worried. A woman walked in from outside. The instructor introduced her. Today we will have a special lecture on magic. Everyone adjust your uniforms and maintain your posture while waiting. This is Elder Li Jiang Hoa, a researcher of the Sung Mu clan. A familiar face appeared. Li Deng Ho quickly chimed in. Everyone applaud. Jiang Hoa stood there, grinning broadly. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Adjusting her glasses, she said playfully, I don't like dragging things out. Let's start the lecture right away. Sitting below and looking up, Li Qiu remarked, it seems she's enjoying teaching more and more. A while later, the dull lecture came to an end. Applause rang out. Jiang Hoa smiled cheerfully. From now on, no more dry stuff? I will pass down an enhanced version of the iron wire technique developed by the Research Institute. Standing beside her, Li Deng-ho asked in confusion, Huh? Didn't the lesson just end? She shot back immediately. What are you talking about? The main event starts now. Everyone, sit properly in your seats. I'm only demonstrating this once, so you better focus. Suddenly dragged up by his aunt, Li Qiu was startled. What is going on? Jiang Hoa said excitedly. When direct descendants enter the academy, they usually receive this kind of support. But since you have nothing, your aunt put in a little extra effort. Ahem. Touched, he bowed. Thank you, Aunt. Jiang Hoa didn't stand on ceremony. All right, good. Laughing, she gave his shoulder a gentle nudge. If the theory holds up, your power will double. Awesome, right? Li Qiu sighed helplessly. Yes, Aunt, you are amazing. Li Deng-ho clapped his hands to draw attention. Attention, everyone. From now on, we will continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone, find your opponent. A familiar voice rang out behind Li Qiu. Young master, be my opponent. Choi In stepped forward, looking determined. Just so you know, I won't be holding back. Taking a stance, his voice was full of confidence. It's an honor to fight you. I'll let you have the first move. Choi In-ha shouted angrily as he lunged forward to strike. Standing to the side watching, Jiang Hoa whispered in praise. Wow, my boy is truly ruthless. He looks just like I did in my youth. Suddenly, whispers broke out nearby. Honestly, I really can't stand that kid. It turned out to be the disgruntled students chatting in a corner. Even if he's a concubine's son and faces discrimination, he's completely different from us. His physique is on another level, and he's even awakened in ability. He started from a completely different finish line. Another student chimed in, exactly. We've worked our butts off too, but what does he know about it? Hearing this, Jiang Hoa stepped over and called out, Hey, you kids. The whispering students turned around in shock. Huh? Elder? You haven't left yet. She leaned in close, putting on a menacing face. Just now, were you guys talking about that kid, my disciple? Terrified, the two students thought to themselves, her expression. They bowed their heads and stammered. We apologize. Our words were out of line. Furious, Jiang Hoa radiated a scorching heat and demanded, "Again, what do you think you know to be saying those kinds of things to that child?" The two students panicked in fear. "Please forgive us." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Doesn't the young master also know nothing?" Bok Sung said disdainfully. "We've also put in a mountain of effort, but every single time we're treated as if we're nothing. It's only natural for people to act differently depending on their circumstances, isn't it?" Jiang Hoa turned away coldly. "Do you truly know nothing?" Bok Sung showed a look of confusion. "Huh?" Jiang Hoa continued, her eyes filled with disgust. "Yes, perhaps it's better that you don't know. If you knew how much that child's day differs from yours, you'd realize your own lives are nothing more than child's play." Clenching his fists, Bok Sung yelled furiously, "Just what on earth makes that concubine son so damn different?" Clenching his fists, Bok Sung yelled furiously, "Just what on earth makes that concubine son so damn different?" A moment later, an announcement came. "That concludes today's training session." Bok Sung sneaked a glance at Li Chiol, thinking to himself, "See, what's the difference anyway? Always shouting about struggling. In the end, it's just because he's naturally gifted, unlike us." The other students ran up to ask, "You guys said you wanted to tail that concubine son today, right? But is it really okay to wander around the family grounds like this?" Bok Sung said confidently, "We are students, so it's fine. Besides, we're not heading anywhere dangerous. That concubine son doesn't even live in the main family's residential area. We can't just keep letting him push us around like this. Today, I'm going to see it with my own eyes." Bok Sung whispered as he looked up at the sky, filled with resolve. It was already late at night, and Bok Sung, along with a few other students, stood lurking, nodding off. "How long has he been inside the research area?" "It's already 9 p.m. A sleepy student rubbed his eyes. "Yeah, Bok Sung, let's just go back. The daytime training already made me so sleepy." Another chimed in, "I'm exhausted to the bone too." One added helplessly, "All right, whatever that concubine son is doing in there, we can't find out anyway." Bok Sung let them leave, but still muttered under his breath, "Weaklings." At that moment, Li Chiol walked out, making him jump. "He's out." He let out a sigh of relief and encouraged himself. "Phew, let's do this." Seeing Li Chiol walk away, Bok Sung rejoiced inwardly. "Finally, I can go home." But contrary to his expectations, he was shocked to see Li Chiol enter the training grounds, the area reserved exclusively for the main lineage. He's not even supposed to be allowed in there. Suddenly, loud shouts rang out, catching him and the accompanying students off guard. They asked one another, "What's that sound?" The sound of training. Catching him and the accompanying students off guard. They asked one another, "What's that sound?" The sound of training. One terrified student said, "Bok Sung, it looks like the youngest young master is truly formidable. Let's just stop." The young master wasn't wrong either. "We should try our best just like Inha." Bok Sung cut him off. "I never skip my personal training either. There's no difference at all." The two students looked at each other in confusion, stammering, "Well, sorry about that, but we're heading back first." Bok Sung fumed. "What's the difference between me and that concubine's son anyway? I will absolutely prove that I'm not wrong." Cutting through his thoughts, Li Chiol, looking exhausted from his workout, walked out. Afterward, he made his way home. Bok Sung kept tailing him, lurking in the shadows. Seeing Li Chiol step through his front door, he rejoiced inwardly, finally back home. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from behind, accompanied by a loud shout. "Who's there?" "Freeze!" A patrolling guard appeared, adjusting his cap, and exclaimed, "What do we have here?" A student. "Even though young master Li Chiol roams around at this hour every night, I didn't expect him to bring a student along with him." Hearing this, Bok Sung couldn't believe his ears. "Every night?" He gave a forced smile. I had some business." The patrol guard warned. "According to regulations, this is not permitted. Head back immediately." Sung nodded. "Yes, sir." He stole a glance at Li Chiol's house and panicked. "The lights still aren't out?" "It's already 2 a.m. His face darkening. He turned away, but didn't forget to mutter, "Well then, best of luck to you." Bok Sung dragged his heavy feet, telling himself, "Let's go." The next morning, 5 a.m., at the training grounds exclusive to Class 5. Bok Sung held his head in exhaustion, blaming himself. "As expected, I got back way too late yesterday." He looked up in surprise toward a corner. Li Chiol was leaning sluggardly against a stone pedestal. Thoughts raced through Bok Sung's mind. He is genuinely exhausted. Even with the blessed physique and abundant mana of the main lineage, can a 13-year-old child really endure a life with only 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? And what about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play video games to unwind. I also do personal training often, but I still get enough sleep, rest, and entertain myself properly. Having finished his thoughts, he stepped closer. Li Chiol raised his head and inquired, "What's the matter?" Bok Sung hesitated. "Aren't you tired?" Li Chiol grimaced, snapping, "So you were among the people stalking me yesterday, huh?" Bok Sung stammered, "That's right. You are a member of the main lineage, young master, so you receive support, and your starting point is entirely different. And furthermore," Li Chiol cut him off calmly, "ever since I was little, I've lived like this. Before joining the student squad, my sleep hours were a bit longer. Of course, I'm tired without enough sleep." Blushing with shame, Bok Sung pressed further. "Then why? Why go to such lengths?" Li Chiol stepped closer, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, "You already know the answer." Bok Sung bit his lip in embarrassment, cursing inwardly. Damn it, the scene shifted, and at the main hall of the clan, Tae Shin was training rigorously, drenched in sweat. Chief Butler Choi Jin entered, bowing respectfully. "Patriarch, the official documents for the mission you assigned have been processed." He extended his hand. "Let me see it." Tae Shin read it intently and lamented, "This much is still not enough." Choi Jin explained, "This is a third-tier assistant dungeon. With the current level of the student squad, it will be extremely dangerous." Tae Shin frowned. "Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Right now, I need to forge individuals who can survive." Choi Jin bowed. "Understood, sire. I will handle it according to your directives. Additionally, there is one more matter to report." Did the youngest do something again? That boy has had a different look in his eyes ever since he was small. The look of someone who has been stripped of everything. Someone who has been beaten down to the absolute bottom. Clenching his fist, he resolved. But leading people and changing them is a completely different story. Afterward, he handed Choi Jin a stack of test sheets and instructed, "Adjust the contents of the test slightly. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same term. Raise the standard for the entire student squad." Choi Jin accepted them. "Yes, sire." "Understood." Tae Shin smiled with quiet amusement. "Does that boy truly possess the qualities to lead people? This time, I shall observe closely." At the training hall for Class 5, Instructor Lee Dong-ho arrived to check on the situation as usual. The kids in the hall were pushing themselves hard, training together. He was utterly astounded. "My students are actually working this hard. It's the weekend, and they've already come out here early in the morning. At this rate, there's no need to force them to gather anymore." A student spotted the instructor and greeted him. "Instructor, you're here." Lee Dong-ho replied, "Yeah, working hard even on the weekend, I see. If anyone isn't here yet, go call them back. There's an announcement to deliver." He answered instantly, "Yes, sir." The instructor gave his briefing. Although it's a bit sudden, the schedule for the first quarterly evaluation has been moved up. Therefore, it has been decided to grant a 1-week leave beforehand. Treat this as your final break and rest up well. Lee Dong-ho looked at the kids, musing, "I suppose I don't need to remind you to maintain a minimum amount of training even during the break, right?" Afterward, he declared, "I trust you can manage yourselves. Good work, everyone." The students shouted in unison, "Understood!" Exclamation point. Li Chiol rubbed his chin, wondering, a sudden leave out of nowhere? The quarterly evaluation being pushed forward. Is this going to be okay? Question mark. He turned to look at the students, puzzled. Why hasn't anyone left yet? Kim Han smiled brightly. "They're looking at you, young master." Choi Inha has something to ask. "What do you plan on doing during this break, young master?" Li Chiol reasoned. "Leave is personal time for everyone. Why ask me? Just rest when you need to. I have no intention of forcing anything during the break." His words left the students stunned, staring at each other in disbelief, whispering among themselves, "I never expected to hear those words from the young master. Honestly, we thought the young master would force us into some kind of hellish training. Like, is someone actually planning to rest and then dragging us all into an intensive training session?" Helpless, Li Chiol crossed his arms. "Why don't you just say it louder? What do you guys take me for? Should I test you all again like on the first day during this break?" The entire group turned pale with fear. He sighed and gave a soft smile. Rest when you need to. Taking a break is important too. I know that even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing anyway. Manage it yourselves, get some good rest, and I'll see you after the break. Hearing this, the entire crowd erupted into joyous cheers, chanting, "Long live the young master of the Sung Mu clan." The scene shifted to Lee Jiang Hoa's research lab. His aunt grumbled in annoyance. "I heard you were granted leave, yet you still come here to bother your aunt? I have a mountain of research to do myself," Li Chiol complained. "Clearly, you're just playing on your phone, looking at random things." Jiang Hoa jumped up. "What do you mean random? I'm reading news that Han Min has been recognized by the family head, and his leukemia is completely cured." Li Chiol put on a judgmental face. "Wait, what on earth are you even watching?" Afterward, he changed the subject. "Putting that aside, the quarterly evaluation got moved up. Is that really by my father's order?" His aunt replied, "That's right." The direct order was sent straight down. Li Chiol fell into deep thought. Then this examination will be even more brutal than imagined. Right now, I'm blocked by a wall of mana. To break through, I probably need to unlock the next memory of Boundless. He ruffled his hair. If the memory can't be read yet, it proves something is still missing. I've tried modifying things to unlock the next memory, but that failed too. I can only keep looking for a way. Suddenly, his hand accidentally knocked into a stack of documents nearby, sending papers flying all over the floor. Jiang Hoa snapped. "What was that?" "You have to be careful. I already told you this place needs to be cleaned up." A specific scrap among the pile of papers caught his attention, and he picked it up. "What is this?" The information on the paper read, "The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their intended target. It can be inferred that during that era, humanity's techniques were strictly focused on combating monsters. An intended target? Huh? Surely the bamboo demon technique is the same." The original bamboo demon was a technique that was far too... Li Chiol abruptly bolted to his feet, causing his aunt to ask in confusion, "What's wrong, kid?" With a serious expression, he rushed off, yelling, "Aunt, I get it now. I'll explain later. I have to get to the training grounds right away." The documents went flying all over again. Jiang Hoa barked, "That absolute brat." Arriving at the training grounds, Li Chiol summoned Boundless and muttered to himself, "Now, let's visualize the opponent. Someone much larger than me. A monster of a different species from humans. A colossal beast. A technique that disregards the efficiency of combo strikes and preserves raw power, evasion, or defense. Flashy things devoid of destructive power, or things meant merely to deceive the opponent, are completely useless." The clear objective of the bamboo demon. He regulated the mana inside his body and leaped upward, causing the ground beneath him to cave insignificantly. Li Chiol concluded, "The objective of the bamboo demon is solely to slaughter monsters." Visualizing a monster, he brought down a vertical slash upon it. After executing the move, visualizing a monster, he brought down a vertical slash upon it. After executing the move, a cloud of dust billowed up. After executing the move, a cloud of dust billowed up. A pitch-black aura clung to Boundless. He cried out in delight. It worked. Now, what is going to appear? Afterward, he was transported into the space-time rift within Boundless. Li Chiol wondered, "Where am I?" The training grounds look exactly the same as when I first received Boundless. Why does the perspective change only when reading Boundless memories? Standing outside the door training, peering inside. Is that person the one from Boundless' previous memory? That speed is absolutely insane. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The weapon changed, and the aura altered along with it. It wasn't that the person's aura was changing, but rather Boundless itself was transforming the aura. The voice of the person inside sighed. Switched up the method again? Don't go peeping on someone else's training. He was definitely referring to Li Chiol, but the person opposite didn't question it. The other person changed the subject. "Since you got it, have you named those techniques yet?" He replied, "Not yet. Honestly, they aren't at the level to be called techniques." The person opposite suggested, "Then let me name them." "How do you feel about the name Myriad Transformations?" He replied, "Not bad." Suddenly he paused, saying to the person opposite, "Hey, did you happen to bring someone along here?" The person opposite was baffled. "Me? No way." Li Chiol stood outside, breaking into a cold sweat. The swords clashed together once more. The person opposite initiated combat first. Thought I'd try a quick spar. There's no reason to bring anyone along anyway. Sheol poked his head in, watching the two exchange blows. He stared curiously at the person opposite. Those eyes and that hair color, those are exactly the traits of the main lineage of the Sung Mu. Time passed quickly, and the 1-week break came to an end. Today, Li Chiol's group was herded onto a transport to be taken to the site of the quarterly assessment test. Inside the vehicle, Li Chiol gazed outside, lost in thought. This scenery is no different from the future or the past. The walls separating the safe zone from the dangerous zone. Long ago, a massive crack appeared near the Pacific Ocean, known as the Blue Hole, a mysterious space that humanity had never officially explored. Since then, monsters never seen before have been pouring out. Humanity has been fighting them for a long time to reclaim territory, but there are still unexplored regions. Places like this are called danger zones, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, whether due to excitement about the upcoming test or not, Kim Han smiled and said, "Lately, people have been saying the walls have drawn the boundary between the safe zone and the danger zone, right? The closer you get to the danger zone, the more desolate it becomes." Li Chiol began to enlighten him with knowledge from his previous life. Since we are still within the walls, the level of destruction only goes so far. The reclaimed villages near the danger zone have a very primitive level of civilization. At this point, painful memories from his previous life surfaced in Li Chiol's mind. He had once lived there for a while to hide, a time that was not pleasant at all. Very quickly, the small vehicle passed through the wall and entered the unexplored region. Just as Li Chiol had mentioned, the landscape on this side was gloomy and different from inside the walls. A faint blue smoke drifted all around in the air. Drill instructor Li Dong-ho got off the vehicle first and reminded them, "Everyone, be vigilant. From now on, the place we're stepping into is a dungeon that has not been completely explored. Gather up. We will establish a base here, check the necessary supplies, and then start the test. The escorts only protect the base, so from now on, you all have to take care of everything yourselves. But I am not worried. I will support you as much as possible as your instructor here. Show me everything you have prepared." The group of students shouted loudly with high spirits. "Yes, sir." The group of students shouted loudly with high spirits. "Yes, sir. But before that, this test will certainly be more difficult. This is the last chance. Anyone who wants to leave should go now." His voice was filled with seriousness. He observed the distance. In the forest, countless spider webs were tangled everywhere, making him uneasy. That's right. Anyone can see that this quarterly test is not for average students. The human-faced spider forest, a dungeon full of spider webs. Any intruder will be discovered by the monsters immediately. Yet our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Clearly, this is a test set by my father, he thought silently. However, no one in Class 5 was cowardly enough to leave. Choi in sighed and smiled lightly. "Now, you can test me however you want. The entire Class 5 will not just want to run or give up." Kim Han nodded. "That's right, young master. We all believe in you." The group looked at Li Chiol with eyes full of trust, which surprised him a little. In his previous life, he had never experienced this feeling. Li Chiol smiled and teased. "You guys say these cheesy lines so naturally, don't you?" The words made Bok Sung's face flush pink. "That's because the young master creates an atmosphere like that." Li Chiol continued. "All right, I understand. So no one is giving up. Check your communications one last time, gather your supplies, and let's move into the forest." The group shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Speaking of the human-faced spider forest, they operate with behavioral patterns like ants or bees, which are very difficult to deal with. Li Chiol led the group, reminding them as they walked. "I'm sure everyone is clear, right? The mission is to record the behavior of the spiders living in this forest for at least 10 years using recording equipment. From now on, the commander will be Choi In-ha." Choi In-ha was startled. "Wait a minute, what do you mean?" Li Chiol said frankly. "I will act on my own, becoming bait for the spiders." Hearing this, the whole group was stunned, with big question marks seemingly appearing over their heads, and they shouted, "Wait, what was that?" Time passed, and Li Chiol separated from the Class 5 formation, acting alone. After casually stabbing a giant spider to death, he scanned his surroundings, panting with exhaustion. Following his gaze, countless giant spiders stared with blood-red eyes. Following his gaze, countless giant spiders stared with blood-red eyes. But this was exactly what he expected. Finally, they have all gathered. It seems it was worth the effort to kill a few to lure them with pheromones. Human-faced spiders will bring prey with high nutritional value back to the nest as food for the larvae. The simplest way to make them see me as nutritious prey is to demonstrate overwhelming strength. As he thought, he changed his sword into a long sword and performed the bamboo demon technique, slicing the spider rushing toward him in half. As he thought, he changed his sword into a long sword and performed the bamboo demon technique, slicing the spider rushing toward him in half. Li Chiol smiled faintly, dropped his weapon, and stopped resisting. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a pile of soft silk. Is this inside the cocoon of a human-faced spider? If so, the plan worked. My stomach is a bit uncomfortable because of the poison, but it's not bad. He used the invisibility spell to cover his body with a blue energy screen and transformed his weapon into a short sword. He cut through the silk wrapped around his body, calculating his next step. If this is their nest, the larvae must be concentrated here. He used the short sword to cut a large tear in the cocoon and observed the outside, stunned. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? It can't just be the number they caught today. They should have eaten them all long ago, right? Why are they? Li Chiol frowned, observing his surroundings. His face turned pale when he saw that not far away, a giant cocoon was floating in the air, held by countless silk threads and guarded by a swarm of giant spiders. The cocoon vibrated incessantly, as if something inside wanted to break out. Li Chiol felt the vibration in his body. Is the dark energy resonating with it? Before he could think further, the cocoon was torn apart from the inside. A giant leg protruded, followed by a human-like hand. Finally, the figure was revealed, a giant spider with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of an attractive woman, with 6 eyes on her face. A rank 5 monster, the Spider Queen. My children, you're hungry, aren't you? She spoke. Li Chiol held his breath, silently analyzing. A rank 5 monster in a dungeon that uses human language? No, she hasn't opened her mouth. So, is the dark energy reading her consciousness? The Spider Queen suddenly attacked, lunging forward, using her sharp legs to strike Li Chiol's cocoon, sending him flying to the ground. There's no more time to maintain the invisibility spell, he thought. The Spider Queen looked at him, full of murderous intent. What are you? The thing that woke me up is inside you. Why do humans have that? That thing is Mila. Give it to me. She unleashed a purple sonic wave, the panic skill similar to the giant turtle he had faced before. Li Chiol was aware, but not afraid. Such terrifying pressure is only created by high-level predators. It's a pity that it doesn't work on me, he muttered to himself. Thanks to the dark energy, the pressure was nullified. It's a pity that it doesn't work on me, he muttered to himself. Thanks to the dark energy, the pressure was nullified. As soon as the words were spoken, from the forest not far away, a black plume of smoke rose up, followed by a horrific explosion that blew everything away. Looking at the scene not far away, the Spider Queen's face turned blank. My forest, my forest. What on earth have you done? She screamed, unable to contain herself. Meanwhile, Li Chiol smiled as he saw the plan unfold exactly as predicted. He explained, it's a weapon called an explosive magic bullet. Luckily, this damn forest has a lot of flammable things. I just had to detonate them according to my signal. Not far away, the group led by Kim Han contacted Li Chiol through their earpieces. It started. Group 1 is underway. We'll reach the nest in 30 minutes at most. At the same time, Instructor Li Dong-ho observed through the screen and hurriedly announced, this is the base camp. Young Master, I've detected a rank 5 magic power source in the nest, but before he could finish, Li Chiol interrupted, I'm fine. Make sure to support the students first. Back in the spider cave, the Spider Queen went mad. She gritted her teeth and ordered her minions. My children, hurry. Protect my forest. Then she turned to stare at Li Chiol, growling, I will personally crush you myself, you arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat me alone? Do you believe the teammates rushing to my nest will reach here? You can't do anything to me. In response, Li Chiol sneered. You're the one underestimating me. He covered his body with a golden aura. Scene change, the group of students was moving, Choi In-ha directed. Everyone, keep firing explosive bullets to attract the human-face spiders. Group 1, move straight into the nest, support the young master, and clear a path for retreat. Bok Sung ran beside him, asking, "Wait, there's a variable in the nest. Should we really proceed like this?" Choi In-ha replied, "This is the young master's order. We just follow the plan." Although he said that, he couldn't hide his anxiety, silently praying, "Young master, please hold on for just a little longer." Back to the cave, which was shaking incessantly, with rubble falling under the attacks of the Spider Queen. But she was not at all happy. "Why? Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still standing there?" She screamed as she saw her attacks doing nothing to Li Chiol. It was all thanks to his demon eye skill. He muttered to himself, "Things hidden, invisible flows of power. The eyes that can see through them are called the demon eye. Thanks to it, I can read the flow of magic power and avoid fatal blows. But the gap in strength is too great. I can't dodge completely. Luckily, this queen spider has just hatched and hasn't mastered her body perfectly. I have only one chance." As he thought, Li Chiol used a recovery potion on his wounds and shifted his sword into longsword form. He used the Thunder Force martial arts, covering his sword in a flow of black light. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, swung his sword, and released a crescent-shaped blade directly at the Spider Queen. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed through the cave. The Spider Queen couldn't dodge in time, suffering a major wound with one of her front legs severed. But Li Chiol was still not satisfied. "Damn it, the wound is still too shallow." As expected, cutting through that thick skin with just one blow is too difficult. He watched the spider scream in pain. "Pain so painful. I will turn you into my subordinate, pull out what's inside you, restore myself, and you will suffer endless pain." She raised both hands and launched rays of light. Although he didn't know this skill, Li Chiol tried to dodge. But the number of silk threads was too high, and one caught him. A sound rang in his head. "Submit." A terrible headache struck, making him scream in agony. The Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. "Ha, that arrogant face." But before she could finish, she coughed up blood, stammering, What the hell is this?" She lunged to attack. Instead of running, Li Chiol stood still, muttering, "You have to be careful. Insects are naturally weak to fire." As soon as the words were spoken, a large explosion occurred next to the Spider Queen, officially sending her to the underworld. The group of students arrived, breathing a sigh of relief when they saw Li Chiol was safe. Kim Han said, "Sorry, we were slow because we had to clear the path." Li Chiol sighed, reprimanding, "When we get back, I'm going to give you all special training." Kim Han turned pale, complaining, "Oh my God, even at a time like this, you still say that?" Li Chiol declared, "Let's get out of this nest immediately." Scene change. In the instructor's grading room, whispers broke out. Namael's Team 5 is behind schedule. They returned 30 minutes ago. Did they abandon the mission like Team 4? It's understandable. It's a special rank 6 dungeon with anomalies. Lee Dong-ho opened the door and entered. "Sorry for being late. Many people were injured, so I had to take them to the hospital first. Now I will report the situation." He pressed the controller, displaying images of the human-face spiders. Team 5's mission was to record the behavior of adult spiders. But we discovered anomalies, so we proceeded to gather information. Team 5 divided into 4 groups and placed 132 explosive magic bullets. A man interrupted, "Wait, did I hear that wrong? You guys used heavy firepower." Lee Dong-ho nodded. "That's right. We used 52 rounds during the engagement, for a total of 184. The black-haired man was furious and slapped the table. "Are you planning to level the dungeon? The mission was just to film. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and called it a success." Lee Dong-ho stammered. "The mission was accomplished. Where's the footage? Show it immediately," someone shouted. Before he could answer, the door opened. Li Chiol walked in. "Sorry for being late. The device was damaged, so I had to restore it. Here is the video." He handed his chest badge to Lee Dong-ho. Behind him, Lee Seo-yun whispered, "You maniac, is blowing up a dungeon normal? Don't you find it troublesome to be captured alive?" Li Chiol replied, "If you want to film, this is the most certain way." Not long after, the video was shown. The whole room was stunned. The black-haired man rubbed his face, bewildered. "Unbelievable. The report matches the footage perfectly. Using bombs in a dungeon is no different than bringing gasoline into a burning house. He looked at Li Chiol. Do you think this is a reasonable plan? Li Chiol was confident. I chose the option with the highest success rate. With a standard plan, would the students have succeeded? I used every measure to complete it, rather than failing or giving up. The Sungma family only looks at the results. His words made the black-haired instructor's eyes narrow as he thought silently. Not an accident. It looks like a variable, but in reality, it's a plan. That ninth kid has absolute faith in his plan. The other supervisors looked at each other and whispered. The young master's plan is too groundbreaking to be used as an example. It's hard to grade. But since the mission was completed without any casualties, you could say it's a perfect score. Team 5 was the only team to achieve a perfect score in this assessment. Time passed quickly, shifting to the office of the head of the Sungma family. Butler Choi Jin reported the test results. 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many slightly injured. Since there is a transfer of identity clause in the contract, there are no separate issues. Tae-shin nodded, not too surprised, then asked, "What are the support measures for the casualties this time?" Choi Jin replied, "Covering all treatment costs for those seriously injured. For those with permanent disabilities, we will handle it according to regulations." Tae-shin signaled, "All right, continue reporting the progress. You've worked hard." Tae-shin flipped through the report and observed. Choi Jin pressed the controller, displayed the video, and continued. "Yes, this is the documentation related to each dungeon reported this time." From Tae-shin's perspective, while watching the footage, he commented, "Indeed, there was an impact. The human-faced spider forest is in the danger zone." Choi Jin agreed. "Yes, on the northern edge of Gangwon province." The screen showed the Spider Queen ordering the young spiders to attack Li Chiol, but the image quality was very poor. Tae-shin complained, "That's short." Choi Jin shrugged. According to the report, the video could only be restored to this level. It seems it was edited too much. The words made Tae-shin pause for a beat. He enjoyed his cup of tea, amused. He really is an interesting child. Don't you think so? The words made Tae-shin pause for a beat. He enjoyed his cup of tea, amused. He really is an interesting child. Don't you think so? Tae-shin agreed. Even you think so? His unconventional ways show boldness. Precisely because he understands the rules, he knows how to utilize special techniques. The fact that the students and instructors followed the plan without objection is proof of the youngest leadership ability. No campaign information was leaked, and the plan was a perfect success. Not just this time, increased the frequency and difficulty level of the overall assessments. Choi Jin bowed his head. "Yes, I will handle it," Tae-shin whispered, his eyes filled with expectation. It seems that soon, the others will pay more attention to the youngest. A few months later, at the specialized training ground for Class 5, Kim Han cried, "Young master, you know we just finished the final assessment yesterday, right?" Li Chiol was bewildered. "Huh? That's why I gave everyone a break." Kim Han sighed. "What I mean is sigh. Never mind." Drill instructor Lee Dong-ho gathered everyone and announced, "Although this is the end-of-year assessment, and I'm sure you want to rest, don't forget there's still the promotion exam. I don't want anyone in the class to be held back. Understand?" The group shouted in unison, "Yes, we understand." Li Chiol, as if remembering something, teased Kim Han. "During the last assessment, you fell into a state of magic depletion, didn't you? Study some incantations today. Let's start with physical training first." The group dove into training. Looking at their spirits, Li Chiol thought happily. They're tougher now, not just physically, but mentally. No longer collapsing because of shortcomings. They've learned how to compensate. Almost a year since the start of student life, excluding those who were forced to withdraw, no one had been expelled or killed. Suddenly, Lee Dong-ho found him. "So that's where you are?" Li Chiol was surprised. "What's the matter?" Lee Dong-ho reminded. "The instructors have an announcement regarding the promotion exam." Li Chiol nodded. "All right, I'll go right away." At the gathering room, Lee Seo-yun waved her hand. "Over here, sit down. I have something to say." She patted the chair next to her. When Li Chiol sat down, she glanced at him. "You did quite well on this assessment, but I heard Class 1 was also excellent." At the gathering room, Lee Seo-yun waved her hand. "Over here, sit down. I have something to say." She patted the chair next to her. "Oh no, that's not important." She shook her head, dispelling the thought, then whispered, "Hey, in this promotion exam, you're going to be in trouble. The sixth sister and the seventh brother were called into the room by the mother. Recently, there have been rumors they've been going everywhere meeting students. Li Qiol guessed Lady Bong's purpose, but was not worried and smiled faintly. What? Are they planning to pull tricks during the promotion exam? Li Xiaoyun was frustrated. Being eliminated is common, but what's scary is not knowing what tricks they'll pull. You're not afraid because you're weird. The sixth sister and seventh brother are extremely scary. Li Qiol crossed his arms and criticized. If you were trying to warn me, it's too late. Those kinds of troublesome things started back in the midterm assessment, right? He stroked his chin, calculating. Every assessment has had problems. Poor equipment, omission of training content to discriminate. Recently, I even heard someone approach Bok Song. Li Xiaoyun clenched her fists. I've already told my class. This time, I'm going to compete fairly and win. I want first place, so I can make you call me sister, she said with a fiery spirit. Li Xiaoyun clenched her fists. I've already told my class. This time, I'm going to compete fairly and win. I want first place, so I can make you call me sister, she said with a fiery spirit. The instructor walked in and announced, Is everyone gathered? This year's quarterly assessment has officially ended. Now I will announce the content and schedule for the promotion exam. Promotion results are based on the full year's performance in this exam. The exam will be held at Gate I-7, 3 kilometers north of Qian City. Hearing the location, Li Qiol flashed with surprise. A gate. I guess the exam would be unusual, but I didn't expect it to be inside an otherworld gate. The instructor continued, taking out the command badge. Inside the gate, there will be nameplates engraved with Sung Mu clan. Each student will have a nameplate. If it's stolen, you'll be handled as if defeated and forced to leave. There are no other rules. Collect as many nameplates as possible. This isn't a combat ability test, but a competition for plunder. Li Qiol quickly read the nature of it. So that's how it's played. This isn't a combat ability test, but a competition for plunder. Li Qiol quickly read the nature of it. So that's how it's played. Handling the casualties is a trap. No one knows what happens. As long as you plunder or find the hidden nameplates, there's no problem. This is an individual match, with second-year students involved too. Clearly, some force is meddling. The otherworld gate separates us from the outside world. For a despised, illegitimate son, no matter what happens, no evidence will be left behind. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed, but that's also true for the other side. He wore a dangerous smile, making Li Xiaoyun uneasy. Scene change. In an office, a girl whistled happily. A voice interrupted. What are you doing? It was Li Jae-hak, the seventh young master of the Sungmu family. The girl, the sixth young lady, Li Xiaoa, replied, watching the cute little brother working his fingers to the bone. Li Jae-hak cursed. Crazy, Li Xiaoa complained. This kid, every time you open your mouth, you speak so rudely to your sister. Anyway, the eighth sister is cuter. Her personality is like a rabbit. I just want to throttle her once. She drew a dagger, licked her lips terrifyingly, and asked, By the way, what do you think? Li Jae-hak, eyes never leaving the computer, asked, About what? Li Xiaoa reminded. The mother's order, obviously. Li Jae-hak sighed in boredom. I just think it's time to grasp the situation once and for all. Li Xiaoa juggled her knife and said, I'm really annoyed. An illegitimate son dares to wear the main lineage's nameplate and struts around everywhere. As his superior, I'm going to teach him a lesson. And he's bringing that soft, doe-like older brother along behind him. Let's show him his place. Li Xiaoa gripped the knife tightly and plunged it deep into the desk. Time passed quickly, and the final promotion exam began. This was an opportunity for students to move to the next year, a competition for badges within a stabilized otherworld gate. Kim Han looked at the two men with cold faces in front, whispering to Li Qiol, Is a stabilized realm really guarded this heavily? Li Qiol replied calmly, Probably to reassure the public or for prevention. This is a research and experiment site. His eyes narrowed slightly, wondering, but the number of personnel is smaller than I thought. Do they think I don't notice, so they act so brazenly? Or is the student's level just that low? Either way, it doesn't matter. Li Qiol turned and reminded the students behind him. Is everyone ready? The group shouted in unison. Of course. He nodded. All right, let's go. Li Qiol led the way, stepping quickly into the gate. Speaking of the siblings Li Xiaoa and Li Jae-hak, Lee Seoa was happily enjoying some cake, praising, J-Hack, this office has so many delicious snacks. Lee J-Hack concentrating on his work side. That's for guests. Just eat a little. Lee Seoa shrugged, not caring. No way. But anyway, still no contact? I'm busy as it is, and I still had to come here myself. Lee J-Hack looked up. The instructor reported that the second-year students have also. Hearing that, Lee Seoa's face showed interest. Just thinking about the scene of those illegitimate kids and the trash crawling around makes me excited. Mom said if I do well, I'll be rewarded. Must write down what I want beforehand. Unlike his confident sister, Lee J-Hack was uneasy. Will everything go smoothly? Even though I believe the plan will work, but he remembered his eldest brother, Lee Minwo's words. Be careful, J-Hack. The youngest isn't an easy opponent. I met him recently, and I said as much. At the time, J-Hack laughed it off, but the words still simmered in his mind. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lee Seoa jumped up. What is it? Is it over? J-Hack didn't answer, his eyes squinted tightly looking at the screen. Lee Seoa frustratedly grabbed the phone to check. A few seconds later, her voice was filled with bewilderment. 21 killed, 15 retreated? A few seconds later, her voice was filled with bewilderment. 21 killed, 15 retreated? The entire class 5 of the first year lived? Ridiculous. You're telling me that the whole group combined couldn't even take down one bastard? She angrily clenched her fist, crushing the phone. Lee J-Hack finally understood his eldest brother's warning. We've lost. Lost everything to Lee Cheol. Scene change. Inside the gate, 2 students were running for their lives. The brown-haired one cursed. Damn it. He's just a bastard from class 5. The black-haired one shouted. Shut up. Keep running. Hide in that cave. He won't find us there. Both accelerated, hid in the stone cave, took a breather, and observed outside. The black-haired one asked, Did we lose him? In response, a sword flew toward them, tearing through the air and piercing deep into the ground, creating a large crack. While both were in a panic, Lee Cheol appeared, grabbed the black-haired student's hand, and twisted it, causing him to scream in pain. He smiled at the brown-haired one, mocking, Lee Cheol is here. You guys hide well. It took me a while to find you. The brown-haired student was terrified, fell over, and trembled. Stay away. Just because you're from the main line, you think you're everything? Why torment us? Lee Cheol stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and enlightened him. Some might think I attacked you first if they heard that. Shouldn't there be a price to pay for pointing a sword at the main line? He raised his sword. A chilling scream echoed through the cave. Time passed. Choi In-ha ran over to report. Young master, the side over here is done. Lee Cheol nodded. Very good. If it's done, leave immediately. We haven't dealt with all those pursuing us yet. Choi In-ha replied. Yes, I will rendezvous with Kim Han immediately. Lee Cheol said he would move alone, instructing Choi In-ha to finish the target list and collect more cards. Watching his back fade away, Lee Cheol stretched and thought. The most important thing is the number of cards collected. Stealing cards from other students is low efficiency. So, I have a hypothesis. Can the demon eye find the badges? Activating the demon eye, countless golden energy streaks appeared, one stretching toward a nearby cliff. Lee Cheol smirked. Found it. He rushed up the cliff, found the badge, and rejoiced. Doing it this way is really effective. While I'm at it, I might as well practice controlling the demon eye. Time passed. Lee Cheol looked blankly at the bag containing countless badges. I didn't expect to collect this many. Looking at the bag makes me feel giddy, but I can't train the demon eye any further. From afar, a loud explosion rang out. He was disappointed. The exam is almost over. Constant battles since morning. If I keep avoiding her, it'll be even more troublesome. He sighed. At the same time, Lee Seo-yun descended from the sky in front of him. Finally found you, Lee Cheol. Her voice was cheerful, but seeing his face, she was curious. What's wrong? Not surprised? Lee Cheol shrugged. I knew you would follow. Lee Seo-yun asked. Then why didn't you stop? He smiled. I've stopped now, haven't I? Lee Seo-yun didn't waste time, getting straight to the point. You think you're good? Huh? Let's duel. See who comes out on top. She tied up her hair, provoking. Want to try? If I win, you have to call me sister. Understand. Lee Cheol was interested. What if I win? Lee Seo-yun said sweetly. If you win, I'll call you brother. Her tone gave Lee Cheol goosebumps. He hugged himself tightly, wary. If you're attacking me mentally, it's working. Lee Seo-yun was embarrassed, shouted, "Shut up, talkative. Come on." Both gripped their swords and lunged toward each other. The battle officially began. The promotion exam ended with an increasingly strict evaluation system, including not just one, but two mainline members participating at the same time, becoming a hot topic. In a corner of the arena, some unknown students whispered, "The 8th young lady won first place, right? With a second-year fighter participating, can a first-year cadet stand a chance?" One worried. In another corner, some whispered, covering their mouths, "You mean them?" "Yeah, the youngest illegitimate child, a first-year class 5 cadet." In another corner, some whispered, covering their mouths, "You mean them?" "Yeah, the youngest illegitimate child, a first-year class 5 cadet." Lee Cheol accepted it, shook his head, and thanked. "Honestly, I didn't think I'd win first place." He smiled, thinking about the duel with Lee Seo-yun. They couldn't be too obviously biased. Maybe Seo-yun did better, but I took all her nameplates. Unaware of this thought, Lee Dong-ho continued to praise. "You're really calm. You're the highest-scoring cadet overall, an achievement to be proud of." Lee Cheol nodded. "My nanny will surely be happy. Thank you for the wishes." He stepped down, and students rushed to congratulate. "Congratulations, young master," Lee Dong-ho called next. Cadet Choi In-ha stepped forward. Choi In-ha, who had been held back for 2 years, stepped forward. "Congratulations on your promotion." Lee Dong-ho smiled, handing over the certificate. Choi In-ha ranked 13th. Looking at the certificate, he trembled. Thank you." His voice emotional. Lee Cheol behind him teased, "Don't let it make you complacent, Choi In-ha. You can be proud, but resting on your laurels won't change anything." Choi In aside, "Yes, young master." Lee Dong-ho called next. Cadet Bok Song. Bok Song ranked 24th. "Kim Han, promoted in your very first year. Great effort. Congratulations." Lee Jung-ho smiled, but Kim Han looked at the ranking, thinking to himself, "The ranking isn't impressive. Honestly, I am disappointed. This is just the beginning. I will be as strong as the young master, trying harder so I won't be a burden or live a half-hearted life. For now on, I won't lose again." The whole group looked at Lee Cheol's back, their eyes determined. Lee Cheol smiled contentedly. No one in the class was held back. That's enough to be satisfied. "It's over. No more worries." He turned to the group. "You all worked hard. Everyone passed. I was planning to retrain whoever failed. What a pity. The second year will be tougher. Many want to tear you apart. But I believe you can all manage, right?" The whole group shouted in unison, "Yes." Lee Cheol clenched his fist and shouted, "You all can do it." Time passed. Lee Cheol and Lee Seo-yun were dressed neatly to meet their father when summoned. Lee Seo-hyun's face was sour, thinking about her failure against Lee Cheol. "Hey, I don't accept this." Lee Cheol sighed. "What are you not accepting this time?" Lee Seo-yun bristled. "If it weren't for the promotion exam, I should have been first. You played dirty. Beating me wasn't enough. You took all my nameplates. Do you know how hard it was for me to gather those?" "Ugh. If only I had brought the Chang'e sword," she pouted regretfully. Lee Cheol silently admitted, "I thought I'd win easily, but it took over an hour. Seo-yun is stronger than I thought. She hasn't even released sword energy or mastered her skills. If she could, I wouldn't want to imagine it." Unaware of this assessment, Lee Seo-yun finished venting and coughed a few times. But a promise is a promise. Lee Cheol was curious. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Lee Seo-yun shrugged. "The way we address each other. We made a bet, remember? Are you going to say it now?" Lee Cheol covered her mouth, glaring. "One more word, and it's a duel to the death." Lee Seo-yun was bewildered. "Got it. Is it that annoying? Anyway, stop fooling around. Let's go, we're almost late." Lee Cheol urged. She was startled. "Yeah, right, let's go." Both accelerated to the family head's office. Upon entering, they paid their respects. "Greetings, father." Tae-shin turned around and nodded. "Come in quickly." He poured tea for his 2 children and asked, "I heard you finished the first-year cadet training course. What have you seen and felt?" Lee Seo-yun hesitated, looking at Lee Cheol. He thought to himself, "What's up? Why are you looking at me?" Seeing Lee Cheol didn't answer, Lee Seo-yun shouted, "I saw the true face of the family." The statement made Lee Cheol choke and spit out his tea. Tae-shin was amused. "What is the true face?" Lee Seo-yun replied. I know rivalry comes from competition, but there are things I cannot accept. I value fairness and honesty. No matter what I achieve, I want it to come from my sword and my own strength. Tae-shin nodded, satisfied, evaluating silently. That's why the sword chose you. You were once timid, but the youngest has changed you. He looked at Lee Cheol, and you, Cheol, what did you feel? Lee Cheol was serious, thought for a moment, then said, I felt ashamed. The Cadet Corps is the foundation for the family's warriors, but currently, it is rotten. Tae-shin changed his gaze, stern. What did you say? Lee Cheol was firm. They don't fight. They might be weak, they might lose, but giving up on fighting makes them unworthy of belonging to the Lee family elite. I saw too many cadets like that. The problem lies in the ability of the instructors or the training methods. He remembered what he went through in Class 5. Tae-shin whispered, arrogant, but smiled, leaving both of them stunned, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Tae-shin advised, it is admirable that you build your own philosophy, but you must be careful. Once you fall into the quagmire of balance, it is very hard to escape. The words made Lee Seo-hyun brighten, and Lee Cheol was surprised. I didn't expect Father to give advice personally. He replied, Thank you. Father, I will keep that in mind. Tae-shin got to the main point. I've heard about what you've done over the past year. The exams might be different from regular warrior missions, but the nature is the same. You realized it was a test I set up, and you dedicated yourselves to completing it. Today, I summoned you to reward the missions you did well. The unexpected reward made Lee Cheol suspicious. Father is always strict in rewards and punishments. Rewarding this, there must be a reason. Lee Seo-yun didn't think much, raised her hand. I want a supreme-grade chest armor, dragon-scale armor. Tae-shin agreed. Fine, I will notify the armory. Come pick it up tomorrow. Lee Seo-yun was happy. Yes, thank you, Father. Tae-shin looked at Lee Cheol. And you, son, what do you want? Lee Cheol had decided. I want permission to enter the Heaven Position Mountain. Both Tae-shin and Lee Seo-hyun's eyes widened, looking at him in surprise. In his room, Lee Cheol was organizing his backpack. Medicinal herbs, illustrated books, cast-iron pots, drug preparation tools. Everything was ready. Good. Everything needed is prepared, he told himself. Heaven Position Mountain is a spirit mountain, where not only spiritual herbs, but also spiritual medicines grow. In Red Green Island, I could only refine effective drugs, but this time, I can prepare them completely. Lee Cheol thought, remembering Tae-shin's words. He didn't expect his father would actually allow him to enter the mountain, helping him push up the date of the warrior journey. The warrior journey, as the name implies, is the final challenge for descendants of the Sung-mu clan to be recognized as warriors. Before setting off, Heaven Position Mountain is a place that must be visited. He pondered, looking into the distance. Heaven Position Mountain. Sooner or later, one must set foot there once in a lifetime. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Yeah, come in, Lee Cheol said. K-won entered. Young master, there is a report. He wondered what news, she replied. The seventh young master sent an invitation. In the study, Lee Jae-hak carried tea, greeting cheerfully. Long time no see. This is the first time since the Mid-Autumn Festival, right? Lee Cheol smiled. Right, you still remember how precious. Lee Jae-hak sat down. I'm not forgetful enough to not remember that much time. Lee Cheol observed, thinking. As expected, not easy to deal with. From the friendly conversation like brothers, brewing tea himself, to choosing a seat naturally, everything is perfect. Compared to unpredictable kindness, clear malice is sometimes easier to deal with. Lee Jae-hak smiled artificially. Enjoy the tea. My only hobby is drinking tea, so it's not bad. Lee Cheol replied politely. Many thanks. Do you often brew tea for guests yourself? Lee Jae-hak replied. Depend on the guest. This type of tea is from an overseas farm. I bought it 2 years ago. Lee Cheol thought. Drank tea several times now. He still hasn't gotten to the main point. Being leisurely doesn't fit the situation, yet he knows how to hold the reins of the situation. He's not a useless person, just has a bit of martial arts talent. That was enough probing. Lee Jae-hak set his teacup down and said, The reason I called you is because of the promotion match. Did you know this was arranged by me and the sixth sister? Lee Cheol replied, Yes, I knew. Lee Jae-hak breathed a sigh of relief. Then we can talk faster, he explained. This wasn't my intention. Lee Cheol smiled slightly, thinking he chose that way. Li Jae-hak is famous in politics, administration, and commerce. Skillful in maneuvering communication that doesn't create enemies, known as the Golden Sword. This must mean he doesn't want to be my enemy. Li Jae-hak continued, his voice apologetic. Even so, the fault is still mine. If you want, I'll take responsibility. Li Cheol said, no need. This is just one of countless struggles to come. His eyes flashed with vigilance and murderous intent. Could it be that you want to say it was all Lady Beck's idea, so you were forced to act? Li Jae-hak probed. Saying that, do you consider me an enemy? Li Cheol replied softly, as if warning, those who touch my people, openly pulling tricks in front of me, are they not enemies? Li Jae-hak secretly considered how to handle this. Act first to avoid trouble, or he sighed, what do you want me to do? Li Cheol unexpectedly proposed, please show some sincerity. You suffer a loss this time, not just me alone. Li Jae-hak smiled lightly, thinking, arrogant brat, not accepting an apology, but demanding compensation? But I like it. He reached out his hand. Fine, I'll send appropriate spiritual medicine to the Class 5 students. You will also receive a worthy reward. Li Cheol shook hands happily. You're so accommodating, I won't bring this up again. Both shook hands, teasing each other. Li Jae-hak, among the brothers, you and I are the most compatible. Li Cheol, really? I'm not so sure. He stood up. Excuse me, Li Jae-hak advised. Be careful with the sixth sister. Unlike me, she has no affection for you. Li Cheol was indifferent. That's fine. For the next year, I won't be in the family. He wore a confident smile. In a room, Li Seoa knelt before Lady Beck, her voice begging, Mother, please let me explain. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away. Lady Beck shouted, merciless, shut up. The two words made Li Seoa panic and back away. She despised. You ran away, something absolutely forbidden for the Sung Mu clan bloodline. If you were my flesh and blood, that behavior would be unforgivable. Li Seoa trembled, muttering, but if I take responsibility right now, isn't it still in time? What's so hard about crushing that bastard? Lady Beck mocked. You really don't understand anything. If it could be done, I wouldn't have pushed you to this point. The word stabbed deep into Li Seoa's heart. She continued, that illegitimate kid will go to Heaven Position Mountain in a year. If you fail to recover from the loss, one could still speak. But you let the opportunity slip away, smearing the reputation of the entire main line. If I see that lowly appearance again, things won't just stop at a slap. If I see that lowly appearance again, things won't just stop at a slap. Li Jae-hak looked at her with pity and closed the door. Li Seoa still screamed, you bastard, I'll kill you. Li Jae-hak stood outside, thinking, Mother is truly cruel. This makes Seoa even more stubborn to recover from the failure. Between Seoa and Li Cheol, who is more valuable? A future worth looking forward to. A year later, in a car, Li Cheol was confused, clenched his fists, and looked up. Butler Choi Jin called out, coinciding on the same path, truly fortunate. Li Cheol was surprised to see an acquaintance. Butler Choi is here? Li Cheol was surprised to see an acquaintance. Butler Choi is here? Butler Choi Jin comforted. Don't take it as a burden, young master. Li Cheol was slightly bewildered. Yes. He continued. Before Tet, I have to arrange the ancestors' graves. I also have work to relay to the Heaven Position Mountain Master. I'm only following because the family head ordered it. He continued. Before Tet, I have to arrange the ancestors' graves. I also have work to relay to the Heaven Position Mountain Master. I'm only following because the family head ordered it. Even though his aura or presence was no different from a mortal, Butler Choi was absolutely not ordinary. Being a central family official, holding a position more important than the elders, the distance between him and Choi Jin, he guessed, was hard to measure. Choi Jin suddenly asked, heard that before entering Heaven Position Mountain, you visited Sung Vu Mountain. May I ask why? Li Cheol scratched his head. I intended to visit the family head's grave. Leaving the family for the first time, burning incense to pay respects is a duty that must be done. He secretly calculated. This reasoning is legitimate, but it also lets the world see an illegitimate son willing to travel far to pay respects. It certainly has its purpose. Choi Jin was satisfied, enthusiastic, not a young master for nothing, truly wise. Many elders will sympathize with that sincere appearance. Li Chiol smiled sincerely. Thank you for thinking so, but was secretly panicked. That remark seems to have seen through my intentions. Choi Jin said, Young master, may I say a word? Li Chiol softened his voice. Yes, I am listening. He asked, Young master, do you often climb mountains? Li Chiol replied, No, perhaps I've never climbed a mountain properly before. Choi Jin smiled satisfied. Haha, is that so? I really enjoy that hobby. Once, I climbed a rugged mountain. There were no trails, had to forge my own path. If it were you, young master, how would you climb the mountain? Li Chiol replied. I would lift my head, look only at the peak, and advance. That is the quickest and most accurate way to reach the top. Choi Jin nodded, satisfied. As expected, you will quickly reach the top. He continued, but in reality, it's not that simple. Sometimes you have to look behind you, glance to the side, to determine if you're still going in the right direction. Only lowering your head to advance. You're likely to get lost, winding around quite a bit more. The higher the peak, the more cautious you must be. Li Chiol realized, thinking to himself, could he be discussing the martial way? After returning, I rushed to receive new power, haven't digested it thoroughly. I didn't think that was a problem. Just like that, even though time passed, I only busied myself seeking new things. He said sincerely, Thank you for your guidance. Choi Jin waved his hand, smiled lightly. Haha, just consider it an old man's rambling. Looks like we've arrived. Both looked outside. The car stopped at Sungvu Mountain. Li Chiol stepped out, eyes towards the gate, calling, Butler Choi. He wondered, heard that only those who inherit the bloodline or are permitted by the Sungvu family can pass the mountain gate. Can you also enter? Choi Jin was solemn. Honored, I was granted that right by the previous family head. I will tidy up the previous family head's grave. Young master, where do you plan to go first? Li Chiol walked and talked. I want to go to where the ancestors' tablet is seated first. Walking, Li Chiol felt something strange, like crossing the Tong Fan barrier, entering another world. He clenched his fist, feeling strange. Choi Jin respectfully bowed. I beg to take my leave. May the young master achieve his wishes. Li Chiol was excited, shouting, Thank you. He walked on the bumpy stone path to the founder's grave. Opening the wooden door, he was respectful. Descendant of the Sung Mu clan, paying respects to the ancestor. Drawing his sword, he swore, From this moment on, even though it is disrespectful to draw the sword at the grave, it is in accordance with the ancestors' arrangement. I ask for your forgiveness. Placing the sword on the table, he poured a glass of wine. Although Black Knight is a sword, its essence is not just that. Before the return, thanks to the eldest brother, the family secret was partially revealed. Black Knight has 9 seals. I only know 4 layers. Prove worthy of being the sword's master. Bear the blood of the Sung Mu clan. Pass the naming ceremony. The first challenge set by the ancestor. Until now, I've solved 3 layers. What will the next seal reveal? Black Knight's power spread. A blinding light emitted from the mirror on the table. 5 wills of heaven position. Li Chiol muttered. Heaven position mountain? It is indeed the mountain in my memory. Yes, let's go to Heaven Position Mountain. Heaven Position Mountain, where the ancestor recognized spiritual energy, choosing it as the place for future generations to train. Observing, he exclaimed, Concentrated magic power. Even though I've read the materials, this is the first time I've set foot here. A voice rang out. Truly an excellent mountain, isn't it? Li Chiol turned back, welcomingly toward Choi Jin. Yes, it feels different from Sungvu Mountain or Red Green Island. He continued, praying that young master achieves your desired results. Another voice intervened. This bunch is noisy, distracting, gathering like a pack of hungry wolves. A figure approached. Li Chiol was cautious, unable to sense any aura. The guard shouted, Young master, butler, step back. It's an expert. The old man with the long beard was angry, pointing, You bastards, want to die? If you value your lives, sheath your swords immediately. The guards panicked. Everyone into formation. A hand suddenly pressed hard on the guard's head. You idiots, just holding a piece of iron and not listening to anyone. Li Chiol stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape. The old man took a sip of wine, wiped his mouth, mocking after taking down the group of guards. Didn't accomplish anything, yet dared to rush in. Turning to Li Chiol and Choi Jin, he scowled. You have no manners, at least report a month in advance. I already told you. Yet you arrive empty-handed again, not bringing a jar of wine. Wanna die? Choi Jin smiled brightly. About that, I apologize. But you are exaggerating a bit. The old man grumbled. Kid, bold, dare to argue? Lee Cheol spoke up. Butler Choi. Choi Jin pretended to cough. Almost forgot. Let me introduce. This person is the heaven-positioned mountain master. The old man took off his glasses, looked at Lee Cheol, impatient. Him? The brat the family had brought from outside. Butler Choi Jin replied. Yes, this is the 9th young master Lee Cheol, the one who will climb the mountain this time. The mountain master rubbed his chin, laughed secretly, then jumped close to him. You saw a part of my techniques, didn't you? Lee Cheol was startled, not expecting him to notice, and hurriedly replied, Yes, I saw it. The mountain lord clicked his tongue. You have a similar aura to Tae Shin, but the scent on you is a bit strange. Suddenly, Lee Cheol's left eye throbbed with intense pain. He covered his eye, wincing in agony. The mountain lord looked suspicious. Does this kid have some weird kind of eye? He hadn't expected the old man to notice his abnormality. An energy flow from the mountain lord swirled around him, soothing his eye. Scene change. The mountain lord was enjoying a bottle of liquor in his room, his face flushed with a tipsy glow. Western liquor is certainly different. The woody scent is strange, but it's incredibly delicious. Choi Jin smiled warmly. I'm glad it suits your taste. Lee Cheol watched, thinking, I'm no expert on alcohol, but this clearly isn't the cheap stuff. The mountain lord set the bottle down hard. All right, tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you for training. They must really hate you, huh? Lee Cheol replied clearly. I came of my own free will. The mountain lord gave a sly smile, as if sympathetic. Oh, is that so? Relying on the energy radiating from him, the old man guessed, typical of a child entangled in a death trap and fate. Lee Cheol sat up straight, thinking about the mountain lord's identity, the illusions from his demonic eye, and the rumors about the mountain guardian before the regression. He's definitely a Dakibi. Dakibi predict the future with eyes full of stars, seeing things that are destined and cannot be changed. The mountain lord asked casually, So you've got a whole year. What are you planning to do? Choi Jin used telepathy to remind him. Just so you know, the clan leader Tae Shin can hear everything you're saying. Lee Cheol stammered. The conversation ended, and the mountain lord frowned. Damn it, I've met some weirdos, but this kid rushed straight here the moment I mentioned the training grounds. You too? Wait until I finish healing those weaklings, then head out with them. Choi Jin happily replied. Thank you for allowing the use of the spirit water. The mountain lord said seriously. So, why are you really here? Not just for a casual visit, right? Choi Jin nodded. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Have you read The Heavenly Omens, Mountain Lord? The clan leader asked me to inquire. The cup in the mountain lord's hand froze. He nodded and set the cup down. I've read them, but there isn't much to say. Choi Jin prompted him gently. A Dakibi who's been treated to good liquor wouldn't refuse to help, right? The mountain lord got annoyed and slammed the table. Hey kid, is that supposed to be an apology? Choi Jin smiled. I brought over 10 bottles of liquor. The mountain lord drank the bottle dry with a sigh. Damn it, I knew this would happen. He sighed, crushed the empty bottle, and said seriously, There's still a long road ahead. The heavenly gate opened long ago. Human strength is reaching its peak, and chaos will follow. Tell him not to be impatient. Just let things take their natural course. Choi Jin smiled. Understood. I will relay the message to the clan leader. The mountain lord pointed angrily. If I'd won that damn wrestling match, I wouldn't be caught up in this mess. He shifted the topic to Lee Cheol. You seem to like that illegitimate kid. Aren't you worried? Choi Jin mused, looking at his cup. As a servant, I only serve the bloodline of the Sung Mu clan. The mountain lord said, You heard he wants to go there, right? He's just a rookie, Choi Jin replied. Just keep an eye on him once, and you'll find it interesting. Scene change. At the underground training ground, Lee Cheol stepped out of the portal, clicking his tongue. The mountain lord's power. Every time I see it, I'm amazed. A tree root, I led to the training ground. There was an entrance to the cave, right where he was yesterday. Is this Dakibi magic? He muttered to himself. Honestly, I still lack so much. For now on, I have 1 year. Drawing his dagger, he whispered, Secret martial arts from Mu Ji and Mu Jin, the evil eye's intuition, the black energy. I have to make them my own. Goal: 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, keep going until it is. At the same time, in his room, the Mountain Lord lay sprawled, watching Li Chiol through a mirror, feeling bored. That kid is way too intense. I've never seen anyone like him. Training until exhaustion, recovering with spirit water, then repeating. It's like he's torturing himself. He flicked his finger, turned off the screen, stared at the ceiling, and sighed. No wonder his destiny is so bleak. Destined to die young or meet misfortune. Yet he overturns immutable fate and suppresses his own innate energy. A creature without destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? The Mountain Lord laughed when he thought of Tei Shin. The bloodline doesn't lie. 3 months later, the Mountain Lord rambled while lying on the floor. Choi Jin said it would be interesting. I'm bored to death. I'm not watching anymore. The kid only practices the basics. What's so fun about that? He turned his back. Except for asking to pick herbs, he doesn't say anything. He probably hasn't died yet. Suddenly, a familiar cry rang out. The Mountain Lord jumped up, getting into a defensive stance. The cry of a Baki spirit beast? Did something invade the mountain? He flicked his finger to open the screen. I built a barrier. This shouldn't be possible. Could those big shots from the family have broken it while bringing food and liquor? Looking at the screen, he screamed, What? What the hell is that kid doing? Don't tell me he intends to eat the spirit beast. Li Chiol ran like a hyena, holding a construction trowel, chasing the Baki. The Mountain Lord panicked, threw the door open, and shouted, Stop right there. Li Chiol pretended not to hear and kept chasing. Before he could catch it, the Mountain Lord quickly blocked his path, furious. Hey, you brat. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Li Chiol panted and greeted him. Mountain Lord, long time no see. Could you please step aside for a moment? At this point, he was 14 years old. The Mountain Lord was annoyed and scolded Li Chiol. How dare you target a spirit creature right in front of me? I've lived this long and never seen a brat like you. Li Chiol was confused. What are you talking about? The Mountain Lord explained in frustration. The thing you're chasing with murderous intent is a Baki spirit beast. Li Chiol wondered, why would I kill a spirit beast? The Mountain Lord was stunned, unable to understand what was wrong with him. Observing the basket and the pickaxe on Li Chiol, he became even more confused. Seeing the Baki, Li Chiol raised his pickaxe and shouted, That little brat. The Mountain Lord quickly intervened. Wait, he snapped. Why on earth are you chasing the Baki? Li Chiol replied, It stole my secret medicine. He apologized. I'll explain later, and dashed off in pursuit again. The Mountain Lord couldn't stop him and called out, Hey, the spirit beast has hidden itself. How are you going to find it? Suddenly, he was astonished. Li Chiol was chasing exactly in the direction the Baki had hidden, despite how hard it was to pinpoint even for someone with sensitive senses. The Mountain Lord muttered, looking at his feet. Chi energy is radiating from his toes, yet the ground isn't even damaged. He wondered, was the kid always this fast? Li Chiol chased the Baki frantically to get back his secret medicine. The Mountain Lord was lost in thought. I only took my eyes off him for 3 months. Surely something couldn't have happened already? After hearing his explanation, he calmed down. So, when you were finding the final ingredient for the secret medicine, the Baki stole it and ran away, right? The Mountain Lord felt embarrassed. My apologies. Li Chiol felt dejected, his voice heavy. It was at least 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng. He lowered his head, shoulders slumping, listing the precious herbs. Fleece flower, white scale herb, dragon scale flower, matsutake mushroom, cordyceps from zombie insects. He refused to give up. I worked so hard to gather them. Disappointed, his voice was weak. That was medicine I meticulously prepared for 100 days without sleep. All that work gone to waste. The Mountain Lord was flustered. No, about that. Li Chiol sighed, his eyes tired. So that's one reason why my attempt at Heavenly Mountain failed. That medicine was an important goal. The Mountain Lord got angry and shouted, Hey, I gave you permission to pick them. So what if they got stolen? Li Chiol exclaimed. True. His voice dripped with sarcasm like an arrow piercing through. You gave permission, but I took them from your territory. Failing to manage, it was my fault. The Mountain Lord thumped his chest grandly. Fine, I'll compensate you. He boasted. Anything you want, I accept. Li Chiol flashed a sinister smile and asked, You just said anything, right? The Mountain Lord sobered up. smiling warmly. Li Chiol seized the opportunity. As it happens, Mountain Lord, there are two things I need help. Scene change. In a dark, gloomy cave, murderous intent spread, and strange cries echo. Sharp, spiked legs appeared. The spider demon stood regally, its massive body looking at Li Chiol as if he were a tiny snack. He gripped his sword tight, channeling his energy, and reminded himself, "Remember this." Li Chiol focused his strength into the sword, muttering, "The power of the Ori skill, when used consecutively, activating the Yama's strong chi technique, is no different from the first time." Red threads shot out, binding the spider demon's limbs. It screamed and struggled. Li Chiol used his feet as a pivot, grabbed his sword, activated the earth wind strong chi technique, and swung hard from below. Blood splattered everywhere. He cursed, "Damn it." Observing the slash, he muttered, "Not enough power to kill it." The spider demon began to counterattack. Suddenly, the spider demon transformed into a talisman in front of him. The Mountain Lord stooped to pick it up, grumbling, "Damn it. Why do I have to serve this kid?" He held the talisman and sighed. "Don't know why I promised to do these things." Seeing Li Chiol panting, he asked, "Hey kid, want to take a break?" Li Chiol breathed a sigh of relief. "Please, right now." He closed his eyes. The Mountain Lord reminded him, "Up to you. Focus. Visualize the target in your memory." He tossed the talisman, summoning the swordsman for the next training session. Watching, the Mountain Lord muttered, "Demon energy is flowing outward. I didn't expect him to know how to train using illusions." He was indignant, clenching his fists. How does he know to request illusion training? And for 4 hours straight. Calming down, he thought, "It's done now, just let it slide." The second task, gathering demon energy herbs, isn't that hard either. Observing, he realized, over the past 3 months, his body has become healthier, taller, more refined, and more stable. With a serious gaze, he muttered, "Never mind that." Looking at the sword Li Chiol was holding, he thought, "I have to ask about that weapon sometime." Li Chiol soaked in the spring, blissful. "Feels like I'm coming back to life. If it weren't for the healing spring, I wouldn't have survived. If only there were springs like this outside Heavenly Mountain, like at the main house." A hairy foot stepped down. Li Chiol was startled, jumped up, and thought, "Who's that?" I couldn't sense any aura, even though he got this close. The Mountain Lord spoke up. "Seeing you so tired, you must be a real person after all." Li Chiol asked, "Mountain Lord, what brings you here?" He soaked in the hot spring. "I've worked hard too. Can I take a break?" He asked. "You've been here a long time. Are you resting properly?" Li Chiol scratched his head, embarrassed. "I've been resting properly, sir." The Mountain Lord barked. "I mean, other than coming here after every training session, you brat." He popped a boiled egg into his mouth and scolded. "I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as stupidly as you." Li Chiol saw this and muttered, holding an egg again. He gave a wry smile. "Is that so?" He stood up, grabbed his towel, and forced himself. "I've fully recovered. Please excuse me." But in his head, he lamented, still a bit uncomfortable. The Mountain Lord slammed the egg onto a rock and barked. "Wait." The action made Li Chiol freeze. He said in a low voice, "I still have something to say. Sit down." The Mountain Lord asked, "What was the name of the thing you were swinging earlier?" Li Chiol raised his hand, looking at the ring. "You mean this?" The Mountain Lord nodded. "Yes. Where did you get it?" He said seriously. "Promise me, don't tell anyone about anything related to it." "I'm not sure, but it's connected to your identity." Li Chiol was anxious. "It's called Meaning. I got it from the family's secret vault." The Mountain Lord created a small whirlwind from the spring steam and said seriously, "I don't know how much you understand, but I once saw something very similar a long time ago." He recounted. "Long ago, there was a shaman who communicated with spirits, reading the stars in the sky." The Mountain Lord continued the story about the sorcerer. He always carried something, a stone that could freely change its shape. With just that stone, the sorcerer could perform all sorts of magic, using forbidden arts without paying a heavy price. Thanks to the stone, he became the greatest sorcerer of his age. But then, the stone he trusted eventually devoured him. He lost his sanity and began rampaging like a monster. That change happened in less than a year. He didn't die easily, so in the end, they sealed him away. Li Chiol wondered, "What about the stone?" The Mountain Lord replied, They gathered the power of countless sorcerers of that time and destroyed it. Li Chiol stroked his chin and spoke up. That story is similar to something I read in Change Youngak. Then he turned and asked, could it be that the sorcerer was sealed in a place called Manhwa? The Mountain Lord replied, no, he was sealed on an island in the east. Hearing that, Li Chiol thought to himself, then it's not the story recorded in Change Youngak. The stone and Mujin are two separate objects, but they have a connection. The Mountain Lord continued, returning to the story. Back then, I smelled a stench from that stone, and that scent is very similar to the one emanating from you right now. A strange scent, not human, not animal, and not a spirit. Having said that, the Mountain Lord laughed loudly. Ha! Mujin is an alien object. Its nature is unclear. There are better weapons out there. Why don't you give this one up? Hearing that, Li Chiol mused to himself. His tone sounds like a gentle suggestion, but it carries a suffocating pressure, as if my heart is being squeezed. After thinking for a moment, he affirmed, when I obtained the demon eye, I was advised I didn't need it. And I said this, word for word. If it is a power granted to me, I will make it submit and use it. Hearing these words, the Mountain Lord broke into a smile and said, you arrogant brat. You said that to Taishin. Then he shouted loudly, but kid, do you think that's the same as the demon eye? Li Chiol replied calmly, to me, there's no difference. Suddenly, the Mountain Lord stood up and said, then there's no other way. Immediately, his arm tensed up, creating a small vortex of energy on his palm. He continued, the only way left is to use force to take it. From his hand, a matte black mace appeared. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful blow toward Li Chiol, but he remained calm, not dodging at all. Seeing that, the Mountain Lord said, give it to me while I'm still talking nicely. It's been a long time since I swung a weapon. I'm not sure I can restrain myself. Hearing these words, Li Chiol pondered, then replied calmly, you won't be able to do that, Mountain Lord, because doing so would break your vow. Hearing this, the Mountain Lord's ears twitched. He covered his face with one hand and sighed deeply. Right after that, a smile bloomed on his lips. He said, you knew all along? Li Chiol nodded. Of course. To protect the mountain and those training here. That is the oath you made to the founder. You were just testing my willpower, right? Hearing this, the Mountain Lord burst into laughter. Ha ha. If you knew, you should have just said so. Wouldn't that have been better? You really are a crafty brat. Then Li Chiol turned to ask, you really don't intend to take it, right? The Mountain Lord pondered, then said, as I see it, you should live by your tongue and your brains instead. Hearing that, Li Chiol laughed out loud. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Seeing that, the Mountain Lord shouted angrily, that was an insult, you brat. Then Li Chiol turned and asked, why don't you try using force to take it? You could take it under the excuse of helping me. Thinking that, the Mountain Lord pointed at him and said, it doesn't radiate the strange aura of the sorcerer's object. Perhaps it's not the type of monster that devours its user. Seeing that, Li Chiol looked at the ring on his hand and said, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Then he immediately changed the subject. Leave that matter aside, Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord wondered, is there something else? Li Chiol smiled brightly and said, just now, you threatened a student with a weapon, didn't you? You're quite meticulous in your calculations. You know that. Seeing this brat try and pick a fight again, the Mountain Lord shouted angrily, hey, you rotten brat. About that picking, what else do you want to do? Returning to Li Chiol's temporary quarters. In his room, he took out a sword covered in black energy. Looking at it, he said, finally, I didn't expect it to take 3 full months to read Judo's memories. Before leaving Chanwizen, he had received 2 famous swords from his 7th brother, Li Jae-hak. One was the masterpiece Saber Judo, and the other was the sophisticated high-grade sword Effenberg. Effenberg possesses an innate Yin power, allowing it to emit cold energy. Its memories weren't many, so he had already absorbed them at the main house. Looking at the Judo sword in front of him, he whispered, let's test Judo's power. The second memory about Mujin that he had seen before the Academy's quarterly evaluation, along with the new power from Mujin, urged him to act. He immediately used the power of the copied weapon. The ring on his hand emitted a blue ray of light, aimed at the sword leaning in the corner. The stream of light wrapped around the sword's hilt, pulling it toward Li Qiol's hand. He caught it gently and said, Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another. Holding the sword, he muttered, just copying the shape doesn't demonstrate the power. Perhaps I can use the power from the weapons absorbed through black energy. Since he had broken the seal at Sungmu Mountain, he thought, then I should also check Hukya's memories. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and infiltrated Hukya's memories. Before breaking the seal at Sungmu Mountain, he could only see this much. The important part starts here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my children be swayed by its power. Hearing that, the white-cloaked person behind him said, Sealing it isn't hard, but are you sure? If so, no one will easily be chosen by it again. The black-cloaked person replied, If they aren't worthy, it's better if it isn't used. The white-cloaked person nodded, understood. Then he reached out to seal Hukya. After carving several lines of text onto the sword, the white-cloaked person said, The sealing is complete. As for the content of the seal, suddenly, at this point, Li Qiol couldn't hear anything because the seal hadn't been broken. The white-cloaked person continued, When a third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that? The black-cloaked person replied, That won't make much of a difference, so it's fine. Then he held the sword in his hand and said, Even so, I still have to test it. Looking at the energy surrounding Hukya, Li Qiol thought to himself, could that be the mana circuit running inside Hukya? In terms of complexity, it's no different from the human mana system. Holding the sword, the black-cloaked person unleashed a slash into the air. Looking at the remaining mana spots, Li Qiol muttered, Mana isn't just blocked, it's also scattering. Then the black-cloaked person continued, I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more. At this point, Li Qiol was suddenly pushed out of Hukya's memories. He rubbed his head after the pain. Grasping the sword tightly, he said, A power that can erase mana. Who would have thought such a weapon could exist? Li Qiol was still obsessed with training. In the training room, he lunged toward the spider goblin, muttering in his heart, Iron Chi Strike. The sword he held emitted a massive amount of energy. He shouted loudly, Lightning. With a single slash, he dealt with the spider goblin. From outside, a voice rang out, Haha, not bad. You actually managed to do it. Li Qiol was startled and turned back. It was the Mountain Lord, hands in his pockets, walking closer and laughing loudly. Ha! Do you realize this is your first victory after a series of defeats? It took 7 whole months. Hearing that, Li Qiol just smiled and replied, I know. Now I can beat you any time, right? The Mountain Lord got angry, turned away, and muttered, This brat, he's poking fun at me. Then he asked, So what do you intend to do this time? Li Qiol looked at the ring on his hand, which was emitting blue energy, and muttered, I think I should stop training. Hearing that, the Mountain Lord laughed loudly, walked over, and patted Li Qiol's back hard. Haha, good idea. Then I'll relax too. But Li Qiol's calm attitude made the Mountain Lord curious. He replied, No, I think it's time for a challenge. His gaze turned serious. He placed his hand on his chest and said decisively, The challenge created by the founder, the Dream of Bloodless. The Dream of Bloodless is a challenge for the Li martial arts family, enhanced by goblin magic and the domain power of Heavenly Mountain. It selects those worthy to face it. It's one of the oaths linked to the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord silently observed and asked, Do you really want that challenge? Li Qiol firmly replied, Yes, I've been trying precisely for this. He asked again, The current you isn't strong enough to pass the challenge. Hearing that, the Mountain Lord paused for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and said, If that's the case, you're ready to be challenged. Li Qiol, the 9th son of the Li martial arts family, declared, Grandfather, grant me permission to challenge the Dream of Bloodless. Hearing these words, the Mountain Lord was happy and held out his hand. Li Qiol took it and said, Thank you. Immediately after, the two went deep into Heavenly Mountain. In front of a cave entrance, the Mountain Lord said, This is the entrance to the Dream of Bloodless. Li Qiol looked into the bottomless cave in front of him and turned to ask, This is the cave leading to where you live, right? The Mountain Lord stepped forward and replied, That is correct. Then he reached his hand forward. A stream of mana surged from his hand, touching the stone slab in front of them, transmitting mana into it. Then he reached his hand forward. A stream of mana surged from his hand, touching the stone slab in front of them, transmitting mana into it. He turned to Li Qiol happily and said, "You probably know that once you enter the dream of Bloodless, you cannot leave until the challenge is over. Now, open the gate and step inside." Li Qiol quickly pushed the giant stone door and stepped inside. From within, a blinding golden light shot straight into his eyes, forcing him to cover them with his hand. He muttered, "To some people, he is a war god. To others, he is a dragon slayer, or even a legendary icon in stories." Looking at the man before him, Li Qiol spoke respectfully. "The descendant greets the founder of the Li martial arts family." Before him was a youth of about 20, Li Hyolian, the founder of the Li clan. Seeing his appearance, Li Qiol tightened his grip on his sword, muttering, "His presence is so overwhelming, as if he were still alive." Throughout history, over the generations, only a few have challenged the dream of Bloodless. There is only one condition for victory: defeat the founder at the age of 15. Li Qiol closed his eyes, muttering, "For now, I need to probe the opponent's strength." Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Li Hyolian had approached and lunged at his chest, catching Li Qiol by surprise. He cried out in pain, falling to the ground, muttering, "What was that? Was my heart pierced? I wasn't distracted. I've been decapitated in simulations, but at least I knew how it happened. But this time, other than my heart being pierced, I don't know what just happened." He propped himself up to sit, looking toward Hyolian, and muttered, "He didn't use secret techniques or ultimate moves. He didn't even use standard aura techniques." A thought flashed through Li Qiol's mind. He muttered, "Even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it. Could it be a strike into my blind spot?" He replayed the moment Hyolian lunged to attack. But how is that possible? He must have read every one of my movements to do that. Does that mean he's truly that strong? After a moment of reflection, he tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward. At this moment, Hyolian held a sword that erupted with a massive aura, directed toward Li Qiol. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly. Honestly, I don't know if I can even beat this person." But he still took a defensive stance, preparing to parry the incoming attack. At the Li family residence, someone spoke up. "Clan leader, we have received word from Heavenly Mountain." Taishin remained calm, using a small cloth to wipe his sword before speaking. "So, he has entered the cave?" The other replied, "Yes. The young master has been inside for 10 months. Taishin continued, "But he shouldn't have been able to reach that level of skill. That child has never truly failed." Guizhuan, the hand of the Blood Lake. The Cursed Queen, in terms of his win-loss record, he hasn't won everything, but he has never truly failed. His voice was firm. In other words, he has never hit a real wall. "Do you know why the survival rate in the Dream of Bloodless is under 50%? Without waiting for Butler Choi to answer, he continued, "Because they suffer a mental collapse when they hit the wall named Li Hyoli." So what happens to someone who has never encountered such a wall when they stand before it? That question hung in the air of his mind. Scene change inside the Dream of Bloodless. Li Qiol, after countless failures, lay sprawled on the ground. He sighed, rubbed his head, and muttered to himself, "Was I taken down in a single move again this time?" He deceived my very senses. He feinted a frontal strike, then launched a real attack from the side. A perfect attack, straight into my blind spot. Could he have grasped my entire behavioral pattern in just a split second? He then immediately jumped up, looking at his trembling hands, muttering, "This feeling, it's been a long time since I've felt it. The feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear that comes from someone I absolutely cannot be." Immediately, he clenched his fist, regaining his spirit. "Still, I cannot let myself fall." Afterward, he picked up his sword, began channeling mana into it, and continued muttering, "Because in this world, no one understands this feeling better than I do. For someone who has hit rock bottom, the only thing left to do is rise." With that thought, he launched himself toward Hyolian to attack. "Every strike I make is not in vain," he told himself. Hyolian remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He just swung his sword gently and easily took Li Qiol's head. Meanwhile, Li Qiol was still lost in his thoughts. "Gradually, I've come to understand. The ancestor is not someone who possesses some mysterious, unpredictable power. The source of his strength is the innate talent to find the correct answer. In every moment, he instinctively grasps the optimal action. The essence of martial arts is exactly that. Every trivial basic, every elementary principle is a foundation as solid as Mount Tai. I must see the ancestors' sword path clearly. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Li Qiu's mind. He muttered, a horizontal slash from left to right. Right after that, a smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. He continued to mutter, next time, for sure. With that thought, he was immediately sent back to the resurrection altar by Hylian once again. Time flew by. On the vast prairie, the wind whistled through the leaves. The sound of weapons clashing occurred day and night. Gradually, Li Qiu was able to parry Hylian's attacks with great ease. After 49 tries, he was fighting on par with Hylian. Seeing this, Hylian stepped back slightly, hand gripping the sword, channeling a massive amount of mana into it. He unleashed a slash, but this time, Li Qiu calmly parried. He smiled. Finally, I can execute the Qi technique. This fighting style belongs to me, transformative and free. He took a few steps back, propping himself up, and told himself, what I have lacked all this time is the ability to control a myriad of weapons, making every technique easy on a foundation as solid as a mountain. Now I understand the true meaning of the dream of Bloodless. Dissolving the wall, named myself. Immediately after, he transformed the sword in his hand into a long spear, used his momentum, and lunged straight at Hylian. He channeled mana into the spear. A blue stream of mana billowed around the spear tip. He muttered, what the ancestor doesn't have is the strength within me. The very thing I hadn't even realized myself. He recalled what his aunt once said, your magical talent far exceeds that of a normal person. I would stake my honor on that. He smiled joyfully. Aunt, I did it. Immediately, a massive flow of mana swirled around the spear tip at terrifying speed. This was the killing wind palm Qi technique. He gripped the spear tightly, shouted, and unleashed a powerful strike toward Hylian. Hylian had to kneel on one knee to block the strike. Cracks appeared on his sword, and then it shattered into pieces. Li Qiu lunged behind Hylian, leaving a mid-body slash on him. He muttered, the wall is collapsing. At the estate, the mountain lord sipped his liquor, muttering, it's been a month since that kid entered the dream of Bloodless, hasn't it? Before Tei Shin, for 100 years, no one had passed the test. Yet in less than 15 years, another one appears. Suddenly, the cup in his hand vibrated violently. The whole room shook. He was startled and shouted loudly, what? Could something have happened on the mountain? He immediately stood up, exclaiming, could it be? In an instant, he sped toward Heavenly Mountain. After just a few minutes, he was standing in front of the gate to the dream of Bloodless. The gate remained as motionless as ever. He muttered, have you finally passed the challenge? Right after that, the giant stone gate creaked open. Countless clouds of dust poured out from inside. Li Qiu's face appeared with a radiant smile. He stepped out and said, I have returned, Mountain Lord. Li Qiu's face appeared with a radiant smile. He stepped out and said, I have returned, Mountain Lord. Li Qiu turned back and replied, I absolutely never want to experience that again. Seeing this, the Mountain Lord held a beer can in his hand and laughed heartily. And yet, you don't look like you've changed at all. Usually, those who walk out have dead, fishy eyes because their inner aura has changed. Hearing this, Li Qiu pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, it seems everyone has their own separate answer. Then he turned to ask, so, do you know what my father was like in the past? The Mountain Lord wondered. You mean Tei Shin? He casually opened his beer can and laughed loudly. So, since he's your father, you're curious, huh? Do you know what that kid said right after walking out of the dream of Bloodless? He casually opened his beer can and laughed loudly. So, since he's your father, you're curious, huh? Do you know what that kid said right after walking out of the dream of Bloodless? Recalling that moment, the Mountain Lord frowned slightly, annoyed. Li Qiu was startled and said, could you be mimicking my father right now? The Mountain Lord laughed. Ha. Doesn't it sound similar? Then he asked, hey kid, you just caused an earth-shattering event. You are the youngest person to ever pass the dream of Bloodless. Li Qiu smiled and sighed. Even though the essence of that challenge isn't about speed, the Mountain Lord asked, then, there's still over a month before leaving the mountain. What do you intend to do? Are you going to keep training? Suddenly, Li Qiol jumped up and replied, No, I intend to rest, both to recover and to organize what I've learned. The Mountain Lord was surprised, stepped closer, and said, This guy, I thought nothing would change, but he actually knows how to change. To think he could say he wanted to rest. Then he pointed a finger at him and asked, Are you in pain anywhere? Or have you been bewitched? Li Qiol turned and said, By the way, Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord wondered, Li Qiol was direct. Now is the time to receive the reward, isn't it? Surely you haven't forgotten that you used that to threaten me, right? The Mountain Lord's expression suddenly darkened. Hey kid, that was... Li Qiol immediately continued. I'm not planning to ask for anything too difficult. Hearing that, the Mountain Lord muttered. Hearing that is even scarier. Li Qiol was firm. It's just that I want to borrow your monster mace. Thinking that, the Mountain Lord was startled and shouted loudly. What did you say? Then he angrily pointed directly at Li Qiol. This brat, that's not something a normal person can hold. You might not even be able to use it. Li Qiol ignored his words and replied. It doesn't matter. I just want to touch it a little. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Hearing that, the Mountain Lord pondered for a moment, then huffed. Not necessarily. He rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Damn it, fine. I'll lend it to you. Kid, you won't be able to do anything with it. He rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Damn it, fine. I'll lend it to you. Kid, you won't be able to do anything with it. The goblin mace appeared, glistening silver gray. Looking at it, the Mountain Lord muttered. This weapon was carved from the shards of a star, combined with the soul of a goblin, so it's called the Goblin Mace. He handed it toward Li Qiol and said, I'm only lending it to you for 1 hour. Watch out for overexertion. Kid, be careful. Li Qiol took it gently with both hands and said, Thank you. But immediately, a heavy sensation pressed down on his body. The mace slammed into the ground, creating a large crack. Seeing this, Li Qiol was amazed. Watching this, the Mountain Lord wasn't too surprised and just laughed. I told you, you probably couldn't even hold it. At this moment, Li Qiol's gaze darkened. He tried to lift the mace off the ground. The Mountain Lord waved his hand and turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a message. Just go ahead and play with it for an hour. Li Qiol heavily lugged the mace to the training room. After training for a while, he laughed loudly, the sound echoing through the room. Finally I can move it. I have to use mana to nudge it bit by bit. He rotated his tired arm, looking at the mace in front of him, and muttered, This isn't even its complete form yet. A weapon that can summon lightning, storms, move mountains, and fill seas. If it were fully unleashed, how would that be any different from a natural disaster? A weapon that can summon lightning, storms, move mountains, and fill seas. If it were fully unleashed, how would that be any different from a natural disaster? Immediately, a stream of black energy surged from his palm, lunging to wrap around the mace. He told himself, If the black energy considers it a weapon, can I absorb it? Or only when certain conditions are met? I have to try to know. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Humph, so stubborn. Why do you keep trying to do things like this? Li Qiol's heart suddenly ached, making him clutch his chest and kneel to the ground. Clenching his fist, he thought to himself, I read it. Just hearing the sound, I was thrown out. But if I can read its memories, then I will be able to absorb it. And if I can absorb it, that means I can use weapons that even humans can't use. Thinking of this, Li Qiol's face brightened. He clenched his fist, determined. An hour had passed. At this moment, he shouldered his backpack, asking himself, Do I have everything? From inside the house, the Mountain Lord's voice rang out. No wonder I felt uneasy at the foot of the mountain. He stepped out, holding a bottle of liquor, and sighed slightly. Leaving today, kid? Li Qiol smiled and replied, Yes, today is exactly 1 year. The Mountain Lord was surprised. Oh, really? Immediately, a small bag appeared in his hand, making Li Qiol wonder, What is that? The Mountain Lord smiled. It's salt. I use it to exorcise evil whenever I mention you. Hearing that, Li Qiol frowned slightly, surprised by the recent action. Then he smiled and said, Thank you for everything. Next time, I will come to visit again. The Mountain Lord's gaze was briefly sad, and he sighed. You should know not to come here, empty-handed. Bring me plenty of premium liquor. Li Qiol sighed slightly, muttering, who was just saying they wanted to use salt to exorcise me. Suddenly, Li Chiol approached and asked, "Mountain Lord, are you satisfied living on this mountain?" Receiving the unexpected question, the Mountain Lord pondered for a moment, then replied gently, "Satisfied or not, does that matter? This place is mine. I am here because it belongs to me, that's all. It looks like I'm stuck, but I still go out once in a while. Did you think snacks or liquor fall from the sky?" He sighed, turned his back, and waved. "Enough, stop bothering me. Get lost so the water can be clear." Li Chiol shouted from behind, "Not this time, but one day, I will take back your name for you." The Mountain Lord turned his head, surprised. "How do you know about that?" Li Chiol just smiled and didn't answer. Immediately after, the car arrived, and he got in to leave Heavenly Mountain. At this moment, he finally spoke. "From now on, I will need your help." Watching the car fade away, the Mountain Lord stood on high, pensive, then smiled. How did the brat know? Truly a strange kid. Since ancient times, there was a goblin that roamed everywhere. A man caught it, but instead of destroying it, he let it go. Not accepting defeat, the goblin challenged him again. After losing, it made 2 oaths. One is to watch over the mountain and support newcomers. 2 is to create the dream of Bloodless, to choose someone capable of passing the challenge. That man was the Mountain Lord. He muttered, recalling the past. At that time, he was defeated and tumbled to the ground. The clan leader approached and said, "Because I won, you cannot cause trouble in the human world anymore. As proof, I will take your name. A name is what binds your soul to me. But that isn't evil, because one day, a child bearing my blood will return your name to you. When that happens, our contract will be fulfilled." Thinking of this, the Mountain Lord sighed. "I guess in the end, it wasn't that bad. That bastard Li Hyolian. Is that kid really the one who will fulfill it?" He rubbed his head and muttered, "Whatever, forget it. He said he would take back my name. Yet he left, leaving me to hope like this." He shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the mountains and sky. Then he turned around and returned to the small house, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, I have to spread more salt." The sky turned to evening. After a long journey, Li Chiol returned home. Standing in front of the door, he muttered, "I have to stop at Sung Mu Mountain to seal it. It will probably take a fair amount of time." Just as he was about to step inside, a voice rang out. "Long time no see, young master. Are you still well?" It was Butler Choi. He opened the door and stepped out to greet him. Seeing him, Li Chiol muttered, "If he's out, Dad must be waiting for me." He asked, "My father called for me, right?" Butler Choi nodded. "That's right. I will send someone to bring your things inside. Please go to the Great Hall to meet the clan leader." Li Chiol followed, but unexpectedly turned toward his father's study. Butler Choi hurriedly said, "Not that way, young master. It's this way." Li Chiol muttered, "This way is definitely the clan leader's private training ground." The room door opened. Tae-shin was standing inside, gripping his sword and slowly drawing. Seeing his image at this moment, he muttered to himself, "I'm not too surprised anymore. I still can't sense my father's level." Seeing Li Chiol appear, he spoke. "You've arrived?" Seeing that, Li Chiol immediately bowed and spoke. "Father, are you still well?" Tae-shin replied calmly. "It seems you've achieved some accomplishments there, huh?" Li Chiol smiled and said, "Yes, but when seeing father, I know I still have many shortcomings." Tae-shin smiled slightly. "Did you learn how to flatter out there? If so, I'd be very disappointed." Li Chiol was stunned, muttering to himself, "Wait, it was just a joke." His father laughing. At this moment, Butler Choi standing nearby spoke up. "The tea is ready, clan leader." Tae-shin turned and nodded. "Thank you, Butler." Then he looked toward Li Chiol and called, "Follow me." At a tea table, Butler Choi poured tea for the two of them. Tae-shin spoke. "How have you been lately? I don't want to just hear reports about achievements. I want to know your thoughts. That's why I called you privately like this." Li Chiol pondered for a while, clenched his hands, and muttered, "If father wants to hear my true thoughts," he said calmly. Then, suddenly, Tae-shin seemed to sense something. He thought to himself, this strange feeling. Talking to him isn't to hear achievement reports, but to understand his thoughts on this training. This is also the first time. After hearing Li Chiol open up, he spoke. "Is that so? You didn't waste the time I gave you." Li Chiol replied warmly. "I don't want to waste the time father has granted me." Tae-shin asked in a cold voice, "Is that why you're late today?" Li Chiol stiffened slightly and replied, Yes, because I stopped at the foot of Sung Mu Mountain to greet the ancestors. Taishin said calmly. Is that all? Seeing his father seemed displeased, Li Chiol muttered to himself. If it has to be said sooner or later, better to say it now. He took a deep breath and spoke. I wanted the elders to witness that moment. Taishin shouted angrily. You've achieved a little something, and now you're that arrogant? Are you saying that in front of me? Did you go to the mountain to greet the ancestors just to boost your own reputation? An invisible, massive pressure surged from Taishin, spreading outward. That pressure weighed heavily on Li Chiol, making him struggle to breathe. He muttered, What is this terrible pressure? But he hurriedly said, It's not just talk. I wanted them to see the traditions and actions that show my respect. They can despise me as a bastard, but I still carry the Li bloodline, the illustrious martial arts family. I dare to stand up and set an example for others. Hearing his answer, Taishin nodded slightly. Very well. He held his teacup, took a sip, and continued, I'll spare you this time, but don't rely on that to become complacent. Seeing his father calm down, Li Chiol bowed his head in obeisance. Yes, I apologize, father. Taishin continued. There is one more thing. There is something you haven't told me. Li Chiol was startled and wondered. Is there anything else? He replied coldly. I allowed you to go to Heavenly Mountain, but I didn't allow you to challenge the dream of Bloodless. You only asked to train there. Having said that, he stood up abruptly, took his sword, and turned to leave, saying, Deceiving your father, this is worth punishing. Now, follow me. Li Chiol also stood up, slightly startled. Taishin drew his sword from its scabbard, looked at him, and said, Now, take out your weapon. I want to see what you have achieved there. Butler Choi brought the sword to Li Chiol. Seeing this, he thought to himself, So father intended this from start, taking me to the training ground to test me. Taishin continued, Show me what you have achieved. Taishin continued, Show me what you have achieved. Then he took the sword and channeled mana into it. With a steady gaze, he looked straight at his father, making Taishin briefly surprised. He said gently, Come at me. Immediately, Li Chiol activated the Demon Eye skill to probe his father's strength. But what happened made his eyes widen in amazement. Impossible! I can't sense anything at all, neither mana nor aura flow. Is my demon eye not yet capable? He immediately dismissed the thought. No need to use the demon eye, it just distracts me. Facing father, no need to probe anything. With that determination, he stomped his feet into the ground, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. He muttered, Just put everything I've learned into this strike. He executed the Mujin, first form skill. Streams of mana containing the elements of wind, water, and lightning surrounded the sword. Gripping his famous sword tightly, his gaze became steady. A spark flashed in his eyes. Then he launched a powerful attack at a terrifying speed, aimed straight at Taishin. He muttered, I even channeled fire and ice into this strike, and yet I still can't touch father? At least create some shockwave. But Taishin remained completely calm. He unleashed a slash, easily cutting Li Chiol's attack in two. That slash didn't leave any injury on Taishin. As for Li Chiol, the shockwave from the attack caused the surrounding rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. Taishin looked at him and spoke. Enough. Is that the answer you found after meeting him? Choking in the smoke, Li Chiol coughed and replied, Yes. He continued firmly. A power that no one possesses but me. Constantly breaking and honing that power to create a solid foundation. That is the answer I found. Li Chiol's firm answer made Taishin extremely surprised. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if wanting to probe deeper into the heart of the sun in front of him. Countless thoughts flashed through his head, chaotic as a storm. He thought to himself, a low internal voice. It seems you have chosen a path full of hardship, haven't you? Li Chiol, with a gaze as firm as an unquenchable flame, looked straight at his father. In his heart, a silent vow echoed, grinding his teeth. But I will not fall, and I will never bow my head. Taishin suddenly turned, raised his hand, his voice echoing, full of authority. Very good. So how did the challenge in the dream of Bloodless go? The sudden change in his father's attitude made Li Chiol briefly stunned. His heart beat a beat faster. He gently sheathed his sword, his hands trembling slightly with emotion, stammering his reply. I can't describe it clearly in words. Father. Taishin approached, his voice dropped, as if wanting to carve each word into his son's mind. Unable to put it into words means it hasn't truly become your own yet. He turned, handed the sword to Butler Choi with a decisive motion, then looked back at Lee Cheol, continuing, "In reality, that attack just now wasn't your strongest technique, was it?" Feeling as if every secret in his heart had been exposed, Lee Cheol clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm. He bowed his head, his voice low and full of regret. "Yes, I know." Tae Shin, with a sharp gaze but hidden expectation, turned his back and walked away. His voice was calm, but each word seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of pressure. "You stepped into the dream of Bloodless on your own. If you ever show such a mediocre form like this again, I will punish you." Hearing his father's voice, Lee Cheol felt a sternness that pressed against his neck like the edge of a blade. He immediately bowed his head, his voice trembling as he replied, "I apologize, father." Suddenly, Tae Shin turned back around, his eyes scrutinizing. "From now on, what do you intend to do?" Lee Cheol lifted his head, his eyes burning with intense resolve. He took a deep breath and answered, "Regarding that, I have something I would like to tell you." Tae Shin nodded calmly. "Go ahead and speak." Lee Cheol took a step forward, his voice turning grave, every word feeling as though it were carved from stone. "From now on, I will participate in the Academy's 3-year program. But as you already know, I have long since surpassed the level of a trainee." Tae Shin frowned, cutting him off with an impatient tone. "Get to the point." Lee Cheol clenched his fist tight, his palms slick with sweat from the tension. He spoke firmly, his voice ringing out like a sworn oath. "I want to experience the world. Father, please grant me permission to begin my journey as a martial artist." Hearing this, Tae Shin turned, a glimmer of unreadable light flashing in his eyes. "So, ever since you arrived at Tianshan, you have been aiming for this?" Lee Cheol nodded slightly, his voice steady. "Yes, that is correct." He continued, his voice low but full of passion. "However, a bigger reason is that I want to elevate my own strength." Tae Shin replied calmly, though his words carried a warning. "Trying to achieve multiple goals in one go? That habit, one day, might become the very rope that strangles you." Lee Cheol bowed his head, his voice deep and quiet. "I will keep that in mind." Deep inside, a wave of thoughts surged within him. Is this advice, or is it also a warning for me? As he walked away, Tae Shin suddenly stopped, his voice echoing as if telling an ancient legend. Right. The martial artist journey is the final trial that direct descendants of the Chung Mu Lee clan must overcome, receiving no help from the family, only training one's martial arts until coming of age, then returning with achievements that anyone would have to acknowledge. He sighed softly, his gaze distant. However, 15 is still too young. The common age to start is 17 or 18, but this child... He looked at Lee Cheol, a flicker of pride passing through his eyes. He isn't the type to be confined within mediocre frameworks. He has proven with his own hands that he possesses strength equivalent to a grade 5 martial artist. Seeing him, the other children will surely be more vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Tae Shin looked straight at Lee Cheol, his voice ringing out with authority. "Very well. I will grant you permission to begin your martial artist journey." Hearing his father's consent, Lee Cheol's heart felt like it would burst with joy. He clenched his hands behind his back, thinking to himself, success. But just then, Tae Shin continued, his voice deepening. "However, there are 2 conditions you must meet." The scene shifts to the administrative office of the Chung Mu Lee clan. Seeing his grandson walk in, Lee Tae-hyung broke into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with delight. He approached and didn't hesitate to pinch Lee Cheol's cheeks, his voice overflowing with affection. "Grandson, you've worked hard." Lee Cheol, caught off guard by the intimate gesture, spoke with difficulty, his cheeks flushed. I greet you, uncle. Are you still doing well?" Lee Tae-hyung laughed loudly, his voice booming. "I'm always doing well." Looking at Lee Cheol's mature appearance, he couldn't hide his pride and patted his shoulder. "Ha! You're the one who's grown so much. Anyway, don't just stand there, have a seat." Lee Cheol nodded slightly, his voice gentle. "Yes, thank you, uncle." As soon as they both sat down, Lee Tae-hyung turned, his voice friendly. "Would you like something to drink?" Lee Cheol shook his head and sighed softly, his face showing a hint of fatigue. "No, that's not necessary. Actually, I just ate with my wet nurse." Recalling the scene of being forced by his nurse to eat an entire table of food meant for 5 or 6 people, he frowned slightly, grumbling to himself. Oh my God, I'm so full I'm about to explode. The nurse stood nearby, still urging him, eat a little more, young master. Oh my, there doesn't seem to be enough food. Li Chiol could only raise his hands in a helpless smile, his voice pleading, No, it's fine. Please stop, I'm really full. Hearing the story, Li Tae-hyung laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling. That sounds just like your nurse. But when his gaze accidentally met Li Chiol's, he realized he was being watched. Li Chiol frowned slightly, his voice worried. But uncle, you look quite exhausted, don't you think? Li Tae-hyung was startled, rubbing his neck and forcing a smile to hide it. Just been a lot of work lately. But deep down, he thought, I hit it so well, yet he still noticed. But deep down, he thought, I hit it so well, yet he still noticed. Hearing this, Li Tae-hyung's eyes widened, shimmering with curiosity. A gift? For me? Li Chiol smiled, placing a hexagonal wooden box on the table. A rich fragrance wafted out, making the air seem to soften. He spoke in a gentle but proud voice. It's nothing special, but this is an elixir I refine myself. It will help significantly increase your vitality and mana control over the next few weeks. Li Tae-hyung was delighted, reaching out to take it, his eyes brightening. My grandson is the only one who thinks of me. Let's see. He opened the box to reveal a silver-colored elixir that emitted a scent like a pine forest after the rain. He muttered, his voice thoughtful. This smell, it's truly miraculous. Li Chiol smiled, his voice confident. The mountain guardian also admitted that this is a high-quality medicine. Li Chiol nodded, his voice encouraging. Please, give it a try, uncle. Without hesitation, Li Tae-hyung took the pill and inspected it for a moment, thinking to himself, if even the spirit beast praised it, it must be effective. He popped the elixir into his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation. Immediately, the medicinal power spread, and a refreshing sensation like a cool stream flooded his body. His complexion brightened significantly, and he exclaimed in astonishment, This really is the real deal. He opened his eyes, looking at Li Chiol with admiration. Beyond its quick effect, it's no different from a divine herb. How did you do this? Li Chiol nodded slightly and smiled. Yes, that's right. I still remember how to craft medicine, and rare ingredients can also be substituted. Li Tae-hyung closed the wooden box, his voice serious. If that's the case, don't tell anyone. Keep this secret to yourself. Later, when you come of age, it will be useful in many ways. Li Chiol smiled, his heart warmed by his uncle's concern. You always think of me first, as always. He replied, his voice full of respect. Yes, I look forward to your help then. Li Tae-hyung laughed, ruffling his hair, his voice booming. Is this kid planning to take advantage of his uncle? Fine, when the time comes, I'll be happy to help. Suddenly, he turned serious, looking at Li Chiol. Oh, by the way, I heard you plan to embark on the martial artist journey. Is that right? Li Chiol was caught off guard, his eyes wide. Yes, you know about it already? He nodded, his voice low. This journey will be very competitive. You won't be able to avoid the gossip that you are being favored. Because they cannot touch the clan head, all the nasty eyes will be turned toward you. He placed the wooden box on the table, his voice worried. To participate, you not only need the clan head's permission, but also the approval of the elders. And they don't like you. What if you give up this time, okay? Recognizing his uncle's good intentions, Li Chiol smiled, his eyes firm. The things you worry about, I have already anticipated. That is why my father set a condition. Li Tae-hyung was surprised. A condition? What is it? Li Chiol nodded, his voice steady. Yes, and because of that, I need your help. After finishing the conversation with his uncle, Li Chiol immediately returned to the clan, his heart carrying a mixture of melancholy and determination. He pushed open the training room door, a sigh escaping his chest as his eyes scanned the familiar space. It's been a long time since I came back here, he murmured, his voice low and nostalgic. The scenery hasn't changed at all. He stretched slightly, stepped inside, and a thought flashed through his mind. Should I warm up a little? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from outside. You've arrived? The voice made Li Chiol frown slightly, his heart beating a little faster. The training room door swung wide open, and Li Kyung-hoa stepped in, a radiant smile on her face. "My dear nephew," she exclaimed, her voice full of love, but the next moment, her eyes flashed like a flame, and anger burned brightly. She pointed at Li Cheol and shouted, "You brat, you should have come to see me first." Without giving him a chance to react, she grabbed his collar, her voice angry but tinged with a playful pout. "You ungrateful thing." Faced with his aunt's intense attitude, Li Cheol panicked and stammered an explanation. I was busy with work. How could I have come right away?" But Li Kyung-hoa, as if she already knew everything, cut him off with a sharp tone. "I know it all. You want to see Uncle Hai first, didn't you?" After a struggle to escape his aunt's loving embrace, Li Cheol panted and rubbed his neck, muttering with a miserable expression, "Oh my God, I thought I was dead." He tried to calm down and explained in a gentle tone, "It was just because of work, Aunt." Li Kyung-hoa looked away and hummed lightly, her voice full of arrogance. "Why do you always like to talk back to your aunt?" Then she softened her voice, stepped closer, and placed her hand on his head, rubbing it with affection. "Even so, my nephew has really grown up. But look at this, your mana has nearly doubled, and your energy meridians are much sturdier." Li Cheol smiled, his eyes sparkling with pride. "Yes, I've mastered all the skills Laura taught me before." Hearing this, Li Kyung-hoa exclaimed, her eyes bright. "Really? Then you've reached the 3-star magic level." She clenched her fist, her voice excited. "You still need to hone it a bit more, but don't worry, I have a gift for you, sweetie." She continued excitedly. "I've finished the incantations for the other aura skills. Want to try them right now?" She clenched her fist, her voice excited. "You still need to hone it a bit more, but don't worry, I have a gift for you, sweetie." She continued excitedly. "I've finished the incantations for the other aura skills. Want to try them right now?" But Li Cheol quickly raised his hand, his voice hesitant. "Aunt, I'm sorry, but I probably can't do it right now." Li Kyung-hoa frowned, eyeing him with a sharp, inquisitive look. Li Cheol quickly explained, his voice apologetic. "Well, I'm quite busy today." Right at that moment, the training room door cracked open, and a familiar voice echoed from outside. "Still as close with your aunt as ever." "Huh?" A tall figure stepped in. Li Cheol immediately exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Big brother!" The appearance of Li Myong-young caused Li Kyung-hoa to explode. She pointed at him and shouted, "You said you were very busy? How come you're here to train your younger brother now? You're such a liar." Knowing the power of his aunt's tongue-lashing, Li Myong-young just smiled helplessly and raised his hand to soothe her. "Aunt, I really was busy. But I also try to help you arrange those incantations, right?" He turned to Li Cheol, his eyes playful. "Anyway, your notes are excellent. They help me a lot in my training." Li Cheol beamed with a radiant smile, his voice excited. "Really? That's great, huh?" He turned and asked with concern, "But are you still doing all right?" Li Myong-young nodded, his voice steady. "Yeah, I'm fine." But right after that, he unexpectedly threw an arm around his younger brother and ruffled his hair, his voice tinged with reproach. "And yet you went to Tianshan without saying a word to me." The two brothers giggled, the atmosphere becoming warm. Li Cheol quickly defended himself. "I'm sorry. You were on a mission at the time." Li Myong-young continued, his voice teasing. "And after you came back, you were summoned by Father, right?" Flashback to a few days ago. The morning sun crept through the window, illuminating a corner of Tae-shin's office. He sat there with an imposing aura and summoned Li Myong-young. His voice was low and resonant. "I need you to teach the basic martial arts to your younger brother. Can you do it?" The unexpected request startled Li Myong-young, his eyes showing a flash of surprise. "What do you mean?" Looking at his father's contemplative expression, he muttered to himself, "I'll definitely teach him better than those elders. But Father isn't the type to care about things like this." Finishing his thought, he bowed his head, his voice firm. "Yes, I will teach him." After paying his respects, he turned to leave the room, but just as he was near the door, Tae-shin suddenly spoke up. "You should get ready while you can." The brief sentence left Li Myong-young stunned, his heart pounding. He froze for 5 seconds, then opened the door and stepped out, looking back with a low voice. "Thank you, Father." Walking through the family manor, tangled thoughts swirled in his head. The void dream. Even I have never been allowed to attempt that. With my younger brother's speed of progress, Now I understand why Father gave this order. Does he want me to provide inspiration while observing him? Or does he want to create competition? Does he want me to provide inspiration while observing him? Or does he want to create competition? Looking at Lee Cheol standing in front of him, Lee Myong-young thought to himself, his heart filled with pride. 20 years? No, perhaps only 10, or even faster, and he will catch up to me. Seeing his big brother lost in thought, Lee Cheol apologized. Sorry for bothering you when you're this busy. Lee Myong-young laughed and waved his hand. It's nothing. I'm actually the freest person right now. He continued seriously. I'm holding the Manhwa Gijon. All the basic techniques, secret arts, and ultimate skills of the Chungmu clan. That is the testament to the inheritor of the ancestors' legacy, and it's also one of the conditions Father set for your martial artist journey. To receive all the basic martial arts of the family. Lee Cheol rubbed his head, his voice surprised. But is my big brother really going to teach me the basics? Aren't there elders at the academy? Lee Myong-young curled his lip and asked rhetorically, do you think you can actually learn properly from him? Recalling the dirty tricks of the elders, from the ambush at his naming ceremony and sabotaging his promotion exam to pushing him into the worst training class. Both brothers frowned, their hearts full of resentment. Lee Cheol sighed, his voice sincere. Thank you, brother. Truly thank you for everything. Lee Cheol sighed, his voice sincere. Thank you, brother. Truly thank you for everything. But deep down, he couldn't help but be amazed. He has matured to this extent. Before, I could still see his mana flow. But now, I can't guess at all. Even so, if he catches up to me, I wouldn't even be sad. He smiled, thinking, I'm so proud of him, and I still want to be the big brother he always admires. Suddenly, Lee Gyung-hoa, standing nearby, frowned, her angry voice cutting in. Are you two planning to chat while the adults are talking? She stomped her feet, making them both jump. Lee Myong-young quickly tried to soothe her. Aunt, calm down. But refusing to listen to excuses, she turned away, pouting. Fine, I'm leaving. You're not planning to stop me, are you? Lee Cheol quickly spoke up. We're meeting for dinner tonight anyway, right, Aunt? Lee Gyung-hoa puffed out her cheeks and turned back. You said you were going to train until late, right? Lee Cheol smiled, his voice sweet. Training is one thing, but researching with you is another. To be taught by someone globally renowned in the field of mana. How could I pass that up? He continued, his voice sincere. I'm sorry, Aunt, but please wait just a little longer. Lee Cheol's honeyed words softened Lee Gyung-hoa's heart. She patted her chest and laughed loudly. There's no helping it. Who told me to be this world famous? Fine, I'll let you off this time. She turned and walked away, waving her hand as she stepped. Because I'm generous, I'm going. And not because of the movie coming on. Lee Cheol waved goodbye, his voice teasing. Yes, go ahead, Aunt. When his aunt's figure was out of sight, he sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, she's gone. Lee Myong-young, sword in hand, turned with a serious expression. Now we can really start training. He drew his sword from its sheath, his eyes burning. To fully meet the condition Father set, I'm going to train you strictly. A week later, at the family's training grounds, the practice room was illuminated by sparks of mana constantly bursting forth with no sign of stop. Practicing the basic techniques with big brother Lee Myong-young seemed simple, but every movement and theory taught passed by in the blink of an eye, full of tension. Short rest periods were like nothing more than a single breath before the two brothers dove into a sparring match that was nearly identical to real combat. After a fierce exchange of blows, Lee Cheol propped himself up on the ground, panting, with sweat streaming down his forehead. He could feel every muscle crying out in exhaustion, but his eyes still glinted with resilience. Lee Myong-young stepped closer with an encouraging smile, his voice warm yet stern. I believe that compared to inheriting through words, engraving it directly into your body carries a greater meaning. You're observing with your mana eyes, right? Move properly. Realizing his brother's goading, Lee Cheol gritted his teeth, his eyes igniting with a flame of determination. He slammed his hands into the ground, bracing himself to stand, his legs as sturdy as stone pillars. But just as he stood, he stumbled and fell flat. His body seemed unable to keep up with his willpower. Not giving up, he lunged straight at Lee Myong-young, throwing a sharp slash. His big brother easily dodged, his eyes showing a flicker of surprise. In Li Qiol's heart, thoughts were in turmoil. I clearly read the mana flow thanks to my mana eyes. Yet this body just can't keep up with my will. His sword stroke went off course, its force weak. His muscles and joints seemed unable to bear the pressure, as if screaming in protest. Looking at Li Qiol's resolute gaze, Li Myong-yung spoke in a low voice. You just tried to blow beyond your limits, didn't you? Not letting his younger brother answer, he accelerated, darting toward Li Qiol, the tip of his sword gleaming like a lightning bolt. The body of the Chengmu lineage is even tougher than you think, he shouted, his voice full of power. His incredible speed left Li Qiol stunned. The tip of his brother's sword mere inches from his face. In the moment of life and death, he roared, leaning backward and narrowly dodging the attack. Seeing his brother's marked improvement, Li Myong-yung thought to himself, his heart filled with astonishment. He caught up already? Solid foundation learns so quickly. He remembered the Li Qiol of the past, a boy who could barely execute such complex movements. Void Dream. Even I was never allowed to step into it. Is this the enlightenment he gained from there? Shedding his cloak to fight more easily, Li Myong-yung rolled up his sleeves, his eyes flashing with excitement. Fine. If you've kept up, I'll raise the difficulty by a notch. Let's see how far you can go. Looking at his big brother, Li Qiol's face felt tense, his body trembling slightly under the pressure. Is he really serious? He thought, his heart thumping. A fierce exchange followed, the sound of swords clashing like thunder. After a long while, Li Myong-yung stopped and declared, today's training session ends here. He reached out to ruffle his brother's hair, his voice apologetic. My apologies. It seems I was a bit heavy-handed during our practice. Looking at the ground before him, now riddled with deep cracks from their attacks, Li Qiol scratched his head sheepishly. Even though he was exhausted, he smiled, his voice hoarse. It's all right. That's what training is for. Li Myong-yung approached and pulled his brother up, his eyes full of pride. It seems you've grasped the feel of it. Li Qiol nodded, his voice steady. Yes. Didn't you say the Chengmu lineage's body is very sturdy? He looked down his own hands, feeling his potential strength. The body of a Chengmu is as tough as steel wire, as flexible and elastic as rubber. Through each round of training, it becomes even stronger. He clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination. Even when using techniques that exert great pressure, this body can handle it. From that, I understand that the basics start from this very point. Recognizing his younger brother's rapid absorption, Li Myong-yung closed his eyes and nodded, his voice deep. You truly understand things quickly. You've even managed to apply it to your footwork. Li Qiol scratched his head, smiling shyly. It's only after a week that I've managed to summarize even this much. It's still far from enough. His younger brother's humility caught Li Myong-yung by surprise. He thought to himself, he says it's far from enough? Training the basic techniques usually takes months to take shape. Yet he only needed a week. He bent down to pick up his cloak, turned, and began to walk away, his voice warm. Truly a praiseworthy fellow. But remember to stop by the infirmary to have your wounds treated properly. He turned back, patted Li Qiol's shoulder, and smiled. See you tomorrow. Li Qiol nodded, his voice excited. Yes, I'll spend today reviewing what I've learned. Li Myong-yung walked away, not forgetting to remind him, all right, but don't overdo it. When his brother's figure was out of sight, Li Qiol breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes looking down at his hands, his heart filled with contemplation. The basics of the Void Dream are a form of systematic movement theory based on the application of versatile mana. The clan's basic martial arts rely on the essence of the body, pushing physical limits to the extreme. The two are surprisingly similar. He clenched his fist and muttered. The difference is that the basics don't center on the body, while the Void Dream revolves around weapons. Because of that, grasping the basics has become easier. Who knows? Perhaps both were born from the same root. In his memories of the Void Dream, he caught a glimpse of someone bearing the characteristics of the Chengmu lineage. Sure enough, the Void Dream has a deep connection to our family. His eyes gleamed with determination. It feels like I've uncovered a secret no one suspected. Time will pass very quickly now. The scene shifts to the Council of Elders of the Chengmu clan. The elders had gathered in full force, a heavy, silent atmosphere blanketing the room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an old man with silver hair and a long beard stepped in, his voice deep and resonant. "My apologies for being late." He glanced at Lee Tae-hyung, who was slightly frowning, a flicker of anger in his eyes. The old man spoke with a mocking tone. "Well now, what has a busy steward like you so interested in attending this session?" Lee Tae-hyung offered a faint smile, his voice calm yet sharp. "I usually make excuses about being busy to stay away, so this time I thought I should pay a visit." The head elder slowly moved toward his seat, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke. "Is that so? You must have heard about the warrior's journey request from the third branch youngest, haven't you?" Immediately, an elder slammed the table, his voice furious. "Of course I have. Head elder, a brat still green as a banana leaf, being allowed the warrior's journey? What kind of order is this? And on top of that, he's a filthy child of a concubine." Another elder also slammed the table, his voice shrill. "I heard it was that arrogant brat himself who personally petitioned the clan head, asking to be allowed to pass because he has returned from Tianshan." The head elder set his teacup down calmly and replied, "It seems you are all mistaken. The clan head has not made a final decision on this matter. He said to let the council of elders discuss and decide." Hearing this, the elders let out a sigh of relief, their eyes brightening. One with long hair spoke. "So, the decision lies in our hands?" Another elder clenched his fists, his voice gloating. "At this point, we should just outright veto it." The head elder stroked his beard and chuckled. It's not that simple. The clan head said that the child already possesses martial power equivalent to a grade 5 warrior, and has even passed the void dream. There is no justifiable reason to refuse." He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. "Faced with a secondary son who disrupts tradition, we are forced to provide a logical justification. Gentlemen, has anyone thought of a countermeasure?" Just as he finished speaking, an arm was raised. Lee Tae-hyung stood up, his voice steady. "May I be permitted to say a few words?" Lee Tae-hyung had never sided with anyone in political matters. To the elders, he was a neutral party, always maintaining a noble facade, as if trying to protect himself from dirty commitments. Therefore, when they saw Lee Tae-hyung appear at this meeting, all the elders silently exchanged glances, a shared thought flashing through their minds. So, he came here to support that kid, because in their eyes, both of them were nothing but trash. Lee Tae-hyung, with a cold, sharp gaze, scanned every face in the room. He smiled faintly, thinking, the thoughts of these old snakes are clear as day. He knew exactly what they were plotting, but he didn't show a hint of emotion. Deep inside, a storm was raging, but his exterior remained as calm as a mirror-still lake. The 3 tests for those carrying the direct bloodline of the Sungmu clan are grueling trials. The choice, the ceremony of destiny, and the warrior's journey. Only those who pass all 3 are recognized as high-ranking members of the clan. They receive countless privileges, the right to attend and speak in major councils, and they are even treated no differently than an elder in wait. Lee Tae-hyung sat deep in thought, his hands tightly clasped. Suddenly, he moved slightly and pulled a small, sparkling object from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed, a thought flashing through. Don't tell me that kid brought this divine medicine just to ask for this? He sighed softly, muttering to himself. Sigh, Li Chiol, I truly don't know if this is the right thing to do. But then, as if urged by a sudden resolve, he decisively raised his hand, his voice echoing in the dead silent room. May I express my opinion? Lee Tae-hyung's sudden action stunned the entire hall. Head elder Lee Cheol-jung, sitting in the presiding seat, raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing surprise. He leaned forward, his voice gentle but unable to hide his curiosity. Does the steward wish to say something? Then, with a mocking smile, he continued, I heard that the steward had a rather close relationship with that brat. Lee Cheol-jung's words were like a sharp blade, piercing Lee Tae-hyung's pride. He cursed internally. This old man is truly bitter. But on the surface, he maintained a calm smile and replied with a composed voice. With such effort, how could I not like the boy? However, he paused, his sharp gaze circling the room. I think this time, things are going too far. Lee Cheol-jung arched a brow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. You say it's going too far? That's right, Lee Tae-hyung replied, his voice deep and certain. The boy has enough proof, but we cannot ignore tradition and protocol. The youngest needs to understand that there are things he cannot do as he pleases. Hearing this, Li Qiujung let out a scoff, as if he had just found a loophole to attack. Haha, I thought the steward didn't care for things like tradition or protocol. Li Tae-hyung felt a wave of anger surge in his chest, but he suppressed it, offering only a faint smile. It's not that I don't understand their importance. I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. A development-oriented person like me believes that handling issues rigidly only leads to terrible consequences. Li Qiujung closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. When he opened them, his sharp gaze was fixed directly on Li Tae-hyung. Then what is your proposal? Li Tae-hyung replied immediately, his voice full of confidence. If the council has no reason to refuse, then we just need to create one. To be honest, this issue is not too complex. The youngest hasn't proven himself yet. Li Qiujung frowned slightly, his voice skeptical. Hasn't the clan head already recognized that he has the strength of a grade 5 warrior? Li Tae-hyung smiled, his eyes sparkling with craftiness. But can the head of the clan publicly acknowledge that? His question made Li Qiujung freeze. His hands clenched, his gaze hardening as he stared straight at Li Tae-hyung. A moment of heavy silence blanketed the room. Then he spoke, his voice low as if suppressing his anger. And then, in Tae-hyung's mind, a whirlwind of thoughts spun. This evil brat, just do as you please. After a moment of consideration, he loudly declared, I think we just need to create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself. Li Qiujung was momentarily startled by this idea. He turned, his voice full of doubt. You mean create an opportunity? You don't mean a duel, do you? Li Tae-hyung nodded, his eyes never leaving Li Qiujung. That's right. With what he has done, he wouldn't refuse. The statement caused the other elders to buzz with discussion. Li Qiujung looked toward him and continued asking, Then who should he fight? Li Tae-hyung replied immediately, his voice calm, yet filled with implication. Isn't the person most recently completing the warrior's journey the most suitable? But 7th young master Li Myong-young would never agree. He isn't fit for this matter. He paused, his gaze flashing with cunning. Then what about 6th young master Sila? Li Qiujung stroked his beard, pondering. Sila, if there's a problem, we can set limits for him. Li Tae-hyung nodded, continuing, Exactly. Lady Beck once said the 6th young master has a grudge against that brat. A duel will resolve everything. After a moment of thought, Li Qiujung laughed, his eyes brightening. I don't find this approach bad. What do the elders think? The crowd around them nodded in agreement. One spoke, I think this is a fairly good plan. Another followed, acceptable to me. Upon hearing this, Li Qiujung loudly announced, If the main elder has agreed, I have no objections. Then we end the meeting here. As Li Tae-hyung turned to leave, a deep voice rang out behind him. You did well today, steward. He turned back, meeting the gaze of great elder Li Qiujung. He approached, a half-smile full of implication on his face. It seems I misjudged you. What made you change so quickly? Li Tae-hyung smiled, his voice gentle. As I said, I just wanted to avoid trouble. Li Qiujung nodded, but his eyes remained sharp and cold. He slammed his staff onto the floor, making a resounding thud. Listen, steward. In acting, even the smallest detail is very important. He stepped forward, his voice dropping. The eyes, the voice, every single word. You call him the youngest, while everyone else calls him the bastard. His words made Li Tae-hyung frown slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled faintly. Acting? I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Qiujung merely brushed past him, leaving behind one cryptic remark. You understand perfectly, steward. 3 weeks later, at the Sung Mu clan's practice room, the ground beneath their feet was shattered, dust swirling thick after the intense training session. Li Qiol, drenched in sweat, drew his sword from its scabbard, the steel flashing under the dim light. He let out a breath, his voice filled with determination. Today, we should be able to finish this practice. Li Myong-young, standing opposite, smirked. Really? You were beaten to a pulp yesterday. Li Qiol gripped the hilt, his eyes burning. You feel it too, don't you, older brother? Li Myong-young took a defensive stance, his sword glistening in his hand. Let's see then. As soon as the words left his mouth, he darted toward Li Qiol, his sword swinging like a lightning bolt. Boom! A powerful slash descended, but Li Qiol was quick as a whip, raising his sword to block. The two blades collided, sparks flying everywhere. The brothers began a fierce duel. Techniques unleashed one after another. No quarter given. Lee Myong-young, with his seasoned experience, continuously pressed the attack, but Lee Cheol didn't falter. Every strike he made became sharper, his movements smoother than ever before. Lee Myong-young suddenly spoke, his voice full of admiration. "Very good. Your stance should be like that." Lee Cheol smiled, but deep inside, a stream of thoughts was swirling. The sixth sense and the mystic eye, these skills, through constant training, helped him predict the path of the sword, blocking every attack. Suddenly, he sprang high, swinging his sword straight down at Lee Myong-young. Boom! The ground shook, dust and smoke filled the air. Lee Myong-young retreated several meters, still maintaining a solid stance. But Lee Cheol, after his powerful attack, was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. He panted, but his eyes remained bright, not a hint of wavering. Lee Myong-young smiled softly, scratching his head shyly. "You've mastered the basic skills. It took me 3 months to master them, yet it took you only 1 week to grasp them, 2 weeks to internalize them, and 33 days to perfect them with mana. It's unbelievable." He reached out to Lee Cheol, his voice full of pride. "You have never disappointed me. I officially acknowledge that you have mastered the basic skills, and it seems you have realized something that goes far beyond." Lee Cheol stood up, grabbed his brother's hand, and broke into a radiant smile. Deep inside, he thought, "You really can't hide anything from older brother." "Yes," he replied, his voice certain. "I'm improving the way I move." Lee Myong-young patted his brother's shoulder, laughing loudly. "Need help with anything?" Lee Cheol nodded, his eyes sparkling with hope. "I would be very grateful if you did." The scene shifts to a gloomy forest where a heavy atmosphere hangs. Dense layers of fog cling to every tree trunk, creating a hazy white screen that obscures the sunlight. A cold wind blows through, carrying a rustle like the whispers of lost souls. Lee Seela walked on, her gaze ice-cold, the blade in her hand flashing a line of silver light as she swung hard, slicing a roaring monster in front of her in two. She curled her lip, her bored voice echoing through the quiet space. "Pathetic trash, just putting on a tough act. So boring." Under her feet, the carcass of a giant dragon lay motionless, black blood spilling out and soaking into the forest soil. She continued walking, her boots crunching on the crispy, dried leaves. She muttered to herself, her voice full of resentment. "It's all that bastard's fault. Stuck with these annoying tasks. Mother is still angry. Everything is because of him." Wherever she passed, piles of monster corpses lay, each one fallen under her sharp blade, like proof of an uncontrollable rage. Suddenly, a chilling feeling ran down her spine. Something was following her from behind, like a silent ghost. Lee Seela stopped, her eyes narrowed, her ears strained to listen. Suddenly, a terrifying roar tore through the space. A giant dragon, teeth as sharp as blades, lunged straight at her, its red eyes burning in the fog. But Lee Seela didn't falter. She tilted her head, her voice as calm as if she were speaking to a child. "So what?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she spun, the blade in her hand launching with terrifying speed, embedding itself into the center of the dragon's forehead. A pained roar echoed, and then the monster collapsed, its red eyes slowly fading into darkness. Lee Seela glared at the dragon's carcass, her gaze flashing with a mix of anger and disgust. "I told you it was boring," she growled, her voice like a suppressed storm. She chanted a spell, and the dagger in the monster's head emitted a brilliant golden light. A violent vibration spread, making the surrounding air feel as if it were frozen. The blade pulled itself out and flew toward her hand, shining like a challenge. Clutching the dagger, Lee Seela squeezed her hand until her knuckles turned white. She thought to herself, "This is the 21st mission. All of them are troublesome jobs like exterminating monsters. Usually, I only do 4 or 5 each year. The final 5 days have passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will return too." Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from the fog and appeared before her. A man in a black cloak knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing his head. "Greetings, sixth young lady," he said, his voice deep and respectful. Lee Seala, drowned in rage, spun around, her gaze as sharp as a knife. "State your identity," he replied without hesitation. "I am Gaguk from the 12th team of the Black Sword Legion." Black Sword Legion? Lee Seala frowned, her voice suspicious. What is the clan head's private squad doing here? Gaguk lifted his head, his gaze firm. "I come bearing a message from the clan head." He relayed the message, every word clear, as if carved into the air. Hearing it, Lee Seala suddenly burst into laughter, a loud, cold laugh, as if she had lost a piece of her humanity. Her smile grew distorted, her eyes flashing with madness. She gripped the dagger tightly and slammed it into a nearby tree, the blade vibrating violently. Her whole body shook with anger, her voice hissing through clenched teeth. "Huh, that arrogant bastard, is it? Just in time. He's digging his own grave by my hand. The clan head is truly formidable, too." She glanced at Gaguk, her eyes piercing. "Tell him I received the news." Gaguk nodded, respectfully answering, "Yes, my lady." Immediately, he vanished into the mist, as if he had never existed. Lee Seala stood there, her hands still gripping the dagger, a violent energy surging from the blade and causing the surrounding air to tremble. She muttered, her voice deep and filled with murderous intent. "I'm really looking forward to this, Lee Cheol. I will crush you into the mud." Scene shifts to the next day at Lee Tae-hyung's room. The heavy wooden door creaked as Lee Cheol pushed it open, sweat still glistening on his forehead after an intense training session. He bowed his head, his voice apologetic. "Sorry for being late, uncle." The training lasted longer than expected. Lee Tae-hyung, sitting in an armchair, looked up with a gentle smile on his lips. "You're here. I heard you've mastered all the basic skills. Is there anything left to practice?" Lee Cheol wiped his sweat with a cloth, smiling lightly. "Yes, there's still a few things I want to experiment." He walked to the chair opposite, sat down, his posture relaxed, but his eyes full of determination. Lee Tae-hyung nodded, his voice serious. "The specific schedule has been announced, so I came to discuss it." Lee Cheol smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "If there's an official announcement, I'll go see the person in charge." Hearing this, Lee Tae-hyung sighed and turned to him, his voice dropping. "Are you not nervous?" Lee Cheol shrugged, his voice calm. "What's there to be nervous about? Everything is happening exactly as I predicted." He paused, his eyes brightening when mentioning the plan. "Father approved the warrior's journey, but set 2 conditions. First, master all basic martial techniques. Luckily, thanks to older brother and what I've learned, I did it in a short time. And the second condition..." He paused, his gaze becoming sharp. "Persuade the Council of Elders." Lee Tae-hyung frowned, his hands tightly clasped. "You can use any measure, but if you don't persuade them, the warrior's journey won't be approved. With your current status, interfering with the elders' affairs is difficult." Lee Cheol nodded, his eyes flashing with wit. "Therefore, I decided to create the most advantageous opportunity myself. I arranged a duel with the 6th sister. I asked you to steer everything in that direction. The Council of Elders won't have a reason to refuse." He paused, his gaze contemplative. "Creating a situation to allow myself to travel. The ability to turn the tide is essential on the political path. This very thing is also part of the test." Lee Tae-hyung sat in deep thought, a heavy silence blanketing the room. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter, breaking the stillness. "Haha, I don't understand how you can be so calm." Lee Cheol smiled, his voice confident. "Because I trust that you have arranged everything smoothly." Lee Tae-hyung shook his head, his eyes showing a flicker of worry. "That's not what I mean. That girl, I heard you don't get along with her." With Lee Seala's personality, even if it's a test, it won't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? Lee Cheol clenched his fists, his voice low but firm. "I owe the 6th sister a debt. It must be repaid." His words made Lee Tae-hyung slam his hand onto the table. Jumping up, his voice filled with emotion. "Exactly that. Isn't that something that can wait? Why force yourself into this situation?" He paused, took a deep breath, and sat back down, hands clutching his face, his voice despondent. "It's not that I don't think you can do it. I'm just worried you'll be hurt, in one way or another." Lee Cheol looked at him, his gaze softening at his uncle's concern. Deep inside, A wave of warmth mixed with determination surged. Uncle is truly worried about me. He smiled, his voice certain. Thank you for caring. The sixth sister might beat me into the dirt, and the elders will have an excuse to bind me. But he clenched his fist, his eyes burning. This duel isn't just about the warrior's journey. Even if I lose, it'll be troublesome, but don't worry. In this battle, I will definitely win. The Council of Elders quickly issued an official notice, pushing the test to happen without delay. Before long, the location was decided. The Central Training Ground, the largest arena of the Sung Mu clan, where the prestigious selection ceremonies were once held. The stands surrounding the arena were packed with spectators, murmurs like crashing waves. Everyone was eager to witness this historic duel. The tension was palpable, as if the entire clan were holding its breath waiting. In the waiting room, Li Chiol straightened his clothes, his movements slow yet cautious. His eyes darted around the small room, his brows knitting slightly. They won't let things pass quietly, he thought, a bitter smile flashing across his face. He sighed and muttered, There's no doubt this is a plot by the Great Elder. The stands surrounding the arena, all arranged to publicly ridicule me and crush my morale. But then he clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. That isn't the problem. More importantly, but then he clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. That isn't the problem. More importantly, her face wore a look of sorrow, as if she were hiding deep, hidden pain. Li Chiol looked at her, his heart aching. All day today, Aunt has worn that look, he thought. He stepped closer, his voice gentle, yet unable to hide his frustration. Why are you looking at me like that? It's really making me uncomfortable. Li Gyung Hoa rubbed her hands, sighed, her eyes drooping. It's nothing, really, she replied, her voice small as a whisper. Li Chiol frowned and took another step. You've been like this all day? How can you say it's nothing? She was lost in thought, her hands trembling slightly. After a moment, she looked up, her eyes filled with pain. Everything this clan arbitrarily decides. I hate the whispering behind the scenes. She's a level 4 warrior, and you've only just reached level 5. The gap between level 4 and level 5 is as wide as the sky and the earth. The gap between level 4 and level 5 is as wide as the sky and the earth. Li Gyung Hoa nodded, but her hands were still shaking. She stammered, her voice cracking. But what if you really lose? She held her head, her face radiating fear. If I had taught you harder, if I had revealed Mujin to the clan earlier. Her voice broke like a desperate cry. She bowed her head, tears threatening to spill, a feeling of helplessness overwhelming her. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. Please stop, Elder Li Gyung Hoa. She was startled and turned around. Li Chiol's maid walked up, placed a hand on her shoulder, and broke into a warm smile. Young master will win, just as he always does. As his teacher, shouldn't you be offering words of encouragement? But Li Gyung Hoa only sighed, her face still filled with sorrow. Li Chiol looked at her, his heart aching. Anne is like a young animal trembling in fear, he thought. Perhaps she has lost something in this Sung Mu clan. I don't know your past, although I could easily investigate. But I won't, because I believe that one day you will tell your own story. He stepped closer, placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice firm. This is not the time to be sorrowful. You should cheer up. Li Gyung Hoa looked up, surprised. Cheer up. Li Chiol broke into a confident smile. That's right, Aunt. And furthermore, there's an unexpected turn of events waiting. From outside, the servant's voice echoed. Young master, it's time to go to the field. Li Chiol was startled and turned to Li Gyung Hoa, his eyes burning. Aunt, watch carefully. I won't lose. He gripped his sword, his voice full of determination. Cheer as loud as you can in the stands. If you cheer too quietly, I'll be sad. Finishing his words, he turned and stepped through the gate. As he walked, he thought to himself, it's been a long time since I walked down this hallway. Since the moment I was born, I haven't stopped proving myself. It's time to bring that journey to a close. With a firm gaze, he moved straight forward. When Li Chiol stepped onto the arena, the harsh sun poured down, highlighting his figure. Opposite, Li Sila was already standing, her gaze sharp, the dagger's tip gleaming in her hand. He glanced up at the stands where his father, Lady Beck, and the elders were sitting, their eyes watching intent. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air. You arrogant brat. You bastard. Li Sila smirked, looking at him with contempt. Your stiff, pretentious neck. I've never liked it. She spun the dagger in her hand, her movements light but lethal. Just a bastard who always acts like something. Truly an eyesore. She pointed the tip of her blade straight at him, her voice cold as ice. Today, I will break that neck. Get ready. Li Chiol just nodded, his gaze calm. I'm looking forward to it, sixth sister. The referee raised his hand, his voice echoing. The duel between sixth young lady and ninth young master officially begins. Ready. As soon as the command rang out, both gripped their weapons. The air felt as if it had frozen. Li Chiol closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When the referee shouted start, his eyes popped wide, flashing with a brilliant golden light. The sign of the Mystic Eye skill being activated. But in a split second, Li Sila had vanished. Somehow, she appeared right behind him, fast as a ghost. 3 throwing daggers flashed, flying from behind, while 2 others from the front aimed straight at him. Li Chiol muttered to himself. Since when was she behind me? It was the flying dagger technique, the unique ultimate skill created by Li Sila herself, named Fire Dance. Blades carrying mana, burning like falling flames. Their terrifying speed left Li Chiol with no time to dodge. But he didn't falter. Gripping his sword, he poured a massive amount of mana into the blade, activating the energy transmutation skill. He swung his sword, an explosion of energy forming a powerful vortex sweeping forward. Boom! As the surge of energy collided with the flying daggers, they were knocked away. Li Sila was also pushed back several steps, her eyes flashing with anger. She cursed internally. Damn it! The arena was submerged in thick dust. Li Chiol stood firm, smiling as he looked toward her. I've heard so much about the Six Sisters' miraculous flying dagger technique, he said, his voice calm, yet filled with challenge. But it's not as impressive as I thought. I've heard a lot about Six Sisters' miraculous flying dagger techniques, but it wasn't as impressive as I thought it'd be. Li Sila gritted her teeth in fury at his words. She drew 2 more daggers, her sharp gaze locking onto him as she yelled, "Hey, you're dead meat." The moment the words left her mouth, she lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of continuous attacks at Li Chiol. As she attacked, she thought to herself, this wet behind-the-ears brat dares to open his arrogant mouth? I'll crush you head-on. She continued using her flying dagger art, making dozens of blades appear all around her, shooting toward Li Chiol at a dizzying speed. Facing these attacks, Li Chiol remained calm, thinking to himself, Six Sisters' movements are like an acrobat's, using multiple blades at once, slashing from twisted organic angles. That's a skill you can't have without superior reflexes and situational awareness. But that's exactly what I wanted to bait her into doing. With that thought, he leaped up and charged straight toward Li Sila to counterattack. He swung his sword, knocking away the incoming blades, and then threw a horizontal slash right at her face. Li Sila's face darkened as she scrambled to dodge the blow. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he unleashed the first form of Mujin, Demon River. A massive surge of energy exploded from the sword, accompanied by sparks of lightning flashing around it. He leaped high into the air, bringing down a heavy slash aimed directly at the top of Li Sila's head. Facing this attack, her eyes widened as she thought, "This is dangerous. This is really dangerous." In a panic, she raised both daggers, intending to block the attack head-on. When the daggers and sword collided, a terrifying burst of energy exploded, making the surrounding space shake violently. As the dust cleared, Li Sila appeared in a battered state. She gritted her teeth, thinking he reduced the impact at the last second by pulling back the moment the swords clashed. Looking at her chipped dagger from the impact, she cursed under her breath. That bastard uses sword techniques like a secret clan art. Refusing to lose, she threw away her ruined daggers, pulled out 2 fresh ones, stood up, glared straight at Li Chiol, and said, "Turns out you've got a decent move up your sleeve, huh? Too bad you should have saved it for a more important moment." With that, she dashed toward him, preparing to launch a new attack. Seeing this, Li Chiol remained calm, thinking faster than before, but charging straight ahead again. Li Sila pointed her 2 daggers at him and thrust forward. He immediately swung his sword, launching a slash to parry the blow. But with her quick agility, she stomped the ground, spun in midair, and evaded the attack. She appeared right behind Li Chiol, catching him slightly off guard. Looking at him, She smirked and said, "What's wrong? Shut your mouth. Come on, talk back." Reacting instantly, Li Qiol brought his sword behind his back to block her lethal strike. After that, the two continuously exchanged fierce blows. He thought to himself, these combo attacks are fast and unpredictable. I can block them, but that speed makes it hard to counterattack. His eyes widened as he muttered, "Sixth sister, I can see everything. My instincts feel the blades, and my mystic eyes pinpoint every direction they're coming from." He smiled. "The reason I insisted on fighting Sixth Sister is because my abilities are her absolute counter." Looking into Li Qiol's glowing eyes, Li Sila's eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth, cursing internally. Those damn eyes. The advantage of short daggers lies in mystery and flexibility. But if they're seen through, the fighting style gets restricted. She thought furiously. Yet he dares to suppress me with raw close combat strength and then counterattack like before. Damn this mana limit. If I could just unlock 10% more, I'd be able to use advanced outlaw skills. For the past year, she had only thought about getting revenge, crushing him, and destroying his pride. She intended to torture him until he begged for mercy. But she never expected things to turn out like this. Right then, Li Qiol spoke up, cutting through her thoughts. "Looks like you still have plenty of energy to spare for thinking." He lunged forward, coming face to face with her, and said calmly, "You'd better focus, you know." With that, he swung his sword straight at her face, forcing her to struggle to block. Her entire body trembled slightly. Her teeth clenched as she cursed under her breath. Suddenly, Li Sila's entire body erupted with a crimson energy. She muttered, "I wasn't planning on using this." A heavy pressure radiated from her, and a strange surge of power suddenly directed itself straight at Li Qiol's heart. His heart felt like it took an electric shock. That surge of power wrapped around his heart, completely sealing off his mana circuits. He immediately leaped backward. Seeing his quick reflex, she smirked and said, "So you actually know how to think? Without mana, you're just a useless bug." Looking straight ahead, Li Qiol thought, is she using psychic abilities? Sixth sister Li Sila's psychic ability is the power to distort an opponent's mana circuits, paralyzing their control. If their mana is stronger, they can resist it, but if not, they'll be bound even if they know it's coming. She looked at him and shouted, "Your time is up." But inside his body, a blue mana suddenly surged through his system. He thought to himself, but there's one thing Sixth Sister doesn't know. Feeling the presence of this blue mana, Li Sila's eyes widened. She screamed, "No way. How can he still use mana?" At this moment, his entire body radiated of blue mana, enveloping him completely. He thought to himself, my mana technique is unlike anyone else's. Sitting in the stands, Li Gyung Hoa's hands shook violently as she muttered, "Everything will be fine, everything will be fine, because my nephew is very talented." Her gaze turned vacant as she thought, this time won't be like the previous times. But what if he falls into that same situation again? Then what should I do? Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through her thoughts. "He's still completely fine." Two men nearby were gossiping. "I didn't expect him to grow this much. His foundation is terrifyingly solid." Another one chimed in, "What kind of skill is that? Isn't that one of the mana arts of the Sungmu clan?" The other replied, "I heard that kid is an illegitimate child, only 15 this year." Hearing these words, Li Gyung Hoa immediately snapped her gaze back down to the arena. At this moment, Li Qiol's expression turned serious. He rushed forward, unleashing the lightning resistance art, slashing straight at Li Sila. But with her quick agility, she easily stepped back, dodging the attack. Without giving her time to react, he instantly used the Yama skill, releasing countless streaks of light energy toward the retreating Li Sila. The streaks of light instantly wrapped tightly around her body, leaving her stunned. She struggled to break free. Without stopping, he poured in the Gale skill, charging forward, slashing through the light energy wrapping around Li Sila. Seeing this, Li Gyung Hoa's eyes widened as she thought. He used Gale to slash right through Yama? Lightning, Yama, and Gale are all aura skills that my nephew and I created together. All the tangled emotions inside her seemed to be washed completely clean. She clenched her fists, looked forward, and said, "That's right, you must win, because you are a genius." Li Qiol's continuous attacks caused the surrounding ground to shatter, sending dust flying everywhere. Li Sila stood dazed, thinking no way, his mana source should have been sealed by my skill. So how can he still use mana? The two stood a fair distance apart. Li Chiol looked straight at her and muttered, "There's one thing Six's sister doesn't know. My mana cultivation method is different from ordinary people. It can operate using only the mana circuits." Ending his thought, he unleashed a massive surge of mana and spoke up, "Now, come at me." He charged forward, closing the distance on Li Sila, causing her eyes to widen as she gasped internally. So fast. He swung his sword, aiming a strike straight at her face. With her quick reflexes, she anticipated the strike and raised her daggers to block. But under the sheer force of the blow, her entire body slid backward for dozens of meters. After stabilizing her stance, Li Celia's whole body trembled. She cursed internally, "Damn it!" But before she could even think, Li Chiol lunged from above, bringing down a heavy vertical strike like a lightning bolt right at her head. Once again, she managed to block the attack just in time. Looking ahead, she gritted her teeth and thought, "No way. I can't keep getting pushed back like this." Suddenly, her eyes froze and she broke out into a cold sweat. She glanced up at the spectator stands, where her mother, Lady Beck, was watching the match with an extremely tense expression, although she maintained a calm composure. That look made Li Sila tremble with fear. Snapping back to reality, her entire body erupted with a crimson aura. Glaring straight at Li Chiol, she screamed, "This is all because of that damn illegitimate brat." Looking at the power in front of him, Li Chiol muttered, "A terrifying amount of mana. She's forcing her mana out, completely ignoring her injuries." Li Sila used her flying dagger art once again. The daggers seemed to come alive, swirling around her body fluidly as if they had a mind of their own. They hovered in midair. She raised her hand and shouted, "Secret art, meteor strike." Directing her palm toward Li Chiol, she screamed, "I'll kill you." Seeing this from the stands, Li Gyung Hoa instantly stood up, clenching her fists, and yelled, "That's a violation of the rules. Stop right now." But it was already too late. The daggers shot straight at Li Chiol at a terrifying speed. He remained calm in the face of the attack. His eyes shone brightly, his hand gripping the blade, midnight tightly. A massive surge of mana swirled around the sword. He let out a soft sigh, taking a stance to brace for the impact. As the daggers flew in, he swung his sword, blocking each and every attack. Watching this, Li Sila screamed, "What exactly are you slashing at?" But right after, her expression froze, flipping 180 degrees. On Li Chiol's side, her daggers plunged heavily into the ground one by one after being deflected by him. He thought to himself, "There is an absolute truth. When mana disperses into the air, it returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly disappears. But my ancestor's sword, Midnight, is a blade that can slash and erase mana." After a few slashes, all of Li Sila's daggers were safely embedded in the ground around him. He looked straight ahead, flashing a confident smile. Looking at his arm, trembling violently after blocking that last attack, Li Chiol thought, "I didn't expect her to use Meteor Strike. But even so, I succeeded. With my current strength, I couldn't completely block Meteor Strike, so I used Midnight to sever the mana threads connecting to the flying daggers. Thanks to my mystic eyes, I could see the connecting mana flow, but doing both required absolute concentration." Ending his thought, he looked straight at Li Sila, took a step forward, and said, "Now it's my turn." At this moment, Li Sila stood dazed, thinking, is he planning to use that move again? She immediately leaped backward to maintain her distance, thinking further, if I widen the gap, he won't be able to pull off. But Li Chiol didn't care about the distance at all. He took his stance, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack. Seeing this, Li Sila cursed internally. Huh? He still plans to attack, even from this distance. He smiled and said, "Chiakma was originally a sword technique born to deal with monsters. Distance was never an issue from the very start." Once he was ready, he charged forward, swinging his sword down, and shouted, "Chiakma, Eclipse." The slash carried a massive amount of power, tearing up the ground beneath and heading straight for Li Sila. Facing this attack, she froze. Her eyes widened as she swore, "Damn it." Immediately after, a massive explosion rocked the arena, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere in a thick cloud of dust. As the dust gradually cleared, a massive fissure was revealed in the arena, looking as though it wanted to split the entire stadium in half. After the attack, Li Chiol covered one eye with his hand, muttering, "Is this pain in my eye because I used the mystic eyes to their limit?" But he thought further, "It's still not over. Chiakma hit head-on, but I need to finish this match." From inside the explosion, a dagger suddenly shot out, heading straight for Li Chiol. Fortunately, it only grazed his thigh, catching him slightly by surprise. His entire body lost balance, nearly collapsing, but he managed to regain his composure, stomping his foot hard onto the ground to stabilize himself. Suddenly, Li Sila rushed out from the smoke, the tip of her dagger aimed right at Li Chiol. He thought to himself, "Sixth Sister is too fast. This move is highly dangerous." He reacted just in time, stomping his foot and leaping backward to dodge the strike. But Li Sila kept pressing forward. The two locked in a fierce struggle. Both of them suddenly came to a halt. The tip of her dagger had pierced straight into Li Chiol's chest, with fresh blood trickling out. Conversely, his sword was pointed directly at her chest, but he hadn't thrust it through. Li Sila pulled her dagger out of Li Chiol's chest, and then immediately collapsed to the ground. Clutching his bleeding chest, he thought, "If I had been even a second slower in using Midnight to block, my heart would have been pierced through." Looking at Li Sila lying unconscious on the ground, he muttered, "Sixth Sister must have passed out the moment Chiakma struck. My body reacted purely on instinct before the killing intent hit." He turned his face away, sighed, and said, "The bloodline Sixth Sister possesses is truly terrifying." Then he looked toward the two assistants running toward the arena, yelling, "What are you guys just standing there for? Aren't you going to take Sixth Sister away? If you leave her lying there, she'll die from internal injuries." Hearing this, the two nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." But seeing them still hesitate, he pointed his finger behind him. Only then did they snap out of it and run over to give first aid to Li Sila. After the battle ended, Li Chiol looked straight ahead, thinking to himself, "Now you all see it, right? The warriors of the clan, the stubborn elders, and even my half-siblings. For the first time, I show this to everyone who thought I would lose just because I'm an illegitimate child." He clenched his fist and raised it high, showing his determination. "I have proven myself." A sudden sound of clapping startled Li Chiol. He looked up at the stands and saw his father clapping in approval of his recent performance. Following that, the entire stadium erupted into cheers, celebrating his victory. Li Gyung-ho's eyes widened in surprise, while someone shouted, "My nephew is the best. You are Li Chiol. Damn it, I knew it. The boy would make it. Ha ha ha." Seeing her over-the-top attitude, Gawa, who was beside her, pulled her back and said, "Elder, please calm down." But she didn't care, still shouting at the top of her lungs, "My nephew is the best. My nephew is Li Chiol." These words made Li Chiol blush with embarrassment, lightly covering his face with his hand. The leaders of the clan stepped forward. Taishin took the lead, speaking up in praise. "Well done." But Li Chiol-young, standing behind him, had a sorrowful look in his eyes as they lowered slightly. Li Chiol looked at everyone, muttering internally, "It seems father isn't very happy. Father has never praised a child in front of others." Taishin looked straight at him, thinking, this child chose Li Sila and set up this stage. He chose that sixth sister girl and directed the match according to his own strategy. She was the opponent he had the greatest counter advantage against. It sounds easy, but out of everyone here, how many could actually pull that off? He spoke up in a loud, clear voice. "You have proven yourself. Therefore, I recognize your qualification to set out on the warrior's training journey." Hearing these words, Li Chiol immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, father." But right after, he paused slightly, falling into deep thought. Seeing this, Taishin asked, "You look like you have something you want to say, don't you?" Realizing his father had read his mind, Li Chiol smiled, thinking to himself, "The time has come." He raised his head and said confidently, "Just as you said, father, I can't hide anything from you." Taishin looked at him, his voice deep but loaded with meaning, as if he knew the boy was hiding something in his heart. "Speak, my son," he said softly, his gaze sharp. He, Li Chiol, looked up at Lady Beck, his gaze suddenly turning cold. In his heart, his thoughts swirled. Officially, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior's path. I wasn't supposed to receive anything extra from father. To father, that's enough. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress the rising emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, his voice ringing out steady yet fierce. Then, please allow me to say one thing. Every eye in the room locked onto him, and the space seemed to freeze, waiting for the words the young man was about to utter. Li Chiol placed his hand over his chest, his voice resonant and full of power. I have reached a level sufficient for early graduation from military training. You saw it with your own eyes, father. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, before continuing with even greater resolve. I have been to Mount Heaven and passed the blood dream test. If father is the one who decides before the Council of Elders, then I must also announce my reward before them. He clenched his fists, his voice echoing through the room. I have proven everything and met every condition. Don't tell me the Council of Elders doesn't believe me and insists on testing me for no reason. His words were as sharp as a blade, aiming straight at the Grand Elder. The old man's eyes widened, caught slightly off guard by the young man's boldness. Without pausing, Li Chiol continued, his voice dropping but heavy with pressure. Sixth sister was severely injured in this match. The fact that she's even standing right now is nothing short of a miracle. He looked straight at the Grand Elder, his expression dead serious, thinking to himself, I can't help but feel like I'm being suppressed by the elders. Since I'm only 15, I'm allowed to be a little bratty, maybe even a bit rebellious. If I don't speak up now, when will I ever get another chance? Noticing the tension rising, Taishin immediately turned to Li Chiol-jung, his voice deep but authoritative. Chief Elder, can you answer the question of this youngest child? Li Chiol-jung lightly clasped his hands together, falling silent for a moment. Then, a warm smile spread across his face, his voice gentle yet sharp. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. The matter of participating in the warrior's path has always been decided by the Council of Elders. The clan rules are clear. There is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Would the Council of Elders ever deny the clan's own laws? Hearing this, Li Chiol muttered internally, his voice dripping with disappointment. And yet you purposefully brought up the phrase illegitimate child right here? I never even mentioned my status. He took a deep breath, his voice ringing out with indignation. Is the Council of Elders making a mockery of the clan rules themselves? Li Chiol-jung stroked his beard, replying with a smile. That's right. Setting out on the warrior's path at such a young age can lead to unpredictable dangers. Before he could finish, Li Chiol cut him off instantly, his voice sharp. Then why did it have to be Sixth Sister? Anyone can see she is much stronger than me, and older too. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, his tone growing firmer. I read the official announcement. It clearly stated that my examiner had to be someone who just returned from the warrior's path. So shouldn't seventh brother have been the one to appear? Even if it wasn't him, there are still plenty of other warriors to choose from. Standing on the sidelines, Li Tae-hyung let out a soft sigh, a discreet smile playing on his lips as he thought, what an insolent brat. You set up a whole stage just to back the Grand Elder into a corner. I seriously can't help but laugh. Good job, kid. That's incredibly clever. He shifted his eyes toward Li Chiol-jung, wondering, did you choose Sixth Sister from the very beginning just to lead up to this exact moment? Faced with the pressure, Li Chiol-jung calmly replied, we simply thought Sixth Sister was more suited for this test. Li Chiol clenched his fists, his voice resolute. If that's the case, why did it need to be public like this? It should have been a discreet, private match instead. He paused, his gaze turning ice cold. Therefore, I want to hear clearly the reason why the Council of Elders conducted such a test. These words were like a checkmate, turning the Grand Elder's expression incredibly tense as the room fell dead silent. Sensing that things were about to cross the line, Tae-shin stepped forward, his voice stern. Enough. He glanced at Li Chiol-jung before continuing. The Chief Elder is a senior member of this clan. I understand you're emotional after the match, but this is disrespectful. Li Chiol immediately placed his hand over his chest, bowing in apology, his voice deep. Yes, I apologize. But, he quickly added, his voice completely unyielding. If it just ends like this, it isn't right. Tae-shin looked back at Li Chiol-jung, his voice low but filled with hidden meaning. Grand Elder, what do you think? Li Chiol-jung's expression darkened as he thought to himself. An illegitimate child has completely defeated me. After a moment of thought, he walked toward Li Chiol, his voice resonant. I must admit, this test is somewhat hard to justify. The Council of Elders should grant him a reward as well. Li Chiol bowed his head, his voice sincere but firm. I apologize for my disrespect, but I only did what needed to be done. I don't expect an outrageous reward. I only want to receive what I deserve. These words left the entire room stunned into silence, especially the Grand Elder. Scene cut to a few days after the match. Li Chiol lay in his room, his arm resting across his forehead, looking up at the ceiling with a somber gaze. He thought to himself, I never thought I'd miss Mount Heaven this much. He had been grounded by everyone, and Lee Tae-hyung, with a furious voice, yelled, Where do you think you're going, kid? Lee Myong-young smiled gently and said, Do you think you're fully healed? While Gawa, with tears welling up in her eyes, chimed in, You're not going anywhere until you've completely recovered. Looking up at the ceiling, he thought, Thanks to the recovery elixir, I've definitely healed much faster. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. He sat up immediately, his voice echoing, Come in. A familiar voice from outside caught him slightly by surprise. Long time no see, young master. Have you been doing well lately? It turned out to be his followers. The long-haired young man continued. We planned to visit the moment you returned to the clan, but we heard you were busy with many matters, so we came late. The short-haired young man asked, his voice laced with worry, Is your back okay? Li Chiol nodded and smiled. It's fine. Did you guys think I wouldn't make time to see you? He pointed towards some nearby chairs, his tone friendly. Go ahead and grab a seat properly. He turned to ask them, How about everyone else? Is everyone doing well? They replied in unison. Of course. The long-haired young man continued. Though there were a few pointless scuffles, we just saw it as a sign of being watched, so it wasn't too bad. The short-haired young man, his face beaming with excitement, said, More importantly, how on earth did you train to become this strong in just 1 year? He excitedly added, I watched that match. It was absolutely unbelievable. He went on to ask, We're about to enter our 3rd year, so you probably have a lot of free time, right, young master? Li Chiol, looking completely fired up, replied coldly, No way. Nobody would want to miss an important moment with a young master, right? He turned to the group, his voice teasing. I bet the others watched the whole match too, didn't they? His 2 teammates just smiled without answering. The blue-haired young man spoke up. Sorry, young master. I planned to come over after training, but I ended up late. The long-haired young man added. Since Bozong was also taking the exam, he was busy. Li Chiol smiled, his voice gentle. It's fine. No need to apologize. Then he asked seriously, Kim Han, you didn't slack off just because I wasn't here, did you? Kim Han immediately waved his hands. No way. Seeing that his followers had grown more mature than before, Li Chiol let out a soft sigh of relief, thinking they've really grown a lot. Bozong and Inha had been recruited as interns for the Blood Guard and the Sky Bow Squad, the 2 strongest units of the Sungmu Academy. The 4 elite units like them were collectively known as the Death Squad. Kim Han decided to join Yukmun, the Swordsmanship Academy, in the Sword and Hidden Weapons Division within the Reflex Department. Learning both at the same time was no easy feat. He heard that half of the 5th grade students had also been recruited. Truly impressive. Thinking of this, a proud smile played on the corner of Li Chiol's lips. He turned to them, his voice encouraging. Everyone, keep up the hard work. In the future, I'm going to need your help a lot. They placed their hands over their chests and replied in unison. Leave it to us. We'll become strong enough to never bring shame to the young master. Then they moved the chairs back to their original places and said, Well, we'll take our leave now. Li Chiol stood up to see them off, his voice warm. Yeah, it was great seeing you guys. All right. Kim Han turned around and asked, I almost forgot. You're going to collect your reward today, aren't you, young master? Han turned back to ask, I almost forgot. You're going to collect your reward today, aren't you, young master? Li Chiol took a deep breath and replied, I'm the one going to collect the reward. Why are you guys the ones getting so excited? Kim Han grinned brightly. Because it's a great thing happening to you, young master. He asked further, So, have you decided what you're going to take yet? Hearing this, a smile played on the corner of Li Chiol's lips. He replied, his voice full of confidence, Of course. The next day, at the Sungmu secret vault, a car sped toward the gates from afar, coming to a halt with a faint screech of tires. Li Chiol pushed the door open and stepped out, his gaze sweeping across the familiar yet distant scenery. Feeling a slight wave of emotion, he thought, It's been 6 years since I was last here. Seeing his arrival, a guard called out, his voice filled with surprise. Oh, isn't that the youngest master? Li Chiol walked over and handed him the confirmation paperwork. The guard looked it over, then spoke respectfully. May I ask the purpose of your visit, young master? He replied, his voice deep but clear. I received permission to withdraw equipment from the secret vault. The guard checked the official document and nodded in confirmation. Yes, I've verified the document. You may pass. They opened the gates and pointed inside, signaling for him to enter. Just as Li Chiol stepped through the gates, a voice rang out, catching him slightly by surprise. Young master, the guard continued, his voice filled with emotion. I was truly deeply moved by your trial this time. The person next to him happily chimed in. I will work hard just like you, young master. Both of them bowed to him with clasped hands, leaving him surprised and momentarily dazed. A satisfied smile played on the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, this is the first time in my life I've received a salute like this. Before this, most people only gave me looks of contempt, despising my status as an illegitimate child. He turned back to look at the two guards, his voice sincere. Thank you for thinking that way. I'll keep working harder and harder so as not to disappoint you. He kept walking inside, his heart swelling with a mix of pride and determination. The secret vault was jointly maintained by the Administration Bureau and the Council of Elders. The Administration Bureau handled maintenance and preservation, while the intake and withdrawal of equipment fell under the jurisdiction of the Council of Elders. Therefore, he had demanded compensation from the president of the Council of Elders. Recalling the arena from the other day, Li Chiol had stated loudly and clearly, I only did what I had to do, so I wouldn't dare expect an unreasonable reward. I only wished to claim the items that were selected during the grand weapon selection ceremony that day. Hearing this, Li Chiol had immediately spoken up, his voice challenging. Didn't you already choose a weapon back then and wear it at your hip? You received a single weapon at that time. Do you now want ownership of them all? Li Chiol didn't flinch at all, his voice ringing out sharp and clear. According to the regulations, I heard that any weapons chosen during the grand weapon selection ceremony can be fully claimed later on. I wonder if my understanding is wrong. Chief Manager. His gaze immediately locked onto Lee Tae-hyung, who was standing behind, as if looking for support. Lee Tae-hyung smiled faintly, thinking, what a clever child. He replied, his voice steady. All right, that is indeed correct. According to ancient custom, people have indeed claimed the remaining weapons later on. The clan leader also said we would follow precedent. Hearing that, Li Chiol coughed dryly, his voice reluctant. Humph, now that I think about it, that is indeed how it goes. In his heart, Li Chiol thought, they probably think it's fine as long as they grant me a few items suited to my status. Even if they give up a few pieces, the Council of Elders won't suffer any real loss. That's definitely what they're thinking, right? He smiled discreetly. If the president of the Council of Elders accepted my proposal in front of the guests, the weapons in the secret vault would finally belong to me, legitimate. He looked toward Tae-shin, his voice respectful yet unyielding. May I do so, father? Tae-shin pondered for a moment, then stepped closer, his voice resonant. I allow it. In any case, those things would have ended up in your hands eventually. Hearing this, Li Chiol happily bowed with clasped hands. Thank you, father. Tae-shin continued, his voice filled with hidden meaning. Of course, as long as you prove yourself worthy of being their master, the elders will hand the weapons over to you. In his heart, Li Chiol thought, as expected of father, even the president of the Council of Elders didn't notice my scheme, yet he saw right through it all. Furthermore, he tactfully took the Council of Elders' side to put the matter to rest. Tae-shin continued, decide on the weapons to be withdrawn and deliver them to the youngest master. Back in the present, inside the elevator leading down to the secret vault, thoughts continued to swirl in Li Chiol's head. I am allowed to receive 4 masterwork-grade weapons. Normally, there's no way anyone would be so handsomely rewarded. But with father standing behind me, they didn't dare try any funny business. He knew that the area he was permitted to enter was restricted to floors 1 through 3. Floor 1 contains common-grade weapons, which aren't worth paying attention to. I need to choose things that will be truly useful for this journey. Stepping into the room filled with weapons, his gaze swept over each piece as he muttered, now, let's take our time making a selection. A strange stream of black smoke manifested on his hand, as if guiding his decision. Scene cut to Lee Myong-young's office. After finishing his weapon selection, Lee Cheol went to see his older brother. Lee Myong-young looked at him, smiling as he asked, "Are you already set on leaving?" He nodded, his voice firm. "Yes, everything is completely prepared." Lee Myong-young chuckled softly and said, "Spring is honestly not a bad time for weather to start a long journey. There's rarely a more suitable season." Then he asked further, "Have you gone to say goodbye to everyone?" Lee Cheol replied, "Yes. As for Uncle, since he's away on business, I couldn't see him." It also took quite an effort to appease Aunt. Hearing this, Lee Myong-young burst out laughing. "Haha, I can pretty much picture it." Then he asked seriously, "So, have you gone to say goodbye to Father yet?" Lee Cheol smiled, his voice slightly playful. Yes, he was intimidating, as usual. Lee Myong-young wondered. "Intimidating?" he replied, his voice dropping. "He said that since I caused such a huge scene, if I don't achieve results that satisfy him, I'll face punishment." Hearing that, Lee Myong-young laughed out loud. "Huh, hearing that does sound a bit scary." Then he let out a soft sigh, asking further, "Have you heard any news about Sixth Sister?" Lee Cheol's expression darkened, his voice laced with sorrow. "Yes, I heard she has entered the secluded cultivation chamber." Sixth Sister, even while she was recovering, caused a massive scene when she woke up. After recovering, she was sent into martial arts seclusion by Lady Beck. Lee Myong-young nodded, his voice calm. "Originally, no one could interfere with your warrior's journey. But at least for now, Sixth Sister can't come out to seek immediate revenge." Lee Cheol fell silent, his hands clenching slightly, showing his anxiety. He looked up, his voice full of sincerity. "Brother, can I ask you a favor? While I'm away traveling, please take care of those close to me. They might not dare target me directly, but targeting the people close to me wouldn't be hard at all. In my past life, that's how I lost my wet nurse." Lee Myong-young immediately nodded. "All right, I understand. Your mother will stay here where I live. No one will dare lay a finger on her." Hearing this, Lee Cheol stood up, his voice resolute. "This debt, I will absolutely repay it." Lee Myong-young smiled and replied, "As your older brother, how could I not handle something like that? I'll be waiting for the day you return after finishing this journey." Lee Cheol clenched his fist, replying with a smile, "Yes, brother." 15 years since the day he returned. The places he needed to visit, the things he needed to acquire, the people he needed to meet, all of it was packed tight inside his heart. For the first time, he was leaving the clan, free to act, possessing time that belonged entirely to him. Slinging his pack over his shoulder, Lee Cheol looked up at the clear spring sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. Everything begins from here. At the Sung Mu clan estate, Lady Beck was relaxing, sipping a cup of tea in the gentle weekend sunlight. She softly set her teacup down on the table, her gaze suddenly turning ice cold, her voice as sharp as a blade. "Report." Out from the shadows of the nearby woods, a figure cloaked in black stepped forward. The man bowed with clasped hands, his voice deeply respectful. "Forgive me, my lady, but my subordinates have lost track of him." Lady Beck's face darkened completely, her eyes flashing with anger. "Give me the details," she ordered coldly. The cloaked man bowed his head, his voice trembling. "My subordinates lost track of him when he entered a crowded street. It appears he knew he was being followed right from the start." Hearing this, Lady Beck slammed her hand down on the table, her voice laced with anger. What absolute nonsense. Even if his appearance changed, he should still carry his distinct mana signature. The cloaked man quickly replied, his voice full of anxiety. "Among the equipment he received from the match, there seems to be an item that can alter both physical appearance and mana signature. At this point, tracking him is nearly impossible." Lady Beck caught her breath, her eyes narrowing as her voice dropped low. "He's just an illegitimate brat, barely 15 years old. Yet he managed to shake off the shadow blades that I trained myself." She looked at the teacup on the table, letting out a cold, contemptuous snort. "If you guys can't even handle this, then he clearly knew all along." She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over the cloaked man. "I wanted to anticipate his plans, yet you managed to lose track of him in less than a day." She leaned forward, her gaze freezing cold. "Monitor all news. If anything suspicious pops up, tail him immediately." The cloaked man instantly clasped his hands, his voice decisive. "Understood." Right after, He quickly departed, his figure melting into the night. Scene cut to a tavern. Inside a noisy tavern, the shouts of drunks echoed, drowning out the space. "You bastard! You dare cheat!" one guy roared, pointing at his opponent. "You clearly hid cards up your sleeve first." On the other side, another guy sneered, his voice challenging. "What? Want to fight? I bet 100,000 credits on this guy." Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, the tavern door was suddenly pushed wide open. A person completely wrapped in a cloak walked in, heading straight for the service counter. His voice was low as it rang out. "Give me a beer." The bartender looked at the stranger, letting out a soft, suspicious snort. "An unfamiliar face. I've never seen you around here before." The cloaked figure lightly pulled down his hood, revealing a part of his face, his voice calm. "I just came down from the north. Lately, Kowloon City over in China has been a complete mess." The bartender slammed a beer mug down on the counter, his eyes still scrutinizing. "But your accent sounds like a Seoul native. If you're Korean, why are you coming from the north?" The cloaked figure let out a faint chuckle. "I fled back then, I don't know anything." The bartender narrowed his eyes, asking further. "What's your name?" The cloaked figure shrugged, his tone teasing. "Do people in a rat hole like this actually use names?" Hearing that, the bartender nodded, his gaze growing less suspicious. "You really do look like a true wanderer." Holding the beer mug in his hand, Lee Cheol thought to himself, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. "The more I look at it, the more perfect it feels." He quietly observed the mask in his mind. The masterwork-grade mask, the 10,000 face iron skin. When mana is channeled into it, the mask creates illusions, consuming mana, but being extremely versatile. It can alter features, voice, and even tone, helping to conceal one's identity. He took a sip of beer, thinking further. "It's been a while since I last came to this place. I was almost worried I wouldn't remember the way." This place belongs to Jagang Province, one of the most dangerous areas in the north. Monsters have been cleared out, but nobody develops the land. Places like this always attract the dark side. A village formed by criminals utilizing martial arts and magic, known as the Wanderer's Nest. Someone once tried to wipe this nest out, but that triggered the Red Drop Rain, a massive riot started by the Wanderers. Because of that, governments and major factions intentionally ignore this place. This is the largest Wanderer Nest in Korea, where criminals gather, and wherever there are criminals, there are secrets. Lee Cheol thought to himself, "In my past life, I often hid here to avoid the clan's eyes, even though I was eventually discovered anyway. The reason I chose this place as my first stop on the path of a martial artist is..." He turned to the bartender, his voice calm. "Let me ask you a question. I used to stay in Kowloon City, so which organization controls this place now?" The bartender narrowed his eyes, his voice questioning. "Why do you want to know this?" Lee Cheol replied, his voice firm. "I don't want to die just because I'm clueless while staying here. I need to get a read on the atmosphere to behave properly." The bartender sneered. "That's easy for you to say, but a single glass of beer isn't going to cut it." Lee Cheol immediately pulled out a stack of cash, slamming it onto the counter, his voice decisive. "Here, 100,000 won. Bring me some snacks and more beer." The bartender laughed out loud, thoroughly satisfied. "Huh, you sure know how things work." He brought out the food, talking as he set it down. "This place has been run by the boss Baek Cheol Soo for the past 10 years. Even if you're coming from China, you've probably heard his name, right?" Lee Cheol nodded, his voice calm. "Of course, who doesn't know it?" In his heart, he thought, just as I thought. The butcher Baek Cheol Soo, who used to be an official martial arts disciple, became a wanderer after killing his own master. Before my regression, he was the boss ruling the Korean underworld. In his early 30s, he seized leadership of the Baekgol gang and started operating a black market. And now, the time when the most valuable merchandise starts appearing. He quietly took another sip of beer, his gaze turning razor sharp. "But the person I want to meet isn't Baek Cheol Soo, an item that was once recovered by the Lee Marshall clan in my past life. This time, I'll be the one to get my hands on it first." Scene cut to Baek Cheol Soo's mansion. In his office, Baek Cheol Soo was checking the ledgers, his sharp eyes scanning through each number. He nodded slightly, his voice satisfied. As expected, the black market brings in way more profit than dealing meds. He looked up at the person across from him, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Director Jong, you've worked hard too. I knew dragging you back here was the right call." The corner of his lips curled into a scheming smile. "Director Jong, Or should I call you Jong Jin-soo? He stood up, his voice dropping low, carrying a hint of a threat. Watch that expression on your face. I told you, I'm not forcing you to stay. If you can't take it, you can leave at any time. Hearing this, Jong Jin-soo's entire body trembled slightly with fear, forcing a strained smile onto his lips. I'll be careful, sir. Baek Cheol-soo laughed out loud, turning around, his voice filled with a fake sense of care. Good. You look much better when you smile, Director Jong. You went to a good school and made a ton of money, all thanks to me, right? Jong bowed his head, his voice shaky. Yes, sir. Baek Cheol-soo nodded, returning to the main business, his voice dropping low. Anyway, I'm a little worried. This time, we issued way too few tickets for the black market event. The upper class happens to like it that way, though. Why don't we try increasing the ticket count just a little bit? Jong replied, his voice cautious. Maintaining a limited ticket release each quarter will help us retain loyal customers much more effectively. Baek Cheol-soo shrugged, offering a faint smile. Yeah, I trust you'll handle this just fine, right, Director Jong? He paused, his voice turning ice cold. But remember one thing, our target isn't this cramped, filthy underground spot. It's up there. He pointed at the ceiling, his eyes burning with ambition. Like you said, you want out of this shady business. What we get from the black market is cash and connections. Using that as a springboard, we'll step into the light. The next day, at Baek Cheol-soo's office, Jong walked in and began his report. The black market is currently open only to a select few, turning into a discreet community that works most efficiently for entertainment and money laundering. Thanks to the anonymity, it's easy to get things that are hard to find in the legal world. It's quite appealing. Baek Cheol-soo leaned back in his chair, holding the report file, flipping through it for a bit before speaking. From drugs, elixirs, docs, high-value artwork, even people. If anyone wants it, I can provide it. The taste of the high society has never changed. With that, he slammed the folder down on the table and continued. The money-making is going very smoothly. The only issue left is time before our baked gold gang steps out of the shadows and into the light. So, during a sensitive time like this, if we get exposed, just as he said this, an underling suddenly burst through the door, shouting, "It's a big problem, boss." This action enraged Baek Cheol-soo, who glared at him, clenching his fist and barking. "What do you think you're doing? You want to die?" The underling immediately bowed his head, apologizing loudly. "The shipment arrived so suddenly, I couldn't stop them," Baek Cheol-soo demanded coldly. "Spit it out. What happened?" The underling replied, "A guest just arrived at the facility in South Pyongan province. I think you should go there yourself." Baek Cheol-soo wondered. "I guessed." He bowed low, stammering. "Well, it seems that person is from the prestigious Leaf family." Those words made the eyes of both Baek Cheol-soo and Jong suddenly freeze. Scene change. Outside, at the safe zone of South Pyongan province, Lee Cheol stood in front of Baek Cheol-soo's office building. He spoke up. "From the outside, this place looks like a regular office. But in reality, this is one of the key bases of the Baked Gold Gang." As he walked in, the receptionist stood up, greeting him warmly. "How may I help you, sir?" He replied coldly. "Get Baek Cheol-soo out here." The receptionist answered, "I'm sorry, but there's no one by that name here." His voice remained cold. "You'd better watch your mouth if you don't want this place wiped off the map tomorrow." At this moment, he appeared in the guise of a man in his late 30s or early 40s. Noticing something, the receptionist's eyes widened. She muttered to herself, "Deep black hair and golden brown eyes. Could he be someone from the prestigious Lee family?" Recognizing his status, she quickly spoke up. "The boss isn't here right now." He ordered, "Then call him for me right now." He continued, "I can walk away right now without losing a thing, but I wonder if Baek Cheol-soo can handle the consequences." Faced with the threat, the receptionist broke into a light sweat and replied, "I'll contact the boss right away." Then, she led him to an elevator and said, "Please head to the VIP lounge first." He nodded in agreement. The elevator doors closed. She pulled out a card to operate the elevator. Looking at his reflection in the elevator mirror, he thought to himself, "Good thing I didn't change my hair or eye color. I'll look to be in my 30s or 40s now." Baek Cheol-soo is only at the level of a rank 5 warrior, so he can't use mana to alter his voice. I just need to tweak my voice a little bit, and that'll be enough. After bringing him to the VIP room, the receptionist bowed. "I'll bring out some tea right away." Waiting in the room, he kept thinking, If it were a base for wanderers, it wouldn't matter either way. But for someone from the prestigious Lee family to want to meet a wanderer and even personally step into their den, that's extremely unusual. If I am forced to make Baek Cheol Soo show up here. Just as he finished his thought, the room door opened. Baek Cheol Soo entered along with 2 assistants. He didn't look toward them, calmly sipping his tea instead. Calling them out, "You're late." Baek Cheol Soo scratched his head awkwardly, apologizing. "The trip wasn't exactly urgent, but since I heard you called, I got here as fast as I could." Then he spoke up. "More importantly, what brings you here?" Leaning close to his face, he continued. "I came to meet." Just as he said this, Lee Cheol suddenly bolted up, driving a knee right into Baek Cheol Soo's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain and fly back, slamming into a corner of the wall. He threatened, "You made me wait 13 minutes. The moment you entered the room, you should have bowed in respect. Yet you had the nerve to walk in with your head held high." Hearing those cold words, Baek Cheol Soo and his crew repeatedly bowed their heads, saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," he thought to himself. "At first, I thought he was just a crazy guy pretending to be from the prestigious Leaf family. But I didn't expect this to be the real deal. I was way too careless and got taken down in a single move." That prideful, overbearing aura unique to that clan. He's definitely from the main line or a close branch of the family. Realizing this, he instantly changed his attitude, saying respectfully, "Meeting a bloodline of the prestigious Lee family is truly an honor for me." Then he extended his hand to introduce himself. "I am Baek Cheol Soo, the manager of both the Wanderer organization and this business." Lee Cheol didn't shake his hand, continuing, "It seems you're running a very interesting operation." This statement made Baek Cheol Soo wonder, "What do you mean by that, sir?" He continued, "I heard you're running a black market, quite bold. A thug from one of the 10 great sword sects, thought to still be rotting in the dark, turns out to be planning to use it to climb into the light. You plan to use the black market to build wealth and connections, don't you?" Thinking his plan was flawless, Baek Cheol Soo didn't expect Lee Cheol to see right through it. He lowered his voice. "If my business has offended the family, I apologize." He shook his head and replied, "That's not why I came here. My master has his eyes on you. He wants to start something through you." Baek Cheol Soo was curious. "Who is your master? If it's not too disrespectful, may I ask?" He replied, "He is the one carrying the purest bloodline of the prestigious Lee family, and the one most deserving of the throne among them. That is the 7th son of the Lee clan, Lee Jae-hak, the 7th son of the prestigious martial clan Lee, Lee Jae-hak, a direct descendant known as a business genius. He might fail, but he never gives up. He is a proactive merchant who always ensures he secures the final victory." Lee Cheol continued, "The young master wants to kick off a plan through you." At this proposal, Baek Cheol Soo was startled. "Someone like that wants to work with me? Even if the black market is appealing, it shouldn't be enough to make a direct descendant show up personally like this. Besides, who can guarantee this guy actually has ties to the main line?" Seeing him deep in thought for a while, Lee Cheol spoke up. "I see arrogance in your eyes." Having been seen through, Baek Cheol Soo immediately bowed, saying, "I'm sorry." Lee Cheol turned away, continuing, "The young master is truly too lenient with commoners like you to leave this matter to me." Then he stepped forward, grabbing his sword and continuing, "Relax. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment you walked into the room." As he spoke, he unwrapped the outer layer covering the sword. Catching sight of the weapon before him, Baek Cheol Soo shouted, "Is that the ghost spear, Baek Jae?" The spear with a blade longer than its shaft, curved like a water wave. A few years ago, when Lee Jae-hak went to the North Sea for a mission, wasn't this the weapon pulled from the Dragon King Sea realm? Before Baek Cheol Soo's astonished gaze, Lee Cheol stepped forward, asking, "You know what this is, don't you?" He nodded, replying, "Yes, I know it's the ghost spear." But then he scratched his head, saying awkwardly, "But why can't I feel any aura from it?" Lee Cheol replied, "Of course you can't, because it has been sealed. Maybe even after seeing this, you still don't believe it. But remember, you are not our only option." Baek Cheol Soo asked nervously, "Excuse me, but I want to ask, what exactly does the young master want from us?" Lee Cheol replied, "My master wants you to expand the black market you've created and take control of the entire underground economy." Baek Cheol Soo wondered, "The black market? Counting on that place? That's just a spot we set up to make some spare change." Lee Cheol cut him off. That's not for you to judge. My master has already decided. Those words made Baek Cheol-soo think to himself. A direct descendant of a prestigious martial clan is personally reaching into the underground, but money in the dark is still money. With Lee Jae-hak's business vision, this move isn't completely unreasonable. Then he seemed to suddenly remember something, speaking up. Do I have a choice in this matter? Lee Cheol replied firmly. No, you don't. That answer made Baek Cheol-soo lower his head slightly, angrily clenching his fist, thinking, damn it, if I refuse this man, by dawn tomorrow, an elite warrior squad will raid this place immediately. The moment that name was mentioned, my answer was already set, practically falling right into Jae-hak's hands. Lee Cheol slammed his hand hard on the ground, continuing, however, if you're willing to be a loyal dog to my master, then that's a different story. You will become the chairman of a prestigious corporation, an untouchable kingdom under the shadow of the evening organization. And of course, my master will back it all. Hearing the sweet deal Lee Cheol laid out, Baek Cheol-soo swallowed hard. Then he spoke up. So what do I need to do? Facing this rushed attitude, Lee Cheol said, don't be in a hurry. We will inspect the materials first. After he left, an indescribable silence filled the room. At this moment, Baek Cheol-soo thought, a subordinate of Lee Jae-hak, the seventh son of the prestigious Lee martial clan. The ghost spear is the weapon Lee Jae-hak once subdued in the North Sea, but I still can't completely believe it. Then he turned to Jong, speaking up. Hey, Director Jong, go verify this. Jong wondered. Up until now, we've intentionally avoided clashing with the prestigious Lee martial clan, right? If we were hiding some plot. Before he could finish his sentence, Baek Cheol-soo interrupted. If it's truly Lee Jae-hak's guy, then there's no problem. And if he's an imposter, we'll just consider it doing them a favor. If it amounts to nothing, just think about what to do with the ghost spear at the upcoming black market event. In contrast to Baek Cheol-soo's confidence, Jong fell silent as if he wanted to say something, but then nodded slightly, replying, understood. Scene change at another luxurious room. Lee Cheol widened his eyes slightly, looking at the room before him. A luxury suite? They know their place. At this moment, he had been arranged a luxury suite within the organization. Sitting down on the sofa, he let out a sigh, saying, they must be having a massive headache right about now. I set 3 conditions. The first condition is to sell the ghost spear to see if they are capable of handling such a difficult item. That's my way of testing their capacity. Anyway, the ghost spear I gave them is just a fake, forged using Mujin. The real ghost spear, a devouring spear, was sealed by the 7th brother a long time ago. No matter how thoroughly Baek Cheol-soo inspects it, he won't find a thing. Even the clan's techniques can't decode it. Furthermore, that weapon can only be used by me, since I drew blood on it myself. Even if it loses Mujin, I can still call it back using my Sword Master ability. Even if it's very far away, I can summon it back to my hand because I have deeply infused my mana into it and can summon it at any time. He continued, the second condition is to check the books. Baek Cheol-soo hesitated, but he will have to bring them out eventually. The final condition is the client list. I need all 3 things to bring this matter to a good end. He must be busy thinking about the conditions I gave him. And for a clever guy like Baek Cheol-soo, this matter becomes even more awkward. Suddenly, he remembered something, lightly stroking his chin, murmuring, the man standing next to Baek Cheol-soo. I feel like I've seen his face somewhere before. He was suddenly startled by his own thought. But that's impossible. The next day, after a long day of preparation, Baek Cheol-soo and Jong came to Lee Cheol's room. As soon as he entered, Baek Cheol-soo greeted him. May I ask if the room meets your satisfaction, sir? Then he stepped forward, continuing, I hope you rested well. Looking toward him, Lee Cheol spoke up. Is everything I requested ready? Baek Cheol-soo nodded, replying, yes, I have brought all the documents you requested. Do you want to review them right now? Lee Cheol nodded. Let's see them now. Baek Cheol-soo pointed at Jong beside him, introducing, this man handles most of the operations in my business system. It would be easier if he presents this content. Just as he finished speaking, Jong stood up, saying, apologies for the late introduction. I am Director Jong. As he spoke, he handed over a folder, continuing, this is the revenue summary from last year. And here is, looking at the man in front of him, Lee Cheol pondered to himself. Jong? Could it be Jong Jin-soo? Jong Jin-soo? I remember him clearly from my memories before the regression. He was dubbed as the one who used his intellect and tongue as sharply as a sword. He was the brain of the third brother, Lee Gunzon. When father passed away and the struggle for the family head position grew fierce, he was the one who stood up to support the third brother. Even the eldest brother had a headache dealing with Jong Jin-soo. Right now, his left arm doesn't have any burn scars yet. No doubt, this person is him. The growth of the Baekgol gang was also thanks to Jong Jin-soo's efforts. Baek Cheol-soo might manage the organization and the underground economy, but breaking through to the surface world and expanding the black market was all Jong Jin-soo's doing. Even so, it seems he has nothing to do with the third brother right now. What should I do? Cutting off his thoughts, Lee Cheol looked toward Baek Cheol-soo, asking, "What do you plan to do with Baekgol?" Baek Cheol-soo smiled, replying, "I plan to open it up on the day of the black market. It's strictly limited to verified clients, so you don't need to worry about security, sir." Lee Cheol asked further, "When does the black market open?" He replied, "In 3 days." Lee Cheol made a proposal. "Then I will attend in person. But first, I want to look over the inventory of goods to be sold." This made Baek Cheol-soo highly curious. He asked back, "You want to participate in person, sir?" Then he explained, "The goods are stored a bit away from here, and that place isn't very nice. It's not suitable for someone of your status, sir." Lee Cheol interrupted, "I know very well the goods are kept in the Wanderer organization's warehouse." Those words gave both Baek Cheol-soo and Jong Jin-soo quite a scare. Looking at their reaction, Lee Cheol continued, "Did you think I wouldn't even know that?" Feeling like every single one of his moves was being anticipated by Lee Cheol, Baek Cheol-soo angrily clenched his fist, saying, "Then let me escort you myself." Then he stood up, proposing, "Shall we go right now?" Lee Cheol nodded in agreement. He gently brushed past Jong Jin-soo, who was packing up the documents at the moment, without looking back. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the storage warehouse. Baek Cheol-soo introduced it. "Every single item brought into the black market is stored here." He extended his hand forward, saying, "Please come in." The moment he stepped inside, Lee Cheol marveled in his mind. A massive warehouse. Security is so tight that even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it. It's fully equipped with magic circles and security arrays. Quite impressive for a wanderer group. Just as they were about to enter a room, Baek Cheol-soo turned to him, asking, "What do you want to see first, sir?" Lee Cheol replied decisively, "Not people." Then he pointed at Jong Jin-soo behind them, saying, "It seems this person is the one who understands everything here best." This made Baek Cheol-soo's gaze turn more serious. He asked back, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Facing his undisguised attitude, Lee Cheol was slightly startled but still spoke coldly. "Do I need to say it again? I don't like trouble. One guide is enough." Even though he was furious, Baek Cheol-soo still nodded, agreeing, "I understand." Jong Jin-soo stepped forward, speaking up, "Then I will introduce the items stored in the warehouse. Please follow me this way." They entered a warehouse that was arranged very neat. As they walked, Jong Jin-soo introduced, "The first floor mainly holds herbs, artwork, and magic artifacts. As for the shelves over there," Lee Cheol's eyes caught on something, thinking to himself, "No way. Even this thing is here. Illegal drugs and banned imported medicinal materials. There are even monster byproducts and experimental drugs." Hearing Jong Jin-soo finish his introduction, Lee Cheol shook his head, speaking up, "Not these things. Is there a place where old documents or cultivation secret manuals are kept?" Jong Jin-soo replied, "Yes, there is. I want to see things like stone tablets or stone slates. They're on the second floor. Shall I lead you up?" Lee Cheol nodded in agreement. As soon as they reached the second floor, Lee Cheol's eyes scanned around the room for a moment. Suddenly, he discovered something that made him slightly startled, humming in his mind. "Found it!" He stepped up to a box, looked inside, and thought with satisfaction. The end part has been corroded, but finding this thing right now is truly a bargain. Even all the things in this warehouse combined can't compare to its value. On the box were inscriptions related to astronomy, a stone slate carving the movements of the stars, along with symbols of the sun and the moon. Lee Cheol thought, "I want to take it right now, but now is not the time." Then he gently placed the stone slate back on the shelf. His eyes caught sight of another item. He approached a cage nearby. Inside the cage, a small beast was shivering with fear. Looking at it, he wondered, "No way. Is that a spirit beast?" Jong Jin-soo, following behind, explained, "It's a snowy fox, personally captured by the boss in the north." Hearing this, Li Chiol was momentarily stunned and spoke up. "Are they insane? Spirit beasts are creatures that possess spiritual energy, just as their name suggests. An area where a spirit beast resides will maintain spiritual balance, thanks to their power, and if the beast disappears, that area will be plunged into catastrophe and disaster, much like destroying the entire ecosystem of that region." Before his angry attitude, Zhang Jinsu bowed his head and spoke, "I apologize," but Li Chiol waved his hand. "Forget it, never mind." He continued to scan the other things in the room: poisons, military-grade magic bombs, and even artifacts belonging to dark mages. He thought to himself, "Unbelievable, they are hoarding this much stuff. I was worried that interfering would shift the timeline, but perhaps it's better to take them all down right now." With that thought, he turned to Zhang Jinsu and asked, "These types of weapons surely aren't sold at every black market event, right?" Zhang Jinsu shook his head and replied, "No, not at all. They are only offered for sale when there is a special order." Li Chiol mused to himself, "That makes sense. If these weapons were put on the open market, neither the clans nor the government would sit idly by." After seeing there was nothing else interesting in the room, he said, "Now, let's head back." Just as he was about to leave, he turned around. Looking straight at Zhang Jinsu, he said, "I have a few final questions for you." Faced with this unexpected question, Zhang Jinsu was stunned for a few seconds. Li Chiol put on a completely serious expression as he looked at Zhang Jinsu opposite him. "I have a few questions for you." For a moment, the man's face showed flashes of anxiety, unsure of what he would be asked, but Zhang Jinsu still nodded. "Yes, go ahead." Li Chiol hesitated briefly. He observed the features on Zhang Jinsu's face carefully while speaking. "Are you left-handed?" The question left Zhang Jinsu stunned. He blinked in surprise and then replied, "Yeah." The surprise did not last long. He quickly nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. "That's right." The next question hit harder. "While working with those drifters, it seems you've never learned any basic self-defense skills." Hearing those words, Zhang Jinsu's hands went limp and clenched tighter than ever. Satisfied that he was on the right track, he continued, "Is there a reason for that?" Realizing he could no longer hide it, Zhang Jinsu replied that it was a congenital condition of his. He looked down at his hands and continued, "So, I cannot cultivate magical power." Seeing the face before him, the same person even through years and small changes, he quietly confirmed his suspicions. The expressions matched. It was indeed the Zhang Jinsu he remembered. Hearing everything, he observed the man timidly bowing his head and asked, "Out of curiosity, why are you under Baek Kiolsu? You don't seem to fit in here. Is there a special reason you follow that man?" The question made Zhang Jinsu even more uncomfortable. He remained silent. He spoke up, "You don't have to say it if you don't want to, but this might be your first and last chance." And at that moment, the veins on the temples of the man in front of him were visibly bulging. Zhang Jinsu bowed his head, stuttering as if the words were hard to get out. I have a daughter." Those words hit like a punch. The answer was far beyond anything he could have expected. Zhang Jinsu continued, his face full of sorrow. "But my illness was passed down to her in a more severe form. It's a rare condition, so treatment is extremely difficult. The only medicine that helps a little is banned in this country. I can't get it." Every word he heard from the man made him stand even stiller. He just stood and listened. "That's how I found out about him." The man continued, "Through the chairman of the company I used to work for. He poured out secrets he had kept locked in his heart. I made a deal with Chairman Beck, working for him, doing odd jobs in exchange for medicine and money. He had traded everything for his child, a little girl with a short fate. He thought about what began as money laundering and speculation had turned into a shackle around Zhang Jinsu's neck, bound by the lie that it was all for his daughter and his career. Even though he felt pity for them, his suspicions only grew deeper. How could Zhang Jinsu be so careless? He asked one more question. "So you intend to betray him?" The question stunned Zhang Jinsu for the second time. He stammered, "Why, yes. You are prepared to betray Baek Kiolsu, right?" The question was repeated. Realizing he heard correctly, Zhang Jinsu was startled. His expression became even more tense. Zhang Jinsu raised his voice slightly. What do you mean?" Zhang Jinsu blurted out. Facing the man's intense calmness, he replied, "The ledgers and lists. They are far more detailed than necessary. The man's words carried weight. No matter how cunning Baek Kyolsa was, he would never order anything like this. Jong Jin-soo bowed his head as if begging for forgiveness, stuttering a reason. I just want to be thorough in what you asked me to do. Don't make excuses. 3 short, decisive words. Jong Jin-soo's face could no longer hide his anxiety and fear. Reading the man's expression, he continued, "You couldn't have had records like that unless you had prepared them in advance." He remembered the moment Jong Jin-soo placed the file in front of him. Then why, if you were already finished, did you insist on writing it all down and keeping the documents with you? He remembered his father taught him to be careful. That was why he became sharp with numbers. Before the reset, he handled administrative work and could read regular ledgers in a blink. The documents Jong Jin-soo brought weren't normal. They went far beyond that. Bold, blatant, and painfully detailed. Before the reset, a conflict erupted between the Whitebone faction and Sungmu. Overnight, the Whitebone group collapsed. Perhaps that was exactly when Jong Jin-soo betrayed them. 2 hands clasped together symbolized cooperation. Yet Sungmu did not completely wipe out the Whitebone group. They still needed an organization to control the territory. And of course, Jong Jin-soo must have been punished. It wasn't hard to see how he had been tortured. A worm under pressure will squirm, perhaps driven by hatred or a secret agreement. He had taken the hand of the third trio. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Jong Jin-soo fell to his knees. "I'm sorry," he pleaded, bowing his head and banging his forehead on the floor, begging. Please don't tell Chairman Baek. My daughter." Looking at the man kneeling, he thought to himself, this was once the person called the brains of the third trio. If history continued unchanged, this was the person who would have to be dealt with. The punishment he imagined for Jong Jin-soo was not just letting him continue to kneel there with both hands intact. He imagined chopping off a hand. He thought for a moment, then said quietly, "Fine, in that case, I will make you an offer." Hearing those words, Jong Jin-soo immediately raised his head, confusion flickering across his face. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same building, a small light bulb flickered dimly. Smoke drifted lazily in the air, curling in the weak light. The old man sat still in his chair, smoking cigarette after cigarette, waiting for the 2 to return. He glanced at the door they had entered earlier. Still no sign of movement. His expression hardened, suspicion creeping in. So he only brought Director Jong. Clenching the cigarette between his fingers, he gritted his teeth. He dares to step into my warehouse. Even if he is a Sunmu warrior, that is a bit too much. The longer he sat there, the further his imagination wandered. Could it be? He only came for Jong Jin-soo and intends to leave me behind. But immediately, he brushed the thought aside. No, the black market wouldn't thrive so much if Jong Jin-soo didn't follow my every command to the letter. The quiet was broken when a young man with a high fade entered the room. Rubbing his hands together and smiling, he happily asked, "Boss, you don't look so good. Shall I get you something to drink?" Hearing the voice, the old man slowly stood up from his chair. The young man with the high fade grinned wider, unaware he had just stepped into a storm. Suddenly, the young man was thrown across the room, smashing into the door behind. He lay motionless on the floor, trembling with pain. The old man calmly took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, muttering, "How many times have I told you to change how you address me?" He glanced at him with such contempt as if just looking at him made him uncomfortable. "Get that trash out my sight," he ordered. "Yes, sir." He threw the bloody handkerchief aside and coldly added, "When Director Jong and our guests come out, report to me immediately." Then he turned away, his thoughts boiling in the darkness. I don't like this at all. Standing before the glass window, he looked into the distance. First, Sungmu suddenly appeared. Then there was that lifeline named Lee Jae-hak. His eyebrows knitted together as he silently calculated. Why do I have to bother with someone like Jong Jin-soo? The evil knights slowly descended. In a grand and towering castle, the heavy door creaked open. A man entered and said quietly, "You called me, Chairman." From behind the high-backed chair, a deep voice rang out. "The task I told you to investigate. Are you finished?" Jong Jin-soo did not hesitate to reply because of the sealed demonic spear. The appraisal process hasn't gone smoothly. However, according to the appraiser, if the seal is that strong, then it's definitely the real deal. The man behind the chair was silent, motionless. After a while, he asked in a calm voice, "So it belongs to one of Lee Jae-hak's subordinates, doesn't it?" Jong Jin-soo hesitated, unable to find the right words. And then, after a final silence, he finally said, "Through some customers I've inquired with, I only heard that young Master Lee Jae-hak is expanding his business. He is always ambitious in developing his enterprise." So the man tightened his grip on the chair armrest and slowly stood up. The movement seemed to lack the sharpness it once had. Turning around, he smoothed back his hair with calm authority. "What do you really think?" he said coldly. "That you're the only one who can dig up information like that?" Jong Jin-soo, Baek Kyeol-soo frowned and turned back, smoothing his hair. His face darkened. Director Jong looked far less sharp than before. He growled an accusation. "So in the end, you didn't find anything at all, did you?" Jong Jin-soo turned pale at that. Hands in his pockets, Baek Kyeol-soo walked forward with a slow, powerful gait. "I don't like keeping useless people around me," he said. He stopped right in front of Jin-soo and sneered. "Now tell me, do you really think the things you dug up only you could have found?" Suddenly, Baek's voice changed. It became gentler, but as sharp as a knife. "How is your daughter?" he asked. Jong Jin-soo's fingers tightened behind his back. Baek Kyeol-soo laughed mockingly. "The medicine is running out, isn't it?" His voice was calm as he added, "I have an offer for you." The moment those words were uttered, Jin-soo's face contorted. Tension etched every line. A few hours ago, the man across from him had outlined a plan. "I will take down the black market, and of course wipe out Baek Kyeol-soo too." The man had slowly removed his mask to reveal his real face. "To carry out that plan," he said, "he intends to use his own patron." "No." Finally, Lee Cheol's face had appeared. The man's voice was steady. "I intend to use my brother." Back in the present, Jong Jin-soo sat half in the darkness, swallowing hard as if struggling with himself. A heavy silence followed. Finally, Jin-soo raised his head. His voice trembled, but was firm in the cold room. I have something to report." Early the next morning, the city woke up under a pale dawn. From a high-rise building, through a transparent window, a man silently observed two figures approaching below. Lee Cheol, now disguised, looked down. From behind him, a voice spoke for security and secrecy. "The black market location changes every time." Baek Kyeol-soo and Jong Jin-soo continued to walk and explained, "The market location is sent only to those holding tickets at midnight beforehand. If lost, it won't be reissued." Baek rubbed his hands together, fawning as he spoke. "We've set up barriers and guards. Everything has been carefully prepared." Lee Cheol glanced at the man behind him, observing him. Indeed, even if they were just a wandering gang, they were tightly organized. It was certainly all Jong Jin-soo's hard work. His gaze turned back to the window. Lee Cheol's eyebrows tightened for a moment, but then he saw the whole scene as truly ironic. "Even I can spot the flaws from up here," he thought. He could confidently say that because of Baek Kyeol-soo's incompetence, Jong Jin-soo had never been able to show his true potential. If that man trusted Jin-soo more, the black market would be much bigger by now. When Lee Cheol was silent, Baek Kyeol-soo continued, "That is entirely possible after all. The entire northern slum is under my control." He even declared with grandiose pride, "I can guarantee my ultimate loyalty to your cause." Lee Cheol spoke up suddenly, his words making the other man freeze mid-sentence. "You're loyal?" Baek Kyeol-soo glanced sideways at Jong Jin-soo behind him. "Unlike others, I don't distinguish between clean or dirty work," he said coldly. "Whatever needs to be done, I will do." Observing from the side, Lee Cheol quietly evaluated the exchange. He was wary of Jong Jin-soo, he thought. So he is still annoyed because he was excluded from the warehouse operation. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Even better. I actually prefer it that way. At that moment, Baek Kyeol-soo gestured in a certain direction. "The auction is about to begin. Let me lead the way," he offered. Lee Cheol nodded. "Fine." As he walked past the man, he added in a quiet voice, "I don't intend to attract attention. When we go in, don't stick too close." Baek Kyeol-soo bowed his head slightly. "Understood." A moment later, they arrived at the auction hall. The vast space was neatly divided into sections. VIP guests sat in private rooms, looking down at the floor below. Lee Cheol removed his disguise, but wore another mask covering half his face, then leaned back, observing the crowd. Downstairs, the host was preparing to present the first item. Scanning the audience, Lee Cheol's gaze stopped on a balcony where two men sat arrogantly, legs crossed, and he sneered to himself. An illegal auction, yet they still act like nobles. Looking toward another area, he analyzed the guards. All martial artists, level 5 or 6. The Whitebone faction's inner strength is stronger than I thought. He concluded that their purpose was probably monitoring, not protection. Just then, steady footsteps echoed through the hall. Before the speaker appeared, a voice rang out. Distinguished guests. The stage lights flared, focusing on the auctioneer below. Today we have gathered only the rarest treasures, he announced with practiced enthusiasm. I'm sure many of you have been looking forward to this day. Once you see what we have prepared, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. So let's not waste time. Let's start the auction. In the private room, Li Chiol sat comfortably in his chair, his expression indifferent as he listened. Below, the host signaled to the side. Our first item, an ancient spellbook. A beam of light shone onto the podium. Lying on a silk cushion was a stone slab resembling a turtle shell carved with dense ancient characters. This slab reproduces an ancient magical text, the host explained. Starting bid, 10 million, he announced with excitement. A gentle start, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Li Chiol observed calmly, eyes narrowed slightly. Just in case there is something strange, he thought. I will use my magic eyes to look closer. Below, the host's voice echoed continuously. But with just one look, Li Chiol saw right through it. The so-called ancient spell slab was nothing more than an old relic decorated to look mysterious. Well, he thought lazily, I wasn't planning on bidding on anything anyway. And so, this item followed another displayed on stage. After a long period of bidding, the final item was finally announced. With a knowing smile and a deliberately mysterious tone, the host declared, the item that many of you have been waiting for, the final treasure of tonight's event. He drew out his words to create an effect as backstage staff carefully brought out a large wooden chest covered in cloth. Step by step, they brought it to the center of the stage. Raising his voice, the host announced, even though we have seen many rare items tonight, nothing compares to the value of this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a relic recovered by Li Jaehak himself, the seventh son of the Sun Mu family from the far northern sea. With a sharp motion, he grabbed the edge of the cloth and jerked it away in a smooth pull, revealing the item inside, the 100-ring demonic spear. The crowd below erupted immediately. No way, that's really the 100-ring. It looks exactly like the one in the news. Shock and skepticism spread through the audience as whispers filled the room. In the private room, Li Chiol's attention shifted to the sudden noise. The corners of his lips curled up as a pale blue aura flashed around his fingertips. It has begun, he thought. Then I should get ready too. Scene changes to the monitoring room. Every moment of the live auction was broadcast onto large surveillance screens. Baek Kiolsu leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, remarking with a smirk, I've been here many times before, but this is the first time I've seen it on such a large scale. Zhang Jinsu stepped forward to report. I sent private messages to the guests informing them that tonight's auction would be a little more special. Baek Kiolsu laughed coldly. Well done, Director Zhang. Then, leaning forward, he added with a hint of guidance. Once this is over, joining the Sunmu organization will be the next natural step for you. Won't it? He raised his head, his voice full of mockery. It seems Director Zhang has regained his composure and enthusiasm. Once you get a grip on Sunmu's leash, you'll finally get to do all the noble things you've always dreamed of. Hearing this, Zhang Jinsu was silent, clenching his hands in quiet restraint. Seeing the man's reaction, Baek Kiolsu became even more smug. Zhang Jinsu, no matter how much you struggle, you will always be under my thumb. The things you despise, you are now doing with such enthusiasm. I guess you were hoping to cling to Sun Mu to escape. He leaned back, his voice dripping with contempt. But do you really think it will be that easy? Once your hands are dirty, the stain only spreads. No matter how hard you try, you can't wash it clean. Baek Kiolsu considered carefully. Li Jaehak's approach is not due to an appreciation of the special potential of this black market. He wants to control the underground economy itself. Anyway, Director Zhang personally confirmed that the man is one of Li Jaehak's subordinates. If tonight's plan succeeded, Baek would have a strong string to pull. Thinking that, he laughed to himself with quiet confidence. Everything has been calculated. Suddenly, A surveillance staff member blurted out in confusion and urgency. Beck immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it?" Unable to sit still, he jumped up. "What is happening?" The surveillance staff member's voice sounded briefly. "There is an intrusion at the northern wall in trance. Some strange figures just appeared." Just seconds later, the whole room began to shake violently as if something was striking the building. When everything stabilized a little, Beck grabbed the supervisor by the collar and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" The man stammered, "I don't know. They aren't police or any government special forces that I recognize." Beck, furious, pushed the supervisor away and ordered, "Whether it's police or not, don't argue. Take them down immediately." Then he turned abruptly and yelled, "Director Zhang, get the lists and ledgers. Bring them along." But when he turned back, the space in front of him was empty. The people he was looking for had vanished. Beck froze, muttering, "Sanmu. Zhang Jinsu." That bastard. Realizing he had been punched. He was tricked. He exploded. That son of a bitch brought Zhang Jinsu and the others here immediately. Outside, chaos descended. Dust and smoke billowed in every direction. Amidst the debris, a figure approached at a slow, deliberate pace. It was the man wearing glasses, with a scholarly appearance, hands calmly in his pockets, observing the whole scene with quiet composure. A slow footstep approached closer. Two assistants bowed respectfully and reported the situation. The exterior entrances have been completely controlled. "Sir, the surveillance equipment has been cut." Jaehack turned and ordered Team 1 and Team 2 drill through the outer wall and wipe them out. He scanned the area and decided, everything at the scene will be kept as evidence. Leave it as is. Arrest everyone. Everyone nodded and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Jaehack was tense, trying to read the situation. "I thought the Julong camp was involved, but it turned out to be just a bunch of rabble." A man behind him chimed in with a critical voice. "They're just drifters pretending to act in the name of Sung Mu. Because the young master's movements are restricted, this type of scheme has emerged." Jaehack felt a flash of doubt. "Even so, something still doesn't match." The man continued, asking, "What do you mean, sir?" Jaehack felt uneasy. "The issue relates to the Bakil blade, and the report came from 2 independent channels." He would dig deeper. The trading company director and the Steel Sword Guild independently gathered bits of information. Jaehack nodded, "Certainly. The trading company has ties to the White Bone faction, so of course, that information would reach them." He guessed the scam behind it. "Someone deliberately used the Steel Sword Guild's name to lead information to you." A subordinate asked, "So someone deliberately lured the young master here?" Jaehack confirmed. "Exactly." The subordinate pieced the bits together and guessed aloud. "So you think it's a trap set by the Julong camp, that they would break the Bakil seal and steal it to lure you in?" The subordinate reported more details. "Bakil is still sealed, and the Julong camp has no signs of unusual activity in intelligence." Jaehack's face darkened as he thought carefully about who would benefit, and his eyes lit up as if he just realized something. "Oh," the subordinate looked over, confused. "What is it, sir?" Jaehack waved his hand to dismiss it. "Oh, never mind." He sighed with relief. "It's that kid." Jaehack crossed his arms, and his face became dangerous. If the plot hadn't been exposed, who knows what would have happened. But now that it's exposed, those responsible will pay dearly. On stage, the host was still speaking into the microphone. "Allah, please wait a moment. We are verifying the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait." From a quiet corner, Li Chiol slowly stood up. "As expected, you handled it quickly." He looked down at the scene below through the transparent glass window. Then he raised his hand, channeling a blue energy current. The sealed sword inside the glass cabinet began to shake violently. The host's face turned pale. A small explosion erupted from thin air, caused by Li Chiol himself. The sword shattered the glass cabinet and flew straight toward where he was standing. The audience erupted in chaos. "Catch him. Baekju has been stolen." Guards rushed in from all directions. "He has a weapon. That man has a weapon. Take him down." Li Chiol immediately cast a spell. Guan Gokong. A blue stream tied up the guards, lifting them into midair. Daemi Lula. Then he tilted his head slightly and muttered, "I'm quite busy here." Moving like lightning, Li Chiol lunged. The auction was strictly guarded, but sneaking past them wasn't too difficult. The real problem is if Baek Kiolsu himself comes. As he ran, Li Chiol suddenly stopped, a smile curling on his lips. You came quickly. The man in front of him gasped for air. Li Chiol tilted his head. So, are you ready, Zhang Jinsu? He began to outline the plan. I intend to use my brother to take down the entire black market. Jinsu froze, thoughts racing in his head. Could be the heir? But Li Jae-hak has a younger brother. Realization hit him hard. Someone who only started the martial arts path recently, but progressed at an unprecedented speed. Now, he clearly understood who was standing before him. The ninth heir of the Suanmu family, the youngest son, Li Chiol. Li Chiol's voice became sharp. Whether you accept it or not won't change anything. The information has likely already reached the Golden Sword Guild. If my older brother comes, the White Bone faction will suffer losses, and you won't fare any better. Instead of chasing Baek Kyeolsu, wouldn't it be wiser to deal with the person actually running the black market? Jinsu looked completely bewildered. Why? Why are you telling me everything? Li Chiol smirked. Didn't you say it yourself? It's an offer. He paused, his eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. I'm still deciding whether or not to save you. Then, in a low, decisive voice, he made the offer. Forget about Baek Kyeolsu and follow me. Jinsu had a specific condition, just one. Promise me one thing, he pleaded, bowing his head. Protect my daughter. No, cure her. Please cure my daughter. Jinsu had decided to sacrifice himself for his child. He vowed to do anything, even die for her. Li Chiol replied sternly. Do you think you have the right to demand conditions right now? Jinsu retorted, threatening. If you refuse, I will tell Baek Kyeolsu everything. He stood up, insisting that Baek Kyeolsu would flee, and even if Suanmu tried to catch him, it would buy time for Baek Kyeolsu to slow everything down. He predicted the chain of events. Baek Kyeolsu will persevere and eventually get caught, but not before causing trouble for Li Chiol. Li Chiol pondered for a moment. If it's Baek Kyeolsu, he reasoned, that man will definitely obstruct your martial arts rangers for revenge. He exhaled, relieved that this was the Zhang Jinsu he knew. Fine, curing your daughter isn't difficult. Li Chiol didn't forget to set his own terms. He had calculated carefully. Catching Baek Kyeolsu wouldn't take long for Sunmu. It's just a matter of a few hours whether we catch him now or a bit later. Then, as if brushing it off, Chiol said, either way is fine. He turned back to Jinsu. Now, are you ready to follow me? Jinsu quickly clasped his hands. I am ready. His face was solemn. What should I do? Li Chiol immediately commanded. Leak information to your seventh brother and tell Baek Kyeolsu that Jinsu is definitely his subordinate. When they meet again, Jinsu must appear impressed and say he will follow Li Chiol's instructions well. Sweat beaded on Jinsu's forehead as he considered the consequences. Someone like Li Chiol surely has many contingency plans. He dared to ask, anxiously, if I betray you, do you have a way to survive? Li Chiol turned back, his expression mysterious. What do you think? Then he walked quickly. All right, let's go, he said as he walked, adding a few final words as he left. Smoke and dust rose thick throughout the city. Zhang Jinsu chased after Li Chiol, calling out loudly, young master. Finally, he stopped, then lowered his voice to say, the items you requested are all here. Seeing Li Chiol's serious expression, Zhang Jinsu quickly confessed, the gold bars have been converted into physical form and stored in the only warehouse. The cryptocurrency accounts are stored on the USB. He handed over the file bag and the USB. Li Chiol opened the briefcase and checked the contents. After seeing that some documents were still missing, he turned to Zhang Jinsu and asked, what about the stone slab I asked for? Zhang Jinsu pointed in a direction and replied, it's over there. He led Li Chiol to a warehouse. From the outside, the warehouse looked dilapidated, but everything inside was neatly organized. Upon arrival, Zhang Jinsu announced, I left it in that box. Li Chiol carefully opened the box to check inside. Seconds later, he praised, good. It's definitely the real deal. Then he turned back to the papers. Are the records and ledgers ready? Zhang Jinsu answered honestly, yes, of course. Li Chiol took the briefcase and warned him, keep this safe. It will be your lifeline. He also emphasized the previous letter. In the letter I gave you, make sure it is sent. If not handled correctly, they will think it's a confession to save your own skin. Zhang Jinsu promised to take care of it. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Everything settled, Li Chiol said goodbye. I'm off now. As he spoke, a thought flashed through his mind. What if the Golden Sword Legion members come to search this place? He hadn't finished his sentence when a loud explosion erupted from outside. The very next moment, something flew toward them at high speed. The warehouse door was blown away by a massive explosion. Through the thick smoke and dust, a voice rang out. "You swindlers!" It was Baek Kyeolsu. He strode in proudly, smiling arrogantly as he shouted, "Do you dare to take down the legendary Baek Kyeolsu of this world?" Smoke still blanketed the warehouse. Lee Cheol, not wanting to fight, said calmly, "Leave. There's no way out for you anyway." Baek Kyeolsu clearly didn't intend to back down. He drew his blade and laughed with brutal pleasure. "Yeah, let's see." The next second, Baek Kyeolsu pulled his blade from its sheath, hesitated for a beat, then shouted, but as he steadied his fighting stance and sounded bitter, adding, "I won't fall alone with this grudge." He didn't stop. He lunged, screaming, "I'll tear you both apart." Quick-witted, Lee Cheol pushed Jong Jinsu out of the way. The blade slid and he roared in anger. "Director Jong, you bastard." As Lee Cheol summoned his sword, Baek Kyeolsu shouted at Jong Jinsu, his voice full of resentment. "You ungrateful wretch. You forgot I once saved your daughter's life, and now you betray me." Then his eyes narrowed in sudden realization. "So that's how it is. I wonder what you were playing at. Turns out you changed your face. No wonder the voice sounded like that brat." Hearing this, Lee Cheol couldn't help but inwardly praise his opponent. To realize so much from just a few clues, this person truly cannot be underestimated. Driven by pride and anger, Baek Kyeolsu lunged again, screaming, "Die." His strikes were fast and accurate. However, Lee Cheol dodged them all. Baek Kyeolsu clicked his tongue, reluctantly impressed. "Oomph. So you're not entirely useless. Who are you, and what do you think you're doing?" Without a hint of fear, Lee Cheol raised his voice to declare, "I am Lee Cheol of Sungmu." Hearing that name, Baek Kyeolsu immediately understood. He burst into loud laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. "Haha, don't tell me I'm being toyed with by some brat." He grinned maliciously. "A greenhouse brat like you, just because you inherited noble blood. You think you're the terror of the world." Being insulted like that made Lee Cheol gnash his teeth in frustration. Greenhouse brat from Sungmu. If Sungmu were a greenhouse, then the world would have burned down a long time ago. Finally, he decided to teach this person a lesson. Waving his hand with a provocative smile, he called out, "Are you planning to fight with your mouth? Come here." Baek Kyeolsu growled, lunging forward. "You insolent brat." They clashed violently. As the blades met, Baek Kyeolsu grinned with bloodthirsty pleasure. "Looks like I have to play butcher today." After exchanging a few moves, Lee Cheol quickly realized his opponent was no amateur. "I thought I could deal with him easily, but this pressure is terrifying." Baek Kyeolsu was giving it his all, forcing Lee Cheol to analyze carefully if he wanted to win. "The gap between me and Baek Kyeolsu is 5 levels. Even at the same level, there's a difference in skill. Moreover, Lee Cheol knew Baek Kyeolsu had trained in both magic and martial arts under an orthodox sect, honed through countless real battles. Physically, this person also far surpassed him. Repetition removed for flow. The next moment, when changing techniques, Baek Kyeolsu's expression distorted in shock and anger. "A lone sword now? Damn it. A weapon that could freely change shape, so it was definitely not fake." Failing to gain the upper hand, Baek Kyeolsu cursed under his breath. "Jong Jinsu, you dead dog." Sensing his opponent was distracted, Lee Cheol shouted sharply, "You're still thinking about other things while fighting me?" Immediately after, Lee Cheol slashed Baek Kyeolsu's stomach. Blood sprayed, and Baek Kyeolsu screamed, "You arrogant brat." Lee Cheol paused for a few seconds, gasping for air, thinking to himself this fight was really hard, but he continued. He decided to activate his supernatural magic eyes to read his opponent's movements, an intuition that allowed him to predict the next step. On top of that, Lee Cheol relied on Sung Mu's iron hard body to take hits. Once he found the optimal fighting method, he dived into the battle with a thought flashing. "I once fought and defeated 6 billion, or countless enemies if you prefer a less intuitive way, even faster than Baek Kyeolsu." They clashed in an earth-shaking battle that made the warehouse tremble. A few minutes later, Lee Cheol was knocked backward and flew several meters. But he stood up unscathed. Seeing this, Baek Kyeolsu frowned in confusion, thinking, "Why is this brat like this?" He watched Lee Cheol raise his sword again and muttered, "Mona level equivalent to mine is acceptable. He comes from a decent family, but the depth of his martial arts skills, too deep for a brat. He secretly measured Li Qiu's strength against his own and felt like he was facing an immovable rock. First time facing someone this strong, Baek Kyo-soo felt uncomfortable, gritting his teeth thinking, I didn't expect to feel this way just because of a brat. Finally, he still wanted to win. So, Baek Kyo-soo hardened his resolve. I have to end this fast and clean. Baek Kyo-soo still doubted himself. Just a brat. What the hell am I facing? He gritted his teeth. Standing in front of him felt like facing an immovable rock. Finally, Baek Kyo-soo stomped his feet hard on the ground, lunged, and charged straight at Li Qiu. Every time he swung his blade, Li Qiu dodged easily with masterly technique. His technical foundation was as solid as a fortress. After dodging, Li Qiu stepped back, and the long spear in his hand deformed into a long staff. Baek Kyo-soo froze for a heartbeat. A weapon that could change shape was a surprise. He hurriedly stepped back and prepared to block the next thrust, amazed at the feeling of exchanging blows with 3 or 4 opponents at once. I only intended to linger with this brat and Zhang Jinsu for a while, then slip away, he thought. If I run now, I can still save my life. He knew he had connections at the Nine Dragons camp, but the pain of betrayal and the thirst for revenge didn't allow him to back down. Even if he died, he vowed to slit their throats first. Baek Kyo-soo took a deep breath, coiled energy into his legs, and stomped on the ground. The ground cracked with a thunderous echo. Pieces of rock flew, an unavoidable blow. A hailstorm of rocks flew toward Li Qiu. Li Qiu crouched low and swept the staff in a wide arc, swatting away the barrage. Through dust and debris, Baek Kyo-soo reappeared, continuing his attack. From his side, he drew a short dagger. Take the chance to slash with the kind of knife that once slit my master's throat. Repetition removed for flow. Even Li Qiu's eyes widened at the speed. In a flash, Baek Kyo-soo slashed, but Li Qiu had used the staff to block. Then Baek Kyo-soo spun and stabbed the other knife in a quick, precise curve looking for a defensive gap, biting into Li Qiu's left shoulder. That blow pushed Li Qiu back. He suppressed a cough. Baek Kyo-soo's lips curled into a wicked smile. Now is the time. He lunged, screaming die. The knife tipped toward the smoky air toward Li Qiu. Li Qiu's eyes flashed, pale light spreading around him. In an instant, the long staff in his hand deformed again, this time into a black sword. Baek Kyo-soo, mid-lunge, halted when he saw the new blade. He tightened his grip on the knife and spat out a curse. Damn it. Then suddenly, a whip lashed through the air. Baek Kyo-soo, surprised, felt Li Qiu's whip tightly wrap around his wrist. He was subdued. Li Qiu tightened his grip on the whip handle and pulled him close. As the distance closed, Li Qiu raised his sword, ready to finish it. The victory belonged to him. He moved smoothly, unavoidable. Endless first form, no magic strike. The blade slashed a hot white streak straight into Baek Kyo-soo's chest. From the wound, hot blood sprayed. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of bright red. His body staggered and then collapsed on the hard floor. Baek Kyo-soo trembled all over. Through clenched teeth, he spat, "You son of a bitch." Li Qiu replied coldly. Last word from a third-rate thug are redundant. With that, he swung again, mercilessly. In a flash, head and body parted. Baek Kyo-soo's body fell. Blood poured out, staining the ground red. Li Qiu sheathed his weapon, breathing heavily, tired. Suddenly, he staggered and felt injured. His leg was wounded. Just in time, Zhang Jinsu arrived to support him. "Are you okay?" he asked. Li Qiu steadied himself and nodded slightly. "I'll be worse than I thought, but I'm in control." Looking down at Baek Kyo-soo's corpse, Li Qiu thought to himself, "This is the first time I've killed a person in this life." Zhang Jinsu stood silently beside him, eyes fixed on the fallen man. Then he looked up at Li Qiu, eyes thoughtful. "Only 15, he said. "He was only a little older than my daughter." Recalling the fight, Zhang Jinsu couldn't hide his admiration. The power Li Qiu displayed was truly terrifying, especially knowing Baek Kyo-soo wasn't an ordinary thug. He bowed slightly and said, "Honestly, thank you." Li Qiu let his mouth curl up. "No need to thank me. I did it because there was something I needed to take." Zhang Jinsu hesitated. "So what should I do next?" Li Qiu replied with appreciation. "Keep that enthusiasm. But first, finish this." He added a sentence that surprised Zhang Jinsu. "Take care of your daughter first. Our agreement starts there." Zhang Jinsu was moved. Li Chiol hadn't forgotten his previous words. He was certain this brat was different from Baek Kyolsu in crucial ways. A rare, pleasant smile spread across his face. If Li Chiol contacts me again, Zhang Jinsu vows he will gladly be his right-hand man. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the building, shaking the whole room. Li Chiol glanced toward the source of the sound and muttered his deduction. Looks like the White Bone faction is struggling in its final death throes. Zhang Jinsu clutched the briefcase tightly and asked worriedly, "In this situation, will you escape safely? You shouldn't reveal your identity. I'll put the documents in the bag." Li Chiol took the bag, not at once. "Right, don't worry," he reassured calmly. "I'll slip away when I see an opening." Inside, he began calculating. The Golden Sword Legion lives up to its name. Their abilities are excellent. But with my silver illusion technique and 10,000-volt thunderstep, just as his mind raced through exits, Zhang Jinsu interjected, "There's an underground passage." He explained quickly, "There's a water channel running under the facility, narrow but enough for one person to move." Then in a voice of sincere determination, he added, "I will lead the way for you." Li Chiol's lips curled into a faint smile. So he's decided. He remembered their previous deal. Zhang Jinsu knew clearly he couldn't back down once he agreed. This person was clearly keeping his promise to the end. Comparing his eyes before and now, Li Chiol realized the difference. What was once fear and helplessness had turned into sincere determination. A feeling of satisfaction surged within him. Before the regression, people called me a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Now I have Zhang Jinsu. Finally, Li Chiol said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Zhang Jinsu nodded firmly. "Yes, sir." The two sprinted down the corridor, heading straight for the passage at the end. That moment, the man reported in a steady voice, "We have controlled all remaining members of the White Bone faction in the building." "Most of the White Bone faction are just drifters," he said bluntly. "No need to worry about how to handle them. If they resist, break a few limbs. If they struggle too much, kill them." The subordinate bowed and answered obediently. "Understood." Then with a faint smile that was almost mocking, he asked, "What about those participating in the black market? They're screaming for lawyers and making a fuss." Still smirking, he continued, "Hearing the name Li Jae-hak and still daring to act like that. They clearly don't know what situation they are in." "Sir," his voice dripped with mockery, "we are authorized by the government to handle them as we please, although the technique only applies to the armed group." Li Jae-hak's eyes darkened as he spoke in a low, somber voice. "Looks like they don't realize leaving this building only makes their necks more vulnerable." The subordinate chuckled, Sung Mu's defense team. He paused midway when Li Jae-hak whipped his head toward him. Three men tied on the ground trembled, listening to every word with growing fear. The subordinate smiled again at his personal defense team. "Sir, the verdict is already decided." At that moment, another man ran in to report, "All fleeing White Bone members have been captured." Li Jae-hak's gaze shifted to him. "What about evidence?" The man handed over a stack of papers. "This is everything we found at the black market." Li Jae-hak took the documents and flipped through them, pondering deeply. After a moment, he returned them and muttered, "No ledgers, no access logs," so they hid them elsewhere. He was silent for a while, his expression thoughtful. "It would be simpler to wipe out other locations," he mused. "But if we do that, the drifters will scatter everywhere." Suddenly, a subordinate hesitated before speaking. About that, the Sword Spirit Department found someone when searching the facility." Li Jae-hak looked up. "Someone?" The man pointed down the corridor. "They said he was directly in charge of operations here and gave this." Another soldier came forward carrying an old leather bag. "Sir, you must see this," he insisted. Li Jae-hak opened the bag and pulled out several thick stacks of paper. As he read, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him were detailed financial records, transaction history, shell accounts, client identities, smuggling routes, even the sources of illegal goods. Finally, he looked up and ordered, "Bring him here." "Yes, sir." A moment later, amidst the devastated courtyard rubble, a man approached and knelt respectfully before Li Jae-hak. "I am honored," he said in a trembling voice, "to stand before one who carries the great family bloodline." The man raised his head and introduced himself calmly. "My name is Zhang Jinsu." Immediately, one of Li Jae-hak's subordinates shouted angrily, "You fool, daring to act arrogant before the young master." But Lee Jae-hak raised his hand, signaling silence. Enough, he said coldly. He observed the man before him, thinking to himself, what a waste of such a face, working for something as pathetic as the White Bone faction. His eyes narrowed while studying Jong Jin-soo's clear eyes, upright posture, no magic power, but an aura of calmness and discipline surrounding him. Finally, Lee Jae-hak spoke up. I am Sung-moo's son, Lee Jae-hak. I have a few questions for you. Jong Jin-soo nodded formally. Yes, sir. I will answer honestly. Lee Jae-hak held up the stack of papers in his hand. Why didn't you destroy these documents? Keeping them seems like just a cheap trick to buy time. In response, Jong Jin-soo said quietly, there is a letter in the briefcase. I was told to ensure you read it. Hearing that, Lee Jae-hak turned to the bag. Reaching inside, he took out the small folded letter. The moment his fingers touched the paper, he noticed the texture and pondered. Printed paper chosen intentionally to avoid tracing handwriting. He opened it, and the message inside became clear. If those documents are what I think they are enough to compensate for the entire incident. I only ask that you watch over the man standing before you. He has a daughter. Please take care of her recovery. Lee Jae-hak chuckled. That bastard. Bold enough to manipulate his own older brother. Even so, he didn't refuse the request. The documents are indeed of great value. If used correctly, they can expose the financial network involving Baek Kyeol-soo and reveal the weaknesses of the wealthy elite. He tapped the letter with his finger, muttering, and this can bring me the credit for cleaning up the black market operations. They built the stage. I'm the one handling the aftermath. Now he wants to use this as leverage. Watching Jong Jin-soo, standing tall, unflinching before him, Lee Jae-hak's expression hardened. And to think of accepting outside help on a mission that violates family rules. Suddenly, Jong Jin-soo broke the silence. There's writing on the back as well. Lee Jae-hak blinked, then flipped the page. The back is full of messy handwriting. Just some scribbles. Don't tell me you lost focus before the meal was ready. You already pocketed all the real profits, so maybe you don't care who I am. That's fine. Unless you're actually petty, I thought you would quietly close this case. That's how I see it. Reading the final line, Lee Jae-hak froze, his mouth twitching slightly. Then he laughed helplessly. The scribbles are longer than the main message, he muttered. Don't know if that brat understands what scribbles are. Lee Jae-hak sighed with amusement. Does anyone start a martial arts journey in such a ridiculous way? He muttered to himself. Then, he folded the letter neatly and tucked it into his jacket. So, he doesn't intend to communicate directly, huh? He muttered to himself. Then, he folded the letter neatly and tucked it into his jacket. So, he doesn't intend to communicate directly, huh? As he thought about Cheol, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Even after defeating the sixth sister, he still maintains that composure. Choosing the youngest over her was the right call. The kid and I might understand each other better than most. Lee Jae-hak gave a faint smile and spoke loudly. Captain, let's wrap this case up here. His subordinate looked momentarily confused. Sir, Lee Jae-hak continued in an even tone, when the officials from the relevant department arrive, hand everything over and file the final report. There are hazardous materials. Ensure they are handled with care. Outside, the city was still smoldering under a lingering haze of smoke and dust, but with the documents in hand, the cleanup would be easy. Then he turned to Jong Jin-soo. You are Jong Jin-soo, aren't you? I will take temporary responsibility for your safety. He smirked before turning away. You should be grateful to the person who sent that letter to you. Scene transition. Inside Cheol's room, the young man sat cross-legged on a chair, immersed in silent meditation. Waves of energy radiated steadily from his body, filling the air with a low, humming sound. Suddenly, a strange sensation from his shoulder wound pulsed, pulling him out of his concentration. His eyes widened. Memories of the fight with Baek Kyeol-soo became vivid. That was a valuable experience, he thought. He still kept his hands clasped before his chest. It's been a long time since I used the infinite, he mused. But this is the first time I've used it against a human. He began to analyze everything with his usual precision. I used it once during training under my instructor at Jukcheongdo, and another time while sparring with my father, but never against a warrior of equal or greater strength. Without restraint, a soft aura began to rise from his body, glowing faintly in the morning light filtering through the window. The outcome of that match, he pondered, was mainly due to Baek Kyeol-soo's arrogance and mistakes. But even without that, I'm confident I still would have one. Finally, he stretched and stood up, the floor creaking under his weight. During this martial arts journey, this kind of real combat is what matters. Until now, every match was restrained, bound by rules. Cheol chuckled lightly as he put his shirt back on. With the situation this quiet, it seems the elders have agreed to the deal. Then his eyes sharpened. All right, he muttered, his voice hardening with resolve. It's time to call that person out. Back in Seoul, South Korea, traffic was bustling on the streets under a pleasantly clear sky, turning into a quiet alley surrounded by small eateries. Cheol stopped in front of a modest house and looked up. He observed the building for a moment, thinking to himself, no sign. It looks more like a private home than a restaurant. After a short pause, Cheol slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Approaching the front desk, he said in a calm voice, I have a reservation under the name Jong Jin-soo. The receptionist replied immediately, Yes, of course. Please allow me to lead you to your room. Without another word, Cheol followed the young woman down the hallway to a private room. A moment later, the door to a private room slid open. Inside, the middle-aged man who had been waiting stood up and greeted him respectfully. You have arrived, sir. Cheol stepped in and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this. The man smiled slightly and explained, This is a space for those who prefer private conversation. Nothing from inside can be heard beyond these walls. Cheol stepped in and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this. The man smiled slightly and explained, This is a space for those who prefer private conversation. Nothing from inside can be heard beyond these walls. The man quickly regained his composure and replied politely, Please forgive me. It's just, I truly realize now how young you are, young master. He observed Cheol closely, lost in deep thought. Perhaps it's because of the background in the Sung-mu clan that you look so mature. But looking closely, you still have the face of a boy. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression as he continued inwardly. A boy? Yes, a boy indeed. After observing for a moment, the man spoke again, his voice filled with admiration. But your eyes, your presence, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child at all. Memories of what he had witnessed rushed back. He couldn't help but mutter in amazement. A 15-year-old boy managing to recruit Lee Jae-hak, the golden swordsman of the Sung-mu clan, catching Baek Kyeol-soo, and taking down the entire black market. After a thoughtful pause, the middle-aged man bowed slightly and said sincerely, First of all, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I owe you a great debt, young master Lee Cheol. Cheol calmly took a sip of tea and replied with measured politeness. No need for such gratitude. It was just a transaction. But the man insisted, his voice trembling with emotion. Even proposing that transaction was a favor. Without your intervention, I would still be chained under Baek Kyeol-soo. Cheol observed the man's persistence and sighed. So, how is your daughter now? The man reported the situation. She hasn't fully recovered yet, but she is much better. Cheol nodded briefly, and the man praised the Sung-mu clan's medical center without restraint. Cheol seemed only half interested and shrugged. That sounds good. The man hesitated, then became serious. Young master, you kept your word to me. Now it's my turn to fulfill mine. The following words made Cheol pause slightly. I will do whatever you ask. Tell me what I must do. Seeing the man's seriousness, Cheol couldn't help but tease him slightly. You make it sound like I'm about to order you to do dirty work. The man looked flustered and protested. No, that's not what I meant. Cheol's smirk showed he had teased enough. I know. Cheol's smirk showed he had teased enough. I know. He placed a folder and a USB drive on the table. The man's surprise was evident. This, he stammered. Isn't this the file and USB you took that day? Why are you bringing them back? Cheol explained calmly. I just borrowed them to look through. He pushed the documents toward the man. I will hand them over to you. Handle them with care. There will be many places where I need funds, Cheol added. The man stared, disbelief and worry visible on his face. His hands clenched tightly on his knees as he asked, Why do you trust me with this? This money no longer has an owner. Don't you think I might run away with it? Cheol replied with the same cold seriousness. Well, are you planning to run? The man quickly denied it. Cheol's voice hardened. Of course, I don't trust blindly. You haven't given me a reason to trust the circumstances surrounding you yet. Cheol's voice hardened. Of course, I don't trust blindly. You haven't given me a reason to trust the circumstances surrounding you yet. Speaking up, Sheol outlined the practical benefits. First, the ongoing mana treatment for your daughter. Second, your relationship with the Whitebone faction. Because of the deal with your seventh brother, he is free. But if you break your word, I can drag up the past and tie you down at any time. Sheol's assessment ended like a verdict. That should answer your question. The man bowed his head slightly and responded, yes. Sheol suddenly added something that startled the man with surprise. But still, he said softly, I cannot trust you completely yet. Not yet. Then, reaching out with a calm, sincere smile, he continued, I hope that one day I can trust you with all my heart. Those words struck deep, echoing in the man's mind and heart. How wonderful it would be, he thought, if we truly trusted each other without needing deals or complicated circumstances. He looked down at the hand open before him, not understanding what Sheol truly saw in him to speak with such directness. Reflecting on the sharp contrast between Sheol and his former superior, Bet Kiolsu, the man pondered further. I thought he was like Bet Kiolsu, someone who grabs people's weaknesses just to exploit them. And yet, even though young master Li Sheol keeps using the word transaction, our relationship feels like a debt that binds me, not a chain. After a long pause, the man finally answered himself. No, the way he treats me now, it feels like he truly sees me as an equal. With that realization, he reached out and shook Sheol's hand firmly. Understood, he said with determination. I will prove it bit by bit. It won't take long. Sheol smiled satisfactorily. I look forward to it. As he observed the man opposite him, Sheol thought further. Now I no longer see you as someone losing their light under Beck Kiolsu's shadow, but as someone with a spirit like Sol Ji. Seeing Sheol pick up his bag, the man asked, Where are you going now, sir? Seeing Sheol pick up his bag, the man asked, Where are you going now, sir? After leaving the restaurant, Sheol walked down the street. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out. Mom, look at that guy. He must be a martial artist. So cool. The mother quickly pulled her son away, scolding, Don't say that. Come here. Hurry up. Hearing this, Sheol froze for a moment, his eyes flashing with unease. I thought I hit it well, but it seems I'm still leaking something. He quickly pushed the thought aside and continued walking. Amidst the bustling crowd flowing down the avenue, Sheol stopped, quietly observing the world around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a minimalist cafe, smoke drifted languidly in the air. A woman with chestnut-brown hair was smoking a cigarette. When the server brought her coffee, she suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. Her gaze shifted to the window and back. Oh, what's this? She muttered, her voice full of interest. It seems I found something interesting. The cigarette was still burning between her fingers as she gave a captivating smile. Those stats. I've never seen numbers like that. Finishing the thought, she stood up gracefully and headed for the door. Let's see who this person really is. As her face became clear, her eyes flashed with a mysterious, almost supernatural charm. Sharp, curious, and dangerous. Her voice carried a note of excitement as she whispered, with these very eyes. As her face became clear, her eyes flashed with a mysterious, almost supernatural charm. Sharp, curious, and dangerous. Her voice carried a note of excitement as she whispered, with these very eyes. Holding the bank book, he rested his chin on his hand and muttered, About 100 million in deposit? This amount is enough for immediate operating costs. Li Cheol looked up, thinking to himself that thanks to Zhang Jinsu, he was able to get here so comfortably. Closing the book, calculations were already forming in his head. His talent had been proven. For now, he would just let him develop freely and see. A plan began to take shape. If Zhang Jinsu showed similar ability to seal geometry in the past, he would be strong enough to help him build a support base. Li Cheol's eyes flashed. It was essential for people to know that there was a solid foundation standing behind him. Until now, both luck and excuses have been fine. Because he was someone who knew the future, many things could be done, but from now on, he had to be more cautious when using information from his past life. His thick eyebrows knit slightly. The things he was about to do later had to look like predictions based on reasonable logic only. Suddenly, the announcement speaker blared. Li Cheol sighed and slowly stood up. First of all, he had to take care of his own affairs rather than Zhang Jinsu's. The evening sun cast its light on the train station, and the black-haired young man's footsteps were long and slow. Standing amidst the crowd, Li Qiol glanced at the stream of people around him. He had finally arrived in Gyeongju, Gyeongsangbuk-do province. A sudden stabbing pain in his head hit Li Qiol, catching him off guard. He brought his hand up to support his head, exhausted. Ever since the training at Heavenly Demon Mountain, he hadn't lost control even once. Gyeongju was home to countless relics and monuments, a place where the ancient and modern coexisted. Things that carried a long history within them contained power, and in that power was a mystery that modern times could not explain. An artificially sacred land that achieved balance in a miraculous way. Gyeongju. He thought about the item he was carrying. This very place hid the traces of that person, the ancestor of the Sungmu clan, Li Hailhyan. Stories about him were mostly passed down by word of mouth, to the point that scholars once rumored he was just a fictional character. At Mount Sungmu, there was only a memorial tablet worshipped on an altar, not the remains of Li Hailhyan. It wasn't until his past life that a ruin related to him was discovered. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Li Qiol thought as he walked. They also discovered materials related to Huya there. Right at the moment his train of thought reached a crucial point, there was another purpose. "Hey kid," someone suddenly cut in. A beautiful blonde woman exhaled smoke from her red, luscious lips, holding a smoking pipe. She spoke up. "Who are you?" Li Qiol thought to himself. Achieving his goal was precisely to meet this person. She smiled. How interesting. The smoke followed her footsteps as she approached and enveloped him. Suddenly, the magic detector detected a strange signal, so he came to check it out. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Who would have thought you'd have something identical to mine in your eyes? The possessors of magic eyes rarely reveal themselves to the world. Yet what a coincidence. Besides me, there is one more person in South Korea. The archmage belonging to the Eiffel Magic Tower in France, Valerie de Belle, born from French nobility. In his past life, she was one of the few archmages who achieved the second level of magic eyes. Her ability was the interpretation eye, reading and understanding all information hidden within objects. Li Qiol was a bit unexpected in this situation. He had planned to seek out this woman, but he didn't expect to meet her this way. Valerie suddenly leaned in close. "Hey, are you afraid of me?" Seeing him silent, she asked again, "Or are you not Korean?" Li Qiol had a sigh. "I am Korean." She immediately chuckled. "That's a relief. Actually, I only know how to speak Korean." Another silent sigh. He knew it beforehand, but this woman was indeed hard to predict. Rumors flashed through his mind. The nickname she would be called by in the future, the eccentric of the Magic Tower, or more accurately, the madwoman of the Magic Tower. What baffled him most was the reason she came to Korea. She suddenly wanted to learn spells, so she came here to study, bye-bye. Furthermore, she didn't even bother to ask the Magic Tower Master for permission before leaving. As for becoming a naturalized Korean citizen, that was just because the fried chicken here was so good. Returning to reality, Valerie asked, "Let's skip that. Hey, who are you?" Li Qiol was helpless. "You were the one who started the conversation first. Why ask me?" She clicked her tongue and reached out. "So difficult. Then let's greet each other properly." The mage girl introduced herself slowly. "I am Valerie. As you can see, I am not Korean. I am a mage from the tower." Li Qiol also reached out to shake her hand in good faith. "I am Li Qiol." Hearing his surname, she was a bit surprised. "Li? Ah, could it be the Li family in Korea? I think it's called Sungmu, right?" Li Qiol nodded. "Yes, that's right." Valerie immediately exclaimed. "If you're from Sungmu, you're practically royalty in this country." Li Qiol wasn't that arrogant. It was true that the clan held great power, but it was still far from being real royalty. Her pipe swung in midair. "Is that so?" The pipe suddenly pointed straight at him. She bluntly exposed. "Then why cover that cute face with a mask? Are you running away?" Not intending to deny it, he slowly removed his mask. "Your magic eye property is the same as mine. And what's more, you awaken it earlier than me. But it's not surprising at all." She smiled. "Not surprised, right? Anyway, I've already investigated quite a bit." Li Qiol continued the conversation with his real face. "Because I have already seen eyes similar to yours." Valerie's interest was piqued. "I've never heard that Sungmu has someone who possesses magic eyes. What ability do your eyes have?" Li Qiol thought to himself. "I don't understand why I have to expose my own abilities." She narrowed her eyes and smiled. My eyes are the interpretation eye, capable of reading and interpreting every object or phenomenon in the form of data. And you? Looking at that expression, Li Chiol didn't know what else to say. The seemingly harmless smile of the mage still remained, but something seemed to be gradually changing. Then there's no other way. In the blink of an eye, her eyes changed color and her voice deepened. I'll just have to find out for myself. Intense power radiated. Li Chiol's eyes seemed to be stimulated and changed color as well. He collapsed, covering his eyes, and angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing his miserable appearance, Valerie softened her voice. Sorry about that. I was just too curious. But it's strange. I can't read anything at all." Looking at the still angry eyes of his black-haired friend, the mage girl coaxed him again. "Don't be so angry. To make up for it, I'll tell you something interesting." She smiled a fake smile again. "In return, talk to me for a while, okay?" The sky had turned to late afternoon. The evening light shone dimly into the large apartment at the corner of the street. Valerie and Li Chiol stopped in front of the old villa gate, hesitating to probe. "You said let's go for coffee, but we're drinking here." Li Chiol examined the surroundings and sighed inwardly. It just looks like an abandoned house from the outside. But Valerie didn't care, laughing and saying, "All right, let's go in and try." As soon as she finished, a faint red light flashed across Li Chiol, making him pause in surprise. He speculated that it felt just like the magic of a monster. Valerie seemed to sense something too and asked, "Do you realize it now? You can sense it without using your magic eye? Did you study magic?" He replied in a soft voice, "I haven't studied magic. It's clearly such a strange feeling. What is there to be surprised about?" She explained, "That feeling, if you're not a master like me, you couldn't possibly notice it." He frowned in consideration. A master? Did she mean the magic tower master of the Eiffel Tower, Michael Garrel? Is it impossible to feel it if you don't reach that level? Has she really achieved something like that? Li Chiol exhaled a breath to calm himself. "I've experienced something similar before." Valerie rubbed her chin and said softly, "You're different. Even if you've experienced something similar, you usually can't feel it." Her gaze suddenly flashed with a dangerous glint. "Unless you've honed your magic to the extreme." He instinctively swallowed hard. He had had a strange, familiar feeling since earlier. He turned pale, remembering Jiangju wearing flowers. "She looks like my aunt." The image of Jiangju wearing flowers, smiling and waving. "Little baby, let's go, it's time for some fun training." Li Chiol calmed himself and asked, "So, is this teleportation?" Valerie pushed the door open slightly and explained calmly, I do have quite a bit of money, but not to that extent." She stepped inside triumphantly and said smugly, "To be more precise, I've used mana and internal energy to connect a tunnel." The dusty house from the outside suddenly became completely different. Kumain. Immediately, he stepped inside quickly. In contrast to the antiquity outside, it was a clean and tidy stall. Li Chiol's gaze turned to the stall owner. He was curious, looking at the stall owner. He thought it wasn't human, it had no biological activity, and he only sensed mana. Valerie knew he was wondering, so she explained, "That's a golem, a machine with a mana core attached inside. From here on out is my workshop. All kinds of strange things will appear." She sat heavily in a chair, her voice casual. "Want to order drinks first?" He also put his bag down and ordered, "I'd like a cup of hot tea." Valerie quickly snapped her fingers to call for service. "Fine, I'll have an espresso." Li Chiol inquired, "Can you install something like this in a workshop?" Valerie replied flatly, "I want it to feel like a real cafe, but it's annoying to go out every time." She held the cigarette in her hand and took a puff. "There are so many things I want to ask, I don't know where to start." Li Chiol wondered, "Why do you think I would answer?" She replied, "How stingy." "Then how about this? I may look like this, but I know quite a lot." Valerie lowered her voice and held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each person asks 3 questions and takes turns answering one. What do you think? At the 3-question answer ceremony, Valerie's ancient magic was famous for proposing an exchange game of 3 questions and 3 answers when she couldn't satisfy her curiosity. The unique magic created by applying this practice of hers later became one of the symbols of the mage named Valerie. "Just exchanging questions is boring." She raised her voice, "So I'll add a game using my magic." Hearing that, Li Chiol sipped his tea and sighed inwardly. "Just like the rumors." He replied firmly, "I refuse." She widened her eyes in surprise. He stated his point. I just met you today. What could I possibly be curious about? She asked back in confusion. Not curious about my eyes? Li Chiol explained further. Just now, even if I didn't ask, someone intentionally told me already. Nevertheless, he set his tea cup down with emotion. This game sounds quite interesting. Let's set conditions. The winner gets to make a request. Then I'll participate. Valerie repeated. A request? You said you weren't curious about anything. So what do you intend to request? His face was serious. That I can think about later. He continued. The chance to make a request to a mage who has her own workshop doesn't come often. She pondered, lifting her wand with difficulty. It's not pleasant at all. But fine, the rules are simple. The wand spewed a burst of fiery red power, enveloping the space. Her face shone with undisguised interest. From now on, each person has 3 questions and 3 answers. The red lights mingled, creating a small spark. She explained the rules. Questions are optional. Ask whatever you want. Answers are the same. They can be true or they can be lies. But you have to guess whether that answer is true or false. Whoever guesses correctly more times will be the winner. And the loser must answer 3 questions from the opponent very truthfully. She smiled, softening the atmosphere. Obvious questions are forbidden, like gender or name, for instance. He wondered, how can you distinguish what is true and what is false? She pointed her head. This spell is a type of mental magic. It reads consciousness waves emitted from the subconscious. Even if the loser tries to hide the truth, due to the effect of the magic, they will still naturally speak it out. From within Valerie's chest, a bright light condensed. Her voice was thoughtful. With the title of a mage, I will truthfully carry out what I have said, without tricks or deception. When she finished, the condensed or burst over their heads. This is a mage's vow. If I break this vow, I will lose all my mana. She placed her hand as if in assurance. Now you can believe that I won't play tricks anymore, right? He nodded to signal. Yes, just waiting for that. Valerie snapped her fingers. Then let's start. Red orbs floated above their heads. Valerie faced Li Chiol, mysterious and suffocated. Li Chiol politely invited her. Please ask first. Valerie replied happily. Okay. Then let's start gently. Her eyes shone with a magical purple color, dreamily looking at Li Chiol, and she asked, Your magic eyes, what abilities do they have? He closed his eyes to think. From the very first question, she asked exactly what he wanted to hide the most, didn't she? Then he quickly answered, I possess a type of power similar to yours. As soon as the answer finished, a flame above Li Chiol's head went out. Valerie jumped up, stunned. What? What does that mean? Can I consider that the second question? She sighed and justified. Fine, now it's your turn to ask. Without wasting a second, he wondered, why are you curious about my magic eyes? She thought deeply, and in just a split second, she answered decisively. Because of the thirst for knowledge, I'm just simply curious as a mage. Immediately after, a flame went out. Li Chiol sighed inwardly. Such a vague answer. Anyway, in this game, the content of the answer wasn't important. It's important to set up the questions you want to know beforehand and see through whether the opponent's answers are true or false. If I win the game, I'll receive detailed answers to my questions, and I don't need to be too picky about the content of the questions. Li Chiol smiled with satisfaction. What I'm aiming for is winning the game, because then I'll have the right to make a request to her. Li Chiol looked at the person opposite him and signaled calmly. All right, let's continue. Immediately after, Valerie spoke up calmly. Okay, second question. Time passed slowly, and it was her turn again. Now for my final question. Valerie's gaze became sharp, as if wanting to expose everything. You already know about me. She looked straight into Li Chiol's eyes and asked directly. Just how much do you know about me? He replied seriously. From birth until now, I have never once seen or heard anything related to you. Suddenly, Valerie covered her mouth and smiled smugly. I won. She observed every expression of Li Chiol, feeling immense joy. Although young, he kept his face quite emotionless, but his facial muscles had twitched slightly. Now was his turn. It's my turn to ask the final question, right? Valerie said leisurely. Ask quickly. Hearing that, he suddenly smiled, rested his chin on his hand, and posed the issue. In your opinion, have I won yet? Do you think you will lose? Valerie sighed and assessed. Is it okay to ask like that for the last question? Li Chiol didn't express an opinion, only urged, just answer. She, while taking out her makeup kit, replied, okay, fine. Then she confidently declared, you lost because I won. However, the fireball beside Valerie suddenly exploded, causing her to panic. Valerie looked around in confusion, muttering, am I wrong? But clearly, Valerie looked around in confusion, muttering, am I wrong? But clearly, then he calmly explained, the first question, your curiosity about the magic eyes is out of a thirst for knowledge. That is the truth. But the next question, he pointed out straightforwardly, the second question, you lied. This statement made Valerie astonished, her eyes widening. Li Chiol just looked at her calmly, thinking to himself, the three-question answer ceremony belongs to the mental magic system. After all, he picked up his teacup and added leisurely. And the last question, that also became a lie, because the winner is me. Hearing that, Valerie accepted the result dejectedly. I lost. According to the agreement, I will answer your question first. Then, she recounted calmly. The first question, I am also an owner of magic eyes, so I've always been researching them. However, not only are research materials scarce, but finding someone to cooperate with is not easy at all. When it came to the next issue, Valerie was embarrassed and hesitant. Li Chiol sighed and generously expressed, if you find it difficult to talk about, you don't need to answer. Inside, he didn't intend to probe into everything either. Inherent magic belongs to each individual. Her hesitation was only natural. Valerie heard those words and blurted out in surprise. Really? Is it really okay? Li Chiol casually made a request. Instead, do me another favor. She raised her hand to cover herself and cried out defensively, what on earth are you going to ask me to do? Immediately, he frowned, showing his distaste. Seeing his expression like that, Valerie hurriedly explained, oh, I'm just joking. Do you need to be that grumpy? Li Chiol tried to control his emotions and explained, no, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone exactly like you, so my reaction was a bit strong. So what are you going to do? Seeing his expression like that, Valerie hurriedly explained, oh, I'm just joking. Do you need to be that grumpy? Li Chiol tried to control his emotions and explained, no, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone exactly like you, so my reaction was a bit strong. So what are you going to do? Valerie declared calmly. Then the game ends here. After that, she stood up. Then let's go deep inside the workshop. We will discuss what you want to ask. When passing by Li Chiol, Valerie carefully instructed, don't touch anything. Just follow behind me. Next, she went ahead to open the door. Valerie led the way while introducing, this is the center of my workshop. Li Chiol observed his surroundings and felt surprised inwardly. Unlike the cafe, this place was truly where a mage lived and worked. Then he turned curiously and asked, I heard that mages usually don't let outsiders step into their workshops. Valerie proudly revealed, that's right, just accidentally touching a barrier or magic circle causes big trouble, right? But I'm talented enough that such things are not a problem. Sit down over here. Li Chiol reprit del plaisir. Okay, following that, she asked interestingly, so, what is the favor you want to ask? He pulled out a stone steel, his tone solemn as he asked, I want to ask you to decipher this stone steel, and of course, I hope you keep all the content confidential after deciphering. Seeing that, Valerie put on her gloves, thinking to herself, a stone steel? Ancient artifacts are a bit complicated, but I can surely handle it. Immediately after, she picked up the steel to examine it. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt appeared, quickly attacking Valerie's eyes, blocking her research. An ancient object. It must be at least from the 3rd or 4th century onwards. Li Chiol admired and exclaimed, you recognized it immediately, didn't you? As for her, she gripped the steel tightly, panicked internally. Crazy, an antique from as far back? I almost died. The image of him earlier and his words suddenly flashed in Valerie's mind. The more she remembered, the angrier she became. With an antique like this, he should have at least warned me. It's millennium-old stuff. I almost had to redraw the entire incantation system in the workshop from scratch, and here I was bragging about being talented. A few seconds later, she returned to normal and spoke. Let me look again. Once again, Valerie's eyes changed to purple. She examined it while pondering. It doesn't look like an object from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valerie focused on analyzing the steel. A while later, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. I can grasp the movement of the moon, sun, and the operation of the stars. But that's all. Valerie thought helplessly. If it were ancient text or a simple code, I would have solved it already. After that, she turned to look at Li Chiol and inquired. It seems to record Eastern astronomy, dates, and some simple text forms. What on earth is this? He replied calmly. It's a map and also a key. Hearing that, Valerie revealed. This thing might take some time for me to decipher. Seeing that, Li Chiol spoke up. Then while waiting, can I state the second request? She responded without hesitation. Okay. Outside, the sky had turned into evening. The last light of the day shone through the glass, shining into the house. After hearing Li Chiol's question, Valerie was surprised and repeated. Your second request is to want me to tell you about magic eyes? He confirmed and added, if it can be helpful for both sides, even better. Next, he asked calmly, is there a practice room in your workshop? Instantly, Valerie's face became extremely confident, boasting, mages surely need a place to practice, right? Of course, which workshop doesn't have a practice area? However, mine is a bit larger than usual. Li Chiol remained silent, not replying, and thought to himself, quietly showing off. Huh? A mage's workshop that is this spacious means both her talent and finances are top tier, reminding me of someone else. Then he asked calmly, it seems you are quite rich. Valerie answered suspiciously, don't you know? I am from an old noble family. Following that, she proudly revealed, anyway, your second request is that don't go back on your word. Li Chiol reluctantly corrected. My goodness, one should say a man's word is as heavy as 4 horses. I understand. Valerie didn't care. She mobilized her power and said, so let's start. Try opening your magic eyes. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his magic eyes. After Li Chiol opened his eyes, he immediately saw countless illusory circles rotating behind Valerie. Li Chiol startled and cried out, his face clearly showing pain. He hugged his face and knelt on one knee on the ground. Valerie saw that and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Li Chiol explained, nothing. There are too many incantations in this room, so I'm just a bit dizzy. She looked thoughtful, then suddenly realized, wait a minute, don't tell me you see all the magic circles and incantations in this place. Li Chiol admitted, then slowly stood up. Yes, my eyes can read the flow of energy as well as things that are usually invisible. Although it's a bit hard to control, Valerie wanted to confirm again. First of all, can you deactivate your magic eyes? Then she suggested, tell me more about your magic eyes. Do they give you the power of clairvoyance or seeing mana? Li Chiol expressed clearly, I can't see through things, but I can guess the opponent's movements or hidden auras, for example. Valerie felt very skeptical. Do you know how strange what you just said is? She pointed at him. If all of that is true, then your eyes aren't ordinary magic eyes. No magic eyes in this world can see so many things. It seems this will be a long story. First, let's go back to the research room. In the research room, a cup of hot tea was placed on the table. Valerie warned beforehand. Before explaining, there is one thing you must know. Magic eyes and mind eyes are 2 completely different concepts. He affirmed, I know that. Then she said a long string of words. And also, magic eyes may seem like they only enhance vision, but that's absolutely not true. Even if manifested through magic, what the magic eyes see is still just images that humans can perceive. Li Chiol heard that and scratched his head shyly. Excuse me, can you explain a bit more simply? Korean is really too difficult. Valerie tapped her fingers on the table. I mean, it's like this. After that, she had to speak a lot, waving her hands constantly to explain for him to understand. She put a cigarette in her mouth, her face uncomfortable when having to recall. And because of that, magic eyes are more special than any supernatural ability. I've taken an fMRI scan in an activated magic eye state. The moment the magic eye was triggered, blood flow to the brain skyrocketed and the nerves were overactivated. Li Chiol realized, no wonder when I couldn't control my magic eyes, I felt pain. She emphasized, that's right, because you have to process sensations that humans don't naturally have, you'll be overloaded. Valerie spoke thoughtfully. Magic eyes are a power so dangerous. Until now, no pair of magic eyes has possessed complex abilities. Yet, how many things can your magic eyes do right now? Valerie stared at Li Chiol with sharp eyes. You once said those eyes were opened through the Sungmu ritual? Usually, those who open magic eyes will start to see abnormal things before or after the age of 5. How is it, before undergoing that ritual, had you ever seen anything strange? He bowed his head and recalled, finally unable not to admit. There were indeed signs before, even though I was only 11 at the time. She asked next, is there anyone in Sungmu who has open magic eyes like you? He denied none. Valerie continued to investigate. Do you know why I'm serious? Li Chiol only replied, yes. She suddenly expressed, what a pity. If you fall into a battle situation, I'm afraid you won't be able to control it. Li Chiol glanced slightly, as if considering, and finally decided to tell the truth. Actually, in battle, I have used my magic eyes countless times already. Valerie thought she misheard. How could that be? She excitedly stood up. Just having 2 or 3 functions for magic eyes is already a terrible overload for the brain. You should have died from a cerebral hemorrhage or gone crazy a long time ago. And yet, you can both see and control it? Li Chiol calmly admitted, yes. Valerie hugged her head helplessly. I've truly never seen an exception like that. Then a sinister smile bloomed on her lips. It seems we need to test a few things. Valerie's appearance made him turn slightly pale. Yes, what are a few things? Thanks to Valerie's suggestion, Li Chiol temporarily stayed in the training room for a while. A few days passed in a flash. Valerie was busy deciphering the steel until dinner time, and he began a training session that pushed his magic eyes to the limit. Li Chiol lay on the bench, his hands and feet fixed. Around him were lightning bolts that made him clench his teeth in pain. Finally, the sound of the equipment rang out, ending the measurement. Li Chiol was dazed, nearly falling asleep. Clearly, he could still endure it at first, but the difficulty was gradually increasing. He recalled what she had done to check how much stimulation he could take directly, shoving piles of magic forces tangled as silk in front of him. Her smile at that time was truly frightening. Come on, just a little more, just a little more, while Li Chiol could only shout inwardly, you evil demon. Right at this moment, Valerie stepped into the room, asking, how is it? Are you okay? He thought to himself, she looks no different from a science maniac. Li Chiol glanced at the handcuffs that had just been opened. You clearly said that when using magic eyes, the brain would be overloaded. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the magic machine will automatically stop at the exact moment you reach the overload threshold. He glared at Valerie, who was still pretending to ignore it. This woman is truly crazy. I still have to apologize for comparing her to my aunt. She found an excuse. But thanks to that, we are collecting a lot of good data, right? The limits and properties are gradually being understood. And magic eyes develop more the more they are used. Li Chiol couldn't deny it. That's not wrong. But she didn't listen anymore, turned away, and hummed. Let's see if you obediently endure the experiments. He realized she was intentionally speaking in French. Valerie seemed surprised when seeing the thing in front of her. She observed the parameter display board, wondering, what's this? Am I seeing wrong? I set the automatic status check mode and let the difficulty increase gradually. How could his growth speed be this fast? Not growing, but rather adapting. The smile on Valerie's face became more and more interested. Everything continued in the following days. Day 1. No, almost called it an experiment. This is training. Ultimately, it's just the test Li Chiol asked for, not an experiment to satisfy my curiosity. Still, having painstakingly gathered enough data, I will save it as a file. Confirm that magic eyes can easily see one-way mana circuits. From level 6 magic and above, pain starts to appear, but up to level 7, it can still be read without too much difficulty. Perhaps I'll have to bring home a new CT scanner. Day 3. To test the clairvoyance ability, I intentionally hid an incantation behind a metal plate and told him to read it. Result: not clairvoyance, but reading the energy radiating from the object. It was just a pencil, and I still don't understand what he read or how. After that, experiment with moving objects. At that time, he showed the ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement. The limited capability of the prediction eye also vaguely appeared, but he couldn't keep the magic eyes open for more than 2 hours. If only the durability of his brain and eyes was a bit higher. More experiments, more training. By day 8, he continuously broke the speed record for increasing difficulty terribly. I tried to secretly increase the difficulty, yet he still caught up. Even I didn't reach this level. I should have bought that CT machine sooner. At this point, I'm afraid I have to dissect him to see directly. His magic eyes almost belong to an entirely different resolution system. Valerie heard a sound and hurriedly turned her head. "What's the matter?" Li Chiol explained nonchalantly. "The machine just stopped, so I stepped out." The alarm suddenly blared. "Didn't you hear it?" Valerie turned back to her desk, not believing it, and asked, "Alarm?" She felt a bit surprised. "All the training stages I prepared are completed. I thought it would take at least 2 more days." He approached, peering at the computer screen. "Looks like I've completed it all." Valerie was surprised. What? Do you know how to speak French?" He approached, peering at the computer screen. "Looks like I've completed it all." Valerie was surprised. What? Do you know how to speak French?" Her face suddenly turned red. Li Chiol smiled brightly, as if not caring at all. "The words you muttered, cursing to yourself, you don't need to worry too much. It can happen. I understand it all. I'm different from someone else." Valerie shouted shamefully, "You damn brat." Li Chiol approached from afar. "Calling me for something?" Valerie held her pipe and turned to look at him. "Yes, the preliminary training has ended." She tried to ask for his opinion. "Honestly, I really want to continue training in a laboratory, but what you need is the ability to apply it in real combat, right? So now I intend to start a proper training session." He seemed to agree very much. "I'm always ready." But Valerie suddenly stopped him. "Wait a minute." Under their feet appeared a magic circle, with her at the center. Valerie explained, "I've reinforced the magic circle of the training area. It will be much more complicated than before." She also instructed additionally. "And also, it's best to completely drop the habit of closing your eyes and opening them when using magic eyes. Small things repeated for a long time will become habits. It might be useful for temporary control, but later it will cause bad effects." He followed her words, frowning, trying not to close his eyes. Finally, Li Chiol was able to summon the magic eyes. He stared at the room filled with magic circles. "Even though the training area's magic circle has been reinforced, I only feel a bit of a headache. A few days ago, right in the middle of Jiangju, I couldn't even control my magic eyes." Li Chiol slowly observed around. "However, the complex mana flow to this extent is just like looking into a human's mana system. I don't understand much about magic, but she is definitely an extraordinary archmage." Valerie saw him not moving, so she asked, "What is it?" But Li Chiol just answered dismissively, "Nothing." She gave him a round headband, requesting, "Now I will train you on how to control magic eyes in real situations. Wear this on your head to clearly feel the mana flow." Mana flow. Li Chiol took it, wore it on his head, and asked, "How will you train?" Valerie smiled. "I think we're practicing magic eyes, right? So the way is very clear." Behind Valerie's back, flames flared up. She sent them flying, not forgetting to call out a reminder. "Dodge well." Li Chiol summoned his sword and cursed softly. "Damn it, hey. You are only allowed to use your magic eyes. You must quickly dodge that fireball." Li Chiol couldn't help but complain. Shouldn't things like this be said beforehand? Truly a crazy scientist. He glanced back slightly. Dodged. If it were when I first stepped into the practice room, I surely wouldn't have been able to dodge. Valerie kindly reminded, "It's not over yet." The fireball still hadn't stopped but changed direction to fly towards him. Li Chiol opened his eyes wide in surprise. The fireball suddenly exploded. She seemed to have no intention of holding back. "Listen while dodging. Now I have grasped the nature of your magic eyes. Your magic eyes, if I have to say it straight, are quite similar to my interpretation system, but one level higher." Li Chiol, after the recent explosion, was dirty, while she was very calm and lit her pipe. "Your magic eyes don't read many things. Like any other magic eye, it only reads exactly one thing. The entire room is surrounded by red fire. Objects before your eyes, animals, plants, mana, or force, and countless supernatural forces, and the entire present state of each piece of that information. If I have to name it, perhaps call it the present eye, the eyes that read every phenomenon existing in this very moment. If I have to name it, perhaps call it the present eye, the eyes that read every phenomenon existing in this very moment. She didn't care at all and continued. Your eyes are reading all the present before your eyes, and once the present is analyzed, deducing a reasonable future is also inevitable. She didn't care at all and continued. Your eyes are reading all the present before your eyes, and once the present is analyzed, deducing a reasonable future is also inevitable. That's right, causality law. Valerie smiled brightly. The explosion behind her back created a huge shockwave. Li Chiol still stood firm after the explosion, but he was very messy now. She continued, Anyway, your magic eyes are at such a high level that they themselves will become a burden. Even if your control ability increases, you can still be swallowed by your own magic eyes in a split second. So all of this is for your own benefit. Fireballs were summoned again. Valerie shouted, All right, let's enter the battle. The fireballs consecutively flew towards him. After the match ended, Li Chiol was covered in soot, sitting flat on the ground, making Valerie tease him. Did you just climb out a coal mine? After the match ended, Li Chiol was covered in soot, sitting flat on the ground, making Valerie tease him. Did you just climb out of coal mine? He said, without a shred of emotion. For that, I thank you, she asked dejectedly. But hey, your magic eyes were opened through the special ritual of Sungmu. So is it because it's not an ordinary magic eye that the discovery was delayed? Or are you simply an exception? He chose to remain silent and said nothing. Valerie didn't force him to ask anymore, but stood up. Regardless, perhaps I can't find the answer myself. I am sorry, she smiled sinisterly again. Perhaps I have to perform sophisticated scanning or dissect you to find out. Li Chiol saw that expression and was immediately terrified. It's nothing. There will be a day when we understand. I don't know what you intend to dissect at all, but she absolutely didn't listen. Since it's such an amazing magic eye, it must have a name. How about Divine Eye? Saloon's Honmak Sin, or in the Eastern style, Jiavong Chanin? Li Chiol resolutely refused. Not necessary. But Valerie had already finalized it. Dim Lan An, this one is cool, isn't it? But Valerie had already finalized it. Dim Lan An, this one is cool, isn't it? He must have had a very hard time resisting those rapid attacks. At this moment, Li Chiol was panting, exhausted. It's been several days already. Predicting, analyzing, choosing, and focusing. When I use the full capability of the magic eyes, the growth speed skyrockets terribly. Still, his face couldn't hide the excitement. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Valerie looked down and realized. Is it this late already? She approached Li Chiol, teasing. You don't turn into a black lump of coal like before anymore, right? What a pity. Don't train yourself today. Go wash up and go straight to the research room. He was confused. What do you mean? Valerie winked, announcing. Because the deciphering work is finished. On the table were a few books. The whole room was full of messy books. Li Chiol asked suspiciously, I haven't left this place, so why has everything changed like this? Valerie answered nonchalantly. All these are just research materials. Throwing them away now is fine too, she complained. In the magic tower, I order the scholars very conveniently. Here there isn't a single slave at all. How boring. Valerie used magic to make the books float and called. Since ancient times, the Korean peninsula has preserved materials very well, so deciphering language and text is not difficult. Also quite interesting. Come on, sit here and look at this first. Li Chiol picked up an object and commented, The shape of the stone slab is different from before, I think. She recounted, Because a few constellations and characters were blurred, I did the restoration work. From now on, I will explain it to you. From now on, I will explain it to you. Valerie took out a document, placed it on the table. She pointed to the picture on it and asked, Have you ever seen this constellation? He heard and immediately replied, No, I've never seen it. So Valerie displayed 2 photos like that. Knew it. Currently, that constellation has a shape like that. She pointed to one of them. The problem lies here. Why did the ancients group these constellations into one? Try looking below. This thing was originally an imaginary constellation. The order of these stars is the key to deciphering. Even though I was fooled by the camouflage for a while, it's not a moon trajectory, and it's not a constellation map. Then what on earth is it? Li Chiol began to ponder. It seems I've seen it somewhere. Then he startled as if he remembered. Li Chiol tried asking, "Can I try tearing this?" Valerie smiled in relief. "No need to tear it. It's right here." This is a map of the entire ley line of the Korean peninsula. Not stars, but a map of the acupuncture points stretching across Korea. On the map were points marked and connected by very eye-catching black ink. Valerie's voice rang out in the quiet room. This isn't a constellation map, but a map of Korea's ley lines. She continued, "In Eastern philosophy, they view the world as a single living entity. Ley lines are also like the human energy system, the path through which magic flows." Li Chiol looked at the photo, stroking his chin in thought. But this stone slab was created in ancient times. At that time, they surely couldn't have expanded their territory all the way to the north like this. Valerie responded, "That is why this is an important historical document." Her words left Li Chiol stunned. It is evidence that the ancients expanded their land all the way to this region. Finally, Valerie left space for him to explore and understand for himself. About the location part, I can only explain up to here. The rest is better for you to see the interpretation ban yourself. Li Chiol stared at the photo she gave, silently pondering. Is this the secret mantra of ancient magic belonging to the constellation? Is it a type of magic operating based on the mana path? Now, no one practices it anymore, but I have memorized the mantra part while studying with my aunt. Place the map and the photograph of those constellations together. If the dragon vein is indeed a power conduit, then could it be? Li Chion began to sense the energy from it, channeling his mana according to the secret incantations, then traced the acupuncture points based on that location. After a few seconds of sensing, Li Chion couldn't hide his joy, a faint smile appearing as he said, "I've found it." He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. "Do-tam-san, Jung-ju-tal." That's where the second family head of Sungmu Hyang Sian is buried. A few days later, Valerie sat holding her magic wand, turning to look at him and asking, "What's this?" Planning to leave, Li Chion had his travel pack ready on his shoulders. Without turning back, he replied, "Yes." Valerie asked him during those final moments of preparation, "Before you go, during that Q&A session, could you tell me the trick to the deception?" Li Chion replied, "Didn't you say you'd find out for yourself?" Valerie frowned, looking annoyed. "You really are stubborn to the end. I've truly given up on you." But she was still at a loss with him. She offered some words of encouragement. "Be careful. Totham-san is quite a dangerous place." Li Chion replied, "I know. Even if it's a sacred mountain, it's a special place in many ways." Valerie stood up, pointing her finger as she lectured. "It's best not to set foot near the ruins. I heard a disciple from the Buddha National Temple went missing there recently. You never know when you'll get tangled up with some restless spirits and end up cursed. Do you have any idea how terrifying that curse is? Monsters can even appear there." Li Chion waited blankly for her to finish before speaking. "Calm down, Valerie. Are you actually worried about me now?" At this, Valerie's face flushed with embarrassment. "What was that?" Li Chion noticed the awkward, shy expression on her face and clear his throat. Valerie was embarrassed to the point of anger. "Who's worried? Who would care about an insolent brat like you? I'm going out to have some real fun now." Li Chion replied, "Thank you, Valerie. I'm heading out now." Seeing him wave goodbye, Valerie asked in surprise, "Huh? You're really going?" And then she made a promise. "It's right nearby anyway. When I finish my work, I'll stop by." Li Chion waved goodbye, and as he turned his head, he promised, "We'll eat fried chicken together then." A while later, Li Chion had arrived at Totham-san. He wiped the sweat from his face and muttered to himself, "It's been almost 2 hours since I entered Totham-san." Looking at the map, Li Chion felt weary, glancing between the map and his surroundings. Even though this map was created over 1,000 years ago, I know the terrain might have changed, but it really is harder to find than I thought. He sighed in frustration. Even though it was a bit rough, thanks to my proficiency in using the magic eye, I can maintain it for a very long time. Although it was difficult to find, Li Chion couldn't give up halfway. He groped his way along the path on the map, wondering to himself. His path was marked by 3 orange-red threads. as if they were a path leading the way for Li Qion. Combining his observation of the outside surroundings with the map, he kept walking until he saw an orange-yellow vortex. Upon discovering this, Li Qion silently speculated, could it be? He placed his hand on the nearest stone and felt it. Li Qion excitedly realized, this is definitely the place. A pale blue aura enveloped him. Li Qion stood up and shouted, Balang! The blue light surrounded the area around him, brightest at the circle beneath his feet. The light clung to the trees and plants, and to the stones there as well. Afterward, Li Qion retracted the light and made a judgment. This is the sealed door leading to the tomb. Now I just need to channel mana according to the correct order of the other constellations on the stone slab. Li Qion touched a stone slab, and blue energy radiated out, covering his body and the stone. He began the opening ritual, starting from the north and rotating clockwise. But not long after, Li Qion realized too late that this was incredibly mana-draining. Li Qion pulled his hand away, frustrated. It's not easy at all. A little while later, as it began to grow dark, Li Qion decided to place his hand on the slab one last time. He said to himself, this is the final part. Immediately, the earth seemed to shake, making it difficult for Li Qion to stand firm. The inner power of the stone made the world spin, and a blinding blue light erupted. Li Qion covered his face with his hands, wondering, what on earth is this? Li Qion hugged his backpack to his chest, thinking to himself, why is there such a terrifying amount of mana? Could it be that the mana of Totham Sand has been accumulating for a very long time? Has it been triggered by my own mana? The surge of power exploded, knocking Li Qion to the ground. He stood up, clutching his backpack, brushed the dust off himself and his bag, and sighed with relief. I thought I was a goner. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even see his own hand. Li Qion looked around and muttered, I can't see anything. He had exhausted his mana to the limit, so even his magic I was unusable. He dug a flashlight out of his backpack, turned it on, and said, good thing I can't feel any presence or movement. He shone the flashlight to observe his surroundings, and Li Qion suddenly illuminated a bronze statue with a ferocious face of a soldier, the carving seemingly of high quality. He was startled, almost thinking he was being attacked. Li Qion assessed the area. With a scale like this absolutely cannot be a normal ancient tomb. He shone his light onto a stone tablet and read, this stone tablet here says they bought the land from the earth god to use as a burial site. If those mages saw this, they'd foam at the mouth from the shock. Shifting the light to another tablet, it featured something like Chinese cursive script. The sweeping, dragon-like strokes carried a unique, artistic flair. What about this one? Li Qion read the content of the tablet. Warrior King Lai Hyangxian of the Lai family lived to be 122 years old and rests here. According to that, he was surprised to realize the text. All the living and the dead who wish to enter this place, turn back. Li Qion, filled with some bewilderment and anxiety, thought to himself, is this a warning? He continued reading. Behind this, there's only darkness. And then he couldn't help but wonder, is there really something inside? Seeing that the energy situation was relatively stable, Li Qion told himself, my mana has recovered a little. Let's try using the magic eye. Thinking, he used his magic eye to observe his surroundings, and of course, he didn't gain any results. He covered his face with his hands. I can't see anything. It's like crashing into a giant wall. I only feel a sharp pain. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Continuing with his train of thought, in my previous life, my older brother once said he hid the location of this place. All records were kept top secret, except for the Dark Night. Li Qion wondered, why do that? Was it out of guilt for disturbing the eternal sleep of the ancestors? And then he denied it himself. No, if that were the case, he would have hidden the fact that it was excavated as well. Li Qion pondered his thoughts. It's completely different from my brother's style. The information was leaked in a half-hearted way. If he thought it was an intentional trap, then, suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Li Qion turned toward the source of the sound. There were many flames drifting out from who knows where. Two statues with ferocious faces were closing in on Li Qion. He realized in a panic, are the Guardian King statues moving? The two statues barked angrily at Li Qion. Human, leave this place. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking in silence. He'd never heard of protectors being here. Furthermore, they weren't high-level monsters or spirits, so why were they emitting telepathic waves? Li Qion was confused, as even his magic I couldn't see anything. He wondered, are they moving without using any power? Immediately, Li Qion dismissed this thought. It couldn't be like that. Something caught his attention. It was a cluster of light with spots like pearls linked together. He followed it and asked himself. That thing didn't give him any time to ponder. As the statue lunged to attack, Li Qion reacted quickly and dodged in time, stepping back a few paces, thinking to himself, damn it, if only I had a little more time, I would have had it. Li Qion used his toes to steady himself, calculating in his mind. A prolonged battle is impossible. If I want to win with the little mana I have left, then Li Qion rushed toward the two statues. They were warning him, leave here immediately. They just hadn't been able to advance to attack him again before some force stopped them. Li Qion was certain of his thought. Just as I suspected, their movements are rough and simple. Li Qion swung his sword and used the Heartless First Form. When he slashed down, it was definitely magic. The two statues let out a pitiful cry. Li Qion calculated, if I stretch the distance, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. Clearly understanding this, he was trying to shorten the battle as much as possible. The statue attacked. He couldn't block it in time, so he momentarily dodged. When the second statue struck, he blocked it with his sword. Looking at the difference in scale, one could see how difficult it was for Li Qion to fend off this physical attack. He used the Yama Tempering Chi. Those were the red threads binding the bronze statue. Just as both Li Qion and the bronze statue were engaged in battle, he was preparing to swing his sword to finish them off. When both statues collapsed, Li Qion thought to himself, is my mana out? It's hard to channel mana. Looking at the things lying on the ground, he rotated his wrist. Breathing means there's still air circulating. The Guardian King statue isn't broken at all. Immediately after, the two statues shouted, leave here. Before Li Qion's astonished gaze, he felt annoyed. This is troublesome. My mana is still recovering, but not enough to fight again. Li Qion used his magic eye to check. Even so, I still have to be sure. I have to focus. Furthermore, inside their chests were those light spots linked together, just like what he had just seen earlier. A hypothesis immediately formed in his head. Could it be? And then Li Qion drew another sword, thinking to himself, if it really is them, I must use the Dark Knight to slash deep inside in a single strike. When they saw him drawing the black sword, the two statues spoke to each other. The first statue asked, what is that? It's a pitch black sword. The second statue said, a jet black sword. Both of them said, that's our friend. And then they apologized profusely to him. Sorry. Thanks to his magic eye, Li Qion could see through their inner feelings. Li Qion assessed them. These were beings that liked to play with animals or children and often played tricks. The mystical fairy tribe. He drew his sword, pointed it up, and asked, you guys are fighting, so what is this trick? The two statues replied to his words. That is a scary sword. Sodi, they continued. Instead, we will heal you. Immediately, they shone beams of light onto his body. Li Qion realized his body was healing. The two statues spoke up. We thought you were a bad person. We've healed you. So please accept our apology. Li Qion asked them, then why are you here? They replied, don't know, we won't tell you. He began to threaten. I suddenly want to try swinging this. So, do you want to answer obediently? They cried out, scary human. And then the two statues began to tell, we signed a contract. It's been over 1,000 years. Hearing these words, Li Qion noticed something strange. The mystical tribe is supposed to live in harmony with nature. Li Qion asked them, it must be hard, since you've been guarding this place all this time. Receiving his encouragement and comfort, the two statues spoke in gratitude. Thank you. As long as you don't hold that sword, you're a good person, but is that really a sword? Li Qion asked further. But who did you sign the contract with? Was it the person holding that black sword? Should I say it? I guess I can. The hair and eyes are the same color. That's right. And then they agreed and said, the person we signed a contract with is the one who went inside. We were in pain, but that person said if we guarded this place, he would protect us. The two pointed to the tightly closed door nearby. Li Qion asked, protect? From what? They replied, the scary thing, the thing that can't die. Scary, extremely scary. So you attacked me because you thought I was one of them. Li Qion remembered that the mountain guardian had said something similar, and he made up his mind. In the end, the only way was to go in. The two statues told him that if he wanted to enter, he had to prove it with blood. The only person who could enter was the one who had been permitted. Li Qion followed their words, using his Dark Knight sword to cut his palm. His palm was bleeding. Li Qion pressed his hand between the two doors. The place with sunken patterns stood out more than ever thanks to the blood soaking into it. The door opened easily. Inside, there wasn't a hint of light. It seemed to go down into a bottomless depth. Li Qion stepped inside. All right, let's go. In a laboratory, Valerie collapsed onto the table and sighed. There's so much left to research. So why is this happening? She said in frustration, today is a wash. I'll order fried chicken. Opening her phone to order, the computer screen emitted the sound of the probe. Valerie turned to look at the screen. The probe sound. Looking at the map on the screen, a red dot appeared at a central point in the city. She looked at it and doubtfully asked, red means death. How could there be something appearing in the Gyeongju area? Or is the machine broken? But her expression gradually became more serious. Valerie stared at the computer screen, exclaiming in shock, no way. 5 gates opening at the same time? She stood up and danced across the keyboard. Could it be because of that child? But when she checked other areas, everything was very normal, making her feel somewhat relieved. No, on the contrary, the mountain's mana is still the same as before. She immediately packed her things and left. It's not the time to be calm. Even if Gyeongju has few civilians, it's still very dangerous. Valerie left in a hurry, so she couldn't notice that the place she had just checked didn't have any unusual signals. But immediately afterward, a red dot surfaced. This red dot was like a virus multiplying at a horrific rate, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered almost the entire map. Li Qion looked around as he walked, thinking that this was no ordinary cemetery. He had been walking for a while when he saw an old bookshelf. Li Qion went forward to rummage through it, and found what he needed when he came down here. The Che Dark Knight Chronicle book. Although he needed it, his instincts sensed something even better. Li Qion's heart pounded with joy as he felt the dark energy fluctuating around him. His heart wanted to jump out of his chest in excitement. Li Qion stepped forward and felt a strange sensation happening to his body, While still bewildered, he looked ahead and suddenly saw an old man with white hair, clutching a sword tightly. Li Qion didn't know if this was a hallucination or a real soul. He could sense abundant life from him. Li Qion confirmed everything around him with his own eyes. He was shocked by what he saw. Murals covered with talismans and golden thread. Li Qion didn't understand why they had to use so many seals. What exactly was being sealed? He followed the golden threads and discovered a hole. He was confused when he saw many threads had snapped. When the thread snapped, Li Qion saw countless streams of dark energy pouring out and converging toward that old man. Those streams of dark energy also rushed straight toward him. Li Qion couldn't react in time and was completely surrounded by the streams of dark energy. They slowly engulfed him. A moment later, Li Qion saw a mirror placed in his room. He looked in the mirror and saw a child with sad eyes, looking as if there was no life left. He thought to himself that it was his past in his previous life. Li Qion recalled and saw scenes of being beaten and abused, just because he lived in that life. At that time, he asked himself why he had to endure these things and how to escape them. Li Qion saw the scene of his family's maid being fired for embezzling the family's money. At that time, she talked about what the young master would do without her. A cold voice interrupted. That's none of your business. Li Qion thought to himself that no word was more fitting than the maid embezzling, and he never saw her again. At this moment, the white-haired old man looked at Li Qion, saying it was okay and telling him he wouldn't collapse so easily. At that time, he was being dragged away but still tried to reassure him that he would return soon after cleaning the room. But Li Qion knew he would never return. At that moment, someone told him, "Go away. He will keep this a secret." However, the people in the family would still find him. He said that he would find his life again. At this moment, he ran and thought, I couldn't protect the maid, I couldn't protect my uncle, and I had to throw away my own name, living as a fugitive. Li Qion asked why the live bloodline was so bad. He knew these were the scars from his previous life. the weakest part of his subconscious. Li Qion clenched his fists and wondered why he was being shown these things. Although he had returned to the past, this was still an undeniable truth. A past full of pain in his previous life. He had never turned away from them. Those memories were the willpower that kept Li Qion existing until now, so as not to have things taken away anymore, and to stop losing what was important. He had escaped the illusion, and saw the creature sealed in those bones. Li Qion's head hurt as if it were going to crack open. He saw the scenes and words of the old man, having to prepare for the next generation, and to seal him with that thing. The other person immediately prevented it. Li Qion was astonished. Feeling this sensation was like when he read memories with the endless dark energy. He thought to himself, did I swallow the energy of that thing? The old man explained that he was just a bystander and would appear one day. He would carry what was inside his heart. He said that a child chosen by the Dark Knight would be born. That child would become Hope. He gave the other person the stone tablet and told him to create it, then sow it into the world. There would be a child who, following the stone tablet's words, would find him and say he would help him escape this burden. Ending the flashback, Li Qion vomited out those dirty things. He hadn't expected everything to be this difficult. Li Qion sat on the ground, using his sword as a support, and kept panting. What happened? He was clutching his left chest, feeling something slightly discolored. This was magic that seemed to be spreading throughout Li Qion's body, and he clearly felt it. The dark energy that had only stagnated in his heart now spread throughout his body, making his physique become significantly larger than before. He gently opened his palm. Pitch-black magical energy radiated out, and the darkness was even denser than before. Li Qion clenched his palm. What on earth is this? He stood up suddenly, his eyes fixed on the person sitting on the surface of that well. This place was not a tomb, but a space for sealing. The ancestors had waited for a descendant to find this place in the distant future. Could it be waiting for me? Li Qion's hand gripped the sword. Even though he had reached the ultimate realm, could a human read fate from more than 1,000 years later? Was there something? He slowly adjusted his attire. But now Li Qion directed himself seriously toward that predecessor. Please forgive this junior for the rudeness of the delayed introduction. He raised both hands, his demeanor full of reverence. A descendant of the Li family, respectfully greeting the ancestor. Li Qion bowed low, his words continuing. Even though it is too late, following the ancestor's arrangement, I have found this place. From now on, please let me bear that burden. The predecessor didn't speak, but his body slowly vanished, and then only left behind a single outer garment. The Nine Abyss ancestor rests in the netherworld. That garment was flying gently toward where he was kneeling. As Li Qion accepted it, he happily said, "It's as if I'm being given a gift. All right, I accept it. I don't know how much time has passed in this pitch-black, deserted place." Li Qion's footsteps echoed steadily. "I'm out, I did it. Amazing, truly amazing." This voice kept echoing as his figure entered. "Thanks, my friend. Finally, the promise has been fulfilled. Can we leave now?" Li Qion glanced at those specks of light and nodded. "Yes, you've all tried hard enough. You've worked hard." Those specks of light, upon hearing this, immediately darted through the air. "Thank you. We're all feeling better now. Thanks to you, my friend. Let's play again later." Each speck departed, leaving the space desolate once more. Li Qion sighed. They left without cleaning up anything. He laughed helplessly, wondering if it would be okay when he reported back to the family later. The spirits had all escaped, and the place had become desolate. Li Qion picked up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Well, they'll know how to handle it themselves. Suddenly, a stream of magical energy gathered in one spot before him. Just a moment ago, there clearly hadn't been any door. Could he escape from here? Without thinking too much, Li Qion walked straight into the middle of that stream of magical energy. He felt as if he were falling into an infinite void. And in the blink of an eye, Li Qion landed painfully on the ground. He sat up, rubbing his head. Good grief, this is truly impossible to get used to. Li Qion looked up at the sky and suddenly realized, has the sun already risen? However, he froze, sensing something unusual. Because of this, Li Qion drew his sword, falling into a defensive stance. He stepped back slightly, his feet rustling against the grass. Standing in a circle around him were figures in cloaks, their faces unclear, with Li Qion surrounded in the center. He gripped his sword, his demeanor one of high alert. Who are these people? If it weren't for my intuition, I wouldn't have been able to detect them. Suddenly, something launched toward him at high speed, making him freeze. That object shattered a nearby rock. Li Chion's reflexes were quick. He leapt away. An arrow. He heightened his vigilance. Who are you? What are you? They were like a mindless horde, appearing unnaturally pale. Found it the pieces piece by piece must peel off the mask, peel it off, peel it off. This chaotic sound made Li Chion silent for a moment, a strange voice that sounded like many people speaking at once. What? His eyes widened as he witnessed the scene before him. That flow of energy was clearly the mana of a monster, but the aura was distinctly human. They showed no restraint, immediately leaping forward. The door is open. How could a human be in that place? One of them carried a large tree trunk and charged at him. That thing was a great free mask. Li Chion gritted his teeth and slashed his arm through the air. Damn it! His sword strike slammed straight into the tree trunk the opponent was using to attack. Seeing the tree trunk completely unfazed, Li Chion was astonished. How'd he swing that just now? This was not something a human could swing. Only then did he look closely at the guy's face. Grayish, murky skin, pig-like facial features. Was it an orc? But Li Chion dismissed that thought as he looked closer. No, not an orc. It was a human wearing orc skin. Why would a human wear orc skin? Meanwhile, that guy let out an uncomfortable shriek and kept approaching. Why would a human wear orc skin? Meanwhile, that guy let out an uncomfortable shriek and kept approaching. Li Chion quickly leaned to the side to avoid the attack in front of him, and at the same time swung his sword. His reflexes quick enough to block the poison needle flying toward him. The poison dart flew far away, and he had discovered how the guy fired it. He didn't know what kind of monsters they were, but this place wasn't suitable for dealing with such large numbers. After that thought, Li Chion funneled his power directly into the sword, causing the surrounding space to stir violently. He used the Balak tempering chi to take advantage of the chaos he had caused. He moved away from that spot very quickly. As he ran, Li Chion thought, I must change locations first. The sky wasn't fully bright yet. He was still in the desolate mountain forest. On a high cliff, a figure wearing a white mask stood silently watching. This person spoke in a terrifying voice. Black hair, yellow eyes. A descendant of Sung Mu. Yang Xian found his way here because the tomb gate opened. But what on earth is that thing? You damn bastard, hateful thing. Oh, those who have achieved true freedom. I will help you peel off the last remaining mask. The forest space trembled then, as a bizarre sound echoed, and part of the sky was beginning to glow with the morning light as it crossed the sparse forest. Li Chion was running until he was panting. Is the number of enemies around 30? They were clearly human, yet they were using the power of monsters. It was impossible to tell if humans had turned into monsters or the other way around. Luckily, they weren't moving in an organized manner. Their movement paths frequently overlapped. Even though they were using human weapons, their movements were like rookies, only knowing how to swarm and attack. I'll capture some alive to find out the rest of the information later. In his hand currently was a shield, one of the rewards he received from sparring with Luke Tai. The Enlu Holy Shield, a masterpiece grade item. Even though it was a heavenly tier shield with a legend that it was gifted by the Lord to the second king of Rome, Pompilius, this replica created by the god's command was rated as a masterpiece. I had taken the time to absorb it while at Valerie's workshop. From the opposite side, a guy rushed forward very quickly, vanishing in a blink. He leapt up, let out a piercing scream, and brought down a strike intended to destroy Li Chion. He prepared quickly, using the shield to block the attack directly. His sword-wielding hand quickly severed the guy's arm. Li Chion's maneuver had been trained through reflexes from before. After severing the guy's arm, he continuously swung the sword into his body, causing him to bleed incessantly. After Li Chion took down one, the others swarmed toward him. Li Chion's gaze was sharp. Their attack method had shifted to coordinated combos. They haven't completely lost their minds, have they? His shield glowed abnormally bright. But that was fine. Li Chion spun around, the shield whipping out classic waves of light that sent them flying. At the same time, he used his sword to spin and swing attacks. Of course, they were beaten just as badly, not a single one spared. Drops of blood fell to the ground before the eyes of the remaining ones. Li Chion was ready to welcome the second wave. If they didn't come, he would dash like the wind with green energy radiating boundlessly. He would go to them himself. A while later, in the same forest, Li Qion easily tied those three up. I've broken their arm and leg bones, so they definitely can't cause trouble anymore. He fell into deep thought as he observed them more closely. Muddy eyes, while the aura they emitted was that of monsters. It didn't seem like they were contaminated. Was a type of brainwashing or curse. Qion cautiously extended his hand. He had to try channeling mana into them to see. Suddenly, a burst of sound echoed, as if from far away. So piercing it made him clutch his ears in discomfort. What kind of sound is this? This horrible sound wave had agitated the three captives. Their mass portions suddenly melted away, water dripping onto their lapels. In just a blink, they somehow found the extraordinary strength to break free, and the ropes snapped completely. Li Qion looked up at the large shadow cast over him, momentarily freezing in place. The three of them seemed to have merged into one, creating an indescribably large body. What on earth is this? Cut to Valerie, floating high above, eyes scanning below. Why is it so quiet? If the gate was created, shouldn't monsters have flooded out by now? She kept observing this direction and then that direction from above. A moment later, Valerie touched down gracefully and walked slowly along the quiet path. She suddenly froze, momentarily bewildered by the sight before her, because ahead was a stirring gate, yet nothing was escaping from it. A stream of aura suddenly whizzed past Valerie's eyelids. Is this terror caused by intentionally creating a mana imbalance to open the gate? There's a limit to insanity. She looked front and back, feeling uneasy, but if they opened the gate for terror, it being this quiet was even more impossible to understand. Valerie froze once more because of a different sensation. Wait, what's that? Is it not a normal gate? The path looks like a teleportation magic circle, right? Valerie's face darkened, her brows furrowed in thought. But was it just a one-way path to pass through here? Right at this moment, another stream of aura grazed over her head, causing her to let out a cry of pain. Valerie clutched her head, her stance dazed. This isn't magic. It's beyond my understanding. Currently, I can't decode it completely. I must go check other places too. With that, she cautiously flew up. Passing through an area, Valerie saw a crowd standing around a magic gate. Has the military arrived here? She hid behind a large wall. Should I just rush in and say I want to inspect the gate? But she dismissed that idea. No, because the fact that I'm in Korea hasn't been revealed yet, and Master also told me not to reveal my identity. Then what on earth is that thing? She couldn't hesitate long and hurried away. She had to go back to research more first. A while later, Valerie lay exhausted on the sofa. Naturally, after being tense, relaxing made her hungry, wanting to eat fried chicken. Her eyes suddenly focused on the computer screen, and she jumped up. Could there be another gate? She hurried back to her workstation and looked at the computer. What is this? This is a mana frequency I'm seeing for the first time. What are these things? The gate is red. The monsters are black. Yet this is gray. Why does it show undefined like this? Her hands typed rapidly on the keyboard. There were a total of 31 mana frequencies she didn't know. Wait, could it be? Valerie's eyes suddenly brightened. It's them, those who crossed the gate or those who created it. This theory made her exclaim. That jerk Li Qion clearly said he was going to Totham Sam. The yellow dot indicated the owner of the magic eye. After a moment of searching, Valerie finally spotted his anxious appearance. Too dangerous. Li Qion was currently still facing that giant monster. It had even transformed into a monster. He observed that monster and began to judge inwardly. It looked like a lizard man, but was slightly different. Clearly a monster body, but the way the mana moved was like a human's. Its tail suddenly lashed out, the attack carrying a terrifying force. Li Qion immediately pushed back to dodge. A moment ago, it felt like it was trying to mimic a monster's fighting style, but now it was as natural as if it had found its original body. And on top of that, it was fighting like a human. However, there was something suppressing the magic right inside his body. Damn it, my mana is suppressed. Li Qion's sword-wielding hand couldn't move. The infinite aura was... The moment he let his guard down, it lunged and stabbed powerfully at him. Li Qion was hit and sent flying, crashing straight into a nearby large tree. The tree even cracked in several places. Li Qion gasped. Damn it. Beneath his feet was a pile of slime sticking tightly. When has that slime been there? Is my mana being drained? Could it be energy absorption? Li Qion clicked his tongue, immediately stomping that disgusting pile away. So annoying. The monster also stood still and didn't intend to attack. It didn't lunge immediately like before. Its intelligence had certainly increased. If not, I'll go to it myself. Thinking that, Li Qion's eyes suddenly lit up, mana surged, and he charged like a god. The ultimate move he was using was the SOC Fong Tempering Chi. His sword path slashed decisively across its body. After delivering the blow, Li Qion sneered. I've slashed into the core, but before he could finish his thought, he was wide-eyed with surprise. Not only was the monster unhurt, but also swung its large tail straight toward him. Li Qion spotted the slash mark on its body. Has it regenerated already? Slime uses energy absorption. Lizard Man regenerates. And the crying of the grudge spirit suppresses mana. In cases like this, whether in my past life or this one, I've never heard of it. This made him grit his teeth. Mana, or whatever, he didn't care. Li Qion swung his hand decisively and shouted, I will slash everything away. The mystical green energy was compressed and unleashed toward it. That was called Balang. The monster was stunned by the continuous hits of energy. Right behind it, Li Qion launched himself like a god. Murderous intent filled his eyes. Let's see if you can regenerate once your head is off your neck. Saying that, Li Qion directly slashed the monster's head away. Its body fell with a thud. Li Qion suddenly froze, hearing a strange sound. What sound is that? He startled and turned back, his face pale. Could there still be leftovers? But the scene before him made him even more bewildered, because something suddenly burst into flames. Oh, what's that? Seeing it approach, Li Qion gritted his teeth. Collision is imminent. Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion rang out. In the wake of the explosion, the ground and rocks in the area were cracked. A foot wearing a wooden sandal appearing with a confident posture. The lady has arrived. She appeared like a guardian angel and said, Li Qion, I'm here to help you. Are you okay? He momentarily fell into bewilderment. Except for nearly dying because of you earlier, I'm fine. Li Qion sighed and continued. Couldn't you have landed more gently? Valerie laughed and waved her hand. People are worried and come to help. And that's how you talk? He looked suspicious. You aren't planning to assassinate me, are you? She asked back foolishly. Aren't you not injured yet? Seeing Valerie turn away and laugh, Li Qion felt indignant. My lady, I apologize for comparing you to this madman. She pointed in front of them and said, More importantly, what are those things? Li Qion replied concisely, Enemies. Hearing that, Valerie was helpless. Even looking at them, you can tell. They transformed from humans into monsters. What nonsense are you talking about? He nodded seriously. It's exactly as I said. Up until just now, they were still in human form. Hearing that, she irritably retorted, I told you that's impossible. How can? Suddenly, the enemy emitted a deafening sound. Indeed, this sound made them both clutch their ears, struggling in agony. What the hell is that? And Valerie herself felt the mana inside her. Has her mana system just been shaken? Aren't they? Hearing that, she was momentarily startled. Huh? I guess so. At the moment his eyes shone with a sharp glint. I need to capture 2 of them alive. When I signal, you strike. While Valerie hadn't yet understood what happened. Wait, why? Li Qion had already ignored her and charged forward. His hand gripped the sword tightly, channeling extraordinary energy. If it were aura, it could capture spiritual entities as well. Li Qion used the DM Law Tempering Chi move, directly flinging the red threads to wrap around the opponent. It was time for him to turn back and speak. Right now, Valerie quickly used her wand. From above its head, a glorious formation erupted. 6th tier sealing magic. 100 direction formation. She created the seal while feeling confident. Indeed, when dealing with ghosts and demons, incantations are still the best, like a law. Finishing her words, Valerie continuously launched a terrifying, swirling source of energy from her hands. Right then, Li Qion used his own magic. Only the slime is left. Even with special abilities, a slime is forever slime. Thinking that, he decisively punched the pile of slime right under his feet. Li Qion's hand wove through the slimy mess, gripping a blue orb, and then decisively took it out of the goop. Looking at it, he momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qion handed it to the other person and said, "You keep this for me." Valerie looked displeased. "Why do you want this thing?" He replied, "Because I think I need Valerie to analyze it." She sighed, "I'll acknowledge that for now. Also, there's this matter." After Valerie recounted everything, the sun had fully risen. She said, "You mean there's a spatial gate appearing in the center of Gyeongju?" "Correct. It's an artificial gate." Valerie looked serious, but it's not a normal type of gate. It's more like a passageway. Li Qion calmly crossed his arms. "Then how is it different from a teleportation formation?" She cautiously explained clearly. A teleportation formation requires preparation at both point A and point B, like two sides reaching out to grab each other's hands. But this time is different. It teleports instantly from A to B on its own, and not by any other means, but through a spatial gate. Valerie rubbed her chin, her expression very serious. "With mankind's current technology, no, that is simply impossible." Valerie stared straight at the headless monster. She continued, "While the principle of the gate's creation has been clarified, using that principle is impossible. With mankind's current technology, no, it's simply a type of technique that cannot be performed." Hearing that, Li Qion fell into deep thought. If she said it to that extent, then it was probably truly impossible. In this world, there are countless powers that cannot be explained by logic. Even so, I didn't expect that even Valerie's analytical I couldn't grasp the exact theory. Valerie rubbed her wand. When I finished verifying the gate and returned to the workshop, the detector scanned something very strange, so I turned back and came straight here. Li Qion looked at the monster's carcass. Perhaps what the detector scanned are these things. Valerie still wondered. "So what exactly is this?" He replied cautiously. "As I said just now, it's humans who have turned into monsters." She said with a more serious face than ever, "Hey, what have you been talking about until now? If it were grafting or something similar, I could understand it. You aren't under a magic illusion, are you?" Li Qion sighed helplessly. "You think my eyes can't distinguish that? That's why I wanted Valerie to see with her own eyes what I just caught. Please check the carcass of this lizard man, too." Valerie sighed. Is he really under a magic hallucination? Therefore, she followed his words. "All right, let me take a look." Valerie's eyes became bright and cloudy, carrying an indescribably sharp sensory perception. When examining with Manhwa, she said, "This is just a monster. If only considering abilities, it's quite special, but in the end, it's still a monster. Although it's not like there are no monsters that turn into human forms. This one is just a lizard man. Its mana system is also strange, and it has unique abilities." But Li Qion suddenly cut her off. "However, there are those in a human state mixed with monsters. Please come over here to take a look." The sky was now bright, and the entire forest was bathed in a radiant light. He gently brushed the tree leaves aside, leading the way for Valerie. This way, however, Li Qion suddenly froze, startled by something he noticed. Before him lay nothing but the carcass of an ordinary monster, with no signs of defense. "Hey, this is just a goblin." As she sat down to examine it, Li Qion remained stunned. When I took it down, it clearly still had a human form. While Valerie was casting an appraisal spell, she suddenly discovered something. She looked down at the goblin's feet. Shoes. Why would something like this be on a monster's feet? She herself realized the footprints indicated it had been moving while still a human, and even the clothes it wore showed traces of it once being a person. Valerie's brows furrowed instantly. Could this really be true? She slowly stood up and said sternly, "I'll need to investigate this further. I've taken enough samples, so I'll look into it on my own." Li Qion asked again, "Do you believe me now?" She scratched her head awkwardly. "Well, these monsters are all strange, and there's enough evidence. For now, it's best to incinerate all the remains." "Have you already taken care of them all?" He lowered his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I've already handled all 30 of them." Valerie was startled upon hearing this. Wasn't it 31? Just now, I saw 31 unidentified magic power sources on the detector. This very thing made him remember. Could that sound from earlier have been? Even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, it seems there was one more. And that person was the one exploiting these monsters. Back at Valerie's workshop, Li Qion opened the door and walked in. "Valerie, what were the results?" Valerie gently took off her glasses. I couldn't find much. It was the same as what I saw with my magic eyes back then. After a moment of silence, he called her name. She replied, "What?" He continued, "Do you remember I won our game of 3 questions?" Valerie was startled and slammed her hand on the table. "I remember." "So what?" Valerie was startled and slammed her hand on the table. "I remember." "So what?" Li Qion crossed his arms calmly. "Didn't I tell you that you're easy to read when you lie?" She pouted. "You're really something." Valerie was annoyed. "If you knew how I was in France, you wouldn't want to argue and would just walk away." Yeah, I know." Yet she remained stubborn. "No, it's true. I was the famous Rose of the French Magic Academy, you know." This made Li Qion pause. A rose? Not a lunatic? So he urged her, "I get it. So stop changing the subject and just tell me." Valerie pursed her lips tightly, her whole body trembling. Seeing her shake like that, Li Qion understood. This meant she was genuinely confused. Therefore, he decided to calm her down. How could someone as capable as Valerie not find anything? "No need to stall. I know how talented you are." Hearing that, she was taken aback. "Huh?" Li Qion continued sheepishly. "Being the master of the analytical eyes, helping me raise my magic power level, and even decoding the secret of the stone tablet my ancestors hid, surely only Valerie could read it." He said it all in one breath, and then realized, crap, that was so much flattery it sounded like I was reciting a textbook. I hope she's not annoyed. Suddenly, Valerie propped herself up with her hands. After his compliments, she folded her arms confidently. "That goes without saying. There's nothing I can't figure out." Seeing this, Li Qion was satisfied. "That was easy." Valerie remained serious. "Before I tell you, I have a question." Her expression changed instinctively. "The monsters that attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the very beginning, weren't they?" Li Qion thought for a moment. "Probably. Since there was no communication, I can't be certain." But noticing the sentence was cut off, Valerie was more curious. "What did you find where that stone tablet was? Do you know what those people are aiming for?" Now he sat aside for a moment. "Did she just say people?" Li Qion, with a calm expression. "I did collect a few things, but it's hard to tell you everything. I trust you, Valerie, but this is a different matter. As you know, that tablet is a family heirloom. I can't just reveal it to anyone." This made her fall into a long, thoughtful silence. He was also a bit curious why she would ask this. Valerie leaned back in her chair. Remember that this is just my speculation. You can treat it like listening to a sci-fi novel. During the Great War era, there was once a major organization. The war, also known as the World War, began with a large-scale monster invasion. But as the war intensified, it was no longer a simple conflict between humans and monsters. Humans, demi-humans, and monsters. Their interests and losses converged, turning the world into a sea of blood. It was a bloodthirsty era, and in response to its call, countless things that had been dormant beneath the surface emerged. There were 6 organizations that appeared like that. They were strange, full of mystery, but on the other hand, incredibly alluring. Each organization had different locations, forms, and influenced the world in different ways. Because of that common peculiarity, people grouped them together and called them the 6 Greats. Valerie sat with her legs crossed. Those are organizations very hard to find in history books. Actually, I only learned the name from my master. Although people grouped them together, it said they didn't consider each other peers. Li Qion asked again, "Do you mean what I encountered is one of the organizations you just mentioned?" She pursed her lips and said, "Among them is an organization called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master is quite similar to yours. Their philosophy is actually very simple, to break free from rationality." Valerie rubbed her chin. "Humans should live according to their subconscious or instincts." Li Qion clicked his tongue. "Isn't that the point scholars and thinkers of that time argued?" She nodded. "If it stopped there, it would be. Human form is ultimately just a mask. And by removing that mask, we can achieve true freedom. In order to gain that freedom, it said they operated in the form of monsters." This left him quite surprised, and he let out a huh. Valerie explained more clearly. They believed that monsters acting on instinct were the most correct form of living creatures. Hearing that, Li Qion couldn't help but wonder, does that mean they've been turning humans into monsters since then? If there was a precedent, Why did you say it was impossible? Before his question, she waved her hand. No, my master's words and what you said are different. He said they wore masks or draped themselves in monster-simulating skins. Not that humans turned into monsters. Valerie took out a cigarette and lit a match. Behemoth believed their philosophy was absolutely correct. They dedicated themselves to spreading it and created many followers. It was an incredibly powerful organization that once even waged war against nations. It's still unclear if that person was from Behemoth, but an organization definitely targeted you and caused this incident. Hearing that, Li Qion remained calm. Yes, I know. The cigarette in her hand flared with small, wispy white trails of smoke. So what? Valerie asked. What are you planning to do next? Honestly, I'm a bit worried. He appeared calm, stating his tactic in a firm voice. I will continue my cultivation journey as I am now. If I were to return to my family because of an undefined danger, I wouldn't have stepped outside in the first place. Hearing this, Valerie sighed involuntarily, while her lips curled into a satisfied smile. She acted calmer than ever. Yes, I knew you would answer like that. Returning to his room, Li Qion was examining the robe hanging on his wardrobe. Looking back, this outfit didn't look like normal clothing at all. He gently rubbed the fabric and pondered. It certainly wasn't embroidery. It wasn't ordinary fabric from the start, and he had felt it the moment he put it on. Because of this, Li Qion cautiously put the robe on. He neatly slid his arms into the sleeves, wearing it on his body. Li Qion felt very comfortable. Indeed, the size had adjusted automatically. He stepped in front of the mirror and observed, "This is pretty good. The elasticity is great, so it's very comfortable to move in." Just then, the door suddenly opened. Valerie barged in from outside, waving her hand cheerfully. "Let's order fried chicken for tonight." As she blurted that out, she noticed him looking in the mirror. He also caught her gaze. The atmosphere fell into an instant silence. Valerie burst into a delighted laugh. Well, at that age, staring at the mirror and spinning around, is being 15 like that. She tried to restrain herself. "Last time I invited you to look at clothes, you were like..." Valerie suddenly rushed to Li Qion, screaming in horror. "What are you wearing?" He didn't understand what was happening. "Why are you like that?" Suddenly, she grabbed the robe to observe the magical patterns clearly. "Wait, let me see for a second." When Li Qion pulled away, Valerie's body suddenly trembled. Where did you get this? Did you actually go to get this thing?" He still didn't understand. "Why are you so surprised?" "You saw it last time." She was flustered. "It was dark then, so I didn't look closely." Valerie's eyes were fixed on the robe. "This is definitely heavenly silkworm silk. This pattern is certainly a spell, yet I don't feel any magic resistance." Li Qion was still bewildered. Heavenly silkworm silk. She lowered her eyes instantly. "Don't you know? It's the type of silk created by a spirit creature shaped like a silkworm called a heavenly angel silkworm. As far as I know, it takes decades to painfully produce one strand, and yet people are using it to sew a robe." Li Qion hadn't expected it to be that valuable. Valerie clicked her tongue. "Only valuable? If that is entirely heavenly silkworm silk, it's nothing short of heaven tier gear." This left him astonished. Heaven tier? Did Valerie misunderstand something? "When I observe with magic eyes, I don't sense any special power." She waved her hand. "Of course, because heavenly silkworm silk itself isn't a finished type of silk." Valerie's palm tightened. Heavenly silkworm silk is a type of silk that grows with its owner. It's so rare that sorcerers only use it as a catalyst for spells, yet it was used to sew a garment. This is a terrifying piece of equipment that human history will never have again. She pleaded, "Can I try wearing it once?" Li Qion refused. "No way, it's so much, isn't it?" Valerie looked like a person starving. "Just one strand?" "No, 2 strands. Just 2 strands." He saw it and had to back away. "Wait." A moment later, Valerie's sigh of relief sounded. "I didn't expect it to have already chosen a master." She hugged the robe, excited. "It already has a soul. It's crazy, truly crazy." Of course, Li Qion wasn't happy. "How long are you going to be like that?" Valerie. Hearing that, she hurriedly said, "All right. Okay, sorry, I just finished looking." Valerie gave him something and said, "Here, read this." When the book was opened, inside was information about the angel silkworm, a spirit creature that eats magic power and grows in places where yin and yang are balanced. hatching once every 10 years and forming a cocoon after 20 years. The silk strand created by melting the cocoon in a type of spirit medicine called heavenly spirit water is heavenly silkworm silk. Heavenly silkworm silk has a soul, recognizes its master, and absorbs magic power. Even if cut by blades, it will absorb magic power to self-heal, doesn't get wet when it meets water, and if burned by fire, it will quickly return to its original state. Li Qion took the robe from her hands. Does gear have consciousness too? Valerie replied calmly. A bit different, but almost like that. Hey, look here. She pointed to a pattern on the robe. Most importantly, this is gear without limits. The magic resistance stat is nearly 0. Even wearing pure magic power on oneself wouldn't reach that level. Valerie sighed. A third-rate sorcerer who has this could become a first-rate one. If you weren't the owner, I would have asked for a strand. After listening to all that, Li Qion looked down at the robe involuntarily. I knew it was special, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Valerie asked next, "What is that outfit called?" He put the robe on while answering, "It's Nanhan." The name was written in white patterns on the inside of the coat. Nanhan means Milky Way. There's no name more fitting than that. The sword contained the dark night of the void, and the garment contained the entire Milky Way. Although not a pair, they harmonized as if they were. Valerie nodded. You've obtained something very precious. A few days later, in a bright room, a soft voice sounded. Translation takes more time than I thought. Li Qion was clutching his head over a pile of documents on the table, as they were written in ancient script. If he gave them to Valerie, she could translate them easily, but this story involved family secrets, so she couldn't see them. He gently rubbed the back of his neck. After all, getting these books was thanks to Valerie. Let's try translating again. In Li Qion's mind, the translated sentences appeared. I leave this line for posterity. Leaving the story of the Black Knight is against my father's wishes. This made him think, did my second-generation ancestor Li Xiangxian write this? The book recorded, I cannot be certain that this record will be passed down safely to later generations. If it were done, it would be. Li Qion read to this point, and then picked up another bamboo book. The other contents were still intact. Why only these parts? Apart from a few specific characters, no words were smudged. Did someone deliberately erase them? Did someone else raid the tomb before I did? No, impossible, because there were no signs in the ancestor's tomb at all. His face was full of unfathomable deep thought. Furthermore, the ancestor wrote as if they had predicted this. The content written in the form of records might not be preserved. Li Qion rubbed his chin and thought further. The explanation about the sword seal wasn't as much as he thought, only to the level that his eldest brother had found and announced to the outside. Was it written by ancestor Li Xiangxian? No wonder it only recorded up to the third seal. He thought this far inside. Turns out my eldest brother wasn't trying to hide anything. Li Qion's fingers gently glided over the ancient book. He involuntarily blurted out, the Black Knight is the sword forged by the gods to slash. At this, Li Qion was stunned. Did I read that wrong? Sword forged by the gods. Just then his phone vibrated. What on earth is this? He quickly took it out. The person displayed messaging him made Li Qion slightly startled. Jin Suzhong? Why all of a sudden? On the screen appeared a message. A problem has arisen. I want to meet you for a moment. By now, he had packed his belongings and started preparing for a new journey. He thanked Valerie. Thank you for your time lately. The girl, now complacent, patted her chest and replied, Of course. Researching magic eyes. Decoding the tablet. Even the thing about the clothes. I was the one who told you to. Looking at her expression, he frowned and thought to himself, Here, she goes again. Then he sighed. Later, I'll introduce you to a few people. This suggestion made her a bit curious. Introduce him? He continued. There's an aunt of mine. Well, I think you two would get along very well. After saying that, he turned to leave and said goodbye. Well then, I'm off. Just as he was about to leave, she immediately spoke up. Wait. The girl shyly offered a jade stone. Take this. Although it's not anything amazing. Oh no, it is quite amazing. It's a stone I poured my heart and soul into making. I imbued it with a spell for peace. I'm not sure how effective it is. It's just a simple exorcism charm, but receiving the stone, he replied happily. Thank you. I always receive things for Valerie. She shook her head in denial. No. Actually, I also... Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. What? Valerie also what? Are you hiding something from me? The girl looked away shyly and shook her head. Ah, it's nothing. She thought to herself, I can't say it. In my thesis on Li Chiol's magic eye, I named it the strongest Superman and the magic power evil king true eye. Remembering that moment, the girl giggled excitedly. If it's not discovered, it doesn't count as a crime, right? He probably won't read those theses. Only those magic-obsessed losers hiding in their rooms read them, right? He sighed and replied, That's a bit bitter, but let's just assume that. His indifferent attitude made the girl angry, pointing straight at his face. I already said I wasn't hiding anything. What do you mean assume that? Then she returned to the main topic, but more importantly, what are you going to do now? He replied, I suppose I have to go to Seoul for a trip. Hearing that, she reached out and suggested, All right, see you next time then. He also smiled happily, then shook hands. Thank you again, Valerie. Scene transitioned to the outskirts of Seoul. Immediately upon meeting, Mr. Jong Jin-soo put on a tired expression and greeted, Long time no see, young master. He used a searching gaze, looking towards Jin-soo, and asked, You don't look too well. Jin-soo replied, It's just because work has been a bit heavy. Then he pointed inside the office. Please, this way. He said shyly, I'm a bit embarrassed to let you see this scene, but everything is gradually getting on track. Observing for a moment, he thought to himself, It's a bit small for an office. I thought the investment was already enough, but the employee's expressions looked very good. Seeing him standing in deep observation, Jin-soo turned and asked, Are you a bit disappointed? He replied, At first, yes, but now I think I understand. Are you intentionally starting small like this? Jin-soo nodded and continued, Yes, that is correct. He brought out 2 cups of tea and continued the conversation. When you said you needed money, I thought a lot. Did you want immediate profit, or did you want to build an organization with a solid foundation? That's why I recruited people with knowledge and talent, but still lacking experience in actual combat. I intend to nurture them step by step so that later they can handle big business deals. We haven't had any major achievements yet, but we are growing slowly but surely. Observing him, he thought to himself, Even though I gave him a large sum of money, it seems he chose to strengthen the foundation. And that is exactly what I wanted. His mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Jin-soo immediately placed his hand on his chest and asked, Am I being too presumptuous? He replied, I already said it. Just do as you wish. Even though there are no concrete results yet, just continue on the path you think is right. Looking at his worried face, he thought to himself, If I praise him for doing well, he will work hard in this direction. It's best to let him fully realize his potential without any meaningless obstacles holding him back. While researching the pile of documents, he asked, What is all this documentation? He replied, It's paperwork to legitimize the money from the black market and turn it into your assets. Since this amount is not small, it's mandatory to do it this way. Please check and sign for me. He observed for a while, and thoughts began to appear in his head. Although it's been roughly laundered, the nature is still black funds from the black market. The tax office isn't stupid. A newly established business operating with unclear money flow will certainly be investigated. But if they know that money came from me, they won't try to dig deep. He continued, Essentially, you want to make me the representative of this place, don't you? Hin sun nadid, exactly. I am just a representative operating the young master's capital. He smiled. Are you planning to use my family background that way? He replied, You said to do as I wish, so I will utilize every card in my hand. Hearing these words, he sighed and thought. He is trying to clearly define the master-servant relationship. This is the chain binding Jong Jin-soo. It's also his oath of loyalty. He didn't hesitate at all and signed the papers. All right, just do it that way. Now, to the main point. You didn't call me here just for this, did you? Jin-soo spoke up, making him slightly startled. The Nine-Dragon stronghold has taken action. He was a bit curious and asked, Suddenly? Why the Nine-Dragon stronghold? Jin-soo explained, Actually, during the money laundering process, I discovered it was linked to the Nine-Dragon stronghold. It seems Baek Cheol-soo has received some support from them. He stroked his chin, thinking Baek Cheol-soo has ties to the Nine-Dragon stronghold. That is not an unreasonable thing. The Nine-Dragon stronghold is a power comparable to the Sung-mu family. But unlike Sung-mu, they are willing to dabble in illegal activities. Jin-soo continued, Since I found out the Nine-Dragon stronghold was involved, I have been observing secretly, but in the end, I heard news that they had mobilized manpower. but thoughts began to appear in his head. They wouldn't be able to act openly. South Korea is the territory of the Sung-mu family, so they cannot approach publicly. Not to mention, the person handling the incident is supposed to be the seventh brother. Then the target can only be one person. That person is Jong Jin-soo. Scene transition to the evening. At this time, it was thundering and lightning outside. The atmosphere became somewhat fearful. In a certain corridor, a person was walking hurriedly. As soon as he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke up. "You're late." The other replied, "I'm late because I had to handle an order from the main camp." The man spoke, causing the young man some fear. "I know full well that the main camp has never issued any official orders." The young man replied, "It was a commission from the elders." The man continued, "The brat who once lived by picking through garbage dumps has really grown up. You don't know how to wield a sword much, yet you want to dance with one." He answered confidently, "It's precisely because I once picked through garbage that I'm curious what's on top." He continued, "So soon, and you're already playing politics with the elders. Your silver tongue is better than your swordsmanship." He threw a letter straight at the young man. He caught it and began to examine it. "This is," he explained, "anyway, as a master, I should help a disciple's ambition. This is a commission from the main camp. It seems the Council of Elders staged something and messed it all up. Unluckily, it involves the Sung-mu family, so they want to grasp the situation. Perhaps the brat in charge of this needs a blade to command. Do you want to go on a trip?" He thought for a few seconds, then clasped his hands and bowed. "Incompetent disciple Jang Han, thanks master for your concern." Looking at the tea in his hand, he reminded, "Be careful. If you think the Sung-mu family is just a power of a trivial nation, you will pay a heavy price. Regardless, they're just hypocrites who like to act righteous." Upon receiving the order, the young man now showed a look of determination and turned to leave. Scene shift to the southern Guqing safety checkpoint, China. At this moment, a vehicle approaches the checkpoint. The person inside the car reaches out to hand over a travel permit. Taking the document, the guard begins to inspect it. It doesn't look like a laborer's permit at all. He immediately orders, "Everyone out of the vehicle for a moment to check your passports and travel permits." A young man steps out of the car, his voice showing a hint of annoyance. "What's the meaning of this, boss? Didn't you meet us just yesterday?" This person is none other than Yang Seo-dan, the heir to the Yang family and a member of the Nine Dragon Camp Council. He smiles and replies, "We've been working so hard, you know. It's honestly upsetting that you've already forgotten us after we met yesterday." As he speaks, he slips a stack of cash into the guard's pocket. "Is it possible that you still don't remember?" As soon as he receives the money, the guard's attitude changes abruptly. "Ah, right. I remember now. I drank a bit too much yesterday, huh?" Yang Seo-dan, now furious, snaps, "Let us through." He then slams the car door shut. "This is completely unacceptable. I am the next generation elder of the Great Nine Dragon Camp, and I have to travel like this? Do you think this is a joke?" The other man doesn't respond. Seeing this, Yang Seo-dan angrily continues, "Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you, the executioner, follow me to act as the captain of the guard?" The guard replies, "It's to avoid the eyes of the Sung-mu second master, sir. This mission isn't official. Frequently using this route might be flagged by the information network, which would be bad." Seeing him reply in such a mechanical way, Yang Seo-dan sighs in frustration. "Do you think I don't know that? That's why I'm asking. We need to deceive them, but does it have to be done in such a pathetic way? Can't you be a little more flexible? You really are useless." The guard glances at him angrily, but still bows his head in submission. "My apologies for my short-sightedness, causing you such inconvenience. Please forgive me." He continues, "And to think I was saddled with an assassin from the slums as my bodyguard. Once this is over, I'm going to have to reassert my authority as an elder." Jang Han thinks to himself with fury, that idiot from the Yang family thinks he has the right to talk about authority. Because that pig blabbered about the mission at the pub yesterday, the information might have already been leaked. It was hard enough to land a decent mission. I can't let it be ruined just because of his loose lips. This is a God-given opportunity. I absolutely cannot miss it. Inside a pub, a young man lets out a refreshing breath. I knew they would act like that, trying to do something outside the mission scope. They've tied their own noose. I just hope I don't get dragged into it. After finishing his drink, he stands up, gulping, "I'm so drunk." Seeing this, the pub owner asks, "Leaving already?" He turns back. "I need to get going. I told you I had to hit this time slot to cross the border." The owner wonders, why is the number one drunkard of the Swallow's Nest suddenly so diligent? Ever since Baek Cheol-soo died, he's been linked with the brokers. Lately, there's nothing that pays as well as smug. As soon as CEO Dan steps outside, a magic circle suddenly appears beneath his feet. He startled, exclaims, "What is this?" Even as a fist suddenly appears before him, he still doesn't understand what is happening. The powerful impact leaves him no time to react, sending him crashing to the ground. Jang Han approaches and grabs him by the hair. Park Bien-baek, member of the White Bone sect, specializing in human trafficking. With that, he drops him to the ground and walks inside. Confirmed. Drag him in. Following that, countless agonizing screams echo through the abandoned building. Here, Bien-baek is being brutally tortured. Jang Han questions him. So you're saying after the White Bone sect disbanded, you all scattered everywhere out of fear of the Sung Mu clan's retaliation? He replies fearfully, yes, that's exactly it. Young Master Lee Jae-hak is the seventh of the Sung Mu clan. Before he can finish, Jang Han cuts him off. You already said that. If you keep stalling, I'll chop off your other hand. He says, okay, I'll tell you everything I know. He manages both the black funds and other financial accounts. As he speaks, Jang Han kicks him hard in the stomach, making him let out a cry of pain. He asks, which one? Bien-baek replies, Captain Jong. It's Captain Jong Jin-soo. I really don't know anything else now. Please, have mercy and spare my life. Hearing this name, Jang Han stops and thinks. This is the third time that name has appeared. It's also listed in the mission orders. That means finding this person effectively ends the mission. Bien-baek's voice trembles. Now, please spare me. But the moment his words end, a cold blade cuts across his throat, sending him to the other world. Looking at the head rolling on the ground, Jang Han mocks. Killed like a bug, standing behind and witnessing everything, CEO Dan praises. For the first time, I'm satisfied with that executioner. Next time, let me handle the dirty work. I'm quite confident in my torture skills. He turns to report. The necessary information has been collected. South Korea has strict security, so we need to hurry to cross the border. If we're fast, we can have dinner at the hotel tonight. He asks unexpectedly, a hotel? With that, he orders his men to leave. Well, it can't be helped. I'm heading to the car first. Make it quick. Yang notes, understood. Scene shift to another location. Lee Cheol is reviewing documents. The person Baek Cheol-soo was linked to is the power behind the Elder Council. Jong continues, yes. It seems they are providing moderate support and observing the situation. He adds, if it were major support, the family would have noticed from the start. The Nine Dragon Camp has many shortcomings to be called a unified power. The organization is massive but started as an alliance of many martial families and sections. Thus, rather than merging, they constantly fight among themselves, each holding onto their own traditions. Among them are the Elder faction, consisting of 5 sects and 4 major families, and the Nine Dragon Camp Leader faction, consisting of affiliated forces. Overall, the Elder Council is in the lead. But thanks to the overwhelming martial power of the Nine Dragon Camp Leader, a balance has been maintained. After observing for a while, he assesses, and this is a very detailed record, from the personal information of the key figures in the Elder faction and the camp leaders, to the cooperative relationships or power struggles between the factions. How could you investigate the power structure to this extent? Jong confidently replies, I know an information broker at the Swallow's Nest. I bought the information there. He assesses in his heart. To sell information of this level, the merchant must belong to that world, and there aren't many merchants who hold such high-level information. Thinking this, he suggests, is it the Black Crow Association? Jong smiles in response. You realized it immediately. That is an organization with influence across Southeast Asia, the Black Crow Association. They are recognized for their reliability and intelligence network. If it's from the Black Crow Association, it can be trusted. Jong continues to report. Next is about the character behind the Nine Dragon Camp, the one in charge of this mission. Looking at the name on the paper, he assesses Yang Seo Dan. That stupid guy. Aside from political ability, everything else is terrible. Coming here, it seems he caused all sorts of trouble and was excluded by the camp leader, right? Must be trying to let him earn some credit. Observing his expression, Jong also realizes he should explain. It seems he acted on his own and coming to South Korea personally is his duty. He is expected to enter South Korea illegally this week. He sighs and predicts, I don't know if he even has a brain. He'll probably enter through a dangerous area. Jong offers a suggestion. For now, should I go into hiding to stall for time? Because of the Sungmu clan, they won't be able to stay in South Korea for long either. He shakes his head. No need. If so, the Nine Dragon Camp will just send someone else. I have a pretty good idea. Jong asks curiously. What kind of idea? He explains, I'm not sure about doing it alone. I'll probably need your strength. Jong places his hand over his heart, determined. If it's something I can do, please just tell me. Hearing this, Lee Cheol is extremely excited. Really? You'll do it? You said it yourself. Seeing his attitude, Jong is a bit startled. Yes. Scene shift to the Jongnyo Chonsang Hotel. CO Dan's voice rings out. How did it go? Did that Lee Jae hack let him go? Jang Han replies, yes, that's right. Perhaps he survived by selling information about the night market. CO Dan continues. That's why I don't work with people of unknown backgrounds. Then he throws the stack of documents aside. Then we just need to capture this guy. Now we can leave this country. Jang Han thinks to himself. He talks as if he did something himself, while dumping all the work on others. However, my impression of the Sungmu E house has changed a bit. Not directly related information, but they are all so tight-lipped. Is the influence of the Sungmu E house really this big? At this moment, the landline phone outside suddenly rings. Someone runs out to pick it up. What is it? Jang Han approaches and asks, what's going on? The other person explains, the thing is. Then he picks up the phone and asks the person on the other end, what's the matter? The person on the other side replies, someone claiming to be a guest is here to see you, so I'm calling to check. He wonders, a guest? The person continues, yes. They said if you mention the name Jong Jin-soo, you will know. Thinking of this, Jang Han is startled. Immediately after, a meeting takes place. The two sides are now sitting opposite each other, with Jong as a masked man standing behind him. Looking at Jong, CO Dan is curious. I didn't expect the person we were looking for to come here himself. How did he know we were here? Jong replies, I found out through an information broker. Then he places his hand on his chest and introduces himself. It is an honor to meet Yang CO Dan of the Great Nine Dragon Camp. As he speaks, he thinks to himself, I didn't think it would be at a hotel while on a mission. As expected, just as the young master said. He is indeed at the hotel. CO Dan asks back, you know my name? He replies, you are about to become the head of the Yang family, so of course I must know. Thinking this, CO Dan slightly narrows his brows. Well, it seems many people have quite the information network, huh? But even though you know who I am, you dare to arrogantly bring a bodyguard here? Jong explains, meeting a martial artist from the Nine Dragon Camp requires a bit of insurance. As you can see, I am just an ordinary person who cannot use magic power. CO Dan grinds his teeth and questions. Just a merchant from a small country, and you dare to be this arrogant? Well, since you came here yourself, it's also good. Follow me to the Nine Dragon Camp immediately. You will have to explain about the black market incident. Goodbye, let's stop here. Seeing him stand up and leave, Jong sits in contemplation for a few seconds, then suddenly speaks up. That won't do. Seeing this, CO Dan startled and turns around. What? Jong explains, sincere apologies. But I have no reason to follow you. CO Dan shows I'm really arrogant. You think I came here to negotiate with you? This is not an invitation. It's an order. Jong remains calm. I didn't come here to negotiate either. I came here entirely to make a deal. CO Dan approaches and slams the table. I am the one who will become the next generation elder of the Nine Dragon Camp. Does a person of your rank have the right to trade with me? Jong places his hand on his chest, his voice firm. I know the reason you came to South Korea this time. The Nine Dragon Camp has no reason to intentionally seek me out. This surely won't harm you, Yang CO Dan. CO Dan grinds his teeth and interrupts. Shut up. If you don't go voluntarily, I'll just drag you by the collar. Then he turns and calls, Hey, sword wielder. Jang Han in the back nods. Yes. Then he points at the masked person and orders, First, kill him. The command is given, and immediately his sword flashes toward Lee Cheol. At this moment, he doesn't hesitate for a second and draws his sword to block his attack. He thinks to himself, he is really fast. Witnessing this, CO Dan turns back and warns, Who gave you permission to swing your sword so unexpectedly? "You stupid swordsman." Li Qiol thinks to himself. The situation has become troublesome. Yang Xiaodan is both arrogant and stupid. I thought that just by saying a few nice words, I could easily control him. I didn't expect him to be even more pathetic than imagined. Before returning, I clearly remember his political ability being recognized. More importantly, who exactly is this guy? Looking at the source of magic power radiating from his body, he assesses. Age is at most 17 to 19. He smells of iron, gunpowder, and blood. That is an aura I have never seen before. It is sword aura naturally formed into killing intent through countless actual battles. He grips the sword handle tightly. He is very strong. On this side, Jang Han also has his own thoughts. I intended to cut his head off in one strike. But he felt that moment and reacted. He is really strong. The face peeking behind the mask, the voice is in the stage of cracking. Certainly, his age is not older than mine, 10 paces. If I let him get closer than that distance, I am not confident I can control the situation. But this room is very cramped. The distance is already less than 10 paces. But it doesn't matter. I just need to complete the mission as usual. Immediately, without a moment of hesitation, he lunges hard toward him. Watching him lunge, he begins to judge. He's coming. Is it the heart or the head? If I use the magic I skill, my identity will be exposed. I have to rely on my sixth sense. As soon as he senses an opening in his attack, he swings his sword to block the direct thrust. After that, the two exchange techniques for another 300 rounds. Looking at his sword strikes, he assesses. This is not orthodox martial arts. The opponent only aims at my fatal points. Points that only need one strike to cause serious injury. If it's an assassin's martial art, of course he has an advantage in many aspects. But if that's all, I'm sure I'll win. He immediately channels mana into his sword, then lunges straight at the opponent, using the steel aura skill Gale. Faced with this incredibly powerful attack, Jang Han cannot dodge and has no choice but to block it directly. The immense power makes it difficult for him to hold his ground, but he doesn't give him time to rest, jumping up and swinging successive strikes. While blocking, Jang Han assesses. He moves at an angle the body cannot withstand. Does he not care about his wounds? Then Jang Han looks at his sword, which now shows countless cracks. If my sword breaks, it's over. Those guys won't be able to stop this one. I must settle him before the weapon breaks. Thinking this, he doesn't hesitate to channel mana into his sword, causing the sword to emit a fiery red light. He uses the heavenly killing blade technique, first form. Looking at the power source, he assesses from the opposite side. A monster indeed. Where on earth did someone like that come from? But now is not the time to worry about that. He doesn't hesitate to use martial attack, first form. Red Demon. Two incredibly powerful attacks collide directly, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. A moment later, Jang Han's sword finally breaks in half. The shockwave causes him pain, making him hold his mouth tightly. His chest tightens, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurts out. He knows he is lost. The memory of the stench at the landfill back then reappears clearly. This sword has been swung thousands, tens of thousands of times. He looks weakly at Li Qiol. As it turns out, I still couldn't touch him. Just then, Li suddenly speaks up. What is your name? Holding on to his last bit of will, Jang Han pants and replies, Jang Han. A while later, Yang Xiaodan steps out, snapping. What the hell just happened? He retreats anxiously, thinking, I thought he was just a cheap assassin who knew that kid was this strong. While Yang Xiaodan is still in a daze, applause breaks out. Moreover, the one who can subdue such a monster must also be a great monster himself. Jinsu Jiang slowly offers a suggestion. Let's stop here. Let's withdraw for today. He glances at the door, saying softly, It seems the big explosion just now is causing chaos outside. With that, Jinsu Jiang politely bows. I will come back to see you soon. By this time, Yang Xiaodan no longer dares to cause trouble and agrees. Okay, let's do that. Stepping out into the hallway, the two walk quietly and slowly without a word. Jinsu Jiang cannot hide his worry, asking, Young master, are you okay? Li Qiol replies calmly to reassure him. I suffered some internal injuries, but this kind of wound will heal soon. Nothing to worry about. He adds, I already took control of the situation in the room to prevent any mishaps. The person walking beside him whistles in appreciation. You acted at just the right time. If it had dragged on any longer, things would have really become troublesome. Li Qiol stops, But maybe that's better. We have grasped the core weakness of this entire situation. He slowly takes off his mask, telling himself, what's more important is Jang Han. Li Chiol turns back to look at the company building, his mind like a whirlwind. He always knew there would be a day he had to face him, but he didn't expect it to come at this moment. Memories of the heavenly killing blade, Jang Han, gradually resurface. He was born at the landfill, raised to be an assassin. Then his abilities were recognized, and he caught the eye of the Nine Dragon Camp leader. Deep in Li Chiol's mind is the image of that sword, the one the current leader always carries and uses most when sweeping through the Elder Council to stabilize the internal sect. He cannot hide his empathy. In the end, he became the recognized successor of the Nine Dragon Camp leader, someone who is both different but has too many similarities to himself. Just then, Yang Xiaodan speaks up anxiously. My only request is for you to join the Nine Dragon Camp. On behalf of the young master, Jinsu Jiang cautiously replies. The connection to the Nine Dragon Camp was Baek Chiol Su. Currently, I no longer work under Baek Chiol Su, so there's no reason for me to go to the Nine Dragon Camp. He crosses his arms, full of curiosity, and asks back, are you saying you want me to leave empty-handed? Hearing this, Jinsu Jiang slowly explains, not that. I mean, let's recalculate your mission together. Jinsu Jiang doesn't hesitate to clarify everything. The Nine Dragon Camp secretly backed Baek Chiol Su to expand its power into the Korean underworld. In the process, the Sung Mu family intervened, forcing you all to be cautious of their every move. With a determined gaze, he looked straight ahead. To be honest, you certainly don't want a direct conflict with the Sung Mu family. You came here to investigate the black market, and in that investigation, you learned. His next sentence makes Yang Xiaodan startle. From the start, your real target was not me. He immediately makes a guess. You mean you will prepare something else related to this for me? Jinsu Jiang nods slightly to confirm. Exactly. With an insinuating tone, he continues. And I can even give you an even better gift. Yang Xiaodan rests his chin. A gift, huh? Without hesitation, Jinsu Jiang throws out heavy evidence. Evidence that the Sung Mu family will not take any action regarding this. However, to him, those words mean little. He says, that counts as a gift. Jinsu Jiang hints. It depends on how you report it to your superiors. It can absolutely become a very heavy gift. Jinsu Jiang reaches out, saying that with documents proving the intentions of the Sung Mu family, that is enough to affirm your ability. Wouldn't that be counted as a feat? By this time, Yang Xiaodan begins to smell the flavor. What do you want from me? He just smiles calmly, leisurely explaining, I don't demand much. I just want to build a good relationship. After all, later on, you will become an elder of the Nine Dragon Camp. Hearing that answer, Yang Xiaodan laughs out loud. Not bad. I didn't expect a small country like this to have someone like you. Then Yang Xiaodan waves his hand to order his subordinates. Okay, now I need to talk privately. Everyone else get out. The click of the lock sounds, and the door slams shut. Li Chiol immediately asks suspiciously, what is this? His expression changes. Jang Han stammers urgently. Can I talk to you for a moment? Faced with that earnest tone, he reluctantly agrees. Okay. In another room, he honestly asks, can you tell me your name? Li Chiol puts his hands in his pockets, coldly replying, why should I answer? His face hardens. Jang Han narrows his eyes to confirm. To see if you're truly the person I suspect. I guarantee my life that I will not disclose it to anyone. As soon as he finishes speaking, Li Chiol takes off his mask and seriously declares, I am Li Chiol of the Sung Mu family. But Jang Han isn't surprised at all. I knew it. He calmly holds the mask and asks, how did you guess? Unflinching, Li Chiol leisurely analyzes, I once heard a rumor that in the Sung Mu family, the youngest direct descendant in history had stepped onto the path of martial arts. Faced with those words, Li Chiol just remains silent. In front of his opponent, Jang Han narrows his eyes. And if it weren't that person, there's no way you could block one of my strikes. You clearly look even younger. Suddenly he exclaims, you are truly very strong. This is the first time I have met an opponent like you. In his mind, he is recreating every detail of the lethal strikes. Jang Han follows the path of martial arts specialized in taking lives. Li Chiol silently notes his excellence. Conversely, he is on the path of honing both unorthodox and orthodox techniques. Then he slowly asks, If it weren't a direct confrontation like just now, but an assassination scenario, what do you think would happen? With an unwavering gaze, Jang Han calmly replies, 10 to 9, I would succeed in the assassination. He shares his thoughts frankly, but I am sure both of us are hiding something. Jang Han crosses his arms, leisurely adding, the ratio I just said is only based on what you have shown so far. Knowing his provocation has been exposed, Li Chiol just helplessly sighs. Jang Han stares at him. You knew it already, didn't you? If I hadn't realized, I would have been an idiot. Immediately after, Jang Han suddenly reveals, next year there will be a big tournament in Germany. See you there, replying, he is just indifferent. If I have time, I will go. His brows knit. Jang Han silently assesses. The Sung Mu family is truly something one cannot stand. Matching that tone, Li Chiol quickly adds, lucky. I don't like the 9 Dragon Camp either. Jang Han declares firmly, next time we fight, I will show you everything I am hiding. Putting the mask back on, he continues, same here. Regaining his icy coldness, Li Chiol decisively turns and walks away. Next time, don't bring that fool along. A moment passes like that. Exhausted to his bones, Jin-Su Jang sighs. Witnessing the whole thing, Li Chiol teases, that was close. You and Yang Xiaodan get along well. He hesitantly explains, I'm still not used to dealing with martial artists. He is extremely curious about the content of the conversation, and more importantly, how did you convince him? Later, he even treated you like a younger brother. Just thinking about Yang Xiaodan fully trusting you, and even preparing flight tickets. You're truly super. Jinsu Jang's face suddenly lights up. If you had ever survived the Korean corporate environment, this wouldn't have been so hard. Li Chiol is stunned. That's terrifying. Korean office workers are truly formidable people. He continues enthusiastically. I just did exactly what the young master instructed. Li Chiol continues to tease. If you're being humble, stop it. Li Chiol suddenly pulls out a stack of documents. Here, take this. Jinsu Jang curiously takes it. What is this? He calmly explains. This is just a preliminary compilation of businesses and notable talents I've gathered. Feel free to take a look. As for the ones I've marked, recruit them at all costs, regardless of the expense. Li Chiol grips his rice bowl tightly, but don't get too deeply involved. Your life experience is far better than mine when it comes to this. Jinsu Jang replies tactfully, of course, young master. You've never liked those who only know how to obey blindly without asking questions. He adds, understand what I mean? I'll be cutting off communication for a while, so don't wait. He immediately asks, are you planning on heading to some wasteland? Li Chiol slams his rice bowl on the table. No. Finally, he makes his choice. I'm going to Jeju Island. In a luxurious mansion owned by a certain family, brilliant golden sunlight stretches across every corner. Inside the office of the Sung Mu family head, Li Tae-shin calmly orders a situation report. A subordinate immediately appears as if from thin air, in accordance with their agreement. Reporting to the family head, just as you predicted, they have started to act. 5 spatial gates have appeared on Tohamson Mountain, owned by Behemoth, and traces show they were opened using a relic of the Demon Heaven sect. That report causes the pen in his hand to freeze for a moment. Li Tae-shin replies in a cold and indifferent tone. Crushed twice already and still haven't learned their lesson. Truly the remnants of an old era. The subordinate continues. Those confirmed to have crossed the spatial gates include 30 common tier enemies and 1 white tier enemy. He immediately asks, how is the pursuit going? The man bows his head slightly. We have finished tracking the white tier enemy and are continuing to monitor him. The 30 common tier enemies have all been eliminated. Hearing this, Li Tae-shin slowly removes his glasses. All eliminated? The subordinate adds, youngest master Li Chiol is currently in Gyeongju. Sir, he suddenly freezes in shock. What? Li Tae-shin immediately voices his suspicion. So their goal when taking the risk of being discovered was to target the youngest? The man quickly confirms, yes, other than a young master, there is nothing unusual at Tohamson Mountain. Sitting in his chair, he asks, what is the youngest doing in Gyeongju? However, the subordinate only knows this much. Because he's avoiding following the family head's orders, I could not find out anything further. Li Tae-shin sighs helplessly and nods. Is this happening again? Butler Choi looks at him with concern. Family head, Lee Tae-shin immediately orders. The Spirit Sword team, quickly track down the youngest whereabouts right now and report back to me. I need to know why the Demon Heaven sect is targeting him. He ponders. Those trashy worms. I will not tolerate anyone who dares to hinder the development of the Sung-mu bloodline. Lee Tae-shin coldly commands. If Behemoth wants to set foot on this land, hunt them to the very end and wipe them all out. The subordinate quickly disappears. Understood. In his heart, he silently praises his son. The boy actually managed to take down 30 rebels. At that moment, at Jeju International Airport, Lee Cheol shielded his eyes with his hand. Jeju Island indeed. Even though it's just the beginning of summer, the heat is on another level. He silently senses. And this is just at the airport, yet the magic circles in the air are already this dense. Just then, a voice suddenly rings out. Hey, kid over there. The man asks enthusiastically. Are you here for vacation or university research? If you want to go anywhere, get in the car. I'll give you a cheap rate. But Lee Cheol doesn't bother to reply a single word. What? Is there something on my face? He says coldly in a powerful voice. Get lost. He yanks his bag hard. The only taxi at the airport is speeding straight toward him. Those words make the man confused and hurriedly retract his hand. That is not the hand of a driver. Lee Cheol bluntly exposes him. The Black Crow Association is really declining. To think they'd send agents like this. The man stammers. How did you know? As he speaks, Lee Cheol glances to the side. Probably because you guys think I'm not worth much. Im Youngmuk suddenly appears from behind. Apologies for making you feel that way. Our staff is still in training, so there's still many shortcomings. He flashes a friendly smile. I am Im Youngmuk, branch manager of the southern branch of the Black Crow Association. Lee Cheol replies coldly. You don't look much better yourself. The man spreads his arms in welcome. That's only because the young master is so outstanding that you see it that way. Even so, he asks bluntly without hesitation, what does the Black Crow Association want from me? Im Youngmuk quickly opens the car door. This is not the place to talk. Let's move. I will take you wherever you want. Lee Cheol stands there with an indifferent look, quietly observing. A moment later, he reluctantly agrees. Fine. Take me to the north entrance of Hallison Mountain. Inside the car, Im Youngmuk keeps chattering. I really messed up that important first impression. Lee Cheol glances over coldly. Time is money. Tell me the reason you sought me out first. He places his hand on his chest and smiles warmly. You like talking straight? All right. We want to sign an official contract with the young master. He suddenly recalls the symbol of this organization. Massive scale, deep influence, secret communication methods. This entire information trading conglomerate always keeps everything proprietary. Known as the Black Crow Association, they pride themselves on a formidable intelligence network across East Asia. Even Lee Cheol himself cannot help but be surprised. He never expected to meet them this way. An official contract immediately? Im Youngmuk explains. We will provide any information the young master needs and promise not to sell your information to outsiders. He adds with a smile. In return, occasionally the young master will share necessary information with us or lend us that high-level combat power when needed. He asks immediately, why specifically sign an official contract with me? Im Youngmuk replies concisely, because of everything the young master has demonstrated over this past time. He slowly lists them in a calm tone. Born as an illegitimate child, the youngest young martial artist to reach the 5th martial realm, once defeated Baekcheol-su. Im Youngmuk quickly adds, furthermore, there is the relationship with the next elder of the Nine Dragon Camp. Those are factors we cannot ignore. Just as he finishes speaking, Lee Cheol turns to tease. Are you bragging about your information-gathering ability? The man hurriedly waves his hands. I'm just explaining. In his heart, Lee Cheol thinks, ridiculous. Listing such hard-to-find information is basically a veiled threat that you guys can sell me out anytime. A moment later, Im Youngmuk asks, so what is your answer? But Lee Cheol has already stepped out of the car. I refuse. The man's face flashes a look of confusion. Young master, standing next to the car, he patiently persuades. If the young master is aiming for the pinnacle of the Sung-mu family, it is best to accept our offer. Faced with those words, he just walks away cold. No matter what he says, Lee Cheol abruptly concludes. The answer remains unchanged. Unable to persuade him any further, Im Yongmuk starts using a tough tone. You will regret this. He immediately turns back and fires a barrage of questions. Who regrets it? I was going to suggest a cure for that disease, but now I've changed my mind. Tell your president that I am truly sorry. He will understand if you say it like that. The man stammers. How can you be sure we're the Black Crow Association? Li Chiol just smiles as he steps onto the mountain path. Sure enough, I was just testing you a moment ago. Im Yongmuk stares at his retreating figure, stunned. Not letting him speak further, he cuts him off. Are you done? If so, then train your people better. The gaps are bigger than I thought. Really disappointing. Is the entire Black Crow Association like this? Even our disciples aren't that bad. His words make Im Yongmuk furious. Or perhaps only the southern branch manager is like this. I don't know either. Surprised yet? After Li Chiol leaves, he angrily kicks the nearby fence. Damn it, Im Yongmuk pants, his face full of rage. An arrogant brat more than I expected. The subordinate beside him asks softly, Branch manager, are you okay? But he just gives a side eye and curses in his heart. I just wanted to bring a kid back to cause a little trouble, and because of this idiot, my reputation is completely ruined. Im Yongmuk hurriedly takes out his phone. Why did the superiors make me personally go sign the contract? He slowly reports the situation. That brat understands the situation much better than I thought. The negotiation failed. The person on the other end is stunned and repeats, What? Im Yongmuk quickly adds, Yes, that's exactly it. He recounts the entire incident. The problem is he has a message for the president. Hearing that, the person on the other end stammers in terror. Is that true? They immediately urge him urgently. Chase him now. No. Where's the target currently? Im Yongmuk grips his phone. Currently heading through the northern gate of the dangerous area on Hallison Mountain. The person on the other end quickly orders. For now, mobilize the entire workforce of the southern branch. Do not lose track of him, and prepare yourself to resign as branch manager. Hearing that, he shouts helplessly, Sir, why? The person on the other end continues. If the matter stops there, you're still lucky. But if he really knows about that, things won't end so simply. On this side, a worried voice rings out. Are you okay? The guard explains further. You are a level 6 hunter, so you know better than us. But this place is completely different from the northern dangerous area. Even so, Li Chiol is still determined. I know, so it's okay. He quickly returns the card. It would be great if you went with team. I checked your ID already. The iron gate immediately opens, letting him pass. At that moment, Li Chiol thinks to himself, only through one gate and the heat is already completely different. He steps forward, but I can't back down at this moment anymore. Standing before the scenery, Li Chiol tells himself, right here on this Hallison Mountain, the god recorded in the Black Knight Chronicles truly exists. That sacred, treacherous place is known as one of the 3 mountain gods of Korea, Hallison Mountain. From the beginning, Jeju Island has always been filled with spiritual energy, and to this day, it remains the only dangerous region existing in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. Li Chiol is sweating bullets. The first reason why conquering this mountain is so difficult is the presence of sea monsters. The second reason is, he pants heavily, each breath becoming difficult because this dense forest covers the entire center of Jeju Island, with Hallison Mountain as the core. Li Chiol struggles to take each step forward. If it were just an ordinary jungle, that would be one thing, but he carefully observes the surroundings where he is standing. Li Chiol looks deep into the edge of the forest. This place is what is called the Devil's Joke, or Monster's Maze. Perhaps this is a type of spatial teleportation magic circle. Even though I don't see any gate appearing, the surrounding scenery changes in the blink of an eye. He slightly raises his eyes. This time, it is a pine forest. In his heart, Li Chiol silently calculates. Until recently, I knew absolutely nothing about this mountain. Only when I read the Black Knight Chronicles, he suddenly recalls the record. At the southernmost edge of this land, where the territories of Go-Un-Na and Yul-Na used to be, the ancient Tamna kingdom existed, founded by 3 divine beings. Continuous images flash back. But in truth, they were just a mysterious race born from the very spiritual energy of nature. People called them the Dakabi tribe. A blinding golden light suddenly appears. They are masters of magic talented craftsmen, and creations stepping out of the wildest dreams. They forge stars from the heat of geothermal veins and create countless mysterious divine weapons and treasures. Deep in that cave, it was these Dakabi people who created the Black Knights. A flow of lava slowly flows past. A muscular man is concentrating intently before a fiery forge. He suppresses his breathing. This situation looks bad, no matter how you look at it. Right at that moment, the muscular man suddenly senses something. He stands up furiously, roaring, "Who has the guts for this?" On the other side of the forest, monsters are being defeated one by one. Li Chiol thinks tiredly and helplessly. Who would have expected level 5 monsters here to use magic? This place is truly crazy. He slowly scans his surroundings. Perhaps because the magic circle of this mountain is too dense, they seem much stronger than the monsters in the outside world. If I activate the magic I halfway, the Guardian of the Path will immediately change. It seems I underestimated this land. Li Chiol sheathes his sword. Even monsters never recorded on the peninsula are starting to appear. No wonder people call Hallison Mountain the Demon World. He suddenly recalls the 2 words Tamna that he once saw in a mirror on Sungmu Mountain. The one who refuses to vanish, the 5th Black Knight, exists right in this very place. Then Li Chiol steps forward, almost reaching the mountain peak if I enter the valley inside. But right at that moment, a voice full of fury rings out like a thunderclap. Who dares to approach my demon world? He is startled and quickly draws his sword. Could it be a monster capable of projecting its consciousness? The voice suddenly presses close, clearly human language. Li Chiol immediately whips around. Behind me, 2 figures immediately lunge at each other, weapons clashing loud. Li Chiol vaguely looks at the person in front. Who are you? The opponent's entire face suddenly flashes with golden light. Li Chiol grips his face in pain, dropping to his knees on the ground. Clamping down on his burning face, he silently calculates. My mind and vision are like they're being burned. Only 3 seconds, a fleeting, short moment. A thought flashes in Li Chiol's head. Could it be that the presence of the person in front of me is so vast that the naked I cannot contain and understand it? He slowly raises his head. His eyes narrow slightly. That is, are you talking about the Black Knights? Now I'm sure. The mythical god mentioned in the Black Knight Chronicles. Is it this guardian god? Li Chiol bows politely. Descendant of the Sungmu family, Li Chiol respectfully bows to the earth god. The elegant man mutters, the Sungmu family. Then he grinds his teeth, not bothering to let him explain any further. The elegant man immediately releases his vast magic circle. I have never permitted humans to set foot in my domain. That action makes Li Chiol's eyes widen in surprise. If you continue to cause chaos in this area, I won't be lenient. Saying that, he turns his back and walks away. His hands tremble slightly as he reaches out in an attempt to pull him back. Please stop. Please stay for a moment. However, the elegant man disappears in the blink of an eye. He coldly spits out one word, get lost. His whole body is suddenly teleported through space. Li Chiol exclaims in confusion. This place is... He stares at the entrance to Hallison Mountain. I haven't even had a proper conversation, and I've already been kicked out. That makes Li Chiol quietly ponder. All right, whatever. I have to find out the cause first. He silently turns his gaze toward the forest. Regardless, because of the Black Knight seal, I will have to climb this mountain again. His expression suddenly darkens. Let's see where things go. The sky has gradually turned to dusk. On a certain street, Li Chiol walks while sinking deep into thought. I must prepare thoroughly and try again. His eyes drop slightly, but he suddenly freezes for a beat. Li Chiol quietly observes his surroundings. The Black Crow Association. They act really fast. With that thought, he immediately turns into a small alley. But for now, he has no intention of bumping into them. The stalker following Li Chiol finally loses the trail. He hurriedly reports, "This is number 17. Lost the target at alley 19, area..." Continuing to check the surroundings. The alley suddenly falls into silence. An invisible footstep silently leaves. That person is none other than Li Chiol. Anti-chi technique, spirit light. I've tried applying concealment to my chi techniques, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. He holds the mask in his hand. If I keep going out like this, I'll definitely be followed again. Good thing I used black chi to absorb the 100 face device beforehand. Li Chiol's whole body is suddenly covered in magic. Appearance changes. His face transforms into someone else. This should be fine. All right, now let's go buy the necessary things. Back at the control area, the guard looks at him with confusion. You're coming in again? You just came in this morning. Did your business go bankrupt or something? He stammers, waving his hands hurriedly. Or are you drowning in debt? Come on, young man. You're so young. Think it over carefully. Li Chiol replies in confusion. Finally, Li Chiol explains happily. No, that's not it. Someone intending to commit suicide wouldn't bring this much equipment. The guard finally feels a bit relieved and says, now that you mention it, you really do have a lot of luggage. But then he suddenly declares, yes, because I plan to stay in there for a few days. The guard is stunned. What? Li Chiol makes a resolution. All right, I'll be back later. This time, I won't retreat so easily. Li Chiol continues to venture deep into the dense forest. He struggles to think. It's been 2 days since I set foot on this mountain, yet I still haven't found any water source. Li Chiol suddenly freezes. Today I have to find it no matter what. If I still don't find it, I'll return to the city to resupply. He slowly senses a strange magic flow rising. Although very faint, it is clearly a completely different kind of energy. Without stopping, Li Chiol's footsteps become faster. Unable to hide his excitement, he eagerly exclaims, Found it! Li Chiol gently bows down. Warm water? Even if this mountain is overflowing with yang energy, the water couldn't be this warm. He suddenly stands up with a determined look. This place is extremely thin demonic energy. Perhaps because this is the water source. Just as he finishes speaking, Li Chiol turns away. I'll probably rest here for a while. From behind him, a pale green magic flow is slowly swaying. Not long after, Li Chiol has finished setting up a sturdy tent. Exhausted, he collapses inside. Maintaining the magic eye for too long really wears out the body. Time for a nap. He just lay down when a shrill scream suddenly echoes through the space. Li Chiol quickly grabs his sword. A scream? Is it a monster? Then Li Chiol carefully peeks outside. 2 demonic shadows suddenly appear near his tent. Could it be demon people? But this is a sacred mountain overflowing with spiritual energy. He stays silent, calmly calculating every option ahead based on the number of horns and wings they have. At least level 5. Normal monsters on this mountain are already tougher than usual, so these are very likely level 4. While calculating, Li Chiol glances outside. No need to provoke them. Another scream rings out, making him jump up. Is that a child's voice? 3 figures are trembling, running toward this side in a panic. No, the boy is fearfully closing his eyes tight. Those demons. Get lost. Be smart and get out of here right now. In a panic, the pink-haired little girl bursts into tears. Seeing that, the boy hurriedly comforts his younger sister. Hold my hand tight. But before they can react, the little girl's hands slip away. 2 green magic flows from earlier suddenly erupt from beneath the ground. With an evil smile, the demon fires a green magic flow. They immediately use their feet to kick the magic flow high into the air, striking the children directly, making them fall to the ground in pain. Seeing that, the demon lunges straight forward like a starved beast. A sword wrapped in magic strikes down without hesitation, tearing the space in an instant. A green energy flow explodes like thunder, covering the entire forest. The black smoke slowly dissipates. The boy turns his head in a daze, his eyes filled with shock. The person who just stepped in to save their lives is none other than Li Chiol. He asks gently, Are you guys okay? In his head, he has silently mapped out the next steps, considering carefully every little bit. For now, I've taken down 1, but if I let myself get infected with demonic energy, it will be very dangerous. Just then, the demon suddenly spews out a thick purple miasma from its mouth. Li Chiol's footwork moves extremely flexibly. Without a hint of fear, he lunges straight forward at a terrifying speed. That action makes the demon unable to react in time, its face showing clear surprise. Li Chiol strikes the decisive blow, finishing off the demon in front of him. He mutters to himself, I was very hesitant about which one to choose as my final piece of equipment. Sure enough, choosing this was completely the right decision. Li Chiol touches the necklace on his neck. It is radiating sacred energy to protect the body and help prevent evil energy. truly an ultimate defensive treasure. Then he gently hands the cloak to the children. Here, take this. Li Chiol turns his head, asking softly, "Hey kid, what's your name?" The boy stammers awkwardly. My name is Chong." He immediately instructs, "All right, Chong, put this on and don't take it off no matter what." "Understand." Hearing that, Chong nods obediently. "Yes, I remember." Behind us, the cunning demon suddenly attacks from behind. Without a wasted beat, he immediately channels magic, condensing into a sturdy shield in front like a magical wall. Without hesitating for even a second, Li Chiol immediately finishes off another demon. A series of shrill screams ring out, vibrating violently into his mind. Li Chiol stares, his eyes locked onto the special ability of the remaining demon. "So that's what they are?" One of the demons suddenly speaks in a scheming tone. "Human, why are you interfering? Kill him and offer him as a sacrifice to the 5 kings." He is truly surprised at the situation unfolding before him. These ones are completely different from the previous ones. They're definitely level 4 or higher. While calculating, Li Chiol simultaneously channels Qi throughout his body. If I can neutralize their abilities, I can still handle it. He stands firm on the ground, taking a stance to prepare. That's enough. Immediately after, Li Chiol lunges straight at them as fast as lightning. A green lightning bolt suddenly flashes. That lightning bolt strikes hard, tearing through the quiet space. A voice suddenly rang out. "Seeing you appear on this mountain, I was wondering what was going on." He looked blank, his eyes revealing clear confusion. What just flashed by? A muscular figure with golden hair suddenly appeared before him. "It seems this is all your fault." The old woman immediately spoke sternly. "Thank you so much, human. Thanks to you, the children are alive." Seeing this, the little girl with pink hair sobbed and rushed forward. "Grandma!" Without holding back, she gave each of them a slap on the bottom. "You little brats, I told you not to wander off on your own." The ghostly roars of the demons echoed deeply once more, causing both of them to turn around in surprise. She was quite surprised by their persistence. Truly stubborn creatures. Immediately, she suggested, "From now on, leave this place to me." In the blink of an eye, those hands manipulated the flow of spiritual energy. The master said, "I didn't want to do this, but I cannot stand idly by when someone dares to target the children." A blinding streak of blue lightning flared up right in her palm. She clenched it tightly and gave a faint smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively lunged forward. "I won't kill them." The blue lightning was immediately swung forward, with thunderclaps roaring fiercely. In an instant, the mysterious blue lightning spread throughout the vast forest. The children chattered, trailing behind Li Chiol, curiously asking him about everything under the sun. Ryo found the children too annoying and had to tell them not to disturb the honored guest any further. Seeing Li Chiol's curiosity about her outfit, Ryo laughed and said she had woven it herself. However, she modestly added that she was just the spinner, not the one who did every step from start to finish. Hearing Li Chiol mention the Grand Elder, Ryo explained that although this was the Elder's territory, she was the one in charge. She laughed heartily, saying the Elder had never liked humans, but she was the only exception. After walking a short distance, Ryo told him to move closer so she could open the great formation leading into the village. A vast protective energy burst forth when she slammed her weapon into the ground to break the seal. The gate opened, and Ryo smiled, inviting him into their territory. As soon as he stepped through, Li Chiol was stunned by the magical, shimmering scene appearing before his eyes. Small spirits flew everywhere, creating an incredibly mystical atmosphere. That was the village of Marini, where various races lived in harmony with nature on 1,000-year-old ancient trees. Ryo gave him a glass of fruit juice to quench his thirst after the long journey. Li Chiol was quite surprised to learn that besides the Dakabi tribe, other races lived here. He took a sip of the cool, sweet drink while listening to her introduce the Jiang tribe, also known as the Elves. At this point, Ryo officially introduced herself and revealed she was the village chief. Just by looking at his hair and eye color, she immediately guessed he was from the prestigious Sung Mu family. She took the opportunity to ask if he knew the guy assigned to guard the mountain out there. Upon hearing that guy mentioned, Ryo flew into a rage, calling him a total idiot who brought misery upon himself just by getting involved with humans. Seeing her so agitated, Li Chiol just smiled wryly, saying that guy was still doing fine, even if he was a bit of a drunkard. Regaining her composure, she sincerely thanked him for saving the mischievous children in the village. To the Datgabi, a favor must be repaid, so she wanted to help him with something in return. Even though Li Chiol intended to decline, Ryo insisted he should just say what was on his mind. Hearing that, he smiled and nodded, as if he already knew what he should ask about. Li Chiol placed the black sword on the table, making the surrounding atmosphere suddenly become serious. Ryo's expression changed in an instant when she recognized the familiar weapon. He curiously asked if she had personally participated in forging this sword. Ryo revealed that many Datgabi had contributed to it in various ways. She explained that she and 63 other Datgabi only prepared materials and cast the mold, while the Grand Elder was the one who performed the final step. Looking at the sword, she breathed a sigh of relief that it had finally found its true master. However, she asked if he felt anything strange while holding it in his hand. Li Chiol wondered if there was some soul hidden inside this sword. Ryo's expression became extremely tense. She told him that for her, this wasn't a sword, but destruction manifested in the form of a weapon. She explained that everything has its own energy. It can weaken, but never disappears on its own. He nodded in confirmation, understanding that the energy she was talking about was the magic circle. Ryo warned that the black sword has the ability to completely erase that energy, and anything it cuts will never recover. If it's that dangerous, Li Chiol doesn't understand why the ancestors created this sword in the first place. But Ryo believes that everything appears for a reason, and this sword was definitely born for him. She pondered how the sword, which had slept for thousands of years, suddenly reacted to a teenager with a mysterious destiny. Li Chiol touched the scabbard, mentioning that it is currently being held back by 9 layers of seals. He asked Ryo if she knew anything about the 5th seal. She nodded in confirmation, but said it would be quite difficult. Li Chiol was curious about what that challenge was that made Ryo look so serious. After hearing that he had to defeat 100 Datgabi to pass the challenge, the young master froze for a few seconds. Seeing the guest seemingly unaware of what was happening, she asked if he had ever heard of her tribe's wrestling, Sirium. Li Chiol said he knew in theory that it was a spiritual ritual where the power of spirits directly clashed with each other. Ryo nodded and said that was close, but to be exact, it was a battle of mental strength. To help him visualize it, she immediately called Little Jiang over to prepare for a practice session right on the spot. As soon as his name was called, Little Jiang jumped up with joy, demanding to fight first, making his friends jealous. Looking at the tiny child in front of him, Li Chiol couldn't help but be skeptical, turning to ask the village chief if he really had to fight. Ryo gave a knowing smile, asking him back if he was so afraid of losing to a child that his face was starting to turn pale. She introduced Jiang and 2 other children as the youngest members of the Marini village. Ryo ordered the start while Li Chiol was still complacent, thinking things seemed much simpler than he had imagined. She told little Jiang to remember to hold back a bit, but also warned Li Chiol that once he got a taste of it, he would realize it wasn't easy to deal with. Following the instructions, both sat down facing each other, closing their eyes to prepare to enter the mental battle. Suddenly, Li Chiol felt a wave of invisible pressure rush straight into his brain. When he opened his eyes, he saw he was standing in the middle of a vast, white space, without a single person or any obstacle in sight. A loud laugh rang out from above, making him shudder as he realized he was no longer in the village. A giant version of Little Jiang appeared, looking at him with a mocking gaze because he now looked as small as an ant. Without warning, the giant Jiang lunged straight at him, as if to grab him. Li Chiol panicked and shouted for him to stop because he hadn't prepared his mind for this bizarre situation. But it was too late. A giant guardian's foot descended from the sky, creating a terrifying pressure that wanted to crush him instantly. Waking up with wide eyes, Li Chiol gasped for air like someone returning from the dead. He panted, drenched in sweat, feeling as if his mind had just undergone a horrifying torture. Sitting on the ground, Li Chiol looked around blankly, trying to stay calm to figure out where he was. He clutched his forehead, his breath still heavy after the recent experience. Ryo sat nearby, smiling, asking how he felt and if he could handle it. Li Chiol wondered about that strange space, a place where everything seemed to change according to thought. In his memory, a giant foot had just descended, creating a terrifying earthquake. Ryo's eyes revealed clear surprise at the young man's keen insight. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, not expecting Li Chiol to be able to grasp the nature of the spirit realm so quickly. In the distance, little Chiol Su jumped up with joy, celebrating his victory. While Ryo could only give a forced smile, Li Chiol looked at the tiny child who harbored a vast source of power in the other world, silently marveling at his insight. He asked about the time distortion, because he felt as if only a few seconds had passed, but in this place, things were completely different. Although exhausted, Li Chiol still wanted to try again. His willpower was truly something else. Ryo patted his shoulder, advising him to rest because wrestling with a Datgabi was extremely draining on mental strength. But seeing his determined expression, she knew she couldn't stop him. Ryo gasped in surprise to see Li Chiol ready to plunge into the next battle without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the match began, he was thrown far away by an invisible hand. Little Jiang won again. The kid laughed gleefully while Li Chiol was knocked into the air. That little child had won again. Li Chiol scrambled up. Despite the consecutive failures, he felt he was very close to enlightenment. He gasped, sweat pouring down like rain, but his eyes still burned with the will to fight. Ryo stood with her arms crossed, silently admiring this stubbornness and astonishing perseverance. The image of Li Chiol at this moment reminded her of a legendary predecessor in the tribe. The entire training area suddenly became quiet as all eyes were fixed on him. The elder of the Jangi tribe and some maidens approached. They could not hide their surprise at his remarkable progress. Li Chiol wiped off his sweat and gave a modest smile. He wanted to finish the job to be worthy of the meal they had treated him to. Power exploded from his hands, the flow of green energy radiating a freezing cold like a cyclone. With just a single blow, Li Chiol settled everything, creating a huge explosion that shook the ground. He realized that his thinking speed had become much faster than before thanks to those mental wrestling matches. The Jangi tribe elder smiled, inviting him to drink some water to recover his strength. He drained the jug, feeling his mind clear up, all his fatigue vanishing completely. Ryo watched the Jangi people taking care of Li Chiol and was surprised because they were usually very strict with outsiders. Yet now, he was helping them carry huge rocks with ease. Li Chiol stopped when he saw Ryo approaching. He scratched his head, afraid he had been working too eagerly. Ryo asked the elder if she could take him with her now that most of the work was done. She was immediately scolded by the elder for being lazy. So Ryo pretended to cover her ears, muttering, "I don't hear anything to let it pass." Turning to Li Chiol, Ryo laughed because he integrated into the village so quickly, even helping with chores. Ryo explained that their invitation for him to drink water was a great honor because the Jangi tribe did not easily accept just anyone. Li Chiol nodded. No wonder he felt his spiritual energy recovering so miraculously. It turned out to be a precious elixir refined from the essence of spirits and spiritual herbs, which took decades to create. Li Chiol was curious about why they lived in seclusion, but he was too shy to ask directly. He understood that an outsider like him should not interfere in the internal affairs of the tribe if they didn't voluntarily reveal them. His question had opened the path back to the fiery memories of the Great War of the past, a fire that was still smoldering in the shadows. Ryo told Li Chiol about the Great War, a time when humanity had pushed her tribe into desperate exile. Since then, nothing had changed. That pain was still as intact as the first day. She reassured him that it happened before he was born, so he shouldn't worry. Now, the villagers had already considered him one of their own. While they were talking, Ryo suddenly remembered she had something to do, so she told Li Chiol to go out and wrestle with the kids for fun. Saying that, she waved goodbye and quickly left, leaving him standing there alone. After walking a distance, Ryo's expression suddenly became pensive. It seemed like she was worried about something. She went to find an elder in the tribe and asked why he had gone to the trouble of coming all the way here. The old man looked at Ryo with a reproachful gaze, asking why she dared to bring the human he had driven away back to this place. Ryo did not hesitate to speak up to defend Li Chiol, asserting that he was not like the others, because he had saved the children's lives and always helped everyone. The elder reminded her that making Li Qiol undergo the challenge was just to fulfill an old promise that was already overdue. He asserted that he did not want humans stepping foot in his territory and ordered Ryo to drive him away immediately. Ryo was not someone easily bullied. She said if he hated him so much, he should go and drive him away himself, then teased him that although he was old, his temper was still as fiery as ever. She showed him a scene of Li Qiol happily playing with the children, reminding him of the time when the two sides were once good friends. But the old man still held onto his prejudices, asserting firmly that humanity and the Jangi tribe could no longer live together. Ryo warned him sternly that the seal was getting weaker and weaker, and the tribe really needed human help to survive. Her eyes showed clear anxiety as she saw scary cracks appearing on the seal. The elder turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold statement that humans were selfish creatures who would never sacrifice themselves for others. Ryo stood alone with a grumpy face. Obviously, she did not agree with the old man's conservative view. Returning to the training ground, Li Qiol was still sitting motionless like a statue, as if concentrating all his mental strength on something important. He stood up abruptly, taking confident strides, showing he was ready for the next stage of his journey. Seeing him stand up, the children became extremely excited, cheering loudly, demanding to accompany him through every challenge ahead. Li Qiol just gave a faint smile, the confident smile of someone who had finally found his own direction. Li Qiol stood amidst the circle of children in a vast spiritual space. The little ones were cheering, telling him he must break the seal of the magic circle at all costs. A close-up of Li Qiol's face. His expression was extremely calm and confident, truly the look of someone about to achieve greatness. A cyclone of vast energy erupted, blending water and fire. Below, the children kept waving and cheering loud. Standing before the brilliant light about to explode, Li Qiol's figure was small but full of spirit. He whispered, "All right." His lips curled into a triumphant smile. After long days of being pushed to the brink of death by the old woman, it was finally time for Li Qiol to launch a counterattack. The frame suddenly cut into scattered pieces of memory. Groans of exhaustion echoed everywhere. It turned out they had been in a fierce battle for 3 hours straight. The Jangi tribe warrior stood watching, her eyes unable to hide her surprise. She did not expect his willpower and mental strength to be this terrifying. She smiled with satisfaction. This challenge seemed to have brought results far exceeding her expectations. Li Qiol collapsed to the ground to rest. The children immediately surrounded him, just as the old woman approached. The little ones standing in front chattered incessantly, competing to report Li Qiol's crimes to her, how he used her own techniques to fight them back, how he fought tirelessly, and strangest of all, he seemed unaffected by the heat when they used fire magic. The Jangi warrior could only smile silently, listening to the children's complaints. She announced that the training session with the children was enough for now. Hearing that, Li Qiol looked blank, not yet understanding what was happening. It turned out the real challenge was just officially beginning, a continuous wrestling match with 100 people. Hearing this, Li Qiol's mind suddenly boiled with excitement. But the battle did not happen immediately. She said they had to wait about a week to gather enough people. Looking toward the distant mountains, she explained that she needed time to summon the Datgabi, who were wandering everywhere, to return to the shrine. 3 days later, a large-scale festival was held. A crowd gathered to witness the wrestling match between a human and the Datgabi tribe, an event that hadn't happened in a long time. Li Qiol stood amidst the noisy crowd, his face showing a hint of confusion. It seemed he was still not used to this bustling atmosphere. People around were whispering about old legends, even mentioning a certain Mr. Kim who had passed away 30 years ago. The Jangi warrior approached, patting Li Qiol's shoulder hard. She checked his status, asking where he had been and what he had done over the past few days. Li Qiol politely replied. She looked at him with an extremely serious gaze, asking if he was ready to enter the test. The crowd behind began to cheer, the atmosphere becoming increasingly vibrant. She carefully warned him, "If the adult Datgabi do not recognize your strength, this test will last forever." Li Qiol nodded in confirmation. He remembered clearly that the time limit was only 1 week. She smiled encouragingly, telling him to give it his all, and after it was done, there would be a grand celebration wait. She shouted loudly to calm the crowd, and without further ado, she decisively declared the match to begin. The sky was deep blue, leaves swirling in the wind amidst the excited cheers of thousands. The three children from earlier appeared first. Li Qiol realized they seemed to have completely transformed from a few days ago. Much stronger. Score: 1/100. The children were quickly defeated, lying flat on the ground and groaning about the loss. Score: 4/100. This time, the opponent was a Dakabi fox that looked extremely cunning. Score: 10/100. Li Qiol was knocked into the air, having to face multiple opponents at once. Score: 22/100. He switched to a defensive stance, sweat beginning to drip down. The battle became increasingly fierce. Score: 41/100. A Dakabi in a stylish suit appeared, speaking up to acknowledge Li Qiol as an amazing human. Score: 57/100. A giant panda, Dakabi guardian, holding a bamboo staff blocked his path. Standing behind that muscular figure, Li Qiol looked truly small. Score: 63/100. A giant energy entity in the shape of a fire dragon appeared, swallowing a corner of the sky. By the third day, Li Qiol began to be exhausted. He felt at his knees, panting heavily. Everyone asked anxiously if he was okay. He stubbornly insisted he was fine and asked to continue. Li Qiol realized this test was actually a training course pushing mental strength to the limit. Jangi signaled to start again. The crowd's cheers echoed in all directions. Despite the fatigue surrounding him, Li Qiol still smiled. He was giving his last drop of strength. Score: 83/100. Li Qiol sat cross-legged, wiping away the drops of sweat. His whole body was aching, but his will did not waver at all. A close-up of Li Qiol's face with eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat. He was regulating his breathing. Score: 99/100. A long-haired man smiled, giving a thumbs up to acknowledge his effort. Now only one last opponent remained. Li Qiol lifted his head, breathing out a long sigh. He softly thanked the man, preparing to step into the decisive turning point. A martial artist of the Jangi tribe sat cross-legged, very leisurely. He began to issue a challenge, signaling the start of the most important match. He gave a confident smile, declaring this the 100th battle. Lightning bolts surrounding him hissed, as if welcoming a life-and-death struggle. Opposite him, Li Qiol stood dwarfed before a wall of swirling clouds. The pressure radiating from the opponent was completely overwhelming and terrifying. Close-up of his sharp, cold eyes without any emotion. He declared he had no personal grudge against Li Qiol. However, because this was a test based on an ancient covenant, he affirmed he would fight with all his dignity and power, absolutely not holding back even a little. Power exploded in the blink of an eye. A blinding flash of light swallowed Li Qiol's position, giving him no chance to react. Li Qiol stood firm amidst the thunderstorm, but his body began to protest. He thought to himself that he was tired beyond words. Sweat poured down, teeth clenched, but his eyes still burned with the will to fight. Even though so exhausted, Li Qiol did not allow himself to fall. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, staining the cold ground red. He was shocked to realize that even if this was the spirit realm, the injuries his body suffered were terrifyingly real. Li Qiol knelt, clutching his chest and sobbing blood. This pain was truly tormenting his brain. Despite everything, he clenched his fists, struggling to force himself to stand up straight. He no longer cared about his wounds, only desperately asking to fight one more time. His opponent had to exclaim in surprise at such tenacity. He did not expect a human to possess such an iron will. Just then, a giant mountain suddenly collapsed right before their eyes. Li Qiol stared blankly at the falling boulders, not understanding what was happening. Rocks and dirt were flying everywhere. He was shocked to realize that all the terrifying challenges from the beginning until now turned out to be just the prelude. Li Qiol gritted his teeth, his expression revealing clear tension. The scale of this test had truly far exceeded anything he could have imagined. His opponent began to lecture him, implying that human perseverance could even flatten a great mountain. A cataclysmic beam of light descended from the heavens, symbolizing an unparalleled power capable of burying all things. Li Qiol braced himself to face the attack head-on. The opponent was quite impressed that he could block it, but immediately unleashed an even more terrifying lethal blow. The surrounding space exploded from the intense energy collisions. Huge boulders were blown away like scraps of paper. He stood at the heart of the lightning storm, trying to keep his balance while straining his eyes to observe every slightest movement of his opponent. Li Chiol gave a bitter smile, telling himself that this situation was starting to get beyond his control. A massive explosion of blue light erupted, covering the entire battlefield and swallowing Li Chiol's silhouette in a brilliant, blinding glow. Li Chiol was trapped amidst a violently erupting spirit formation. He sat motionless, his entire body radiating a pure white aura amidst the flashes of energy-charged light. All around, the Gyeongju clansmen had gathered to witness the final outcome. They were buzzing with excitement because this was already the 50th time he had faced the Elder's challenge. Several young men in the village whispered to each other, worried that they should go easy on the old woman, lest she exert too much energy and deplete her lifespan. Li Chiol suddenly woke up, sweat pouring down like rain, gasping for air as if he had just returned from the gates of death. He asked blankly how long he had been unconscious. Looking at his trembling hands, he still couldn't distinguish what was reality and what was an illusion. The Gyeongju warrior, standing nearby, replied briefly that he had only been out for about 2 hours. Li Chiol clenched his fists, not caring how many times he had collapsed or for how long. He affirmed that whether in his mind or in real life, it didn't matter. He would continue until he succeeded. The Gyeongju warrior was left speechless by the young man's iron, almost insane willpower. She watched silently, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek as she felt the invisible pressure radiating from his defensive aura. Li Chiol turned and walked away, leaving the warrior behind with a contemplative expression. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire him, as he had truly fought continuously without resting for even a second. The Gyeongju elder, standing with the crowd behind, was also skeptical, wondering if an ordinary human could endure such a terrifying level of pressure. Li Chiol stood firmly in the center of the spirit power vortex, wondering why he was forcing himself to this extent. Energy erupted violently, shattering the surrounding boulders into dust. He pushed aside all thoughts of when this test would end. He didn't even care who his opponent was anymore. His mind had been completely purified, clearing away all distractions, leaving only bright, burning eyes looking straight ahead. In his head, there was only one goal: to win at all costs. The aura from Li Chiol exploded brilliant, swallowing the entire space around the warrior. The Grand Gyeongju elder thought that everything was coming to an end. This time, he would definitely pass. But then she suddenly froze, her expression showing clear bewilderment. Li Chiol had reached the state of no self, completely forgetting the existence of himself. His eyes turned stark white, devoid of any human expression. She wondered if he was destroying himself. The Gyeongju warrior gritted her teeth, drenched in sweat before this terrifying transformation. She screamed in horror, believing this was not a path a human should tread. Li Chiol's face was cold as ice, radiating a kind of pressure that made others shudder with chills. A giant column of light shot straight into the sky, dispelling all clouds within his soul's consciousness. The warrior realized something major had happened. This was no longer a normal state of no self. He was not just merging. He was forcibly seizing control of the entire spirit space she had created. The mystical illusion began to crack and shatter into pieces before the terrible pressure from Li Chiol. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering how a human could do something so unimaginable. Amidst the ruins of the spirit space, Li Chiol strode out like a monarch. This appearance of his left the Gyeongju warrior completely shaken. His gaze was strangely calm, yet contained an absolutely overwhelming power. As soon as the test ended, Li Chiol collapsed onto the magic circle from exhaustion, while the warrior breathed a sigh of relief. The onlookers began to whisper in admiration, acknowledging that his mental strength was truly exceptional. Li Chiol struggled to get up, soaked in sweat, and tiredly asked if it was all over. The Gyeongju warrior gave a radiant smile, confirming that he had passed the test. Li Chiol bowed his head in thought, then asked a naive question: "Have I lost?" The young lady beside him looked at him, speechless, wondering if he realized he had just performed an earth-shattering feat. A declaration, "You won," rang out, ending the long days of being tormented both physically and mentally. Li Chiol opened his eyes, his face revealing a strange sense of satisfaction. He stood in the middle of the void, wondering if everything he had just experienced was just a vivid dream. Every technique, every sword stroke practiced in that space was still deeply engraved in his mind. Everything was so vivid that he felt as if he had just experienced it directly. The entire process of fighting and enlightenment in the spirit world appeared clearly. Even the silhouette of that powerful black sword did not fade, not even a little in his mind. The ring on his hand suddenly glowed, radiating a dark aura as if resonating intensely with its master. Li Chiol jolted awake, his breath heavy and strained as if escaping a long nightmare. He struggled up in a wooden cabin, attended by a Jiangja man who had been caring for him for a long time. The man handed him a bowl of spirit medicine, sighing with relief, thinking he wouldn't wake up today. News of his awakening spread quickly. The Jiangju clan gathered and cheered, for they had never seen anyone with such iron willpower. Outside, a grand celebratory feast was taking place, with people toasting each other to celebrate his achievement. The Jiangju warrior suddenly appeared, scolding the young man for being noisy in front of someone who had just woken up. She checked his physical condition and then revealed a shocking truth. He had been in a deep sleep for a full week after the test ended. Li Chiol was confused and couldn't believe his ears, as he didn't even remember how he managed to pass the challenge. Seeing him still hazy, they had to affirm once again that he had truly achieved a glorious victory. That night, the entire Jiangju tribe was immersed in the shimmering light of the festival, celebrating their worthy successor. Later, the warrior took him to see ancient, secret scriptures called the Hukia Chronicles. Holding these records in his hands, Li Chiol finally understood more about the origin and power of the Black Sword. Finally, Li Chiol donned the noble martial arts attire from a predecessor, a gift of fate that he felt was born just for him. Li Chiol put on the new martial arts outfit, thinking to himself that this treasure was truly left by his ancestors specifically for him and no one else. Ryo held the ancient bamboo scrolls, realizing that much of the content in the tribe's history had been intentionally erased by someone. Li Chiol curiously asked if she knew what the erased parts recorded, because he believed the Hukia Black Sword was forged for a specific purpose. Ryo shook her head, explaining that based on the context, the removed characters seemed to refer to a living entity or an artifact, not a place name. She began to recount ancient legends, even though they sounded somewhat absurd and hard to believe. These were oral tales about a distant sea or some great disaster that was once related to this land. In the memory of the Dakgabi tribe, there was a terrifying lullaby about a great demonic beast that would come to devour everything, leaving not a single blade of grass in the world. Ryo said that when she was little, adults often used that nursery rhyme to scare her whenever she asked to go out at night, making Li Chiol admit it was indeed a horror story for children. On the bamboo scrolls of his ancestor, Li Xiangyin, the ancient characters confirmed that Hukia was the key and also the map leading to the final secret of the Li family. Ryo fell into deep thought, as if she had just realized something from these incomplete records. She gave a faint, bitter smile when mentioning a fool who had lost his very name, now imprisoned deep in the mountains, a story she considered completely ridiculous. Li Chiol smiled, promising, "If I can find the identity of that guardian deity, I will definitely return it to them." Ryo immediately snapped. "Let that person suffer for another 1,000 years. Absolutely do not return anything." Regaining some composure, she turned to ask Li Chiol if there was anything else he wanted to know. Li Chiol looked deep into the lonely night and asked Ryo to tell him about the tribe's elder. Immediately, a muscular man with long hair and a thick beard emerged from the shadows, radiating a heavy pressure. That was Elder Sip, who possessed strange demonic eyes containing an entire sparkling galaxy inside. Amidst the lively festival atmosphere of the Dakgabi village, Li Chiol was happily chatting with the children of the tribe. Seeing a human who could integrate perfectly with his descendants, Elder Sip's eyes flickered, but he maintained a distant look. Then, his expression suddenly turned gloomy, as if he had just touched upon a painful memory. In his mind, a scene of a village engulfed in a sea of flames appeared, with thick black smoke and desperate cries for help. A child reached out in panic amidst the fire, but it seemed no one could save them from that multi-layered disaster. Elder Sip thought to himself. It turned out that in the end, only he was left to bear this lonely pain. The village scene had returned to quiet, with only a few people lying scattered on the ground after a heavy drinking bout. Seeing the young Dakabi men sleeping so soundly that they were drooling, the scene looked somewhat humorous. Li Chiol stood there smiling, silently admiring the tolerance for alcohol and the enthusiasm of the people here. Suddenly, he jumped in surprise as he felt a dense aura of killing intent right behind his back. The pressure from Elder Siep made Li Chiol break into a cold sweat. Elder Siep stared at him and remarked coldly, "Humans are always this stubborn and headstrong." Under the bright moonlight, he flatly forbade Li Chiol from ever setting foot in his territory again. Li Chiol remained calm, asserting that he came here based on an old covenant as the legitimate successor of the Black Sword. Elder Siep admitted that a promise, no matter how old, is still a promise. That was the reason he tolerated his stay until now. However, since the clansmen had completed their duty, he declared there was no reason for Li Chiol to stay here for even a moment longer. Channeling an explosive aura, Elder Siep roared, ordering him to leave immediately. A vast wave of pressure forced Li Chiol to step back. He was completely shaken by the overwhelming power of this elder. He looked around blankly, not yet having fully processed what had just happened. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, a loud explosion causing the entire mountain region to tremble. Elder Siep asserted that this was entirely his personal intent and advised Li Chiol not to hold a grudge against the other Dakabi for having to leave like this. From afar, Ryo approached and called his name, wondering why he had to be so heartless. Ryo brought a tray of food for Siep, who was sitting quietly on a high cliff, looking down at the village. He bluntly admitted that he hated humans to the bone. However, Siep also felt guilty for making the entire tribe live in captivity just because of his own existence. Ryo looked into his eyes and realized that, deep down, he also felt Li Chiol was a very different human compared to others. Elder Siep did not deny it. He said he would not interfere in the connection she had built with the young man, because everyone's feelings were their own private business. Ryo questioned Elder Siep, mentioning two people who would certainly not be happy if they saw him in this state. But Siep immediately shouted, "Shut up." He didn't want to hear another word. His expression hardened, coldly saying that what she had just said had crossed the line. Ryo did not back down, bluntly asking if he didn't actually hate humans, and if all of this was due to the pain related to those two. To that question, Siep only sighed and called her a foolish child. He intended to say something, but the words seemed to choke in his throat before the cruel reality. Suddenly, a massive shockwave exploded, the sound tearing through the night, leaving them both terrified. Ryo gasped, "Impossible." She couldn't believe the ancient seal formation could fluctuate this violent. From the ruins, pillars of brilliant blue spirit power shot straight into the sky, as if to tear through the night. A dark, bottomless crack opened right in the middle of the tribe's holy land, radiating an oppressive dark aura. The ground cracked into large pieces. An intense heat rose violently from deep within the collapsing fissures. Ryo grimaced at the sudden temperature spike, while Elder Siep remained silent, his worried eyes fixed on the fissure that was spreading wider by the second. The cracks burned with an orange-red fire, signaling that molten lava was about to erupt onto the ground. The entire geological structure collapsed completely, revealing a river of lava red as fire rolling right beneath their feet. Elder Siep held out his hands to perform a seal, and a mysterious aura immediately covered his body. A path created from ancient stone steps appeared amidst the swirling energy flow, and he ordered Ryo to return to the village immediately to report the news. Ryo resolutely refused, asserting that as a clansman, she had to stay and help him resolve the root of this development. Elder Siep was silent for a moment, then nodded, ordering her to follow him deep underground. Both began to venture down the dark and deep stone steps, where evil aura was billowing, covering the entire space. The spiritual pressure here was so strong that Ryo felt her chest tighten. She worriedly asked if the elder was okay in the face of this terrifying aura. She was horrified to realize that for all this time, he had had to endure the torment of this hellish place alone to maintain the seal. To that, Siep only replied with a nod, confirming the painful truth. He revealed that the foul, evil aura from the north had begun gnawing at the seal a few years ago, and now everything was completely out of control. They walked out of the dark tunnel and into a vast, immense space illuminated by the fire of lava. Appearing before their eyes was an incredibly majestic lava-sealed underground palace, where an ancient stone altar stood alone and lonely amidst a dimension overflowing with boiling molten lava. The entire scene of the ancient Dakgabi forge appeared, standing lonely and solitary amidst a dimension overflowing with boiling red lava. From the distant cave entrance, two figures were slowly entering. On the cave floor, countless broken weapons lay scattered everywhere. Elder Siup muttered to himself that this was the absolute limit he could reach to forge a replacement for the seal. Siup stood before the forge with a heavy expression. He had to admit to Ryo that all their efforts for so long had gone down the drain. Ryo stood frozen in place, her eyes fixed on the lava pool that was beginning to swirl dangerously. A familiar dark aura suddenly surrounded them both. Trembling in fear, Ryo asked about this bone-chilling sensation. Siup explained, "That is the remnant of the great demon king from the Great War of the past. The one who once dyed this mountain red with blood and is the natural enemy of all races." Beneath the rolling lava, countless red eyes like blood of the great demon king were rising, waiting to devour everything. The invasion that year turned the world into hell, shattering all sense of right and wrong, completely reversing the boundaries between life and death, making it so that even the great beings capable of foresight could not predict such a terrifying disaster. Amidst the space heavy with the scent of blood, a faint cry for help echoed from the past. Mugan, along with Siup and a comrade, stood silently before the burning sky, witnessing the intense cruelty of the war with their own eyes. The situation on the continent was becoming increasingly critical, and they had agreed to meet soon to fight side by side. The three of them decided to stay and protect Jeju Island, sheltering the young Dakgabi and humans, trusting that they would return to provide aid. The enemy was a great demon king with unpredictable transformations, manifesting based on human fear, sometimes a serpent spirit in the Blood Valley, other times a nine-headed demon beast, and many other grotesque forms. The conflict between the demons and the Dakgabi tribe had reached its peak. That serpent spirit continuously used illusions to torment their minds for a long time. Although exhausted, they still resiliently held their position, placing all their faith in humanity. To keep himself awake before the cunning illusions, Siup stabbed his weapon directly into his own leg, using physical pain to maintain his sanity. He roared in pain as his body trembled under the gnawing of darkness, while Ryo stood by, helplessly watching her comrade endure the torment. She wailed in tears, begging him not to seek death. Siup grabbed Ryo's hand, shouting, "Stay awake." He realized bitterly that the moment of demise he had feared for so long had finally arrived. The entire cave shook violently as lava erupted, threatening to incinerate everything. Siup urged Ryo to evacuate the villagers immediately. Stunned by the situation, Ryo asked what he intended to do while staying here alone. Siup's gaze was extremely determined. He considered himself a remnant of the old era, and destroying this evil entity was a debt from the past that he had to personally use these very hands to finish. A burst of energy knocked Ryo away as Siup forced her to leave the cave amidst desperate sobs. Left alone to face the firestorm, Siup's eyes burned with a deep, hateful fire. Behind the curtain of fire, the eyes of the great demon king seemed to mock his faith. However, Siup still stubbornly believed that humans would definitely come to rescue them. However, cruel reality answered for everything. The humans did not come. Siup knelt down, his heart shattered when realizing the promises of humanity were nothing but wind in the clouds. A feeling of bitter betrayal surged within as he understood that the Dakgabi tribe was effectively nothing more than disposable pawns cast aside without mercy. A hand reached out to grab the sword, radiating a cool emerald spirit aura amidst the swirling energy currents. Fire erupted from a mace, burning brightly to directly confront the dark fog. Young Mugan gave an arrogant smile. I will drag that monster down to hell with me. But his comrades knew that thing wouldn't die that easily. Ryo looked at Siup with a determined but pain-filled gaze. She decided to transform into a fog, covering the mountain to protect the tribe. The eyes of the three friends met one last time before parting. They regretted that they should have fled this cursed land together long ago. They entrusted all their remaining spirit power to Siup, hoping he would use his fire to protect the seal and the covenant. After so many weary years of waiting, the figure of humanity remained nowhere to be seen, and Siup just stood there waiting in despair. He knelt before the graves of his old friends, his lonely shadow reflecting the pain of betrayal that lasted through the ages. A malicious voice echoed in his head, mocking that humanity had always only considered the Dakabi tribe as a shield for their own survival. Siup gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "Shut up!" He stood firmly before the sea of lava, holding his mace, facing the evil temptations. Despite being betrayed, Siup still fulfilled the final covenant with Li Hyangyan, accepting that this was his destiny. The moment was near. He looked into the void, ready to accept whatever was coming to settle the debt of 1,000 years. Elder Siup threw himself into the sea of fire, wielding his mace, roaring an oath to follow his fallen comrades down to the depths of hell. Returning to the present, the monsters were hissing madly in the darkness of the forest, their eyes burning with evil aura. The Dotgabi village fell into extreme chaos, everyone screaming in fear, telling each other to protect the divine tree at all costs. Amidst the relentless attack, a monster lunged, its claws nearly snatching a teenager. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, there were children still desperately calling for their elders. The commander of the defense force bit his lip, looking ahead, knowing that the situation of the elder was hanging by a thread. But the battlefield here was no better. He ordered the wounded to be taken to the healing pool immediately, while mobilizing every Dakabi capable of fighting to quickly sweep away the monsters. A massive explosion of spirit power occurred in the forest, blowing everything away and creating a fierce shockwave. The group of warriors had to brace themselves to hold the formation amidst the pitch-black smoke. Sweat rolled down the commander's forehead as he clearly felt the worst moment happening right before his eyes. The monsters roared disgustingly, bearing teeth sharp as razors, ready to tear apart anyone in their way. The clansmen became increasingly terrified as they saw the monsters becoming more and more insane and completely out of control. The commander realized that all these monsters were being manipulated by the great demon king's evil aura. This battle would not end until its true body was destroyed. A pack of aggressive monsters surrounded a warrior standing alone holding the line. A violent swipe sent him tumbling to the ground, only managing to let out a helpless cry for help as the scythe of death drew near. The monster in front opened its bloody mouth, preparing to end the life of the poor warrior. Suddenly, a streak of emerald sword energy tore through space, striking a lethal blow to the monster's neck. The sharp slash split the monster's head in an instant, causing black blood to splatter across the ground. The soldier stared in stunned silence at the figure in the dark blue cloak who had just swept past him with such majesty. He looked up in sheer disbelief at what he had just witnessed. The figure who had just appeared was none other than Li Chiol, wielding a precious sword, radiating the aura of a grandmaster, and boldly declaring, "I've come to provide backup." His sinewy arm tightened around the mace, which was emitting a brilliant emerald spiritual energy. Lyle poured all his cultivation into a single sweep, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped sword wave that slashed directly at the dark entity. In another part of the fray, Elder Siup swung his mace repeatedly, creating bursts of flame that illuminated the sky and hemmed in the monster's serpentine heads. He gritted his teeth in frustration, clicked his tongue, and sweat poured down his strained face like rain. Amidst the space filled with eerie demonic eyes, a mocking voice echoed, asking why he was risking his life so much to protect humanity. He roared, "Shut your mouth." Even without its true form, the monster's power was still terrifying, leaving the elder feeling deeply unsettled. He gripped the mace's handle tighter, preparing for a decisive blow. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The mace slammed down, and flames erupted violently right in the middle of the writhing, frenzied snake heads. Yet, The physical attacks seemed to have no effect, and the great demon beast continued to loom forward. Driven to a corner, he decided to unleash even the artifacts that were once considered junk to stop. Ancient fragments swirled, creating a horrifying pressure that bore down on the dark entity. A jarring explosion erupted right in the heart of the battlefield. The monster hissed in pain as it was hit directly by the chaotic surge of power. Elder Seop collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath from exhaustion, silently hoping the last lethal blow had worked. However, the great demon beast's wounds began to heal at a dizzying speed right before his eyes. A flash of resolve suddenly ignited in his eyes. There was only one final lifeline left. He had to seal it at all costs. The dark voice echoed in his mind again, mocking his plans for a seal as archaic and obsolete. In his consciousness, the image of a solemn man appeared, reminding him of what he needed to protect. An illusion of a smiling Dakabi couple flickered into view. This inner demon was intentionally using old memories to shake his resolve. The elder shouted loudly, refusing to let the devil insult the deceased with those lies. The painful memory of having trusted humanity only to be met with total catastrophe remained a haunting shadow in his heart. The image of the three of them fighting side by side appeared, and the devil brought up the old defeat to prove that he couldn't win alone. Despite the devil's words, he roared in anger, declaring that all its temptations were useless. The monster's darkness enveloped him, mocking and challenging him one last time. Suddenly, the elder paused, realizing he had fallen into the devil's psychological trap. Being too obsessed with swinging his mace had inadvertently given the monster time to recover and counterattack. The demon opened its venom-filled mouth, ready to swallow the prey before it. The elder gritted his teeth, accepting his fate, but at that exact moment, a brilliant green light suddenly burst from behind him. Bolts of emerald lightning struck the black snake's head, instantly paralyzing it on the spot. Ryo rushed in from behind, calling out loudly to the elder. The elder turned back with a look of both surprise and anger. Why did you come back to such a dangerous place? The green lightning continued to rain down, preventing the monster from closing in on them. The Dakabi from the village had also come to assist, forming a defensive formation to protect the elder. Even so, he maintained his stance that these sporadic attacks wouldn't be able to hold the monster back for long. A strange wave of pressure suddenly appeared, catching the elder's attention as a figure slowly stepped out from the thick fog. His eyes widened in shock at the identity of the person who had just emerged. It was Mugan, the legendary senior, standing there with an incredibly calm demeanor in the middle of the fiery battlefield. Mugan looked at him with an indifferent gaze. "I've come to help," the elder stammered. "How could you possibly appear here at a time like this?" Mugan just offered a faint smile, reminding him that he had already spoken about this before. Mugan stood there with a face void of any ripples, repeating that he had appeared to help. The elder coldly brushed it off, asserting that his tribe would never need the help of a human. The nine-headed dark monster still loomed ahead, challenging every effort of the small beings below, and the elder sarcastically asked what a mere mortal like Mugan could possibly do. Mugan admitted that was true, and it seemed like even he didn't see what he could do much at the moment. He drew the black sword from his waist and continued, "But this Black Knight sword can cut it." The elder looked at the Black Knight. Indeed, if it was the Black Knight, it could potentially cut that formless entity. Mugan gave him a firm look. "I don't know how much I can do, so please create an opening for me." He deliberated for a moment, silent and non-responsive. Soon after, he made his decision. There's only one chance. Mugan looked seriously at the sword in his hand. "But that kid's cultivation is still lacking. If so, there's only one thing I need to do, and that is to clear the path for that sword to reach its target." The elder's body radiated a blinding light. The boy began to walk, and immediately after, Mugan's eyes burned with firm resolve as he began to channel his inner energy throughout his body. The precious sword in Mugan's hand vibrated violently, radiating a surge of emerald spiritual energy that enveloped the blade. Waves of black, demonic energy and lightning swirled around Mugan as he focused his mental energy to the maximum. He prepared to unleash Mugan style, second form, a technique that required a terrifying combination of power. All the martial arts essence he had accumulated over the years was poured into this single strike by Mugan, beginning the process of 10,000 swords returning to one, merging his power. Mugan's eyes burned. He told himself he must break through even further to reach the threshold of supreme power. Lyle channeled all his knowledge, forcing them to merge in the most perfect way. Mugan style, second form, officially started here. He needed more power, his eyes burning with the fire of his heart. Countless sword souls, from freezing ice to thunderous lightning, suddenly surged into a fierce, desperate storm. A path of survival opened up before him. At this very moment, Mugan style, second form, Black Lotus. A pillar of light with earth-shattering power shot straight into the clouds. The monster realized the impending disaster and panicked, looking for an escape, but it was too late. The massive surge of energy crushed its soul and essence like a tidal wave. The entire dark entity shattered into countless tiny fragments. Deep within his consciousness, the Dokibi Elder was facing the inner demon, ready to go down with it, dragging it to the underworld. Mugan suddenly appeared, advising him that he didn't need to resort to such a desperate measure of mutual destruction. This stubborn old man had once hated humans to the bone, originally intending to die without any regrets. He had sealed the boundary between the two worlds, believing it was the only way to preserve the tribe. Yet, he was stunned when he was scolded for being a stubborn, foolish old man. Mugan told him that only by surviving could he truly avoid leaving behind regrets. The final message echoed, "Stop resenting humanity." Ryo cheered in joy, believing their ancestors had manifested to save them all. The Dokibi Elder kept his gaze fixed on the figure in front of him. It was Li Chiol, lying collapsed amidst the ruins after unleashing the decisive blow. He was forced to admit that it was this human who had saved his tribe. Li Chiol's consciousness drifted in a vast, white space. He looked around, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A blinding halo opened right before his eyes, and the scene inside left him speechless. It was the image of Mugan practicing sword techniques, a whole new realm to reach the pinnacle. The sword tip thrust deep, creating powerful ripples of spiritual energy. A black lotus bloomed silently, but with great majesty behind the Grandmaster. Li Chiol fully grasped the truth of the Black Lotus, and his eyes slowly opened. He saw the wooden ceiling with gentle morning sunlight filtering through the cracks. A moan escaped his lips as the pain began to hit. He winced, his entire body sore and covered in injuries after the life-or-death battle. Ryo hurriedly brought over a basin of water, telling him to just vomit everything out to feel relief. A mouthful of thick, black blood was expelled, immediately dispelling the pressure that had been weighing on his chest. The Dokibi chieftain and Ryo were amazed to see him wake up after only a few hours. Although his internal organs were severely damaged, they believed he would soon recover. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time. The chieftain was stared at until he got angry, making the atmosphere suddenly quite awkward. He asked about the liquid he had just drunk, and the chieftain immediately rattled off a long list of rare and hard-to-find spiritual medicines. Thanks to that, the spiritual energy in his body had increased significantly, an unexpected windfall. Ryo asserted that what he had done was completely worth those dozen or so spiritual pills. They let him rest, promising to answer all his questions about the battle later. The chieftain and Ryo left the room, leaving the space quiet for him to recover. Ryo smiled warmly. This tribe owed him a debt too large to repay. 2 days later, everything had gradually settled down. The Dokibi Elder stood quietly in the ruined forge, deep in thought. Li Chiol came to find him, and the old man immediately recognized him, whispering, "You've come." The Elder expressed his gratitude that everything had been settled smoothly, and he wanted to confirm one more time to ensure the evil entity was truly sealed. Li Chiol nodded, confirming everything was fine, and he didn't forget to thank the villagers for their dedicated help so he could recover from his injuries quickly. Hearing that, the Elder felt a weight lifted from his heart, but he still coldly maintained his stance that he still hated humans very much. To him, humanity was nothing but liars and traitors, always looking to destroy the beautiful natural world. He asked Li Chiol if he found that way of thinking strange. Li Chiol laughed and said that if he put himself in his shoes, he would hate them too. And then the elder suddenly realized that he himself was a human. A vision appeared of the Dokibi tribe beginning to integrate, living and having fun in the city with other races as an inevitable change of the era. Li Chiol affirmed that not everyone was the same, and he told the elder that he surely understood that better than anyone. The elder pondered, wondering why, after being driven away, Li Chiol still came back to save his tribe. Because my friend was in danger, I couldn't just stand by and watch, Li Chiol replied with a simple smile. The word friend made the elder pause, his eyes showing a touch of confusion. Memories of Mugan and his old friends flooded back. They too once had moments where they smiled happily, just like that. He muttered the word to himself, and his heart seemed to feel much lighter. When it came time to say goodbye, the two children, Zhang and Yang, pestered Li Chiol to stay and play a bit more, but Ryo had to intervene because he had more important things to do. Li Chiol shouldered his backpack, smiled, and waved at the children, promising that they would surely meet again soon. He turned to ask Ryo if the village would be okay now that the mountain's protective barrier was gone. Ryo smiled and told him not to worry, because people couldn't find them just by wanting to. The Dokibi tribe was always the one to proactively find others first. The elder declared that the deep-seated grudge that had lasted for so long had finally ended, and now was the time for the Dokibi tribe to step out into the vast world outside. Li Chiol nodded in agreement, even though the old man still grumbled that he didn't like humanity in general. But then he added, "But you are different. I don't hate you." Ryo, standing nearby, heard this and her jaw dropped in surprise. He pulled out an object wrapped in cloth and gave it to Li Chiol. "Take this." It was a sword sheath forged from the rarest divine materials: ebony, rosewood, cloud-pattern iron, and refined steel. A true treasure that left Li Chiol in awe. It completely suppressed the surging demonic energy of the black sword. Hyukia, the elder instructed, "Remember this well. The sword represents slaughter, but the sheath represents life. Absolutely never forget that putting the sword back in the sheath is more important than drawing it." Li Chiol solemnly accepted the gift and the valuable lesson from a senior. The children ran over to pester Ryo, demanding to see their big brother off to the foot of the mountain. Ryo intended to refuse out of fear for their safety, but looking at their eager faces and smiles, she didn't have the heart to. Finally, she agreed on the condition that they behave and not cause trouble along the way. The group walked together on the sun-drenched trail. The Dokibi children were truly well-behaved and adorable. After walking for a while, Ryo reported that groups of people were gradually coming up the mountain and asked if they should drive them away. The elder said it wasn't necessary because they would soon hide the village again to avoid trouble. It was time for the Dokibi tribe to stop living like prisoners in their own home. A new sun had risen, bringing with it massive changes. The story at the Dokibi sanctuary came to a close, opening a promising new journey for Li Chiol.